The September wind in Chongling City still carried the lingering damp heat of the late summer scorch oozing stickily in through the south-facing window. It mingled with the rich, chilly red fragrance of Jinjiang beef rice noodles, the soapy scent of freshly washed clothes, and the crisp clatter of a mechanical keyboard packing the relaxed Friday night atmosphere of Dorm 302 until it felt overflowing. I had just nailed my tripwire into a blind corner of Corridor B when Zhao Lei's furious shouting exploded in my headphones. This guy, nicknamed Big Guy, was a one-eternity sports student and our dorm's unquestioned dueling king. He had just dashed into the site with Jeffings' skill only to be instantly one-tapped in the head by the enemy Reina. Slapping the desk, he howled, "Chinzi, where the hell are you? I'm already on their faces and you still won't push with me. Just squatting back there studying your stupid tripwire playing the rat in the rear, is that it?" I fumbled my aim back in time to finish off the low-health enemy, my fingertips still chilled from gripping an iced cola. In a small voice I argued, 3 of them were rotating back. "If you rush and you're just feeding. I was covering your rear, trying to play it steady." "Steady my ass. If you don't push the side in Val, how's that any different from playing some casual matching game?" Big Guy curled his lips, stretched out an arm, so that one leg of his old wooden stool tipped up his reach, angling straight toward the bag of chips on Chun Mo's neighboring desk. Chun Mo, nicknamed Lao Mo, was our resident academic ace and designated controller playing the smoke guy. He did not even lift his eyelids. He simply pushed the chips toward Big Guy and said lightly, "Keep it down." The counselor just sent a notice in the group chat. "There's a new kind of flu going around. We're supposed to avoid crowding into places full of people." Flu. Squatting on his chair while calculating milk tea discounts on his phone, Li Hao jerked his head up, his whole face scrunched into something like a steamed bun. This guy, called Howsy, or sometimes Hamster How, was entangled in every delivery group, secondhand marketplace, and campus wall on the entire campus. His information network was sharper than the counselor's, and his looks matched his nickname, plump and round like the sun, bulging and mound-like like a little hill. Don't tell me they're going to lock down the campus again. I just ordered from 3 noodle shops and haven't tried them yet. I really don't want another round of last year's instant noodle lockdown days. The 3 of us burst out laughing. My name is Lin Shin, though everyone calls me Chinzi. I come from distant Jinyang City, the only northerner in our dorm, and I have been studying at Chunin Liberal Arts and Science College for just a year. I had already heard the lockdown news during last year's admission season. I just hadn't expected to run straight into it the moment I arrived in this southern city of waterways and camphor trees. Joking aside, I still opened our class group chat with a flick of my thumb. Our counselor Lu Kai's notice was brief, merely telling us to wear masks and to report to the campus hospital immediately if we developed symptoms such as fever, dizziness, or shortness of breath. I reread it several times. There was not a single word about a campus lockdown. I let out a quiet breath of relief, flipped my phone face down on the desk, and lowered my head to unwrap the takeout I had ordered for the night. My 3 local roommates had all ordered Jinjiang beef noodles. Big Guy wanted spicy beef tripe with double fried eggs. Howsy chose braised beef with extra numb and extra spicy seasoning, and even the mildest of us, Lao Mo, had gone for shredded pork noodles with a sheen of red chili oil. Only I had ordered a plain bowl with not even chopped scallions, just bare noodles. I fished out a bottle of aged chin vinegar from Jinyang that my family had sent me, twisted the cap open, and its sharp, sour aroma instantly cut through the heavy spice in the room. I poured in nearly half the bottle, almost submerging the noodles in vinegar. "No offense, Chinzi." Big Guy slurped his noodles, speaking around a mouthful. "But do you Jinyang folks have vinegar flowing in your veins, or something? You soak even noodles in vinegar. You've been here a whole month and still haven't tried Chongling's soy sauce duck. Coming to our Chunan for nothing." I only smiled and let the remark pass. It wasn't that I didn't dare to try it, I simply couldn't get used to how heavy the oil and spice were here. By September, Jinyang City was already chilly with jackets needed morning and night, while Chongling still hovered above 35 degrees every day. The sticky humidity wrapped around the omnipresent spicy scent, leaving this northerner perpetually ill at ease. Only that one sharp, sour note of chun vinegar allowed me to anchor myself to find a trace of solidity in this unfamiliar city. The battle on the industrial hub map ended in a loss all the same. Big Guy had mindlessly charged forward the entire match, and I stubbornly held my ground at Site B without stepping out, yet we still couldn't withstand the enemy team's 5-man push. On the results screen, my defense stats as a security guard were maxed out, but my kills ranked second from the bottom. Big Guy's kills were first by a wide margin, and so were his deaths. All Chinzi's fault. He never pushed the site with me. Big Guy grumbled on hand, already reaching to peel open the free braised egg that Howsy had earned from his meal deals. "Next time you turtle like that again, I'm yanking your keyboard out. Next time you charge and brainlessly, I'll plant a tripwire right under your own feet." I shot back, took a swig of iced cola, and let my gaze drift out the window. Our dorm was in Building 12, the male dormitories of Chunin Liberal Arts and Science College. Directly across a narrow strip of concrete road stood Building 13, the female dorms. At the moment, the 3rd floor across the way was just as lively. Nearly every room had its lights on. Big Guy was leaning over our balcony railing, waving toward a room on the opposite 3rd floor. A pale blue girl's hair tie wrapped his wrist as he shouted something in Chongling dialect that I could only half understand. Soon a girl's head popped out on the opposite balcony. She replied in dialect, then laughed and formed a heart with her hands. She was Zhang Yazhao Lei's girlfriend, a sprinter from the School of Physical Education, living in room 301 of Building 13. The two of them flirted across the road like this almost every day, and everyone in our dorm was utterly used to it. My gaze slid past them and settled on a corner just beyond their balcony. There a girl was wearing a long pale pink night dress printed with little white teddy bears. That was Linshi, a girl from my own major, and the only person in my first month here who was willing to patiently translate the cafeteria Annie's dialect for me and guide me to the classroom buildings so I wouldn't get lost. She was holding up a camera, aiming it toward the distant egret lake to capture the sunset. The evening breeze tossed her hair, and under the warm yellow balcony light, she looked wholly soft and gentle. My fingertips lingered on my phone screen for a long while as I opened our chat window. I typed and deleted and typed, and in the end simply backed out and went to her Moments post from 10 minutes ago, a photo of the sunset, and gave it a like. I had deliberately waited until now to like it, so it wouldn't seem too deliberate. It was meaningless, of course, but I didn't need it. Chewing beetle nut and scrolling through the campus wall on QQ space, Housie suddenly clicked his tongue. Honestly, have you checked the wall lately? Loads of people say the campus hospital is packed these days, all with fevers. Some even claim the patients are raving nonsense, insanely strong, and that several interns together still can't hold them down. Rumors, obviously. Since when is flu that bizarre? Lauamo pushed up his glasses and tapped a few keys on his keyboard. There's been no official notice. Don't spread nonsense, or the counselor will trace you down through the network again. Housie curled his lip, dropped the subject, and went back to studying his milk tea discount combos. The dorm soon returned to its earlier noise and bustle. After his tender moment, Big Guy was shouting for us to queue up again, while keyboard clacks, playful curses, and the slurping of noodles all tangled together, indistinguishable from countless other ordinary Friday nights in a college dorm. Halfway through our takeout dinner, the shrill wail of an ambulance siren suddenly rose from downstairs. The sound drew closer and closer, its piercing sharpness sweeping in from the school gate at Luchuan Avenue. Tires rumbled over the concrete, growing louder until the ambulance came to a steady halt beneath the girls' dormitory of Building 13 across from us. Jeffing, the tall one, immediately abandoned his game, sprang to the window, braced one hand on the sill, and craned his neck to look down, exclaiming, "Damn. Look, the hazmat guys are here, the ones in full protective suits," he shouted. The three of us were still waging war in Neon Town on our screens, utterly absorbed, shutting out everything beyond the window, minds fixed only on the battlefield of our game. Only after that round ended did we push back our chairs in unison and crowd to the window. By then the area downstairs was already tightly cordoned off by campus security. Two bright yellow warning tapes had been stretched out, holding back the throng of students trying to watch from outside. Several figures wrapped from head to toe in white protective gear were emerging from the entrance of Building 13. Not the flimsy suits worn for routine testing, but full level 2 protection, face shields, shoe covers, double-layered gloves. They were so swaddled that even their eyes were barely visible, the level of precaution clearly far beyond ordinary epidemic control. The two at the front were carrying a stretcher draped with a blue protective sheet. What should have been a still silent stretcher was now rocking violently. Through the edge of the sheet I could faintly make out a few strands of long black hair and a corner of pale pink sleepwear fabric. The person strapped to the stretcher was most likely a female university student about my age. Her wrists and ankles were tightly bound to the stretcher frame by wide white restraint straps. Her whole body arched and thrashed like someone driven mad. Every surge of strength sent the stretcher lurching so hard that even the two sturdy hazmat workers staggered with it. Something like a towel was stuffed into her mouth, so all she could emit were muffled bestial growls. Even from more than 10 meters away those sounds reached us dimly through the night air. What the hell? She's a girl. Housie pressed himself against the window pane, eyes wide. She looks so skinny. How can she be that strong? Two grown men can barely hold her down, he added, voice full of astonishment. All the security guards around them had gone rigid with tension, hands clamped on the batons at their waists. As they strode over to ring the stretcher, they barked at the students, trying to edge closer to film, clearly afraid she might tear free of the restraints. Come on, it's just the flu. Even with a fever messing up her head, they wouldn't need to tie her up like that, right? Housie muttered in confusion. Even a guy wouldn't usually have that kind of strength. Who knows? Lauamo said, pushing up his glasses, his brows knitted tightly, a hint of unease slipping into his voice. Maybe it's some highly infectious disease, and they're afraid she'll break loose and hurt people. Jeffing was still filming on his phone, muttering nonstop. Damn, they're definitely going to lock down the campus after this. The snacks I ordered for Xiaoya haven't even shipped yet. I said nothing, my eyes fixed on the rear of the stretcher, my heartbeat hammering faster and faster. Walking alongside it were two more hazmat-clad figures. One of them moved unsteadily, his right hand clamped hard over his left upper arm. At the sleeve of his white protective suit a long ragged tear gaped open. The frayed edges of the fabric made it clear the material had been ripped by brute force. Bright red blood seeped from the tear, threading through his fingers, and dripping down, splashing onto the concrete under the street lamp in a series of small dark circles. Another hazmat worker, half supported half, dragged him forward, moving so fast, he was almost running, muttering urgent instructions under his breath as they headed straight for the ambulance. A terrifying thought suddenly flared in my mind. Could the wound on that hazmat worker's arm have been inflicted by the girl on the stretcher? How could a feverish female student possibly possess enough strength to tear through reinforced protective clothing with her bare hands? The rear doors of the ambulance swung open. The stretcher was carefully lifted inside, and the injured hazmat worker was helped up after her. I could clearly see that before they left, several of the hazmat workers deliberately paused to speak in hushed tones with the dorm supervisor from Building 13 and the head of security. The supervisor's face was ashen white as paper. She nodded again, and again, her hands trembling uncontrollably. With a metallic clatter, the doors slammed shut, sealing away all sound from within. The siren rose once more as the ambulance flashed red and blue, then rolled out of the campus and vanished into the night along Luchuan Avenue. The warning tape was taken down, the security guards dispersed, and the crowd of students broke up in a noisy flurry. The dorm supervisor, however, turned and used a heavy lock to fasten the entrance doors of Building 13 from the outside, securing them twice over. The space beneath the dorm quickly returned to its former quiet, as though everything just now had been no more than an illusion conjured by the evening breeze. My roommates were already back at their computers. Jeffing was shouting for us to queue up again, and the clatter of keyboards rose once more. Only I remained by the window, fingertips pressed to the cold glass, staring at the few bloodstains on the ground that were already drying, then lifting my gaze to the balcony light of room 301 in Building 13 across the way. Lynn, she lived in that building. The girl strapped to the stretcher just now was from the same dormitory block as her, perhaps even the same floor. The sticky night wind of Chongling City drifted and laced with a faint scent of disinfectant. My hand gripping the window frame broke out, an inexplicable cold sweat, and my heart thumped in my chest fast and heavy. I took out my phone, opened my chat with Lin Shi, and typed, "I just saw an ambulance outside your dorm. Are you okay?" I stared at the screen for a long time, then erased the message letter by letter. I did not dare send it, afraid my worry was unnecessary, and even more afraid that my worry might be justified. Outside, the night deepened. The shadows of the camphor trees stretched long under the streetlights like creatures sprawling across the ground. Building 13 across the way was gradually sinking into silence. Most rooms had already gone dark, leaving only a few scattered lights glowing like pairs of eyes watching the darkness. The faint smell of disinfectant thinned away, replaced by a barely noticeable metallic tang that slipped in through the cracks of the window with the wind. It felt as though something carried on tonight's wind had quietly seeped into this campus filled with camphor trees. At 12:30 in the afternoon, I was awakened by the incessant vibrations of my phone. After gaming until 4 in the morning the night before, my head felt heavy, as if filled with lead, and I suffered from a hangover-like headache, my eyelids glued together and refusing to open. Sunlight pierced through the curtain seams, scorching my face, while the air was filled with loud snoring and Housie mumbling in his sleep. I fumbled for my phone, squinting as I unlocked the screen, and was bombarded by a flood of red circles indicating 99 notifications filling the whole notification bar. Class groups, grade groups, major groups, even the normally silent class idol group, were all frantically sending messages. In a daze, I scrolled up, my finger pausing on the announcement sent by Counselor Lu Kai at 3:30 in the morning. Emergency notice: according to the requirements of higher authorities for epidemic prevention, the campus will implement a temporary lockdown starting today. All students are not permitted to leave their dormitory buildings unless necessary. Takeout and deliveries are completely suspended, and everyone should await further arrangements for nucleic acid testing. It is strictly forbidden to climb over fences or leave without permission. Violators will be dealt with seriously according to school rules and regulations. An accompanying comforting emoji followed, but those few black characters felt like a block of ice, instantly shattering any remnants of my sleepiness. The campus is locked down. Holy shit. The campus is locked down. A big guy from the next bed suddenly sprang up, his phone glued to his ear, his voice so loud it nearly rattled the dorm ceiling. He had just been awakened by Zhang Ya's phone call. Now standing barefoot on the ground, pacing anxiously, Xiaoya said they were locked in Building 13 at 3 in the morning. There are guards at the building entrance. We can't get out at all. His shout startled both Housie and Lao Imo. Housie, with hair like a bird's nest, grabbed his phone and swiped a few times, his face instantly crumpling like a steamed bun as he wailed, "It's over, it's over. All my takeout orders have been cancelled. And 3 parcels just arrived at the station now. I can't get them either. Last year's lockdown, when we were fighting for instant noodles, is really happening again." Lao Mo had already put on his glasses, his fingers quickly scrolling on the screen, his brow furrowing tighter. He browsed through the city's official channels and scoured all local public accounts. But besides the school's notification, there was no relevant announcement, not even a word about the epidemic. Something's not right. He put down his phone, his voice heavy. If it really were an epidemic, the city wouldn't have no news I remained silent, my fingers hovering over the chat box with Lin Shi for a long time. The image of the ambulance parked under their building from the night before still lingered in my mind. The girl tied to the stretcher lived in the same building as her. I typed and deleted and typed again, and finally sent just one sentence, "Are you okay? The campus is locked down, do you know?" After sending the message, it felt like a stone sinking into the sea with no immediate reply. I clutched my phone, a heavy weight pressing down on my heart, making it hard to breathe. My stomach audibly grumbled at the most inopportune moment. Having only eaten a bowl of noodles the night before, and having stayed up all night, the 4 young men in the dormitory were all starving, their stomachs pressed against their backs. Housie and I will go downstairs to the 5th canteen to see if there's anything to eat. I put on my jacket and grabbed my mask. You two stay in the dorm, and keep an eye on the group messages call if anything happens. As I stepped out of the unit door of dormitory 12, I truly felt that the entire campus had changed. The once bustling Xiangzhang Road on a weekend afternoon was eerily quiet now, with only a few students wearing masks hurrying along, heads down, and silent, no one joking or chatting. Not even the girl who usually fed cats by the roadside was nowhere to be seen. The wind swept the fallen leaves across the road, and it was quiet enough to hear the distant sounds of basketballs bouncing, which only made the campus feel even emptier. As I passed by Building 13, my steps unconsciously halted. The unit door that could be freely entered and exited the night before was now locked with 2 thick locks, and an iron gate had been pulled across, sealing it tightly. A police car with flashing lights was parked at the entrance, and 2 uniformed officers stood guard on either side, their vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings, not allowing anyone to come within half a step. The balcony was packed with girls, all leaning over the railing to look down. Their chattering voices were clear, even from some were crying, some were shouting, while others held up their phones to shoot videos of the commotion below. The entire building exuded a sense of oppressive panic. I looked up at the 3rd floor. The curtains of room 301 were tightly drawn, and no one could be seen. The weight in my heart increased a few more pounds. Don't look anymore, Chinzi, let's go get food first. If we wait too long, there won't even be any vegetables left. Housie pulled me back, and I redirected my gaze, following him toward the 5th canteen. The scene in the canteen was even quieter than I had imagined. Of the dozens of windows that were usually open, only 3 were still serving, and the dishes available were pitifully few. Even the most popular Jinjiang beef noodle window was closed. A few cafeteria ladies stood at the windows, all wearing masks, repeatedly emphasizing, "Takeout only, no dining in permitted." The students in line spoke in hushed tones, their conversations revolving around the ambulance from the night before and the lockdown of Building 13. I heard several girls from Building 13 had fevers and were all taken away. That's not all, though. I heard from a local in the school clinic that the girl who was taken away yesterday bit the nurse. Stop spreading rumors. Be careful not to get called in by the counselor. Housie and I got 4 portions of food and headed back, stopping by the Cainiao delivery station at the bottom of building. Sure enough, the iron gate was tightly shut, and a white paper was posted on it with black characters stating, "According to school notice, the station is temporarily closed. All deliveries are suspended, and the resumption time will be notified separately." Deliveries from outside the campus have completely become a luxury. On the way back, I happened to see a white van parked at the entrance of Building 13, its trunk stuffed full of prepackaged meals. A few security guards were helping to unload the van, while the dorm supervisor pushed a cart carrying box after box of meals into the building, distributing them to each dormitory. A girl shouted from the balcony, "I don't want boxed meals, I want to go out." As soon as she finished speaking, she was sternly advised back in by the dorm supervisor. Back in room 302, just as I placed the boxed meals on the table, my phone finally vibrated. It was a reply from Lin Shi. "I know the rules in our building are really strict, we can't even go out the door and fine, thank you." The brief message eased my anxious heart slightly, but it grew heavier again. With meals being delivered to each dorm, the situation in Building 13 must be far worse than what the school's announcement suggested. Lao Mo put down his phone and looked at us, his face pale. "The campus walls have all exploded. Many people say it's not just Building 13, but also Buildings 7 and 14 that have been sealed off. The supermarket below the 5th canteen has almost been cleared out." Upon hearing this, the big guy's eyes instantly turned red as he grabbed his jacket and charged toward the door. "Don't just stand there. Hurry down and stock up on supplies. If we wait any longer, don't even mention instant noodles, we won't be able to get a bottle of water." Just as the 4 of us opened the dormitory door, we bumped into a guy from the next dorm, carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles, stumbling back as he shouted at us, "Hurry, brothers. The supermarket is going crazy. If we wait any longer, there will really be nothing left." The shouting of the boy next door was like a stone thrown into calm waters instantly, sending ripples of panic through the hearts of the 4 of us. In the corridor, hurried footsteps echoed with the sounds of doors opening and closing, intermittently accompanied by hushed discussions. The entire 12th dormitory hadn't descended into chaos yet, but the tension hanging in the air had already seeped through the cracks of the door. The tall guy walked at the front. His height of nearly 2 meters made him especially conspicuous in the narrow corridor, while Housie followed beside him, muttering, "At least leave me 2 packs of instant noodles." Laomo walked beside me, his fingers swiftly scrolling on his phone, his brow furrowed the entire time. Upon exiting the 12th dormitory, the scene outside was different from that at noon. There were significantly more people on Xiangzhang Road, most walking in groups towards the canteen, while others rushed towards the dormitory buildings clutching bulging plastic bags and cardboard boxes, their faces still marked with lingering anxiety. No one was hurrying with their heads down like they were at noon. Most were discussing among themselves, their topics revolving around the lockdown, the 13th dormitory, and last night's ambulance. Only a few boys holding basketballs stood by the roadside chatting, saying it's just a routine lockdown, it will be lifted in a couple of days, hoarding is just pointless fuss. Panic hadn't fully erupted yet, it was rising like a tide, increasing little by little. As I approached the supermarket entrance, I could already hear the noisy voices inside, more boisterous than during the usual weekend rush, with sounds of shoving, crashing shelves, and the beeping of scanners blending together, clear, even from several meters away. The moment I squeezed inside, my heart sank, but it wasn't as empty as I had previously imagined. Most shelves in the snack area, grain and oil section, and daily necessities section were still full, but the instant food and drinking water sections were a chaotic mess. Half of the shelves for instant noodles and self-heating rice were already emptied, with only a few scattered packs of undesirable flavors left on the bottom shelf, while nearly all the boxed ones had been snatched away. The shelves for mineral water and carbonated drinks had only a few layers left, the middle and bottom. Shelves were empty, and the floor was littered with crushed cardboard boxes and packaging. There were still a good number of vacuum-packed duck wings and marinated foods, but the originally neatly arranged shelves were in complete disarray. Laomo patted our shoulders, speaking in a low voice, "Big guy, go to the drinking water area and grab as many bottled waters as you can, then check the cold storage for canned goods. Housey, search the corners of the instant food section for any overlooked boxes of instant noodles. Lin Shin, go to the grain and oil section for dried noodles, biscuit, salt, and sugar, and see if there are any disinfectants. I'll get toilet paper and lighters, then let's meet at the entrance after we're done." We immediately scattered, plunging into the crowd. There weren't many people in the grain and oil section. I quickly grabbed 2 packs of dried noodles, a few packets of salt and sugar, and at the back of the shelf I found a few bottles of Jinyang aged vinegar that no one seemed to want. When my fingertips brushed against the cold vinegar bottle, my racing heart finally calmed a bit. As I pushed through the crowd, I could hear discussions beside me. 2 girls were holding a few packs of bread, whispering. My roommate said they took another one from the 13th dormitory in the early morning, which made my back tense up. Just under 10 minutes later, as I was walking towards the entrance with my arms full, I turned around the corner of the instant food section and spotted Housey squatting on the ground. He was staring at the gap between the shelf and the wall, his eyes shining with excitement. There lay the last unopened box of braised beef noodles, the carton intact, clearly dropped during the recent chaos. Housey glanced around to confirm no one was watching, then immediately bent down, reaching for the box of noodles. Just as his fingertips brushed the carton, 3 boys suddenly charged over, pretending to playfully shove each other, with the one in front crashing heavily into Housey's back. Housey lost his balance, stumbling sideways, his arm hitting the edge of the metal shelf, instantly turning red. Before he could get up, the boy who had bumped into him bent down, grabbed the box of noodles, and turned to shove his way into the crowd. "You did that on purpose, right?" Housey panicked, got up, and blocked their path, saying, "I saw that box of noodles first. Whoever gets it first owns it. Is this supermarket yours?" The lead boy held the noodles close to his chest, looking cocky, while the 2 boys behind him stepped forward, surrounding Housey. "Dude, he just bumped into you by accident. What's the big deal?" Still trying to take advantage of him. At that moment, the tall guy carrying 2 cases of water rushed over, his expression darkening at the sight. He set the water down hard and strode over, his imposing figure towering over the 3 boys. He grabbed the lead boy by the collar and shoved him against the shelf, causing a loud clatter as several packs of instant noodles fell off. "Put down the goods and apologize to him." The tall guy's voice boomed like thunder, his gaze locked onto the boy, showing no signs of backing down. People quickly gathered around, no one stepping in to break it up, many holding up their phones to record, while others whispered. The 2 boys, refusing to back down, reached out to grab the tall guy's arm, tension rising on both sides. Laomo and I rushed forward. I clung tightly to the tall guy's arm, worried he might act impulsively, while Laomo positioned himself between the 2 groups, coldly watching the 3 boys. The supermarket is under surveillance. Causing a disturbance during the lockdown will result in at least a disciplinary record if the school finds out. Think it through. Also, the security at the entrance is already on their way over. The moment these words were spoken, the 3 boys' bravado instantly diminished. The lead boy exchanged glances with his companion, swore under his breath, released his grip on the tall guy's shirt, grabbed the box of noodles, and pushed through the crowd, leaving without looking back. "Bro, don't chase them." I firmly held back the tall guy, who still wanted to charge forward. "We've already gathered quite a bit. It's not worth stirring up trouble here. Let's head back to the dorm." Housey rubbed his bruised arm, looking frustrated, still cursing those unreasonable guys. I watched the figures of the boys disappear, thinking it was just a minor incident during the lockdown. The four of us walked back with our loot. On the way, Housie was still grumbling. The tall guy swore that he wouldn't let them off next time, while Lao frowned at his phone quietly, saying the internet is getting worse. Posts about the campus lockdown get deleted as soon as they are posted, and several big groups have been muted. Passing by the 13th dormitory, I unconsciously looked up to the third floor, trying to spot Lin Shi. The curtains of room 301 were drawn, and no one was visible. Only the police car remained parked below with 2 officers guarding the entrance, and 2 more in protective suits added since noon. Just as I was about to withdraw my gaze, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from the 5th floor, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the entire dormitory erupted into cries and screams, the terrified voices of the girls clearly reaching across the road. I suddenly looked up and saw several girls on the 5th floor balconies, desperately shaking the railings, frantically waving and shouting towards the ground below. The whole building was thrown into chaos, and the originally quiet balcony was suddenly filled with girls peering out. Upon realizing that something had happened in dormitory 13, the tall guy beside me immediately exploded with panic. The 2 packs of mineral water he was carrying and the canned goods in his arms clattered to the ground, rolling everywhere. His face turned pale as paper in an instant, then flushed bright red. His eyes were fixed intensely on the dormitory door of 13, disregarding everything else, and he rushed across the street, shouting Zhang Ya's name like a madman. Xiaoya. Xiaoya. Big guy. Come back. Lao Mo reacted the fastest, grabbing his arm, but failing to hold him back as he immediately chased after him. Housie also panicked, dropping the instant noodles he was holding and following, yelling, "Let go. Don't be impulsive. You can't get through." I quickly set down the noodles and vinegar I was holding by the roadside and hurried. In just a few strides, the tall guy crossed the 10-meter road, and as he was about to pounce at the entrance of dormitory 13, 2 police officers and 4 security guards immediately surrounded him, reaching out to stop him. "Student, stop. This area is under lockdown. No one is allowed to approach." The leading security guard pressed his hand on the tall guy's shoulder, speaking sternly. "My girlfriend is inside. She's in 301. I need to go in and find her." The tall guy's eyes were red, and he pushed the security guard's hand aside, trying to rush forward. 2 security guards immediately grabbed his arms, and despite being a 1.9-meter tall athlete with great strength, he struggled so hard that both security guards stumbled back, yet they still held on tightly. "Let me go. My girlfriend is inside. I have to go in." The tall guy's voice was hoarse from shouting, and he struggled desperately as the surrounding students, who had originally been watching, crowded even closer, continuously filming with their phones. "Student, please cooperate with the epidemic prevention work." A police officer approached the entrance, pressing his hand on the walkie-talkie at his waist, his face dark with severity. "The entire building is under temporary lockdown. No one is allowed to enter or exit. If you force your way through, we will treat it as obstructing official duties. Epidemic prevention. People inside are in danger. Are you locking them in there?" The tall guy shouted with red eyes, still trying to rush forward. The 3 of us finally caught up and quickly swarmed around him, holding him tightly. "Let go. Calm down. It won't help if you go in now." Housie pulled at his arm with all his strength, his face turning red from the effort. "If you keep causing a scene, you'll be the one taken away." Lao Mo whispered, leaning close to his ear, "Who will take care of Zhang Ya then?" This statement fell like a bucket of cold water over the tall guy. His movements paused for a moment, his struggling weakened slightly, yet he still fixed his gaze on the door of dormitory 13, his chest heaving violently, the veins on his forehead bulging. I quickly turned to the security guards and police, blocking him, repeatedly apologizing. I'm sorry, his girlfriend is inside, he's just too anxious. We'll take him away, we won't cause any trouble." The police officer frowned and glanced at us, not pursuing the matter further. He waved his hand quickly, "Take him away. Go back to your own dorm. No gathering here." We 3 tugged and pulled, dragging the tall guy, who was still staring hard at dormitory 13, away from the entrance. After taking a few steps, he turned back to glance, repeatedly murmuring, "Xiaoya, please don't be in trouble." His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. During our struggle, one of the police officers had already grabbed the walkie-talkie at his waist, speaking rapidly, "Little, there's an emergency on the 5th floor. Take people up immediately to check. Be cautious of your own safety and maintain communication. Repeat, there is an emergency on the 5th floor." Another police officer quickly circled around to the police car, opened the door, and turned on the roof-mounted speaker, the serious voice instantly echoing down the entire street. "All students watching, pay attention. Immediate return to your own dormitory. No lingering around downstairs. Evacuate immediately. Repeat, all students return to your dormitories at once. No gathering." The loudspeaker announcement echoed 3 times, but the students gathered downstairs did not disperse. Instead, they moved even closer, wanting to see what had happened on the 5th floor, their chatter quickly drowning out the speaker's voice. It wasn't until several security guards ran over from the gate, forming a line to push forward, sternly ordering the crowd to disperse, that the observing students reluctantly started to retreat, most of them turning into the nearest dormitory, clearly planning to go upstairs and continue watching. We 4 also picked up the supplies we had dropped by the roadside and hurried towards dormitory 12. The tall guy walked heavily, his steps as if weighed down by lead, the items in his arms clattering loudly. His phone was pressed against his ear, dialing repeatedly, but all he heard was a busy signal. Halsey followed beside him, trying to persuade him, "Lay good, don't worry, sister-in-law is definitely fine. Maybe her phone is just on silent, and she hasn't seen the calls," but even he felt uncertain about his own words. Lauamo walked at the back, his brow tightly furrowed, occasionally glancing back at dormitory 13, his fingers flying over his phone as he desperately searched for new messages, but none appeared. As we ascended the stairs, the corridors were filled with the sounds of footsteps rushing towards the balconies. Almost every dormitory's occupants were peering over the railings towards dormitory 13A, and the sounds of discussions and gasps floated up the stairwell, filling the entire building with an air of uncontainable agitation. Upon returning to dormitory 302, we hastily piled the supplies we had snatched in a corner, hardly in the mood to sort through them. The tall guy threw the items on the floor and lunged towards the southern balcony, gripping the metal railing and shouting towards the third floor of dormitory 3. "Xiaoya, Zhanya, can you hear me? Respond." He shouted until his voice was hoarse, but the chaotic noise from across drowned out his calls, leaving no response. Halsey stood beside him, gently patting his back in comfort, but he seemed not to hear, his eyes fixated on the balcony of room 301. Where the curtains were tightly drawn, showing no signs of movement. I also walked over, leaning against the cold metal railing to look across. The 5th floor of dormitory 13 remained in disarray. The public balcony, which had just been filled with screams, now packed with girls. Some were desperately shaking the railings, waving their hands, and crying towards the ground. Others were retreating nervously into the dormitory, while some were banging on the doors of nearby rooms, shouting for help. The autumn wind swept through, carrying the humid chill. From a distance of several meters, I could clearly see their frantic movements and hear the intermittent cries, but their faces remained obscured, and I could not make out their cries. The corridor lights on the 5th floor that had just been lit suddenly went out, collectively plunging the entire floor into dimness, with only the emergency light at the end of the corridor still glowing with a faint green light, casting a weak illumination through the balcony door. My heart sank, and I even held my breath for a moment. The swaying figures were elongated and distorted by the green light, resembling twisted monsters. Immediately afterward, a sharper, more piercing roar emanated from within the building. Not the frightened cries of girls, but a deep, beast-like growl identical to the sound made by the girl on the stretcher the previous night. The police car below still had its lights flashing, the red and blue beams sweeping across the walls of the opposite building, appearing particularly glaring in the increasingly dim light. The 2 police officers guarding the door had vanished, and the unit door of dormitory 13 was slightly ajar, allowing muffled shouts and hurried footsteps to be heard from inside, along with the sharper cries of girls drifting in with the wind. Evening had arrived. Just as the big guy was about to crush his phone, the screen suddenly lit up with a message from Zhanya. The 3 of us immediately gathered around. The screen showed 2 voice messages, each lasting over 10 seconds. As soon as we opened the first one, Zhanya's choked sobs came through, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts, dragging sounds, and muffled howls in the background. "Zhao Lei, something has gone wrong in our building. They attack anyone they see. So many people in white have come. I'm so scared." The second voice message was even more frantic, filled with breathless panic. "Outside, it's a complete mess. We've barricaded the dormitory door." She then sent over a video that was only 17 seconds long. The camera shook violently, clearly filmed from behind a curtain. Most of the time was spent in darkness, with only a few seconds of clear footage in the middle. We 4 held our breath, heads huddled together, not daring to make a sound. In the video on the 5th floor corridor, 3 people in white were forcefully pinning down a girl with disheveled hair. The girl's face was flushed, her eyes bulging, emitting a low growl like a beast. She struggled wildly with her limbs. Even while pinned to the ground, she desperately lunged forward, sinking her teeth into one of the white-clad person's arms, instantly tearing a gash in the white protective suit. Nearby, several girls screamed in terror. One girl with glasses stumbled back in panic, and in her chaos, she was scraped by the fire cabinet door against the wall instantly, leaving a long bloody streak on her arm. But the other people in white completely ignored her injury, rushing forward to pin her down as well, along with the struggling girl, binding them both with wide restraint straps and dragging them towards the stairwell. The injured girl cried out, "I'm not sick. I just accidentally got scratched. Don't take me away." But no one paid her any mind. The sounds of dragging and cries blended together, and the video abruptly cut off. As the video ended, the entire dormitory fell into a deathly silence, with only the phone looping that muffled. The big guy's face was as pale as paper, his eyes nearly bleeding with rage. He suddenly slammed the phone onto the bed and turned to charge towards the door. "I have to save her. This isn't quarantine at all. This is illegal detention." I and Lao Mo reacted the fastest, immediately leaping forward to hold onto his waist, while Halsey rushed to grab his arm. The 1.9-meter-tall athlete was terrifyingly strong when he went wild. The 3 of us exerted all our strength to finally pin him down on the chair. "What use is it for you to go out now?" Lao Mo's voice held a rare anger. "You saw it earlier downstairs. There are police and security at the entrance. You can't even get in. If you rush out, you'll only put yourself in danger. What will happen to Zhanya if you get taken away?" Am I just supposed to watch? Shall you wait inside to be caught? The big guy shouted with red eyes, his voice trembling, his fist hitting the bed frame next to him with a loud bang. You saw the video just now. Even getting scratched means being taken away. She is in there with no safety at all. Wait for news first. I gripped his shoulder tightly. As long as Jean can still send you messages, it means she is safe right now. If you rush out, it will only make her more anxious. We haven't even figured out what's happening inside. Acting on impulse won't solve anything. At that moment my phone vibrated, as well the screen lighting up with a message from Lin Shi. I immediately released my grip and grabbed the phone. She had sent a short video, the lens facing the corridor, almost identical to the scene Zhang had sent, followed by a line of text. They've taken these people away. According to the roommate, there are quite a few injured. The police don't have enough manpower, so they've placed them all in the vacant dormitory on the 5th floor. The police told our dormitory to lock the doors. You absolutely must not go out or lock the door well. My fingertips felt icy as I repeatedly read that line of text, the last shred of hope in my heart completely shattered. Earlier I had consoled myself that it was just a regular flu, just overly strict quarantine measures, but the girl in the video looked nothing like someone who was sick. Despite knowing it sounded ridiculous, that person seemed more like. Panic spread within me. Why does this look like a zombie? Is this filming The Walking Dead? Housy's loud shout interrupted my thoughts. Clearly, I wasn't the only one thinking this. Lao Mo remained silent, pushing up his glasses, his eyes glued to the phone screen, his fingers swiftly scrolling up and down his brow. Furrowed, his tone as calm as usual, with a hint of confidence from just finishing his research. It's impossible for it to be zombies. Don't let movies skew your perspective. I just searched a lot about epidemic control, previous social news, and even public emergency management regulations, and none of it matched. He moved the phone closer to us, showing the scientific articles he had just searched, then went through them one by one, explaining first of all, let's say the most basic thing, regardless of the virus or bacteria, it needs a host to survive and spread right. I just read in the research that if people were turned into mindless biters who couldn't even eat, drink, or evade danger, then a host would last at most a day or two, and the virus would die along with the host, making it impossible to spread. This is completely illogical. Moreover, if there really existed something that could infect a person with a single touch and turn them into zombies, the authorities would never handle it like this. I just looked through the news. Even for a Class A infectious disease like the plague, they use negative pressure ambulances for closed-loop transfer. Essentially, a mobile isolation unit with strong disinfection. People are taken out of the dormitory and directly placed in the vehicle without any contact with the outside or any other people, then taken straight to designated isolation wards. It's absolutely impossible to just stuff infected people into vacant dormitories under the watch of a few police and security guards. This is entirely against official protocols. Also, did you see the girl in the video who got scratched? She was only scratched and was immediately taken away to be placed with the infected. If it were a zombie virus, wouldn't she be immediately isolated and tested? They didn't even conduct the most basic contact tracing and disinfection, just told us to lock the door. That doesn't make sense. Lastly, in the age of the internet, such incidents cannot be suppressed at all. I just scoured overseas social platforms and found not a single related piece of news. It can't be that this thing has specifically targeted just our school's girls' dormitory, right? He paused, then pulled up a saved social news page and presented it to us. Look, there were several incidents like this in the past 2 years involving people who had taken new synthetic drugs or contracted viral encephalitis affecting the central nervous system. They all exhibited the same symptoms: complete loss of consciousness, lack of pain perception, increased strength, and indiscriminate biting, exactly like what we saw in the video. It can't possibly be zombies. Don't scare yourself. First figure out what the situation really is. Housy leaned in to glance at the news, opened his mouth and mumbled, "That's just too strange," but he didn't mention zombies again. But I knew that his worries and fears hadn't diminished in the slightest, because I felt the same. As night fell, the autumn wind outside the balcony grew stronger, swirling the fallen leaves below against the glass, producing a soft rustling sound. I held onto my phone, the screen stuck on the chat with Lin Shi. That line you absolutely must not go out, repeating in my... The lights in the opposite 13 dormitory were still on, but the entire building was eerily silent, like a beast lurking in the darkness, ready to pounce and swallow us all at any moment. Silence hung heavy in the dormitory. Only the wind outside grew sharper, gust after gust. For young men crowded into a space barely 20 square meters, each clutching a phone, breathing so softly, they feared missing even the faintest stir from the dormitory across the way. Dagu sat rigid on his chair, body taut as a drawn bow, repeatedly tapping his phone screen to light it up. In his chat window with Zhang, the last message remained unanswered for 10 minutes. Every subsequent text marked read, but met with silence. After nearly half an hour of waiting, he could bear it no longer, and abruptly stood. We three instantly looked up. He waved a hand and whispered hoarsely, "I'm not going out. I'll just step onto the balcony and call out quietly just to see how she is." The sliding balcony door cracked open and the deep autumn night wind rushed in, carrying a chill. Leaning over the railing, he leaned forward toward the 3rd floor of dormitory 13 across the way and called out, voice low but urgent, "Zhanya. Zhanya, are you there?" The campus lay unnervingly still at night. Though his voice was hushed, it carried clearly on the wind. We pressed close to the balcony edge, eyes locked on the opposite building. After several seconds of absolute silence, the curtain in the center window of the third floor suddenly parted. Zhang Ye's face appeared, eyes swollen like walnuts, tear-streaked cheeks glistening. Beside her stood Lin Shi. Both girls held their phones' flashlights on, faint beams illuminating their faces. Zhao. Zhang Ye's voice trembled with tears, yet dared not rise above a whisper. My phone died. I couldn't find my charger. And earlier the dorm was chaos. I didn't dare make a sound. Dai Ji's tense posture dissolved instantly. His hand gripped the railing, trembling. Not with anger now, but raw, frantic concern. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Is your door secured? We're fine. All 4 roommates are here, and we've barricaded the door with our wardrobe. Zhang Ye waved urgently. Police came up again just now. They told us not to open the door under any circumstances. They'll deliver food at dawn. Don't come over. The entrance is swarming with security guards. You won't get in. I know. I won't act rashly. Dagu replied hastily. Lock your door tight. Send me a message the moment anything happens. I'll keep my phone in hand, never letting it out of my sight. Lin Shi waved beside her, gave me a thumbs up, and silently mouthed, don't worry. I gripped my phone tightly and nodded back. After nearly 2 hours of suspended dread, my heart finally sank, just slightly, into something resembling relief. Only after the curtain closed again did Dagu turn and return to the dorm, collapsing into his chair with a long, shuddering breath, his sweat-damp hoodie clinging coldly to his back. But that fragile calm lasted less than 10 minutes, before shattering utterly. Haozi's phone vibrated incessantly. Class group chats, grade-wide groups, even alumni groups from neighboring departments had erupted. Messages flooded in at 99 per second, freezing the screen. He scrolled frantically, inhaling sharply between muttered exclamations. Damn. Even the neighboring University of Science and Technology has sealed its campus. Someone went berserk in their cafeteria and bit people. And this one, Central City Hospital's ER, is shut down. Someone posted video ambulances arriving non-stop, all carrying patients with bite and scratch wounds. Wait, someone's saying neighboring cities are affected too. It's not just us. We instantly crowded around him. The group chats overflowed with blurry videos, fragmented screenshots, and rumors. Some plausible, most patently false. Some claimed a mutated influenza strain, others blamed toxic gas leakage from a chemical plant. A few even shared stills from The Walking Dead, declaring the zombies are real. Moderators muted users faster than they could ban them, but panic outpaced control. Lao Mo frowned, fingers flying across his screen. Zooming and verifying sources, methodically debunking this video is from last year's overseas shooting. Just a clipped fragment. That one's from last year's avian flu quarantine. Old footage, new subtitles. And this location tag. Faked. Don't believe it. Yet his reasoned corrections vanished beneath the tide of fear, drowned out before they could take root. Chaos had already taken hold. Someone sobbed openly, others raged at the university for cover-ups, some frantically asked who'd stocked up on food, a few were already packing bags, plotting to scale the perimeter wall and flee the campus by night. The entire dormitory building began to stir. Shouts from neighboring rooms, chairs scraping across floors, upstairs, footsteps pounding up and down the corridor, all seeped through walls and door gaps, slowly grinding away the last shards of our composure. Let's call home, I said, first breaking the dorm's suffocating silence. Find out what's happening there, and tell them to stock up, stay indoors. Haozi responded, immediately snatching his phone and vanishing into the bathroom, shutting the door behind him. We heard his muffled voice, low, strained, occasionally catching with emotion. When he emerged, his eyes were redrimmed, but he insisted it's nothing. Mom's just overreacting. Told me to hoard instant noodles and stay put. Dagu dialed home next. His earlier anxiety vanished, replaced by forced ease. Dad, Mom, it's fine. Campus is just under tighter management. I'm safe in the dorm, plenty to eat and drink. You two stay indoors, stock up on rice flour and bottled water. Got it. As soon as he ended the call, his mask of calm crumbled. He turned wordlessly back toward dormitory 13's, gaze fixed and unblinking. I stepped onto the balcony and dialed my parents. After 3 rings, my mother answered. Her voice tight with urgency. Chen Shun, are you alright? Is your campus sealed? I saw news about an outbreak in your city. I leaned against the cold concrete wall, staring into the black expanse of the distant city, and swallowed every trace of panic rising in my throat, steadying my voice with practiced calm. Mom, I'm fine. The campus is secure. The lockdown is purely precautionary. We've stocked up well in the dorm, no risk of hunger. You two stay indoors, avoid crowds, stock food, water, and essential medicines. Understand? Yeah, okay, I know. I can take care of myself. Don't worry, Mom. After hanging up, a gust of night wind revealed my palms slick with cold sweat. Turning around, I noticed Lao Mo seated at his desk, back turned to us. His phone rested against his ear, screen glowing steadily. His finger tapped the dial button again and again, calling, hanging up, redialing, hanging up, over and over. Lao Mo. I approached softly. No answer from Uncle and Auntie. He shook his head, lowered the phone, and adjusted his glasses. For the first time, raw, unguarded panic flickered across his usually composed face. His fingertips trembling faintly, neither number connects. Just no signal. Their teachers, maybe asleep. Hao Zi and De Good drew near searching for words of comfort, yet none came. Silence fell again, deeper this time, while the wind outside rose wailing like a mourner pressed against the... I returned to my seat, pressing my temple against the icy wall, mind strangely blank, staring transfixed at the small digital clock on my desk, its numbers ticking forward with mechanical precision. That silent device now echoed inside my skull, a sharp, insistent tick-tick-tick, each pulse tightening the vice around my temples. 2358009, 2359558, 2359559, 00000. At the exact instant the display flipped to midnight, the internal ticking ceased, before the imagined chime could even resonate, when my phone erupted in violent, unrelenting vibration. Not a call, not a message, a shrill, piercing emergency alert, uniquely invasive, impossibly loud. I tried muting it, failed. Even locked the phone, shrieked, unstoppable. Hao Zi's, De Guz's, and Lao Mo's phones all blared the identical sound, simultaneously. Then, from the hallway, neighboring rooms, every floor, the same shrieking tone erupted, overlapping, converging, like a net flung wide, ensnaring the entire campus, the whole city. I pulled out my phone. The screen blazed searingly bright. Even locked, a blood-red full-screen pop-up slammed into view. No exit button, no navigation options. Only one line of stark white Simsun font, bold, an overwhelming national emergency broadcast. Highest level red alert: major public safety incidents have suddenly erupted across multiple provinces and municipalities. All citizens must immediately secure windows and doors, remain indoors, and avoid any person exhibiting aggressive behavior. Before the pop-up faded, SMS alerts detonated, dozens per second, all broadcast from the 12379 National Emergency Alert Platform, mandated nationwide. Even without internet or SIM card, any device receiving cellular signals was powerless to evade this deluge. My trembling finger opened the latest message, a national-level official bulletin stripped of rhetoric, each word landing like a hammer blow. Emergency notice: the nation has activated levelly emergency response for an extraordinarily severe public health crisis. The pathogen remains unidentified. Infected individuals have triggered large-scale, geographically dispersed outbreaks, exhibiting extreme aggression. Transmission occurs via blood and bodily fluid contact. All citizens must immediately seal dwellings, reinforce doors and windows, stock potable water and provisions, remain indoors, and await official rescue instructions. Under no circumstances approach or engage injured or behaviorally aberrant persons. Lao Mo stared at his screen, his face drained of color. His meticulous logic, every theory painstakingly assembled from exhaustive research, shattered completely before this nation-level I emergency declaration. At that moment, a long, piercing siren wailed from the direction of the city center. Then all across the metropolis, air raid sirens roared to life. 6 seconds blaring, 6 seconds silent. Highest tier emergency protocol repeating endlessly. Its razor-edged shriek pierced kilometers, penetrated sealed windows and doors, drumming against eardrums, drowning out every scream, shout, and wail of sirens. Panic exploded in the hallway. Shrieks erupted, furniture crashed in adjacent rooms, and someone sprinted down the corridor screaming, "The end is here. The end is here." The four of us stood frozen in the dorm, eyes meeting, speechless. Outside, the sirens screamed on. The city at last had awakened. The sky had fallen. The sharp wail of the air raid siren echoed repeatedly above the city, reverberating through the tightly shut doors and windows, causing a painful throb in our eardrums, and even the chest felt numb from the high-frequency vibrations, leaving my mind blank. The four of us stood frozen in the middle of the dormitory, exchanging glances, yet no one dared to utter a single word. The same forced warning alerts blared from all directions, mingling with screams, cries, and the thunderous crash of overturned furniture in the hallway, like boiling water in a pot, flooding our ears through the cracks in the doors and walls. The first to break was Hao Zi, whose legs weakened, and he slid down to the floor against the table, behind him, clutching his phone that was still blaring the alarm, his voice trembling almost out of tune. It's really happening. This isn't a movie. It's real. The big guy clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, his gaze fixed on the direction of Building 13, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. Just moments ago he had sighed in relief for Zhangya, but now his face was etched with a pale panic. He knew better than anyone that within that building it was no mere lockdown, it was a living slaughterhouse. Lao Mo was the first to regain his composure. He abruptly wiped his face with his hand, his fingers trembling as he adjusted his glasses, the tips of his fingers turning white from the pressure, yet he shouted with as steady a voice as he could manage, overpowering the chaos outside, "Stop dawdling. Quick, reinforce the door. Stack everything heavy you can find against it. And the window next to the door, find something to block it." This statement was like a bucket of ice water, instantly awakening us. Panic coursed through our bones, but the instinct to survive overcame the blankness in our minds, and we scrambled. The dormitory door was a wooden fire door that opened inward, previously held up only by 2 desks, but now it became our only barrier. The big guy and I pulled over the metal wardrobe against the wall, the heavy cabinet screeching across the concrete floor, yet we gritted our teeth and pushed it firmly against the door, our knuckles turning blue from the strain. Then we laid the 2 desks across, pressing their surfaces tightly against the door, their legs wedged between the wardrobe and the door, ensuring that it couldn't be violently forced open. Housie pushed over 4 luggage cases filled with textbooks, tightly stacking them in the gap between the desks and the wardrobe, filling every remaining space with the heavy books, effectively sealing the door's movement. Once the door was reinforced, we immediately turned our attention to the weakest point, the half-height, sliding ventilation window to the right of the entrance. The thin single-layer glass had no security bars, a single strike would shatter it. In the days of peace, this overlooked gap had now become a fatal flaw. Lauamo directed the big guy and me to dismantle the bedboard from the upper bunk, which was just the right size to cover the entire window. We used the stainless steel drying rod from the dorm as a horizontal support and bound the board tightly to the pipes on either side of the window frame with nylon ropes, sealing the fragile, sliding window completely without leaving a single gap. Throughout the process, no one spoke a word, only heavy breathing and the dull thud of heavy objects colliding could be heard. We were all on high alert. Every sound in the hallway, even the faintest collision, would freeze us in our tracks, holding our breath for what felt like an eternity, only daring to resume our work once we confirmed the noise wasn't coming from our dorm. The cold sweat on my back soaked through my hoodie, sticking to my skin, and the wind that slipped through the door crack felt both cold and clammy, like pressing against a block of ice. While moving the bedboard, a splinter jabbed my finger, drawing a bead of blood, yet I felt no pain, my mind fixated on one thought: seal it. We must seal it. We cannot let that thing in. Once all the reinforcements were completed, Housie collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath, while the big guy, as if he had lost his soul, immediately dashed to the balcony. I followed him, and we merely locked the sliding door to the balcony and secured the safety latch without any further obstruction. This had been our consensus just moments ago. The balcony on the 3rd floor had no points of climbing. Those infected should not be able to scale the smooth drainage pipe. There was no way for them to come up. Leaving this window open allowed us to keep an eye on the movements in Building 13 and below, preventing us from becoming. The night wind carried the chill of late autumn, blowing against my face through the cracks of the sliding door. I peered at Building 13 through the glass, my heart suddenly constricted, as if gripped tightly by a cold hand. The lights in Building 13 had already dimmed significantly. What was once a bright block now only had a few scattered lights still on, flickering like candle flames ready to be extinguished by the wind. My gaze was fixed on the easternmost balcony of the 5th floor, where Lynch had mentioned in the news a vacant dormitory designated for the injured. The curtains in that dormitory had been torn to shreds, the sliding door to the balcony wide open, and from inside came intermittent piercing screams and hoarse roars that sent chills down the spine. Just as I held my breath trying to see the situation inside, 3 disheveled girls stumbled out onto the balcony, their bodies smeared in dark red blood, their clothes tattered, and one of their shoes missing. Following closely behind was a nearly naked girl, her nightgown hanging in tatters from her arms. A bloody bite mark marred her neck, half her face splattered with dark red blood, her eyes wide with terror, bloodshot, and she emitted a low growl, like a beast opening her bloodied mouth and lunging at the nearest person with no semblance of human rationality. 2 girls were cornered at the edge of the balcony with nowhere left to retreat, screaming as they attempted to ward off the approaching thing with a mop handle, but that being didn't seem to feel pain, recklessly lunging at the stick, leaving deep bite marks on it, and then viciously sinking its teeth into one girl's shoulder. The other girl, terrified, crumpled to the ground, instantly being tackled by a second humanoid monster that had followed behind her, terrified scream piercing the night. The remaining girl had her back pressed tightly against the railing with no escape left. The monster behind was advancing step by step, its bloodied mouth opening and closing. She quickly glanced back at the concrete ground several meters below, then at the monster right in front of her. As if making a determination, she let out a heart-wrenching scream and suddenly flipped over the railing, leaping down. A dull thud that sent shivers down our spines echoed clearly in our ears from across the several meters of space between the buildings. All the blood in my body turned ice cold, tingling from head to toe. My stomach churned violently, and instinctively, I covered my mouth tight to prevent myself from vomiting. I could clearly see her calf bent at an angle that defied anatomical structure, the white bone piercing through the flesh, and she lay on the cold concrete ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream, desperately trying to crawl, but unable to move even an inch. But that scream did not attract rescue. Instead, it drew the Reaper closer. The figures in security uniforms who had been aimlessly wandering near the entrance of Building 13 turned their heads in unison at the sound, their movements stiff, yet alarmingly swift, as they lunged toward her, their hoarse roars carried by the night wind sending chills down our spines. The 4 of us stood frozen at the edge of the balcony, no one speaking, even forgetting to breathe. The howls from the building opposite continued one after another, and the lights in the entire dormitory were being extinguished one by one, as if being devoured by the darkness. I finally realized with crystal clarity that the world we once knew had completely shattered in that moment and the dormitory we had just reinforced with wardrobes, bedboards, and books was not only the only safe haven in this dire situation, but also a cage we had drawn for ourselves with no way to escape. This is not a movie, not a rumor, but a nightmare that truly happened to me. Those infected will bite, will lose control, and will stop at nothing. They are truly right beside us, just a wall away. Shall ya? A deep voice came from beside me, hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. I turned my head and saw his face as pale as paper, his eyes red as if about to bleed, and his whole body trembling violently. What just happened was in the building where Zhanya was, the outbreak point on the 5th floor, only 2 floors away from the 3rd floor, where Zhanya was. In the next moment, he suddenly turned around and rushed madly toward the dormitory door. Old Mo and I reacted the fastest, immediately pouncing on him to hold his waist tightly, while Haozi quickly came over to grab his arm. The sports student, standing at 1.9 meters, was frighteningly strong when he went mad like a wild beast out of control. The 3 of us exerted all our strength just to pin him against the wall. Let me go! Let me go! The big guy roared with red eyes, his voice cracking, his fists smashing violently against the wall, making a loud bang. I need to save her. That building has already erupted. She is just waiting to die inside. I must bring her out. If you go out now, it's a death sentence. Old Mo's voice carried a frantic anger for the first time as he firmly held his shoulder. Did you not see the situation downstairs just now? There are those things at the entrance of the building. You won't even make it to the main door of the 13th dormitory. Do you think you can rush in? The first to die when you open the door will be you. What about Zhanya if you die? Who will wait for her? Who will save her? Then should I just watch her wait to die inside? Tears finally fell from the big guy's eyes, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Something already happened on the 5th floor. That thing will quickly rush to the 3rd floor. She is unarmed with 3 other girls. How can they defend themselves? Even if they can't defend, it's better than you going out to die for nothing. Old Mo stared at him intently, shouting each word. The whole building is in chaos now. The hallway is full of out-of-control people. We don't even know the situation on our own floor. If you open the door, all 4 of us are done for. Do you want Zhanya to watch you die on the other side? I also held onto his arm tightly, advising in a hoarse voice. Big guy, calm down. Zhanya just spoke to you. They have barricaded the door with a cabinet, and it is safe for now. If you rush out, not only will you not save her, but you will also put yourself in danger. Let's first understand the situation, and then think of a way, all right? The big guy's struggling strength gradually weakened, and eventually he slid down the wall, sitting on the ground, holding his head in both hands, making suppressed beast-like whimpers. The 3 of us also relaxed, slumping beside him. This night of frantic searching and the intense emotional turmoil had drained all our strength. We are just ordinary university students, not superheroes from a movie. We have no weapons, no training, and we haven't even gotten into a few fights. Facing the outside world, those irrational, immensely strong monsters that can infect with a single bite, the only thing we can do is hide in this less than 20 square meter dormitory, using cabinets, bedboards, and book boxes to build a fragile barrier clinging to survival. The concern and anger are real, but the deep-rooted fear is also real. I gripped my phone, the screen stuck on the chat box with Lin Shi. The last message was still her words from 2 hours ago. You must not go out. I sent her over a dozen messages asking how she was, whether her dormitory was safe, but it was as if they had sunk into the sea with no response at all. The howls from the opposite 13th dormitory continued to come intermittently, each sound hitting my heart like Lin Shi is still inside, but I can do nothing, just guarding my phone across the 15-meter road, waiting for a response that may never come. This sense of helplessness is more tormenting than fear. Stop dawdling while it's quiet outside. Let's check the supply. Old Mo was the first to get up from the ground, wiping his face, restoring that calm demeanor, though the panic in his eyes was still evident. We need to know how much we have and how long we can last. We dumped all the supplies we had snatched from the 5th cafeteria supermarket onto the table. Old Mo took out paper and a pen, his fingers trembling slightly, yet he carefully recorded everything, counting line by line, afraid of missing even a single item. Bottled instant noodles, we snatched 4 full boxes, 6 cups each plus 2 loose ones we took, totaling 26 cups. 4 bags of noodles, 12 bags of bread, and 2 boxes of shikima that Haozi conveniently stuffed in. Drinking water, the big guy carried 2 unopened packs of mineral water totaling 48 bottles, and 2 large buckets of bottled water that I had instructed to carry. Beverages, Lin Shin snatched 2 packs of Can-Cola, 12 cans each plus 6 bottles of energy drinks. Non-perishable foods, 8 cans of fruit, 2 bottles of vinegar, and a small bag of salt. Ham, sausages, marinated eggs, vacuum-packed duck necks and wings, and beef jerky, totaling over 40. Scattered snacks, 2 large bags of spicy strips, 5 bags of potato chips, 3 bags of rice crackers, 2 jeans of peanuts and sunflower seeds, a bar of chocolate, and 8 energy bars, which were our assorted snacks. Emergency supplies: 4 lighters, a pack of candles, commonly used cold medicine, fever reducers, band-aids, iodine, and alcohol swabs, all in the first aid kit that I had specifically taken. Daily necessities: 2 large rolls of toilet paper, 3 packs of wet wipes, 2 packs of garbage bags, half a tube of toothpaste, and 2 bars of soap. Electronic items: 3 fully charged power banks, and 2 plugged into the socket charging. The dormitory's electricity and water have not yet been cut off. After he finished writing, he placed the pen down on the table, adjusted his glasses, tracing his fingers on the paper, speaking in a low voice, calculating the most conservative and careful account, making sure every detail was precise. First, I'll calculate the essentials. Snacks like spicy strips, potato chips, canned fruit, and soda will not be counted. They are saved for emergencies, and only the staple and side dishes that can serve as meals will be counted. If we eat in the most economical way, 2 meals a day, without wasting anything. First, 26 cups of instant noodles, a total of 26 noodles. Instead of soaking them separately, we will boil them all together. 2 cups of noodles per meal, adding some dry noodles, cooking a large pot to share, enough for all 4 of us to get full, and the big guy can take a little extra. Just these 26 cups of noodles can last for 13 meals, which is 6.5 days. Second, 4 bags of dry noodles. Each bag is 400 grams, just enough for us 4 to have 2 meals. 4 bags equal 8 meals, 4 days, saving them for after the instant noodles are finished without wasting. Third, 12 bags of bread, 2 boxes of shikima. We will eat the bread first, as it has a shorter shelf life. Each morning everyone gets one, which can last for 3 days. We will save the shikima for when we can't hold on any longer. It won't fill us up for meals, but can serve as an emergency supplement for 5 days. Fourth, ham, sausages, marinated eggs, and jerky, totaling over 40 bags. If we divide 2 bags for every meal, cutting them up and boiling them together, it can provide some energy. If we eat sparingly, it can match about 20 meals, just in line with the staples. Calculating this way, if we focus on eating properly and don't indulge in snacks, ensuring that everyone is not starving to the point of exhaustion, these staples can last at least 12 days. As for water, the electricity and water have not been cut off yet. Boiling tap water can be used for washing and cooking. Bottled water should be saved for emergencies in case the water supply stops. Using it sparingly can last for a month without a problem. House's face turned pale instantly and his voice tightened. Only 12 days. What if there is no rescue after those 12 days? Old Mo raised his eyes, pointing at the line of snacks and cans recorded on the paper, his voice still steady, yet he left us with a final glimmer of hope. This is the conservative number for the essentials in case you all get careless and waste. If it truly comes to the point of running out of supplies, we will take out all 8 canned snacks, chocolates, and energy bars, dividing a little for each person every day, just ensuring the most basic survival needs can last for another 8 to 10 days, totaling over 20 days. But this is the worst-case scenario. Unless absolutely necessary, we must not touch the emergency supplies. He paused, looking toward the door, his voice even quieter. You all heard the commotion in the hallway just now. There are definitely out-of-control people on this floor. If we open the door, we will meet the same fate as that girl who fell just now. The dormitory fell into dead silence again. The outside air raid alarm had stopped at some point, but the chaos in the city showed no signs of abating. The sounds of police sirens, fire truck horns, faint explosions, and the continuous howls drifted in with the night wind omnipresent. We turned off the dormitory's main lights, leaving only a small charging desk lamp on the table, the weak light barely illuminating our 4 pale faces. No one spoke, no one scrolled through their phones. Everyone strained their ears, listening to the noises outside. Even the slightest sound could make us tense up instantly. This dormitory, which I knew so well, had become our only cage, and also our only safe haven. As I was engulfed by drowsiness through the balcony, I vaguely saw the sky outside the window. I didn't know when, but it had already begun to lighten a little. The day had dawned. Yet we all knew that from the moment the alarm rang at midnight, there would be no more dawn. The sensation of icy teeth piercing through flesh was incredibly real, and a murky roar exploded next to my ear. I ran desperately forward, but my legs felt as if they were filled with concrete, immobilized. The shadow behind me closed in ever closer, its bloodied mouth wide open as it lunged down fiercely. Before me was not the dark corridor of a dream, but the dormitory we had lived in for over a year. The sky was already bright, and the faint morning light poured through the balcony glass, casting a pale glow over the cluttered dormitory, where the window and door were blocked by the bedboard and piled items. It suddenly dawned on me that I had fallen asleep sitting against the bed leg. The panic, tension, and hysteria of the previous night had drained all my energy. As dawn approached, sleepiness rolled in like a tide, and I leaned against the bed's edge, clutching my phone. I glanced at the time. I had slept for less than 3 hours. The dormitory was very quiet, with only the varied sounds of 4 people's breathing along with the faint intermittent roars from outside, which had not ceased for a moment. I raised my eyes and scanned the room. Housey was curled up on the upper bunk by the window, his blanket covering his head, revealing only a bit of hair. He was still trembling slightly, clearly not having slept well. Lao Mo leaned against the opposite desk, his chair tilted back, his glasses sliding down to the tip of his nose, still clutching the pen for recording supplies. His eyes were closed, yet his brows were tightly furrowed, indicating that he had not truly slept, ready to wake at the slightest sound. Meanwhile, the big guy was lying on the floor beside me. His upper bunk bedboard had been taken down the night before, blocking the makeshift window next to the door, forcing him to lay his mattress on the cold cement floor. The tall figure, standing at nearly 2 meters, could only curl his legs up on the narrow mattress, his body turned sideways, facing the direction of the balcony, with his eyes closed, dark bags under them. His phone lay beside his face, the screen still lit, but dimmed considerably, clearly showing that the screen was paused on his WeChat chat window with Zhanya. The latest message was sent at 4:17 a.m. by Zhanya, followed by over 10 replies from the big guy, the last one timestamped at 5:02 a.m. It seemed they were chatting, and unable to hold on any longer, he had fallen asleep with the phone in hand, forgetting to turn off the screen. A wave of bitterness washed over me as I turned my gaze away, gently picking up my phone resting on my lap. As the screen lit up, an overwhelming flood of unread messages surged in, filling the notification bar with a sea of red, causing my hand to tingle. The first messages to pop up were from the class group, the grade group, and even the entire school's alumni group, all showing 99 unread messages. The situation had exploded overnight. I casually opened the class group and scrolled up. Messages had been pouring in since 2 a.m., filled with various blurry videos, half-captured chat logs, and frantic panic posts. There was an incident in Building 2. A dorm on the 3rd floor was broken into. Listen, outside it's all. Who has food left? We only have 2 packs of biscuits. Can anyone share some with us? Don't open the door. Don't open it for anyone. Just now a guy slammed into our dorm door like a madman. The security guards are gone. Everything outside is in chaos. My home is right next to the school. My mom called and said the streets are full of those biting monsters. The police cars have been overturned. The group admins had vanished long ago, unable to mute the chaos as various true and false messages mixed together, even more than the night before. The day before we had debated whether this was flu or a rumor, but after one night no one held on to any delusion. My finger hesitated, and I exited the group chat, my heart pounding in panic. My fingertip brushed over the contacts, and the 2 pinned conversations both had new, unread messages. One was from my mom. From 1 a.m. to 6 a.m. She sent a total of 12 messages and made 3 calls, all of which I missed while I was asleep. The first message was at 1 a.m. Chen Chuan, is something happening over there? Mom saw on the news that the entire city is sealed off. Are you okay? The following messages became increasingly frantic, from initial inquiries to later panic, culminating in a teary admonition. Chen Chuan, make sure to reply to me once you see this. Don't go outside. Whatever you do, don't open the door. We have plenty of food at home, so don't worry about us, just take care of yourself. The latest message was sent 10 minutes ago. Call me back once you wake up, even if it's just a message. Mom is so. My nose tinged with bitterness, my fingers trembling as I replied. Mom, I'm fine. Our dorm is very safe, we have plenty of food stored, and the door is reinforced. Don't worry about me. You and Dad must not go outside, lock the doors and windows, and wait for news. The moment I sent the message, it immediately showed, typing, on my mom's side, indicating she had also not slept all night, waiting by her phone for my reply. I took a deep breath, suppressing the bitterness in my throat, and opened another pinned conversation. Lin Shi. My heart raced, and my fingertips trembled slightly. The night before I had sent her over 10 messages, all of which had seemingly vanished into thin air. Now the chat box clearly displayed a red, unread number 5. I opened the chat box. Her message was sent shortly after 4 a.m., suggesting she too had stayed awake all night, afraid to close her eyes. Lin Chen, I'm sorry, it was too chaotic in the building earlier. I didn't dare to look at my phone until now. I just saw your messages. We're fine. The dormitory door is blocked with the wardrobe. All 4 roommates are here, and no one is injured. My roommate loves to stock up on snacks. We have lots of chocolate chips and jerky. We girls eat less, so we can stretch it for about 5 or 6 days. You must not act impulsively. There are those things all over the dormitory building, and the hallway isn't safe either. Lock your door, take care of yourself, and wait until it's safe to talk. My phone is about to die. I can't keep the screen on all the time. If anything comes up, I will message you. Don't worry about me. The last message was a photo she sent. The lens pointed at the dormitory door they had blocked, showing the wardrobe and desk piled behind it, and in the corner of the floor, half a box of mineral water and several bags of snacks. I repeatedly stared at those few lines of text. The heart that had been suspended all night finally eased a little, but immediately after it was enveloped again by a heavier sense of helplessness. She was fine, very safe, but their supplies could only last for 6 days. On our side, we could last at most 12 days. Separated by 15 meters of road, 2 buildings, 2 cages, we were trapped, and no one could help anyone. Are you awake? Lao Mo's voice came from across the room, raspy from just waking up. I looked up. He had already sat up straight, his glasses pushed back into place, looking at me. The fatigue in his eyes was unmistakable, yet he still wore that calm expression. He listened closely to the sounds outside the door, confirming there was nothing unusual before lowering his voice to say, the noise outside is quieter than last night, but there are definitely still things in the hallway. Don't make a sound and don't cause a commotion. The big guy on the floor also stirred, almost instantly springing up, grabbing his lit phone. Seeing there were no new messages from Zhang Yi, the light on his face dimmed again, but he still let out a sigh of relief. At least there was no bad news. Housie also crawled out from under the blanket, his hair a mess, eyes red, his voice breaking. Did you guys see the group? There was also an incident in building 2. Is the whole school? No one responded. The dormitory fell silent again as the morning sunlight streamed through the balcony glass, landing on the floor, but without a hint of warmth. The roars outside continued, with sporadic explosions heard in the distance, sharp and abrupt, stabbing into the heart like needles. The sky was indeed bright. Yet we all knew this dawn was unlike any we had previously known. Just then, heavy dragging footsteps suddenly echoed in the hallway, one after another, getting closer to our dormitory. Next came the ear-piercing sound of nails scraping against the door. I recognized that sound. It was coming from the dormitory next to ours. The 4 of us froze instantly, even our breathing stopped, staring fixedly at the dormitory door that was jammed with a wardrobe and desk, every hair on our bodies standing on end. The scratching sound at the door persisted for half a minute, accompanied by the murky, low growls of zombies outside, mixed with faint sounds of something colliding against the wall from the opposite dormitory, like something repeatedly hitting the wall in the neighboring room, dull and rhythmic, completely different from the outside shrieks. I instinctively pressed myself against the wall, trying to catch the sounds from inside, but the noise stopped after just 2 echoes, leaving only the sound of the zombies scraping at the door, gradually drifting towards the other end of the corridor, their dragging footsteps fading away. We all sighed in relief at the same time, just about to relax our tense nerves, when Lao Mo furrowed his brows, gently tapped the wall we shared with room 301, gestured for us to be silent, and whispered, "There's something next door." The earlier commotion wasn't just from outside. Big Guy tightened his grip on the mop handle, his face turned pale, and I froze in place. But Lao Mo waved his hand, signaling us to remain quiet, and lowered his voice to add, "Don't worry about that now, let's focus on ourselves first. As long as it doesn't come out, we won't be threatened." In an environment where even breathing had to be soft, the unknown danger just a wall away was as daunting as the man-eating monsters outside, making us dare not take another step. Big Guy held onto the mop handle for a long time, without letting go, his eyes fixed on the dormitory door, gritting his teeth and cursing under his breath, his voice filled with suppressed rage, but he didn't dare to raise it too much, fearing it might attract that thing back. Lao Mo approached the door, pressed his ear against the door panel, and listened for a full half-minute before turning around, gestured for us to be quiet, and said in a low voice, "It's left, it's headed towards the stairwell. From now on, no one is allowed to make loud noises, speak in whispers, keep all phones on silent, and don't even turn on vibrations." No one contradicted him. The previous night's luck and panic had completely dissipated. That close, scratching sound had been like a bucket of ice water, dousing our last flicker of unrealistic hope. We finally realized with utmost clarity that this was not a temporary lockdown, not a nightmare that could be ended with a sleep. Outside the door were man-eating monsters, and stepping out this door would lead us to the same fate as the girl who had fallen the night before. This less than 20 square meter dormitory had become our prison, a cage we drew around ourselves, and when daybreak finally arrived, Lao Mo established strict rules for us, meticulously written on the paper detailing our supplies, and posted on the wall where everyone could see. 2 fixed meals a day at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. are strictly divided according to the previously calculated amount, and no one is allowed to privately take emergency snacks or canned food. 2. 24-hour shifts for night watch, 2 per group, with Big Guy and Housie on the first half of the night, and me and Lao Mo on the second half. The watchers must keep their eyes on the door and balcony, no sleeping deeply. 3. Phones can only be checked at fixed times, brightness set to the lowest, no sounds allowed. Power banks are only for emergency phones, no unnecessary battery drain. 4. At no time are we allowed to speak loudly, smash things, or make any noise that could carry outside the door. Housie looked at the rules on the wall, opened his mouth to complain, but glanced at the door blocked by the wardrobe, and finally closed his mouth dejectedly, only to sneak a piece of chocolate into his pocket when we weren't looking, but was shot a glare by Lao Mo, and reluctantly put it back. "It's not me being stingy, it's these supplies, they are our only path to survival." Lao Mo's voice was soft, yet carried an undeniable firmness. "We have no idea what the situation outside is when help will arrive. We don't know. Saving one mouthful can help us last another day, and lasting another day means one more chance of survival." The daytime felt exceptionally long and eerily silent. There were no familiar sounds of class bells or laughter in the campus, not even the chirping of birds, only the occasional distant roars and faint sporadic explosions puncturing the suffocating silence like needles. 3 days passed. We forespent most of our time in silence, with Big Guy often stationed by the balcony, glancing over at the opposite dormitory 13 every 10 minutes, occasionally messaging Zhang Yi to check if she was safe and if she had any food. Zhang Yi replied slowly, presumably afraid to keep her phone on all the time, each time sending back only a few short words to assure us she was safe, which was enough to ease Big Guy's anxious heart a little. Yes, Big Guy did not adhere to the phone control regulations, nor did I. I was also chatting intermittently with Lin Xiu. She told me that the 4 girls in their dorm had pooled all their snacks and water together, dividing them strictly into 2 meals a day, managing to stretch them for 10 days. She also mentioned that the sounds of growling from the building had been increasing and the noises outside made them too afraid to close their eyes. 2 of them huddled together on one bed for warmth, curled up in their respective blankets. Through the screen, I felt her deep fear, but there was nothing I could do. I could only repeatedly remind her to lock the door, stay quiet, and message me immediately if anything happened. Oh, I didn't even dare to say, "I'll come save you." I knew I couldn't do it. I didn't even dare to step outside this dormitory door. The messages in the class group, which had started with 99 notifications, gradually became quieter. The day before, those who had been frantically messaging for supplies and rescue had all fallen silent one by one. Occasionally 1 or 2 new messages would appear tinged with cries for help, but after sending they would only elicit more pleas for help from others, and no one paid attention. At 1:00 a.m. on the 4th day of the virus outbreak, I leaned against the balcony railing observing the situation outside when I suddenly noticed 4 boys on the balcony of dormitory 203, nervously busying themselves. I instantly became alert, gently nudged Lao Mo beside me, and pointed to the lower right. I saw them tearing bed sheets into wide strips, tightly tying them together with double knots to form a makeshift rope, one end securely fastened to the balcony railing, the other end dangling down to the ground. Their movements were extremely light, even speaking in whispers. Occasionally a sentence floated over just loud enough for us to hear. "Don't make noise, there are those things downstairs. You jumping down will attract them all. Tie the knots tighter, slide down slowly, not a sound should be made." I instantly understood their intention. They must be out of food in the dormitory, and having been hungry for almost 3 days, they wanted to quietly descend from the 2nd floor to the ground at a time when the zombies were less active, to take a chance at the fried chicken shop next to dormitory 13. The entrance of dormitory 13 faced the main road, where more than a dozen zombies were wandering around. A jumping down would directly lead them into a horde of monsters. Lao Mo frowned, watching their actions, his voice extremely low. "It's too risky. Even if they can land quietly, whether there's anything in the fried chicken shop, or if there are hidden zombies, is all unknown." I nodded, my heart racing in sync with their movements as I fixed my gaze across. The 4 boys soon finished their preparations, with one tall and thin boy first peeking out, gripping the bedsheet rope tightly, his feet pressing against the wall, inching down bit by bit. His movements were so light that he made almost no sound. Successfully lowering himself to half a meter above the ground, he gently released his grip and landed steadily on the lawn, without even a muffled thud. He immediately crouched down, scanning the surroundings vigilantly, signaling a safe gesture back towards the balcony. The 2nd boy also slid down successfully, but just as the 3rd boy peeked out and descended halfway, an accident occurred. One of the bedsheet knots had come undone, suddenly loosening, leaving him hanging in midair, swaying uncontrollably, and crashing against the wall with a dull thud. That sound instantly alarmed the nearby wandering zombies. A dozen figures turned their heads in unison, their murky growls erupting as they sprinted towards dormitory 13. The boy hanging in midair panicked completely, his hand slipped, and he fell to the ground with a muffled scream. The only remaining short and stout boy on the balcony anxiously stomped his feet, yet he dared not make a loud noise, desperately pulling the rope back. But it was already too late. The zombies quickly surrounded him. The boy who had fallen to the ground didn't even have a chance to crawl up before being pinned down, his desperate screams only lasting a few seconds before vanishing completely. The other 2 boys on the lawn ran frantically towards the fried chicken shop, but after just a few steps they were intercepted by several zombies rushing out from a nearby alley, instantly engulfed. The short and stout boy on the balcony retreated in terror back into the dormitory, slamming the balcony door shut, followed by the sound of something heavy blocking the door. But it was all too late. Zombies had already charged up the stairs, and soon the sounds of furniture crashing, shrieks, and despairing cries echoed from dormitory 203. We 4 stood frozen in place, speechless. In just a few minutes, hope was trampled once again. But the silver lining was, we had survived another day. Days passed in this dead silence. Since the 0-hour alarm rang, we have been trapped in this less than 20 square meter dormitory for a full 5 days. The water and electricity have not completely cut off yet, but they are becoming increasingly unstable. Every night at 8 o'clock the power shuts off, and it doesn't return until 6 in the morning. The water pressure is also decreasing, and the water flowing from the faucet has started to carry a faint taste of rust. We dare not drink it, using it only for flushing toilets, while all our drinking needs rely on the bottled water we had stored up earlier. The mobile signal is intermittent, and WeChat messages often fail to send, leaving us without any new updates. Our only connection to the outside world is the increasingly silent campus visible from the balcony, along with the sporadic text messages from Lin, she, and her mother assuring us of their safety. Most of the time the dormitory is terrifyingly quiet. We strictly adhere to the shift set by Lao Mo, with 2 people guarding the door and the balcony, while the other 2 catch up on sleep. Yet even lying in bed we feel like startled birds, waking up instantly at the slightest sound. Whenever we can no longer endure the suffocating boredom, the four of us huddle together, using Lao Mo's iPad plugged into a power bank, wearing headphones to watch the zombie movies we had downloaded in advance. We turn the volume down to the minimum, fearing we might miss any sounds from outside. Every time Hao Z gets scared and covers his eyes, but can't help sneaking glances. After watching, he stubbornly complains, the male lead is really dumb. Knowing there are monsters outside, he still insists on opening the door to go out. If it were me, I could lock myself in the dorm for a year. Lao Mo, on the other hand, takes notes, frowning intensely while watching. After watching a segment, he points to the screen and says, look, no matter which movie it is, these creatures can only be completely stopped by destroying their heads. Just like our observations, even with severed arms and legs they still move, indicating that this logic holds. If it comes to a last resort, we can only aim for the head. Only to go watches less often. While most of us gather to watch movies, he stays by the balcony, intently staring at the direction of dormitory 13, gripping his phone tightly, occasionally lighting up the screen, waiting for news from Zhangya. Occasionally he glances back at the screen, his eyes filled with anxiety, his fists clenching noisily, yet he never speaks of charging outside. We all know that the plots in these movies are ultimately fabricated. In reality, there are no protagonist halos, no superpowers. We are just four ordinary college students. The only thing we can do is to lock this door, tightly conserve every bite of food and every drop of water, and endure another day in this cage. On the 7th day, at 3 a.m., just as I was about to fall asleep, several shadows suddenly appeared at the side door of dormitory 13. I instantly woke up, leaning towards the glass, holding my breath as I looked down. In the faint moonlight, I clearly saw those shadows. It was the security guards from the school security office. Leading them was Captain Lee, who usually guards the south gate. I had seen him during registration and late returns. He is around 50, not tall, but stands straight, a retired soldier. There were 4 figures in total, all dressed in dark blue security uniforms, holding transparent riot shields with expandable batons and powerful flashlights at their waists. Their movements were as light as a cat's, showing none of the previous students' panic and recklessness, indicating they had been assigned specific roles. My heart raced as I closely observed their actions. The fried chicken shop is right next to the side door of dormitory 13, the place we always order from when staying up late to game. The kitchen is stocked with a large amount of frozen fried chicken, semi-finished burgers, and fried food, as well as boxes of mineral water and drinks. Even if left for a week, the vacuum-packed semi-finished products could still be eaten. Captain Lee and his team had clearly been watching this place for a long time, taking advantage of the low zombie activity in the late night to try their luck. The 4 of them had clearly defined roles. 2 held shields on either side of the fried chicken shop entrance, backs against the wall, eyes fixed on the surroundings. Captain Lee crouched in the shadows by the side door, clutching 2 walkie-talkies, while another older guard, Lao Wang, knelt in front of the glass door, ears pressed against it, listening to sounds from inside. After a few seconds, Lao Wang made a hand signal to Captain Lee, then pointed inside the shop, whispering something. It was too far for me to hear clearly, but through the glass door I could see 3 shadows aimlessly wandering inside, occasionally letting out a low growl. They were the infected trapped inside. The 4 guards froze, instantly squatting in place, without moving, even their breathing becoming extremely light. My heart clenched as well. I had seen too many people go out searching for food, only to end up shredded by the zombies. But Captain Lee and his team did not panic or turn to run. I saw Captain Lee give a glance to the guard next to him, raised his hand to turn one of the walkie-talkies to the maximum volume, then with all his strength threw it towards the direction of the cafeteria across from the fried chicken shop. The walkie-talkie drew an arc in the air, crashing heavily onto the concrete ground in front of the cafeteria instantly, emitting a sharp, continuous electric noise, particularly clear in the dead silence of the night. At that moment, the 3 shadows in the fried chicken shop abruptly stopped their movements, turning in unison. Then, as if drawn by a magnet, they stumbled towards the glass door. Just as they were about to collide with the glass door, the guards on either side nodded to each other and simultaneously opened the slightly ajar door. The infected, following the sound of the electric noise, rushed towards the cake shop, without looking back, completely unaware of the guards right beside them. I shivered all over, instantly understanding. Zombies at night can't see clearly. They rely solely on sound to hunt. As long as there's no noise, they won't notice you even if you stand right in front of them. This realization struck me like lightning, cutting through the suffocating despair that had shrouded my heart for days. In less than half a minute, the zombies in the shop had all fled, and the roars from the cafeteria grew increasingly loud. Captain Lee immediately stood up, signaling Lao Wang and the others for a swift resolution. The 2 guards with shields stood watch at the entrance while he and Lao Wang quickly dashed into the fried chicken shop. The entire process was astonishingly fast. In less than 2 minutes, the 2 emerged from the shop, each carrying 2 bulging plastic bags clearly filled with boxes of mineral water, vacuum-packed burger patties, frozen fried chicken, and several large bags of unopened fries. Captain Lee was the last to exit, making sure to securely close the shop door without making a sound. The 4 of them exchanged glances, not lingering any longer, maintaining their alert formation, crouching low and silently retreating to the security office beside dormitory 13. without alerting a single wandering zombie, not even making a sound. Only when the door to the duty room gently closed did I slowly release my tightly covered mouth, realizing that my palms were drenched in cold sweat, yet my heart was beating stronger than ever. In the previous days we had witnessed too many tragedies of those who went out only to die. We had long accepted the belief that stepping out of the dormitory door means certain death, placing all our hopes on the elusive rescue stuck in this small dormitory waiting for the day when we would run out of supplies. But that brief scene just now was like a beam of light piercing through the endless darkness. It turned out that zombies are not invincible. It turned out they cannot see at night. We can use sound to divert them. It turned out that not everyone who goes out is bound for death. I suddenly turned around and shouted into the dormitory, my voice low but filled with uncontainable excitement. Dagu, Howsy, wake up. Come quickly and see. The three of them instantly jumped up from their beds, thinking something was wrong, grabbing the nearby mop handle and rushing over, their faces filled with the confusion of being abruptly awakened. I pointed at the security office across from us, then at the empty entrance of the fried chicken shop, recounting everything I had just seen, including the zombies' inability to see at night and their reliance on sound to hunt. The dormitory fell silent in an instant. Then Hao's eyes lit up, the guest's tightly clenched fists loosened and tightened again, and even Lao Mo, who is usually calm, showed an expression of disbelief and surprise. He suddenly leaned towards the glass, peering in the direction of the cafeteria, then looked back at the security office with its dim light, letting out a long sigh of relief. The four of us looked at each other without speaking, yet we all saw something in each other's eyes that we had not felt in these days: hope. It turns out we are not just trapped in a cage waiting to die. It turns out we still have a way to live. On the 8th day of the virus outbreak, everything we relied on for survival had come to a complete halt. Without prior notice, the water and electricity supply were irregularly cut off. At 6 in the morning, I intended to charge my phone, but the fast charging notification failed to appear. Normally power would have been restored by this time. The socket had become entirely decorative. The two power banks plugged into it still showed the last remaining green light. From last night, no additional charge had been added. I realized the gravity of the situation and hurried to the balcony to turn on the faucet, but the pipes only emitted a hollow gurgling sound. A few drops of rusty yellow water fell before it completely fell silent. Municipal water supply had also ceased. The most deadly issue was the mobile signal. Since the morning, the signal bars had been flickering between E and no service. By noon, it had turned into a blank screen, with only a cold line at the top stating emergency calls only. The class group and alumni group could no longer show new messages, and the family I could previously contact intermittently had also completely lost communication. The four of us felt as if we had been violently thrown into a pitch-black, deep sea. The last bit of driftwood connecting us to the outside world had sunk. What crushed my last nerve was the final message from Lin Shi before the signal disappeared, entirely timestamped at 1202 p.m. Lin Shin, I'm sorry. I haven't eaten for 2 days, and the faucet has not produced any water since yesterday morning. Last night something banged on the door, and I don't know if this cabinet can hold up. Don't come over whatever you do. Building 13 has completely fallen apart. The hallway is filled with them. Coming over is a death sentence. I'm glad I got to know you before the lockdown to walk with you on the playground, to eat sweet and sour pork at the canteen together. You have to live well. You must survive until the day rescue arrives. Don't reply on my phone is almost out of battery. I stared at that message, my finger repeatedly pressing the send button, sending her dozens of replies, and making 3 calls, all sinking into silence. The red exclamation mark on the screen burned like a searing iron on my eyes. I knew she wasn't reporting her safety, she was saying goodbye. Lin Shun. A deep voice came from behind me, hoarse as if it had been rubbed with sandpaper. I turned my head to see him gripping his phone, the screen displaying a chat window with Zhang Yi filled with his outgoing messages, each followed by a glaring red exclamation mark. His eyes were bloodshot, his jaw covered with stubble, and he looked like a string pulled to its breaking point, ready to snap with the slightest pressure. He remained silent for a long time before suddenly bending down to me, bowing at a 90-degree angle, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Lin Shun, I beg you, let's go to building 13 together. My body shook, and beside me Haozi sprang up from his chair. Are you crazy? I'm not crazy. Big guy stood straight, fists clenched tightly, staring intensely at the dark building 13. There has been no news from Zhang Ya, and Lin, she sent a farewell message to Chen Zi. They can't hold on much longer. If we wait any longer, we'll only be waiting to recover their bodies. Going there is a death sentence. Haozi's voice cracked, pointing in the direction downstairs. A few days ago, those 4 boys from room 203 slid down from the 2nd floor and disappeared. There are dozens of wandering zombies at the entrance of building 13, and who knows how many more in the hallway. We only have a mop handle, we don't even have a proper weapon. How can we charge in? We have a way. The big guy suddenly turned his head, his eyes shining with intensity. Did you not see the security guards' actions a few days ago? They can't see at night, they can only hear sounds. We can use something to distract them, and we can get through. As long as we reach the bottom of building 13, we can climb up the water pipes to the 3rd floor and bring them out. That's the security. They have riot shields, batons, and over a decade of emergency experience. What are we? We're university students who have barely fought. Housie stomped his foot in frustration. Do you think this is a game? Climbing water pipes. Do you have any idea what you're getting into? One wrong step, and all four of us will be done for. At that point, not only will we be unable to save anyone, we won't even survive ourselves. The two of them argued heatedly while I stood there like a wooden figure, my mind looping over Lindsay's message, and what she had said before: you must not go out, protect yourself. I hadn't even dared to say I will save you, because I knew stepping out of the dormitory door was a one-way street to death. But now I was running out of chances to tell her even a simple wait for me. I looked up at Lao Mo, who had remained silent. He leaned against the desk, gripping a notebook filled with survival rules. In front of him was a sketched map from Building 12 to Building 13, marked with areas where zombies roamed, corners to hide, and cover to distract the monsters. He hadn't spoken a word from the beginning, just furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixed on the paper, silent like a stone. His silence was the answer. He must have calculated the risks, knowing that this trip was one of life and death, yet he also understood that if we didn't go, Lin, she, and Zhanya would undoubtedly perish. At that moment, a light thud sounded from outside the balcony, and a crumpled piece of paper was thrown down from above, landing directly on our balcony floor. This was already the second one today. The day before, at the same spot, a similar paper had been thrown down. Housie cursed and walked over to pick it up and unfold it. After a glance, he crumpled it into a ball, his face dark. It's those from room 401 again. They said there are 2 boys and 2 girls, third-year medical students, out of food for 2 days, begging us for some to eat, offering to trade with first aid kits and antibiotics. A wave of bitterness washed over me. Our own situation had already reached the edge of a cliff. We had only 4 remaining instant noodle cups and some scattered snacks. Without touching the high-calorie emergency supplies, we could barely stretch it to last 3 days for the 4 of us. We didn't even know where our tomorrow would come from, and wanting to rescue those we cared about was beyond our capabilities. We couldn't spare anything for the strangers upstairs. Forget it. The big guy's voice was filled with aggression, his eyes still fixed on Building 13. We're about to starve ourselves. How can we afford to care about others? Lao Mo raised his eyes to look at the 4th floor above the balcony, then at the scant supplies we had left, and ultimately remained silent, simply shaking his head at Housie. The 4 of us tacitly chose to ignore it. The paper was tossed into the trash, and the cries for help were cast aside. But we all knew that in this apocalypse, where even breathing had to be calculated, ignoring the pleas meant watching. However, I had made it very clear, we were not heroes. The dormitory fell into silence once more. The big guy remained by the balcony, repeatedly sending messages to Zhanya that would never be delivered. Housie lay sprawled on the bed, his head covered, occasionally letting out a suppressed sigh. Lao Mo sat at the desk, repeatedly sketching routes on paper. The sound of the pen scraping against the paper was the only noise in the dorm. I leaned against the edge of the bed, gripping my phone, the screen frozen on Lindsay's text, reading it over and over again. To go is to face certain death. It may lead to total annihilation. To not go is to watch the person I like waiting to die in despair. The 2 thoughts tugged at my mind like 2 knives, slicing through my nerves painfully. The sky gradually darkened. Without electricity or lights, we dared to light a thin candle, the feeble flame flickering in the dorm, casting long shadows of the 4 of us on the wall, like a group of ghosts trapped in a cage. Eventually, Lao Mo spoke first. He set his pen down on the table, raised his eyes to us, his voice soft, yet resolute. We can go. But not now, and not with just 2 people charging recklessly. We must prepare thoroughly and act at 3 in the morning when the zombies are least active. Housie instantly sat up, his eyes wide, his voice low, but filled with shock. Lao Mo, are you crazy? If we don't go, they will surely die. If we go, we still have a 50% chance of survival. Lao Mo pointed at the routes on the paper, calculating for us. We have 3 advantages. First, we know they can't see at night and hunt by sound. We can use empty bottles as bait to divert the zombies from the main road. Second, the distance between Dorm 12 and Dorm 13 is only 15 meters with no obstacles in between. We can rush across in just 5 seconds. Third, the water pipe on the balcony of Dorm 13 is exposed. We can climb to the 3rd floor along the pipe, avoiding the stairwell, minimizing risk. But I must warn you, this is a gamble with your lives. Once something goes wrong, no one can save you. Those willing to go prepare together tonight. Those unwilling stay in the dorm and guard the home. We will not force anyone. The dorm fell silent again. Housie opened his mouth, wanting to curse, but ultimately just closed it, weakly lying back down on the bed without voicing any more objections. The big guy let out a heavy sigh of relief, nodding firmly at Lao Mo, a glint reigniting in his eyes. And I, with my phone in hand, finally stopped trembling. The 4 of us, in the dim light of the candle, huddled together over the paper filled with routes, gradually finalizing the plan for the early morning. Who would lure the zombies, who would cover the rear, who would assist the girls. Every step was meticulously detailed, fearful of overlooking any risk. By the time we finished, it was nearly midnight. According to Lao Mo's arrangement, the first half of the night would be watched over by Housie and the big guy. The big guy, consumed by thoughts of tomorrow's plans, sat by the balcony, repeatedly sharpening the end of the mop handle under the moonlight. Housie leaned against a chair by the door, exhausted from the long day, his head bobbing, half asleep. I lay in bed, unable to sleep at all. My mind was filled with tomorrow's plan, Lynn's eyes, desperate face, flashing through my thoughts. Time ticked by until it reached 1 in the morning. The dorm was eerily quiet, with only the crackling of the candle and the faint sounds of zombie howls coming from out. Just as I was about to succumb to sleepiness, a faint sound suddenly came from the balcony, like a hand scraping against the iron railing, so delicate it resembled a mosquito's buzz, but in the dead of night, it was strikingly clear. Half asleep, Housie sprang up, suddenly shouting towards the balcony. Who? In the next moment, 2 shadows climbed down the balcony pipe and landed steadily on our balcony floor. Before we could react, they had already yanked open the slightly ajar sliding door and barged in. The boy in front was holding a gleaming fruit knife, its blade reflecting cold light in the candle's dim glow. We 4 froze in place, every hair on our bodies standing on end. The 2 boys who broke in seemed to be about our age. One wore a white shirt, his eyes bloodshot, face weary and frantic. The other wore a black hoodie, his hand trembling slightly with the knife, clearly starved and driven to desperation. Hand over the food. The boy in front spoke, his voice hoarse. The knife pointed at us, all the instant noodles, bread and water. Hand it all over. Don't force us to take action. I instantly realized they were the guys from room 401, the 2 boys from the medical school upstairs. We had ignored their pleas for help these past 2 days, and now they had come down to rob us. The big guy instantly grabbed the mop handle, leaning by the balcony, positioning it in front of us, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Have you lost your minds? Get out." Lost our minds. We're starving to death. The boy behind shouted, his eyes red, his voice low, yet filled with hysterical anger. We begged you twice. We just asked for half a pack of instant noodles. You won't even give us a scrap. If we don't rob you, we'll die upstairs. We don't have enough for ourselves. We have no extra food for you. I stepped forward, staring intently at the knife in their hands, my heart racing, as if this was the first time since the outbreak of the virus that we had a direct confrontation with living people. Looking at the glimmering knife, I understood why movies often say that in the apocalypse the danger does not only come from zombies and natural disasters, but also from people who are equally trapped in cages, driven to desperation and fighting to survive. Just as the tension escalated, a girl's voice suddenly drifted in from above the balcony, low and tinged with tears carried by the night wind. "Chin Yang. Li Minglei, come back. Don't do this. Let's talk this over." It was a surviving girl from upstairs trying to dissuade her companions. But it was too late. The boy with the knife completely lost it, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted, swinging the fruit knife towards the big guy standing in front. "Be careful." Housie and I shouted simultaneously. The big guy gritted his teeth, refusing to back down, and swung the mop handle fiercely at the boy's wrist. At the same time, Lao and Mo suddenly blew out the candle on the table. The dorm was instantly plunged into darkness, with only the faint moonlight from outside illuminating the moving shadows. The sound of the knife clashing against the mop handle, the boys' curses, Haosie's screams, and the distant dirty howls of the disturbed zombies intertwined. From that moment on, our cage was utterly broken. The chaotic battle in the darkness lasted less than a minute, yet it felt as if we had been thrown into a pot of boiling oil, with every second being a torment. The sharp clatter of blades hitting the ground, the muffled sound of wooden sticks striking bones, the suppressed howls and cries collided together, ultimately fading into complete silence with a heavy thud of something falling. All that remained were the heavy, restrained breaths and the faint, increasingly closer murmur of a murky roar from outside the window. A lighter. Old Mo's voice emerged from the darkness, calm and unwavering, like an anchor that steadied our fraying nerve. A flame flickered to life with a crackle, the gentle candlelight slowly spreading, illuminating the disheveled dorm room. Scattered across the floor were overturned chairs, a fruit knife that rolled into the corner, and snacks that had spilled from a torn bag. The boy with the knife curled up by the sliding door of the balcony, his right wrist twisted at an unnatural angle and his forearm visibly swollen at an alarming rate. His entire body convulsed in pain, forehead pressed hard against the cold floor, teeth chattering as suppressed wails intermittently escaped his throat, cold sweat soaking his bangs, his face pale as paper. Having not eaten for 2 or 3 days, his already exhausted body could not withstand Zhao Lei's merciless. On the other side, another boy was firmly pinned to the ground by me and Housie, his hands twisted behind his back, the mop handle he once held flung far away. The reckless fury he had when he barged in was entirely gone now. His face was buried in the dust-covered floor, shoulders shaking violently, and muffled cries seeped from beneath his buried face, like a child forced to the edge of a cliff with no way back. We four were not in any better condition. The mop handle in the big guy's hand was stained with blood, his chest heaving with agitation. Haosie's arm had been scraped during the chaos, a cut appearing in his shirt sleeve, dark red, seeping through my back, slammed hard against the bed frame, dull pain surging upwards, and I was still clutching the leg of a stool I had just picked up from the floor, my knuckles stiff and unable to loosen. This was the first time we had faced living humans in direct combat since the outbreak began 8 days ago, and it was also the first time we truly understood that those trapped in desperate situations could drag a person into hell more effectively than the zombies outside. Housie gasped for breath, staggering to his feet, and gently kicked Li Minglai's leg, his voice trembling. Speak. Why did you all? Before he could finish, a sudden crash echoed outside the dormitory door, striking each of our hearts like a heavy hammer. Bang, bang, bang. The dull, frantic sounds of impact layered upon each other, accompanied by the zombies' murky, dense howls pressed against the door, instantly filling the entire dormitory. In the previous melee, adrenaline surged, and the sounds of the fight drowned out everything. We had completely failed to notice that the zombies in the corridor had already been attracted by the noise clustering densely outside our dormitory door. The wooden door, firmly wedged between the wardrobe and desk, trembled violently under the relentless impact. At the points where the door frame met the wall, several jagged cracks rapidly appeared, and white plaster mixed with wall paint fell in clumps. Even more deadly was the half-percent-high entry window beside the wooden door. This makeshift sliding window adjacent to the corridor had been sealed off days ago with a solid wooden bedboard, positioned horizontally and wedged between iron pipes at both ends, secured with nylon ropes, with the left side tied tightly to the reinforced metal bracket of the curtain rod, and the right side wrapped in loops around the hexagonal fixed nut of the exposed water pipe by the door, secured with 3 tight knots. We had repeatedly tested it before. Even 2 grown men pulling with all their might could not budge it. It was as stable as if it had been welded shut. But now the zombies outside were using their bodies to pound against the bedboard, each impact causing the heavy board to tremble inward, the nylon ropes stretching taut, like they were on the verge of snapping, making a grating noise that sent shivers down our spines. I fixed my gaze on the loop of rope tangled around the water pipe's nut. It was sliding outward millimeter by millimeter with each impact. The rusty hexagonal nut, which had originally fit snugly against the water pipe joint, was now developing a fine crack as the continuous lateral pulling and high-frequency tremors forced it open. Each impact widened the crack slightly, the silvery gray threads mixed with rust slowly retreating from the water pipe joint, revealing nearly 1/3 of it in an instant. The wall-mounted pipe clamp that secured the water pipe also trembled violently, causing the entire pipe to lean inward with the rhythm of the impacts. The nut and the taut rope loop shook together, and after a few more hits, either the nut would completely unscrew from the joint or the nylon rope would slip off the smooth threads. Either way, as long as the rope loop loosened, the bedboard blocking the zombies would be sent flying. Clatter. With another violent impact, the bedboard jolted inward by half an inch. A sharp metallic screech echoed from the nut. A large chunk of rust fell with the plaster onto the floor. The rope loop had slid to the very edge of the nut, and just another millimeter forward would cause it to completely detach. All of us froze instantly, our blood seeming to freeze in our veins. The brief sense of relaxation from having subdued the 2 intruders was instantly swept away by a bone-deep terror. This place, which we had guarded for 8 days and considered impenetrable, now felt like a flimsy shell with leaks on all sides. The door was about to crack, the window was on the verge of breaking, and it could be torn apart by the infected outside at any moment. Don't just stand there. Old Mo was the first to react, rushing over to brace the bedboard that was shifting inward with his shoulder veins bulging on his forehead. He shouted at us, "Big guy. Housie, come help. If you don't want to die, come here. If this place breaks down, we'll all be zombie food." The big guy snapped back to reality, grabbed the mop handle, and rushed over, positioning himself alongside Old Mo to hold the bedboard firmly, instantly reducing the tremors. Housie hesitated for half a second, gritted his teeth, and ran over, pressing his back against the bedboard, his face turning crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. Li Minglai, pinned to the ground, was also dumbfounded. He glanced up at the wooden door that was about to be smashed open, then at Chunyang, who was curled up on the ground and wailing, his pupils suddenly narrowing. He understood better than anyone that we were all in the same boat now. If the door broke, no one would survive. He nearly rolled and crawled over, using his shoulder to brace the other side of the bedboard, his forehead pressed against the wood, tears and sweat mixing as they streamed down, repeatedly roaring, "Hold it. Damn it, hold it." Only Chunyang remained lying on the ground. The agonizing pain of his broken bones made him lose all control, his suppressed wails turning into uncontrollable howls, each one sharper and louder than the last, matching the increasingly frenzied crashing sounds outside. "Shut up." Old Mo shouted at him with red eyes, his voice laced with uncontainable fury. "Damn it. You broke your hand, and you don't want to live anymore. Don't drag us down." Chunyang shuddered at the shout, but the vacant look in his eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce light. That was a wild, desperate resolve. Instead of shutting up, he erupted into a heart-wrenching laugh mixed with the agony of his broken bones, transforming into a howl that was no longer human. At 1 o'clock and 7 minutes in the morning, room 302 of Building 12. The mixed sounds of manic laughter and agonizing screams pierced everyone's eardrums like a poisoned dagger, instantly igniting the most frenzied nerves of the zombies outside. "Ha ha ha, I can't survive. You all better not think you can live either. Come with me to the grave." The boy named Chunyang forcefully propped himself up with his intact left hand, dragging his already useless right arm like a dying mad beast, his eyes bloodshot, as he lunged fiercely at the nylon rope that was stretched to its limit, ready to snap at any moment. I watched in horror, my eyes almost bursting, and in a panic I used all my strength to kick Chin Yang hard in the lower back. He immediately curled up on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching howl. Forget about him. Old Mo stomped on Chun Yang's intact left hand, completely locking his movements while shouting an undeniable command at me. Lin Chun, hurry and pack all our food, bottled water, power banks, lighters, first aid kits, and anything that could serve as a weapon into several backpacks. Quick, we can't hold on much longer. I stopped in my tracks, turned, and rushed to the desk, grabbing our prepared hiking backpack and frantically stuffing items inside. The remaining 4 buckets of instant noodles, 8 bottles of mineral water, unopened packages of dried noodles, and canned food, the leftover half-pack of candles, 3 fully charged power banks, a sharpened mop handle, and the iodine and gauze we had previously stocked up. All were crammed into the bag. As I zipped the bag halfway, I remembered something and turned to stuff the bedsheet strips used for hand grip protection and the quilt into another empty backpack. The banging from outside grew increasingly frenzied. A bulging crack had formed in the middle of the wooden door, and the wardrobe was being pushed slightly inward. The creaking sound of the loosened door frame was particularly grating against the backdrop of the zombies' roars. We all understood that this door could hold for at most another minute. Old Mo, the door can barely hold, the big guy shouted, sweat dripping down his face. What should we do? Retreat. Old Mo gritted his teeth, almost squeezing out the words through clenched teeth. We can't stay in this room. Head to room 401 upstairs. We all froze for a moment, and Housie immediately shouted, room 401. Isn't that their dorm? If they can come down from 401 through the water pipe, it means there are no zombies inside. It's safe. Old Mo's words came out with astonishing speed, yet his logic remained clear. There are 2 girls upstairs who can help us. The doors and windows must be reinforced. It's definitely safer than this crumbling place. He paused, glanced at us, and quickly laid out the plan. Lin Shin, keep an eye on Housie. He goes first. Housie, you're heavier. Go up first to stabilize things. Make sure to hold on tightly, and don't let anything go wrong halfway. Once you're up, immediately let the girls inside know to open the door and assist the others. Haosie's face turned purple, his back pressed against the wooden board, his injured arm shaking violently, and dark red bloodstains on his shirt spread out in a large patch. He gritted his teeth, released the shoulder pressed against the bedboard, and ran wildly towards the balcony, shouting, all right, hold on. They'll pull you up once I get up. He'll follow behind with the big guy, keeping an eye on the door and window. I turned to Li Ming lay beside me and said, you go grab the jump rope from the table and tie him up. If you don't want to die, do as I say. Once he and Housie are up, he'll let you go third. Quick, don't dawdle. Almost at the same time as Housie turned around, Shenyang unleashed another inhuman roar, and the zombies outside seemed to be ignited, doubling their assault frequency. Bang! The booming sound struck the heart like a heavy hammer, each impact accompanied by the cracking sound of the door frame. White powder mixed with bits of wall plaster fell like snowflakes, blinding us. The bedboard sealing the entrance window, which had already slid to the edge of the bolt, finally made a painful cracking sound under another destructive impact. Bang! The 2 nylon ropes on the left broke, first the frayed ends exploding like severed nerves. The remaining 2 ropes instantly bore the full force of the tension, stretched tight like steel wires, and the rope loop tangled around the water pipe suddenly slipped, directly coming off the bolt. That rusty hexagonal nut under continuous pulling completely flew off the water pipe joint, with a clang, crashing onto the floor and rolling into the darkness of the corner. The bedboard, which had been firmly secured, suddenly lost all its restraints and was violently shoved open by the swarming zombies, creating a half-foot wide gap. A decayed dark arm immediately squeezed through the gap, its curling nails slick with dark brown goo, frantically reaching for the nearest Li Minglei. Following closely was a face that was mostly rotted, its muddy eyes bulging out, mouth opening at a bizarre angle, the foul stench of decay spraying in through the bedboard, instantly filling the entire dormitory. Li Minglei screamed and took a step back, grabbing the stool by his feet and smashing it onto the outstretched arm, the sound of bone shattering instantly drowning out the screams. By the balcony, Housie had already climbed onto the water pipe, gripping the pipe wall tightly with both hands. The bedsheet strips he had wrapped around his palm, firmly securing his grip on the slippery, rusty iron, steadily moving upward. I stood by the balcony with 2 backpacks on my back, one hand gripping the fruit knife I had just picked up, staring intently at the gap in the dormitory, the dull pain in my back surging up, the wound on my knee from the chair throbbing painfully, but all that filled my mind was one thought: hurry up. Faster. Just as Haosie's hands gripped the railing of the 4th-floor balcony, a sound of the sliding door being pulled open came from above, and 2 girls' faces suddenly peeked out. Who are you? Where's my friend? The girl in the front shouted sharply, her voice laced with uncontainable panic, yet she did not retreat one bit. Room 302. Li Minglei sent us up. He's holding the door behind us. Open the door quickly, I shouted back at the top of my lungs. For a brief moment the girl's vigilance relaxed. Following the hazy moonlight, I caught a glimpse of her appearance. A round chubby doll-like face, her bangs plastered to her forehead, with cold sweat each strand sticking to her smooth forehead. Even the hair at her temples was damp with tiny beads of sweat sliding down her jawline. Her chest rose and fell with rapid breaths. Although her eyes concealed an undeniable panic, she showed no hesitation as she leaned out over the railing. She immediately reached out her hand towards Halsey, her clear voice cutting through the wind, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor of tension, yet still crisp and clear. "Hold on tight. Give me your hand. He'll pull you up." Using her strength, Halsey kicked off the pipe wall forcefully and flipped into the fourth-floor balcony. Almost the instant he landed, I immediately scrambled onto the water pipe, climbing desperately with hands and feet, my nails digging fiercely into the seams of the pipe. Even though my fingertips were filled with rust and mud, I dared not relent. The roars of zombies from behind grew more and more intense. I could even hear the sound of the wooden door completely shattering, but all I saw was the hand reaching out from the fourth-floor balcony, and all I could think was climb up. Finally, my fingertips touched her palm, and she instantly gripped my wrist tightly, the muscles in her arm taut with no hesitation. Using her strength, I launched myself off the pipe joint, my other hand successfully gripping the edge of the balcony. She and Halsey grabbed my collar together, and with their combined strength, they pulled me into the fourth-floor balcony. I fell heavily onto the cement floor, and before I could catch my breath, I immediately flipped over and rushed to the railing, shouting desperately downwards, "We made it up! Quick! Oldemo! Big guy!" The night wind poured in from the balcony, carrying a heavy scent of blood, and the roars of the gathered zombies below echoed. The gap in room 302 was being smashed wider and wider, the zombies' cries almost breaking through the roof, yet Oldemo and the big guy still held the door tightly, buying time for Li Minglei. Halsey and I clung to the railing, staring down at the water pipe, our backs already soaked with cold sweat. We had finally escaped from that collapsed cage, but looking at the tightly closed door of room 401, staring into the endless darkness and roars below, an uncontrollable thought surfaced. Is room 401 our path to survival in this dead end, or the next cage that will trap us? As my shout echoed, a deafening crash came from room 302 below, followed by the howls of a horde of zombies threatening to topple the entire building's roof. "The door is broken. Li Minglei, go first. Big guy, hold the front with me." Old Mo's roar pierced through the chaotic sounds, reaching clearly to us. Halsey and I clung to the railing, our eyes fixed on the balcony below, our hearts racing as if they might explode. The first to climb the water pipe was Li Minglei. His hands still trembled from smashing the zombie's arm, his whole being like a startled bird gripping the pipe tightly, feet desperately scrambling upward, oblivious to the fact that the anti-slip tape on his palms was already worn away. Twice his feet slipped beneath him, his body hanging in midair for a moment, causing Su Xiao upstairs to gasp in fear, half of her body leaning out over the railing, intensely watching his movements, ready to reach out and pull him back. "Hurry, a little faster," Halsey yelled from the railing, urging him on. Two zombies had already burst into the dormitory door of 302. Big guy, nearly 1.9 meters tall, stood firm at the entrance, swinging a mop handle, violently striking the first zombie squarely on the head, splattering its putrid fluids all over him. He did not retreat a step, using his body to block the horde of zombies at the door, shouting towards the water pipe, "Li Minglei, get up there. Make some space for us." Li Minglei climbed up using hands and feet. Just as his fingertips touched the railing, Su Xiao and Halsey grabbed his arms from either side, forcibly pulling him up. He landed heavily on the ground, his chest heaving violently, unable to speak, his gaze fixed on the ceiling, his eyes filled with lingering fear. "Big guy, retreat. Get up the water pipe fast." Old Mo's voice came from the shadows of the balcony. He held a broken leg of a stool tightly in his hand, standing sideways behind Big Guy, jabbing it into the eye socket of a zombie that had circled around, forcing it back 2 steps. Big Guy did not linger, seizing the moment of Old Mo's cover. He abruptly stepped back, turning to climb over the balcony railing. His nearly 1.9-meter frame made the water pipe sway slightly under his grip. He remained calm, each step taken with precision, his arm muscles taut like iron. Even with the sounds of Old Mo struggling with the zombies right beside him, his movements did not falter. But just as he reached halfway up to the second floor, a zombie suddenly broke through Old Mo's defense, lunging toward the balcony's edge, its decaying hand reaching straight for his ankle. "Watch out!" Halsey and I shouted in unison. Big Guy swiftly curled up, his leg kicking off with the force of the pipe, the zombie's hand just grazing his shoe. Using that momentum, he shot up another considerable distance, reaching the 4th floor's railing in less than 10 seconds. Halsey and I quickly moved forward, using all our strength to pull him up. As soon as he landed, he immediately turned and lunged at the railing, shouting down, "Oldemo, hurry, get your ass up here." At that moment, the balcony of 302 had become a circle of zombies. 3 zombies surrounded the door, with 2 already charging toward the edge of the balcony. Oldemo was backed against the railing, the stool leg in his hand stained with dark brown rotten liquid, a long gash torn in the back of his school uniform, yet he showed no signs of panic. In that life and death moment, I caught a glimpse of his next move in the dim moonlight. He sidestepped the zombie's charge, slamming the stool leg down hard onto its knee. The sound of cracking bone echoed. The zombie instantly fell to its knees, blocking the path of the two behind it. In that very second, he suddenly retreated to the side of Chunyang, who was curled up in a corner tied up with jump ropes. The sharp end of the stool leg viciously sliced into Chunyang's left arm. A deep gash opened up, blood gushing forth and splattering onto the cement floor. Then he lifted his foot and kicked hard, the knot of the jump rope binding Chunyang's wrist completely unraveling. "I eat lemons. You want die well." Chunyang, who had just been watching the scene, was obviously stunned, taking several seconds to react before shouting. Old Mo's entire action was executed with extreme speed, taking less than half a second, blending in with the howls and crashes of the zombies, hidden like a gust of wind. The zombies downstairs noticed, while Big Guy and Heisey upstairs were focused on the prone Li Minglei. Only I remained gripping the railing, watching Old Mo closely, taking in every detail. Old Mo did not cast another glance at Chunyang, turning to climb the water pipe, his movements quick as a cheetah. Almost as soon as his hands grasped the pipe, a heart-wrenching scream erupted from behind Chunyang's agonizing cry. The intense pain in his arm, the spurting blood, and the release of his bindings drove the near-death and frenzied Chunyang to unleash a scream that was almost inhuman. The smell of blood wafted through the air, causing the zombies below, which had originally been approaching Old Mo and reaching for his ankle, to suddenly turn as if drawn by a magnet, all crazily rushing toward the corner of the 302 balcony. The group of zombies that had been surrounding the edge of the balcony, blocking the escape route, suddenly thinned out by more than half. I went rigid, my mind exploding in an instant. This was no accident, it was a calculated move. He had never intended to bring Chunyang up. In his eyes, this madman who wanted to drag everyone down with him was merely bait to divert the zombies. That wound, that scream, that loosened, not all meticulously planned by him to clear a path for our escape. Heisey and Big Guy were still encouraging Old Mo from the railing, while Su Xiao and Zhou Ming were nervously gripping the railing. No one noticed that brief half-second of action. No one realized that it was Chunyang's blood and scream that paved a safe path for Old Mo. Old Mo quickly climbed to the 4th floor. Big Guy reached out and grabbed his arm, while Heisey and I hurried forward, working together to pull him up. As soon as he landed, he staggered, slightly blood smeared on his forehead, still gripping the bloody stool leg, yet his expression remained unchanged. He simply wiped the sweat from his face and nodded towards Su Xiao. "Open the door, let's talk inside. This place isn't safe." Su Xiao immediately reacted, hurriedly pulling open the sliding door that led from the balcony to the dormitory. We all filed in, and she quickly turned back to lock the door, shoving a nearby metal cabinet firmly against the balcony door. Until the heavy cabinet door slammed against the door frame with a muffled sound, our taut nerves finally relaxed. I leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. With the faint light of my phone's flashlight, I finally saw the entirety of dormitory 401. This is a standard 4-person male dormitory, identical to our 302 downstairs, but the doors and windows are reinforced much more thoroughly. The dormitory door directly opposite was tightly blocked by 3 metal cabinets and a desk with thick foam strips stuffed into the cracks, allowing not a single ray of light to escape. The window facing the corridor was securely nailed with thick wooden boards surrounded by a mass of steel nails, leaving only a tiny observation hole the size of a fingernail in the corner. The floor was covered with several pieces of interlocking mats, making almost no sound when walked upon, and in the corner there were several empty instant noodle buckets, deflated water bottles, and scattered books and study materials. The only supplies that could be considered resources were 3 unopened bottles of mineral water in the corner of the desk, and 2 locked aluminum first aid boxes emblazoned with the medical school's emblem, alongside a half-open system anatomy textbook, a white lab coat, and sterile disposable gloves. The bed curtains of the 4 beds were drawn tightly, and only on the 2 beds by the window were their backpacks and some scattered daily necessities. Compared to our 302, which had been smashed to bits, this place was indeed a fortress of safety, yet like us, it had also reached the point of being completely out of supplies. No wonder they would take the risk of climbing down the water pipes to seize our food. My name is Su Xiao from Clinical Class 3, and this is my classmate Zhou Ming. The girl with the baby face spoke first, handing us the remaining half bottle of mineral water, her voice still tinged with a hint of lingering tension. "We are from Dormitory 12, room 506. On the day the lockdown began, we came out to buy supplies, and in a hurry we ran in here. We didn't have time to return to the opposite side of Dormitory 12 before it was sealed off, so we had to stay in Li Minglai's dormitory. Thank you for not leaving him behind." Her gaze swept over us before finally landing on Li Minglai, her expression darkening. "Chunyang." Li Minglai lowered his head, glancing in Zhao Lei's direction, his hand gripping the mineral water bottle, trembling slightly, his voice hoarse. "He's gone." The door broke and the zombies rushed in. He didn't make it out. No one spoke. The dormitory fell into a brief silence. Only the faint sounds of zombies roaring outside and our heavy breathing could be heard. No one delved into why Chunyang didn't escape. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, losing one person seemed to be nothing out of the ordinary. I lifted my gaze towards Lao Mo. He was leaning against the desk, placing a bloodstained chair leg on the table expressionless as he twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, as if the few seconds of scheming on the 302 balcony had never happened. It was at this moment that my gaze fell on Li Minglai's right arm. When he had fetched the water earlier, he instinctively hid his right hand behind him. The inner side of his shirt sleeve was torn open, revealing a scratch about 1 or 2 centimeters long on his skin, its edges slightly blackened, the blood half congealed, mingling with rust and mud. Though it seemed inconspicuous, it pierced my eyes like a needle. That did not look like a scrape from climbing the water pipe. The edges of the scratch were neat and sharp, indicative of being caused by a sharp hard shell, and the darkened edges suggested it was the decay from a zombie's claw. It was from when he smashed that zombie's arm, reaching in from the 302 balcony with a chair. But Li Minglai seemed completely unaware. He simply tugged down his shirt to cover the wound, leaning against the wall with his eyes closed, breathing heavily, assuming it was merely a scrape caused by the chaos. Haozi was gritting his teeth, asking Zhou Meng to tend to the cut on his arm, while the big guy leaned against the door, staring intently towards the balcony. No one noticed that inconspicuous scratch. I opened my mouth, wanting to remind him, but the words caught in my throat, and I swallowed them back. Now that everyone had just escaped from the gates of hell, their nerves were stretched to the limit. If I spoke up, it would only incite panic among everyone, and someone might even throw Li Minglai out of the dormitory. I could only clench my fists tightly, committing this matter to memory, my gaze falling on Lao again. He was also looking at Li Minglai's arm, his brow slightly furrowing, then relaxing again. He said nothing, just held the mineral water bottle and continued to drink. He must have seen it too. The night had completely fallen. We discussed a shift schedule with Su Xiao and the others. The 4 of us were split into 2 groups, the big guy and Li Minglai for the first half of the night, while I and Lao took the second half with Haozi's arm injured and the 2 girls weak, so they would rest first. At 3 in the morning, Lao and I changed shifts on time. We moved a stool and sat in the shadow of the balcony, watching over the railing. Everyone in the dormitory was fast asleep, with only the night wind outside carrying the distant roars of zombies gently blowing in. In the darkness, only our 2 breaths could be heard. I remained silent for a long time, finally speaking up in a voice so low that only we could hear. Qinyang, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Lao didn't turn around, still staring into the darkness below, casually playing with an empty mineral water bottle, his movements never pausing. After a full half-minute, he finally softly replied, his voice calm, without a trace of fluctuation, as if simply stating the most ordinary of facts. He went mad, staying there would only lead to constant screaming, attracting zombies. None of us could escape. He paused, finally turning to look at me, and in the darkness his eyes shone startlingly bright. The scent of blood and screams is the best bait to draw away zombies. Do you think I did wrong? I didn't answer. I didn't blame him. If it weren't for him using Qinyang to lure away the zombies surrounding the balcony, none of us would have survived to climb to the 4th floor. Perhaps we would have already become fodder for the zombies along with the 302. But I still felt a heavy knot in my heart. It wasn't an accident. He had personally pushed a living person to feed the zombies. Even if that person had gone mad and wanted to drag us down with him. I don't think you did wrong. I finally spoke, my voice slightly hoarse. I just didn't expect you to do that. And besides, the things you shouted at him were also meant to provoke him, right? To make him lose his mind. Lao smiled lightly, a soft laugh tinged with a hint of indescribable fatigue and hardness. He turned back, looking into the darkness below again, his voice as light as the wind. Lin Shun, since the day the apocalypse broke out, we have lost the right to be good people. Either we sacrifice one person doomed not to survive and all of us live, or we die alongside him. Which do you choose? I opened my mouth, but found myself with nothing to say. The night wind flowed through the gaps in the railing, carrying the chill of late autumn, yet I felt not a bit cold. I looked at Lao's back and suddenly realized that this top student who had lived with me for 2 years and wouldn't even want to step on an ant had already died since the day we locked the dormitory door. What remained alive was a cunning old fox who could calmly use a living person as bait to ensure our survival. In the darkness, I glanced at the palm of my hand where the wound from climbing the water pipe still burned painfully. We had finally escaped from that collapsed cage, but I knew in my heart that some things had irretrievably changed since the moment Qinyang's last scream rang out. And the inconspicuous scratch on Li Minglai's arm was like a buried time bomb waiting to explode at The night grew deeper. On the 9th day of the virus outbreak, as dawn broke, more than half of the occupants in dormitory 401 were already awake. With no electricity and no heating, the chill of late autumn seeped through the cracks of the balcony door, making one's bones ache. The 6 of us were crammed into this less than 20 square meter dormitory, having spent the night tossing and turning. Haozi's arm ached, leading him to turn restlessly. Su Xiao and Zhou Meng were squeezed onto the bed by the window, barely managing to stay awake until dawn. The first to get up was Li Minglai. Without greeting anyone, he quietly made his way to the balcony in the dark, grabbed a bottle of mineral water from the table, twisted off the cap, and gulped it down, draining nearly half the bottle in a few swigs, his atoms apple bobbing rapidly, as if he had been parched for days. After drinking, he wiped his mouth, his gaze fixated on the empty space below the building, standing there for several minutes before irritably squeezing the empty bottle until it crunched, tossing it carelessly into the corner. Drink sparingly. Housie instantly sat up in bed, covering his injured arm and glaring at him. That water was what we brought from 302, and there are only 6 bottles left. We still have to go rescue people today. Oh, what will we do if you chug half a bottle? Li Minglei abruptly turned his head, a fleeting flash of fierce hostility in his eyes, the veins on his neck bulging. But that surge of aggression lasted less than a second before dissipating. He lowered his head and apologized hoarsely. I'm sorry. I was too thirsty and couldn't help it. Housie curled his lip, grumbling as he lay back down, assuming he was still shaken from yesterday's scare. But I saw clearly that when he spoke, his right hand instinctively gripped the position on his left forearm, the cuff of his shirt sliding up slightly to reveal abnormal bruises on his skin, with half-congealed blood seeping out a bit, particularly conspicuous in the morning light. I glanced at Lao Mo, who was leaning against the desk playing with the fruit knife I had brought from 302. His gaze was also on Li Minglei's arm, his brow slightly furrowed. He exchanged a silent glance with me before subtly diverting his gaze. We both understood implicitly. The time bomb buried in this dormitory had already begun its countdown. The whole morning, Li Minglei's condition became increasingly unsettling. He couldn't sit still or lie down, pacing back and forth in the dormitory, his steps light and hurried like a wild beast trapped in a cage. When asked what was wrong, he would say the room was too stuffy and he couldn't breathe, yet the balcony door was clearly ajar, letting in the cold wind. When others spoke to him, he always took a moment to respond, his gaze vacant, staring at one spot for several minutes. Occasionally, he would suddenly shiver all over before quickly returning to normal. Su Xiao offered him a piece of the compressed biscuits we had brought, but when he reached for it, his fingers trembled violently, causing the crumbs to fall to the floor. Before we could react, he immediately crouched down, frantically gathering the dusty crumbs with his trembling hands and stuffing them into his mouth, his movements so urgent they seemed completely irrational. Are you reincarnated from a starving ghost? Housie remarked with a frown. Isn't the floor dirty? No one is competing with you for it. Li Minglei shot up his head again, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage, staring daggers at Housie, a faint beast-like growl escaping his throat. The atmosphere in the dormitory instantly froze. I stood up abruptly, positioning myself in front of Housie. After a few seconds, Li Minglei seemed to snap back to reality, hastily lowering his head and repeatedly murmuring, I'm sorry, I was too hungry and couldn't control myself, retreating into the corner of the balcony and falling silent. Su Xiao watched his back, her brow slightly furrowed, but she assumed it was just a stress response and didn't think much of it. Only Lao Mo and I understood that it was not merely stress, but a precursor symptom of the viral infection that was slowly consuming his sanity. At noon, Lao Mo gathered all of us together and laid out all the supplies we had brought from 302: 4 buckets of instant noodles, 6 unopened bottles of mineral water, half a pack of dried noodles, 2 cans of fruit, and the remaining energy bars, and half a pack of candles. There were only 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 locked medical kits left in 401. Aside from that, there were no more rations. This is all we have. Lao Mo tapped the table, his gaze sweeping over all of us. We need to act at 3 in the morning. Cross the street, climb the pipes, and rescue people. All of this requires physical strength, so we must conserve our resources. My suggestion was to cook all the instant noodles and canned food for lunch, allowing everyone to have a hearty meal to replenish as much strength as possible without considering the future. We were all taken aback. Previously, Lao Mo had been the stingiest with resources, counting every grain of rice and drop of water, yet now he wanted to finish all the remaining rations. Lao Mo, are we eating it all? What will we do after we bring people back? Housie couldn't help but ask. Once we rescue them, we won't return here. Lao Mo looked out the balcony. There's no food or drink here, so it's pointless to stay. After we rescue them, we'll head directly to the new base, where we'll find everything we need. There's no need to conserve here. Today's meal is for us to regain strength for the rescue. No one voiced any objections. With no electricity, we used alcohol blocks and a small iron pot to cook the instant noodles on the balcony in the wind. We also opened 2 cans of fruit, and the rich aroma of noodles spread through the silent dormitory. This was the first proper meal we had enjoyed since the outbreak 9 days ago. Everyone received a full bowl of noodles along with some sweet peaches and syrup, and even the broth was completely. Only Li Minglei squatted in the corner of the balcony, finishing his portion in a few bites, his gaze fixated on the remaining broth in the pot. Yet he didn't reach out for more, merely gripping the bowl tightly and remaining silent. Su Xiao and Zhou Meng said little throughout, silently finishing their portions before taking the initiative to clean up the bowl. They understood that they and we were merely temporary strangers thrown together. Just yesterday, they had nearly come to blows over Chunyang and Li Minglei's robbery. Now they could eat a full meal only because we had taken control of this dormitory. 2 defenseless girls in this cannibalistic apocalypse had no choice but to depend on us to survive. After eating and drinking to our fill, we cleaned the place up. Lao Mo, the tall guy, Housie, and I gathered by the observation hole on the balcony gradually mapping out the terrain of the opposite Building 13 in the daylight, finalizing our rescue plan. Su Xiao and Zhou Ming sat quietly on the edge of the bed, not far away, listening attentively, without interrupting or coming closer. Lao Mo used a pencil to draw an accurate map on paper detailing each route, with us calculating the time for every step to the utmost precision. Old Mo spoke while sketching. The main road from Dorm 12 to Dorm 13 is 15 meters wide with no obstructions. It is a necessary route, and also the most dangerous place. During the day, zombies have better vision than at night. Charging in recklessly would be suicidal. Therefore, the operation time is set for 3 in the morning, when the zombies are least active and have the worst eyesight. I have already assigned the roles. Housie will stay on the balcony of room 401 to keep watch, while Su Xiao and Zhou Ming will guard the base with you. Prepare 3 mineral water bottles filled with stones. 1 minute before the operation starts, throw the first bottle towards the direction of Canteen 5 to divert most of the zombies on the main road. When we reach the middle of the road, throw the second bottle with more force to distract any remaining zombies. If anything goes wrong, throw the third bottle in the opposite direction to provide us with a retreat path. You 3 stay here to assist us in retreat. Reinforce the balcony door in advance. No matter what noise you hear before we return, do not open the door. He specifically assigned Su Xiao and Zhou Ming to safer positions at the back, not allowing them to take risks on the front lines. After all, they were strangers to Lin Shi and Zhanya from Dorm 13 and had no reason to accompany us into such perilous situations. We did not have enough trust in them, so it was best for them to stay at the base for logistical support. Then he pointed to 2 thick wooden boards half the height of a person leaning against the wall. These were the makeshift shields we had just made that afternoon. They were made from leftover bed boards from room 401, reinforced at the edges with a few scattered steel nails to prevent splintering. A sturdy grip was wrapped in fabric in the middle, and 2 horizontal wooden strips were nailed to the back for support, capable of securely blocking the zombies' claws and attacks, just enough to protect the upper body. I will go in front with Big Guy, each of us with a homemade shield leading the way to block the zombies' attacks. Lin Shun, you will cover the rear with a mop handle, keeping an eye on both sides. We will form a triangular formation to rush across the main road, making not a single unnecessary sound, and must reach the base of Dorm 13 within 5 seconds. Once we reach downstairs, I will first climb the water pipe to confirm there are no zombies on the 3rd floor balcony, and signal you. Big Guy will follow second, while Lin Shin stays below to prevent zombies from surrounding us. Old Mo's pen pointed emphatically at the location of the 3rd floor of Dorm 13, his tone particularly serious. When you reach the balcony, flash the signal 3 times with the flashlight. Long flash, short flash, long flash, to confirm it is Lin Shi and the others before opening the door. The 4 girls had already been without food and water for nearly 3 days, so they surely lacked the strength to climb the water pipe. We would use the prepared bedsheet rope to lower them down one by one from the 3rd floor, with Big Guy controlling the rope from above, while I would try to get down early to assist Lin Chun below, making sure to remain silent throughout. He intentionally emphasized the phrase, for girls, indicating that he aimed to rescue them all, without leaving anyone behind. Big Guy repeatedly looked at the route map, his finger firmly pointing at the location of the 3rd floor of Dorm 13, asking the most critical question. After we get the people out, where do we go? Returning to room 401 would be meaningless, as the rations here are already exhausted. Old Mo's pen marked 2 positions on the paper, raising his eyes to look at us. 2 options. I will lay out the pros and cons clearly, and we will decide together which one to choose. The first option is the fried chicken shop on the 1st floor of Dorm 13. Advantages: it is less than 5 meters from the entrance of Dorm 13, and after picking up the people we can turn around and get there without needing to cross the main road again. The 4 girls are out of energy and won't have to run a long distance, minimizing the risks. The security has already scouted the place, and it contains a large amount of vacuum-packed semi-finished products, frozen fried chicken boxes of mineral water and carbonated drinks, which can completely solve the food and water issues for all 8 of us. There are front and back doors allowing entry and exit, while the back kitchen has a fire door, which can be fortified to become a safe haven. Disadvantages: the space is not large, with only 2 entrances at the front and back. If we are surrounded by zombies, the escape route is limited. Moreover, there is a high probability that the zombies we previously diverted are still lingering nearby, requiring us to clear them out first. The second option is the campus delivery station below Dorm 12. Advantages: the space is large, with 2 roll-up doors that can be fortified to become a long-term survival base. There are vast amounts of unopened packages inside, containing food, daily necessities, tools, outdoor gear, and possibly self-defense weapons, which can support our long-term survival. We are familiar with the terrain. It is close to Dorm 12, and there is an escape route. Disadvantages: it is too far from Dorm 13. After picking up the people, we would need to cross the main road again and pass by Canteen 5, which is densely populated with zombies. Bringing 4 exhausted girls along poses a high risk. Whether there are zombies inside, and whether there are usable supplies, remain unknown. The dormitory fell silent for a few seconds, and Big Guy was the first to speak, his tone without hesitation. Let's choose the fried chicken shop. First we get the people out, and let the four of them drink some water and recover before discussing the next steps. The delivery station is too far. Crossing the road with four girls makes it too easy for accidents to happen. I and Housie nodded in agreement, fully supporting this choice. At this moment, Su Xiao, who had been silent, gently spoke up, her gaze fixed on old Mo, cautiously probing. The two of us. We'll just stay in 401 and wait for your return, right? We are from the medical school, knowledgeable in first aid and wound treatment. After you return, whether someone is injured or if there are follow-up disinfection tasks at the base, we can be of help. Her words confirmed her own safety, but also served as a pledge to us. They would not risk their lives to save strangers, but they were willing to use their professional skills to earn a chance to survive with us. Old Mo nodded, giving them assurance. Yes, you will stay here with Housie. After we get the people, we will first go to the fried chicken shop to clear it out and reinforce it. Once we stabilize, we will come back for you. We won't leave you here. Su Xiao and Zhou Ming instantly sighed in relief, their tense shoulders slumping as they nodded in agreement, showing no further dissent. Old Mo finally circled the position of the fried chicken shop, his pen pressing down firmly. All right, it's settled on the fried chicken shop. After getting the people out, rush inside immediately. Big Guy and I will clear the area while Lin Shun guards the door to assist the girls. Once inside, promptly inventory the supplies and reinforce the doors and windows. We must act swiftly. Rest for a day, assess the surrounding situation, and then form a team to search for long-term supplies at the deliveries. The plan was finalized, and we, the core action figures, repeatedly checked the route and the code 3 times to ensure that there were no mistakes. In contrast, Li Minglei remained curled up in the corner of the balcony, his head buried in his knees, trembling slightly, completely oblivious to our plan, as if he had not heard anything. I looked at him, and the ominous premonition in my heart grew stronger. Time passed minute by minute, and the sky darkened gradually. The time for our operation at 3 in the morning was drawing near. We were all busy making the final preparations, tearing bedsheets into wide strips, wrapping them around our palms, and shoe soles for grip, sharpening the mop handle to make a simple spear, adjusting the flashlight to the lowest brightness, while repeatedly checking the code, rolling up the pre-prepared bedsheet rope into a bundle, and stuffing it into our backpacks. Su Xiao and Zhou Ming were also not idle, organizing the iodine gauze and tourniquet from the first aid kit into 2 portions, one for Housie to change his wound at the base, and the other into our backpack for emergencies on the road. At 1 in the evening, 4 hours before the operation, an unexpected event occurred. Su Xiao was the first to sense that something was wrong. While she was changing the gauze on Haosie's arm, she suddenly heard a dull thud from the direction of the balcony, followed by the sound of teeth chattering. All of us instantly turned our heads and saw Li Minglei lying stiffly on the concrete floor, convulsing violently, his face turning red, and then pale cold sweat pouring from his forehead, mumbling incoherently, alternating between shouting cold and screaming, "I'm dying of heat," gripping his left arm tightly, tearing his shirt to shreds. The 12 centimeter long scratch was now fully exposed before us. The skin around the wound had turned completely black and purple, with dark veins bulging out like earthworms, spreading wildly up his forearm, nearly reaching his elbow. The edges of the wound were curling, and the blood seeping out was not bright red, but a murky brown, a sight that was horrifying. Did he get scratched by a zombie? Housie instantly sprang up from the ground, terrified, and backed away 2 steps, colliding heavily against the wall. The big guy quickly grabbed the mop handle leaning against the door and held it horizontally in front of him, his eyes fixed on the convulsing Li Minglei, his muscles tensed up. Su Xiao's face was ashen, but she still forced herself to remain calm, crouching down to check his vital signs. But as soon as her hand reached out, Li Minglei suddenly opened his eyes wide. Those eyes were no longer human. The sclera was clouded, as if shrouded in a layer of white mist filled with countless red blood vessels, and the pupils dilated to nearly fill the entire iris, completely lacking focus. His mouth opened at a bizarre angle, a deep murky roar emanating from his throat that sounded exactly like the cries of the zombies outside. Before we could react, he lunged at Su Xiao like a beast. "Watch out!" the big guy roared, yanking Su Xiao by the collar and pulling her behind him. Li Minglei missed his target, crashing heavily against the wall, yet it seemed he felt no pain at all, scrambling to get up using hands and feet, his joints twisting at unnatural angles as he lunged again at Housie, who was closest to him. Lao Mo was well prepared. He gripped the bedsheet rope he had prepared earlier, dashed forward, and forcefully pressed Li Minglei's chest against the wall with a makeshift shield. "Big guy, give me a hand. Tie him up." The big guy instantly reacted, rushing to hold down Li Minglei's flailing arms, while Lao Mo nimbly bound his hands and feet tightly together with the rope, tying 3 tight knots. But even though he was bound tightly like a zongzi, Li Minglei continued to struggle violently, his screams becoming more piercing, his strength astonishing, making it difficult for both adult men to hold him down. His head swung wildly from side to side, his teeth clattering, drool dripping onto the floor, his eyes entirely devoid of any human rationality, replaced solely by pure bloodlust and madness. The dormitory was silent, with only Li Minglei's roars and our hurried breaths remaining. Housie was so scared that his face turned as white as paper, trembling all over, while Zhou Ming tightly held onto Su Xiao's arm, tears welling in her eyes. This is an infection. Su Xiao's voice trembled, yet she gritted her teeth, using her medical school knowledge to explain to us word by word. It is the virus-laden fluid from the zombie's claws that entered the bloodstream through the scratch, following the same infection path as a bite. The early symptoms of thirst, low fever, irritability, anger, and sluggishness are all precursor symptoms of viral infection, very similar to influenza, and can easily be overlooked. From the scratch to full onset it takes about 24 hours, depending on individual constitution and the depth of the wound. He is already irreversible. The virus has invaded the central nervous system, completely destroying his reason and pain perception, and he will soon fully mutate, becoming just like the zombies outside. There is no saving him, there's nothing we can do. With that, the dormitory fell silent once more. We all knew what Li Minglei must die, but he was one of us who had escaped from downstairs together just hours ago, sharing the same room. To personally kill someone we knew, someone who had just been alive, was nothing short of a nightmarish task for us college students who had never even killed a chicken. He'll do it. The big guy gritted his teeth, raising the mop handle in his hand, though his arm trembled slightly. Wait. Lao suddenly spoke up. He released his grip on Li Minglei and stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over me. The big guy, and Haozi, his voice terrifyingly calm. No one rushes in. This time the four of us who are going to save him must all participate. He was the first zombie we faced up close, just transformed, and the first we had to deal with ourselves. Lao Mo's gaze fell on the mop handle in the big guy's hand. Tonight we are going to the 13th dormitory to save people crossing a road filled with zombies facing dozens or even hundreds of infected, all while protecting four unarmed girls. If today we can't even handle a bound, non-threatening zombie, then when we go out tonight, in that moment of hesitation, we will be the ones who die along with those waiting for us. As Lao Mo's voice fell, the dormitory plunged into a deathly silence. Only Li Minglei, bound to the ground, continued to struggle frantically, drool spilling from the corner of his mouth onto the concrete floor, his murky eyes glaring at the ceiling, and his throat emitted a beast-like low growl, no longer resembling the timid boy from a few hours ago. I gripped the mop handle tightly, the wooden rod slick with the cold sweat of my palms, my arms trembling uncontrollably. To kill a zombie, to kill a classmate who had just spoken with us under the same roof yesterday, who had escaped from the horde of zombies in room 302. I reiterate, no one can escape this challenge today. Lao Mo picked up the other three sharpened mop handles from the table and handed them to me, the big guy, and Haozi in turn, while he gripped the remaining one tightly, turning to Li Minglei's side. He is no longer Li Minglei, he has become a man-eating monster. If we don't act now, the first to die will be us when he breaks free from the ropes. Haozi closed his eyes, gritting his teeth as he raised the mop handle, his arm shaking like a sieve, tears streaming down his face. I can't bring myself to do it. No one is asking you to do it alone. Lao Mo's gaze swept over the three of us, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. When I count to 3, we will strike simultaneously, aiming for the head. This is the only way to grant him instant relief. No one's hands will be stained with more blood, and no one. The big guy took a deep breath, stepping in front of Lao Mo, first pointing the tip of the mop handle at Li Minglei's forehead, his previously trembling arm steadied completely. I am ready. I gritted my teeth and stepped forward as well, the cold wooden tip aimed at Li Minglei's temple, Lin's eyes, farewell message flashing repeatedly in my mind, along with the sight of the girl in building 13 gasping for breath. In that moment of hesitation, we would be the ones to die along with them. Haozi finally staggered over, closing his eyes and aiming the handle at Li Minglei's cheek, his teeth chattering. Seeing that we had all taken our positions, Lao Mo slowly began, his voice piercing through Li Minglei's screams. 3. I tightened my grip on the mop handle. 2. I aimed the wooden rod at Li Minglei's eye socket, closing my eyes and burying all hesitation and fear deep within my heart. 1. Piercing. The first sensation was the dull resistance of the wooden tip breaking through rotting flesh, as if plunging into swollen, decayed mud, offering almost no resistance. Immediately after the wooden tip crashed hard against the solid skull, a screeching sound of friction traveled straight up the wooden handle into my arm, numbing my grip and causing my forearm to tremble uncontrollably. For muffled thuds exploded almost simultaneously, mingled with the crack of splintering bone, and Li Minglei's frantic roar abruptly ceased. His body twitched violently twice, then completely slumped down, his glaring murky eyes slowly losing their luster, falling into silence. The dormitory fell into a deathly quiet once more, leaving only the sound of our heavy breathing. Haozi's mop handle clattered to the ground as he covered his mouth and rushed to the balcony, gripping the railing and retching violently, yet nothing came out. The big guy leaned against the wall, staring down at his hands in silence, cold sweat dripping from his forehead along it. I continued to grip the mop handle tightly, the wooden rod wedged into the zombie's skull, not penetrating fully, blood oozing out in rivulets. I had just killed a person with my own hands. Su Xiao, could you come and take a look? Lao Mo's voice broke the silence as he crouched beside Li Minglei's corpse, pointing at the darkened wound. He was scratched yesterday morning, and it only fully manifested until just now, exactly 26 hours later. Earlier we saw security guards infected by bites transforming in less than 2 hours, Why the discrepancy? Su Xiao approached with a pale face, crouching down to examine the wound carefully, also checking Li Minglai's now dilated pupils. Her voice trembled slightly, yet remained clear. It seems that the speed of infection varies. There are individual differences and incubation periods. First, the route of infection. The viral load from a bite is far greater than from a scratch. The volume of bodily fluids that enter the bloodstream is more substantial, causing it to manifest quickly. Scratches carry less infection, manifesting slowly, and possibly having an incubation period of hours to a couple of days, with initial symptoms resembling those of a cold or fever easily overlooked. Secondly, individual constitution varies. Everyone has different immunity levels, and their tolerance to the virus differs. Additionally, the location of the wound matters. The closer it is to the heart and brain, the faster the onset. Wounds on the extremities may manifest relatively slower. She paused, lifting her gaze to us, her tone growing serious. This also means that from now on, even the smallest scratch or scrape, if it has come into contact with a zombie's bodily fluids, must be disinfected and checked immediately. We cannot afford to be careless. During the incubation period, no one knows if the other will mutate in the next second. A heaviness settled in all our hearts. Previously, we only knew that being bitten or scratched by a zombie would lead to mutation, but we had never considered that infection could vary in speed and even have an imperceptible incubation period. This means that even the person closest to you might unknowingly be infected, becoming the next Li Minglai. Clean. Lao Mo stood up, glancing at the wall clock, the hour hand pointing to 2 in the morning. Wrap the body in a bedsheet and place it in the innermost corner of the balcony, blocking it with a trash bag. The bloodstains must be wiped clean with disinfectant repeatedly, leaving no trace of the smell of blood, or it will attract all the zombies downstairs. Su Xiao and Zhou Ming immediately got to work, taking out disinfectant and gauze from the first aid kit and slowly wiping the bloodstains off the floor. The big guy and I worked together to wrap Li Minglai's corpse in a bedsheet and carried it to the corner of the balcony, securely blocking it with a metal cabinet. After Haozi recovered, he silently picked up the mop and cleaned up the remnants from the floor. In less than 20 minutes, the dormitory returned to its previous state, as if the horrific transformation and execution had never occurred. With less than an hour left until the operation at 3 in the morning. It was 2:20 in the morning. No one spoke in dormitory 401. Lao Mo squatted on the ground, checking his homemade shield for the third time. His fingers brushed over the steel nails reinforced along the edge of the bedboard, and he tugged at the tightly wrapped bedsheet handle, confirming that each part could withstand pressure. 2 shields, made from the disassembled bedboard with 2 cross braces added on the back and the handles wrapped in bedsheet strips for a dozen circles, looking as ugly as trash picked from a dump. He placed 2 palm-sized walkie-talkies on the table, picked one up, adjusted the channel, and handed it to Haozi. 3 water bottles, 3 timings. The first bottle, when I shout action, you throw it towards the cafeteria. The second bottle, when we rush into the middle of the road, throw it towards the basketball court. The third bottle is a backup, you throw it in the opposite direction of the dormitory in case of an emergency. Haozi took the walkie-talkie, clamping it under his bandaged arm, while weighing the 3 mineral water bottles filled with gravel. Blood was still seeping from the wound on his arm, the bandage stained with a faint red, but he said nothing, simply wrapping the bedsheet strips around each bottle again. After we leave you, Su Xiao and Zhou Ming must guard the balcony. No matter what happens outside, whether you hear screams or gunshots, even if you hear me shout for help, you must not come down. Keep the walkie-talkie on at all times. Report any abnormalities immediately. No unauthorized actions. Understood? Understood. Haozi's voice trembled slightly, but he responded quickly. Lao Mo stood up, pointing at the sketch of the route drawn on the paper on the ground. I will be the first to enter the drain, the big guy second, and Lin Shan will bring up the rear. We must not make a sound while going downstairs. Step carefully on the pipes. If anyone slips, stop immediately, and wait until the zombie's attention is diverted before continuing. After landing, regroup in the shadow of the entrance of Building 12. Form a triangular formation towards the main road. I will hold the shield at the front with the big guy, and Lin Shan will follow behind. In 15 meters, we must reach the base of Building 13 within 5 seconds. No matter what happens, do not stop, do not look back, and do not make a sound. If anyone falls behind, no one can save you. After going up, first confirm that the balcony is safe before moving inside. Don't rush in recklessly. If it has already fallen, rushing in will only provide a meal for the zombies. The big guy sat on the edge of the bed, resting the sharpened mop handle on his knee, scraping the end with a utility knife for a couple more strokes. Wood shavings fell onto his sneakers, but he didn't look down. His eyes were fixed on the window, the balcony of Zhang Ya's dormitory on the 3rd floor of Building 13. The curtains were drawn, no light, no movement. He didn't say a word the entire time, but the grip on the mop handle betrayed him, the muscles in his forearm taut, like steel. This one-eternity athlete swallowed all his words, leaving only a polished wooden rod. Su Xiao crouched in the corner, carefully placing iodine gauze and a tourniquet into the side pocket of Lao Mo's backpack, checking each item to ensure nothing would fall out while running. Right side pocket reachable with one hand, she said in a breathy voice. Lao Mo nodded, and the two fell silent. Zhou Ming sat beside Su Xiao clutching a roll of unwrapped gauze, holding it tightly for a long time, without letting go. Her face was pale, her lips pressed into a thin line, but the items in her hands were neatly arranged. I leaned against the wall, wrapping the bedsheet strips around my palm and the sole of my shoe again, tying a tight knot. The mop handle I had jabbed into a zombie's I was rinsed several times with clean water, and then wiped clean with disinfectant, yet my fingertips still seemed to retain the soft, greasy texture mixed with bone residue. A wave of acidity rose in my stomach, which I suppressed. I raised my hand to touch the flashlight clipped to my waist. The cold metal shell pressed against my side, its hard touch made me feel slightly more alert. The message from Lin, she flashed repeatedly in my mind. Linshin, I'm sorry. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Don't come over, please don't come over. You have to live, well, make sure to survive until the day of rescue. Don't reply, my phone is about to die. Sento, it has been more than a day. Is she still alive? I took a deep breath of the cold air, pressing all distracting thoughts deep into my heart, tightening my grip on the mop handle. The rough wood grain pressed against my palm, sending a sharp pain. Just enough to pull me back from my daze. Lao Mo glanced at the wall clock and handed the shield to the big guy, picking up another piece himself. We exchanged glances, no one spoke. All the hesitation, fear, and anxiety condensed into a single phrase in that glance. Let's do this. The dark clouds outside completely obscured the waning moon. Buildings 12 and 13 loomed like two beasts crouching in the darkness, their dark windows resembling countless closed eyes. The wind stopped, and the entire world fell into an almost suffocating silence, only the distant roars of zombies drifting closer and farther. It's 3 o'clock. Lao Mo's voice was pressed down like a whisper of wind. Action. Housie moved in response, throwing the first water bottle hard towards the cafeteria. Seconds later, a loud crash echoed. The water bottle smashed against the metal rolling shutter of the cake shop, the gravel clattering together, sounding like thunder in the dead of night. The dozen or so zombies wandering on the main road turned their heads in unison. The murky roars suddenly rose in pitch, and the chaotic footsteps surged towards the cake shop like a tide. The 15-meter-wide road was cleared in just over 10 seconds, leaving only 2 stragglers still swaying in place. Go down. Lao Mo made a silent gesture and climbed over the balcony railing. This rainwater pipe we had just climbed up from downstairs the day before. The 110-millimeter thick wall of the pipe had soaked in the night dew for half the night, feeling cold and slick to the touch, like grasping an ice column. Every 1.5 meters there was a protruding pipe clamp, just right to step on for leverage, but in the thick darkness of the night each step could only find its footing by feel. If you step firmly you live. If you miss, falling means death. Lao Mo moved as lightly as a night owl, hands firmly gripping the pipe wall, feet precisely landing on the pipe clamps, alternating downwards without making a sound. He stopped halfway down to the second floor, using the scant moonlight filtering through the cloud gaps to sweep the area below, confirming that the 2 zombies by the unit door were still swaying in the distance and had not come this way before, signaling safely to the above. The big guy was the second to climb over the guardrail. At nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall and heavily built, the pipe trembled slightly in his grasp. The anti-slip cloth he had wrapped around his palm was tightly secured to the pipe wall, and he only dared to move his next foot after stepping firmly on a pipe clamp. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead down to his chin, hitting the pipe wall and instantly being blown away by the night wind. I crouched by the guardrail, gripping the mop handle tightly, keeping a close watch on each of his steps. It was only when the big guy safely landed on the first floor and shrank into the shadows beside the unit door, signaling me, that I took a deep breath and climbed over the guardrail. As soon as my hands grasped the pipe, a bone-chilling cold rushed into my bones through my fingertips. I began to inch down, stepping on the pipe clamps. 10 meters high beneath my feet behind me was a pitch-black dormitory building, and the night wind poured in through my collar, causing my body to sway slightly. I bit down hard on my back molars, concentrating all my attention on my hands and feet, my fingertips digging firmly into the seams of the pipe wall. Just under 2 meters down, my body was level with the balcony of room 302, where we had previously stayed. In the corner of my eye, the outline of the balcony of room 301 emerged from the darkness. It was this glance that froze my hands and feet. My whole body swayed on the pipe, nearly slipping and falling. The moonlight just happened to illuminate the cement floor of the balcony of room 301. There lay a body, mangled and torn apart. The torso was almost entirely eaten away, with a massive gash exposing the abdominal cavity, the organs inside shredded to pieces, leaving only a few strands of darkened fascia hanging on the exposed ribs. The legs were gnawed down to the bone from the thighs, the broken leg bones jutting at strange angles, still bearing remnants of rotting flesh. The right arm, the one that had been broken by the big guy's club, had vanished at the shoulder, leaving only a bloody, mangled stump. What was most chilling was the head. Half of the face had been eaten away to the cheekbone, leaving only a murky eyeball bulging out, staring fixedly at the sky, the mouth open to an extreme angle, maintaining the posture of a final scream. It was Chen Yang. His sweatshirt was soaked in dark brown blood, torn into shreds. The entire cement floor of the balcony was covered with overlapping claw marks, dragged bloodstains, and countless muddy prints left by the zombies. My stomach lurched violently, the instant noodles I had eaten that morning mixed with sour bile surging up. I bit down on my lip, forcing the dry heave back down my throat, my teeth grinding tightly together, and my hand, gripping the pipe, trembled uncontrollably. Previously I only knew that Lao Mo had treated him as bait, untying the knot, cutting open the wound, using the smell of blood and his screams to draw away the zombies gathered downstairs, clearing a path for our escape. I knew I had watched Lao Mo do it with my own eyes, but I had never imagined he would end up like this. Dozens of zombies drawn in by the smell of blood, tearing him apart and devouring him. And the one who orchestrated all of this was now calmly crouching in the shadows downstairs, waiting for me to come down. A very soft whistle of 2 short and 1 long came from below, urging me on. I forcibly suppressed the turmoil in my stomach, gritting my teeth and continuing to inch down. The short few meters of pipe felt like stepping on the edge of a blade with each step. Chun Yang's bulging eyeball seemed etched onto my retina, visible even with my eyes closed. It was only when my feet finally landed on solid ground that I dared to release my grip on the pipe and gasp for air. My lungs filled with the cold air, carrying the stench of decay, choking me to the point where I had to cover my mouth, tightly swallowing the cough back down. Lao Mo and the big guy had already shrunk into the shadows of the unit door. I crouched down, leaning against the cold wall. The 3 of us formed a triangular formation, blocking each other's blind spots. The main avenue of the campus was like a silent wasteland in the night. Tipped-over electric bikes and bicycles piled on the roadside swayed gently in the wind, making soft Scattered on the ground were torn textbooks, overturned trash cans, milk, tea packaging, and pools of dried dark blood. The cold wind swept around the corner of the wall, carrying a heavy stench of decay. My eyes scanned the corners and shadows of the trees like radar. When the wind blew, the swaying branches resembled zombies lunging at me. My nerves were taut like strings about to snap. The scene I had just witnessed on the 3rd floor made me acutely aware that in this apocalypse one misstep would lead to a fate worse than Shin Yang's. A breathy voice came from the walkie-talkie, "Throw the second bottle." A second loud crash sounded from the direction of the basketball court. The 2 lone zombies that had been drawn to the cake shop by the first bottle were immediately attracted by the new noise, howling as they rushed over. The main avenue was now empty. "Run!" Lao Mo shouted, leading the way with his shield raised. I and the big guy followed closely behind. The cloth-wrapped soles of our shoes muffled almost all sounds of footsteps, with only the wind whistling past my ears. The 15-meter-wide road had no cover, and if any zombies turned around, we would be live targets. Each step was both quick and steady. I must not end up like Shin Yang. 3 seconds. My back pressed against the cold wall of dormitory 13. I held my breath in my throat, gripping the mop handle tightly. On the other side of the wall was the unit door, and the roars of the zombies inside echoed through the brick wall, muffled, yet still sending chills down my spine. Lao Mo quickly pressed the walkie-talkie to report safety to Housie, then raised his hand to signal us to be safe. His fingertips pointed at the balcony pipe above our heads, then indicated the corners on either side of the unit door. His meaning was clear. He and the big guy would go upstairs while I would guard downstairs, keeping a close watch on all possible blind spots where zombies might emerge. "I'll go up first. Confirm the balcony is safe by tapping the flashlight 3 times, then you can follow." Lao Mo's voice was low. "Lin Shun, if there's any movement downstairs, report immediately via the walkie-talkie. Absolutely, do not engage unless necessary. Your life is the most important." I nodded, my throat tightening, unable to utter a word. It was only when my back pressed against the cold wall of dormitory 13 that I dared to release the breath I had been holding, gripping the mop handle tightly and reducing my breath to the lightest whisper. On the other side of the wall was the entrance to dormitory 13A, and the groans of zombies echoed through the brick wall, muffled, yet still sending chills down my spine. The shadows of the trees lining the main road swayed in the night wind. Each movement made me feel as if a zombie would leap from the darkness, tightening my grip on the mop handle, my palms sweating so much that the anti-slip cloth wrapped around it became thoroughly soaked. Old Mo quickly pressed the intercom and whispered a report of safety to Housie, then turned it off and raised his hand to signal me and the big guy to be quiet, nodding towards the water pipe above us, and then pointing at the corners beside the entrance. His meaning was clear. He and the big guy would go upstairs while I stayed downstairs, keeping a watchful eye on all possible blind spots where zombies might emerge. "He'll go up first. If the balcony is safe, I will signal you with 3 flashes of the flashlight. Then you follow." Old Mo's voice was as low as a whisper, only audible to the 3 of us. "Lin Shun, if there's any movement downstairs, report it immediately via intercom. We must not engage directly. We'll be down in 10 minutes at most." I nodded, my throat tightening, unable to utter a word. My eyes were fixed on the balcony on the 3rd floor, my heart racing, as if it would shatter my ribs, each beat sending sharp pains through my chest. Lin, she was just behind that tightly closed balcony door. It had been nearly 3 days without water or food. How was she? Was she hurt? Was she scared? Was she still alive? Countless thoughts surged through my mind like a frenzy, and I wished I could immediately climb up the water pipe to ascertain the situation, but I knew I had to remain here. This was the division of labor determined by Old Mo, and it was a crucial element in ensuring we could safely bring everyone down. Old Mo took a deep breath, gripping the cold water pipe with both hands, his feet precisely stepping on the pipe clamp, moving as silently as a night owl, hardly making a sound as he began to climb up along the pipe. Only the faintest vibrations traveled through the water pipe, reaching my back and informing me that he was inching closer to the third floor. In the pitch-black night, his figure quickly blended into the shadow of the balcony, leaving only a faint glimmer of the flashlight, which he covered tightly with his hand, allowing just a slight light to shine through. A few seconds later, the 3 flashes of the flashlight pierced through the darkness. Long, bright, short, flash, long, bright. Exactly the safety signal we had agreed upon. Seeing this, the big guy immediately grasped the water pipe and followed closely behind, climbing up. At nearly 1.9 meters tall, his weight was substantial, yet his movements were astonishingly steady. Each step was solidly placed, making no unnecessary noise, and he quickly disappeared into the shadow of the balcony on the 3rd floor. I was left alone. The endless darkness surged from all directions, enveloping me in a heavy stench of decay and blood, choking me and causing tightness in my chest. I leaned against the cold brick wall, shrinking into the shadow at the wall's base, the mop handle positioned across my front, my eyes scanning like radar over the entrance, the corners on either side, and the shadows of the trees by the roadside, leaving no potential hiding place unchecked. The night wind rolled the fallen leaves across the ground, producing a soft rustling sound. I instantly tensed, all my muscles gripping the mop handle tightly, until I realized it was just a piece of paper blown by the wind, and only then did I slowly exhale, but the cold sweat on my back had already soaked through another layer of clothing. Every second of waiting was excruciating. I felt like a hunting owl, keeping a keen eye on the movements around me, my ears straining to catch any sounds from above, yet apart from the intermittent groans of zombies in the distance, I heard nothing. Is the silence a good thing or a bad thing? Is it too safe inside, or has something gone wrong, leaving no chance? As this thought emerged, it grew wildly in my mind like weeds. The hairs on my body stood on end, and my arms trembled uncontrollably. I was dying to shout into the intercom to ask how things were going upstairs, but I feared that even the slightest sound would attract wandering zombies nearby, endangering everyone above. I could only bite down hard on my back teeth, swallowing all my anxiety and panic, my eyes fixed on the direction of the 3rd floor. Just as I was about to snap, the sliding door of the balcony on the 3rd floor made a very faint click of unlocking that was particularly clear in the dead silence of the night. Immediately after, there came the suppressed, fragmented sounds of a girl crying, drifting down with the night wind. It was soft, yet it pierced my heart like a needle. It was Lin Shi and the others. They were still alive. My heart, which had been suspended in my throat, instantly relaxed by half, but the muscles in my back still wouldn't dare to loosen, constantly observing the movements around me for fear that this crying would attract nearby zombies. Almost simultaneously, the intercom clipped to my waist vibrated, and Old Mo's low voice came through, barely audible against the wind. The door is open. One of the 4 girls has left. 3 remain. They are in poor condition, but not injured. We are securing the ropes, and we will start bringing them down in 5 minutes. Keep a close watch on your surroundings. 1 is left. Those 3 words hit my heart like a stone. I had anticipated this. After nearly 3 days without water or food, it was impossible for the 4 unarmed girls trapped in the dormitory to come out unscathed. Yet hearing this news still left a heavy weight on my chest. I quickly pressed the intercom and replied with a soft, received, then tightened my grip on the mop handle, taking a few steps forward to expand my watchful perimeter. The groans of zombies from the direction of the cake shop and basketball court continued, with no signs of them coming this way for the time being, but I couldn't afford to be careless. In this flesh-eating apocalypse, any negligence could lead to our utter ruin. A soft sound of fabric rubbing came from the balcony above. They must be securing the bedsheet rope. Soon the ropes we had tied naturally fell down, and Old Mo's voice came through the intercom again. The first person is coming down. It's Jean. You be ready to assist. Repeat, be ready to assist. I immediately straightened up and stepped back to the empty space next to the water pipe, my eyes glued to the bedsheet rope hanging down from the balcony. A few seconds later, a frail figure slowly slid down the rope. She was trembling all over, her eyes tightly shut, gripping the rope with all her might, not daring to make a sound, even while breathing. As soon as her feet touched the ground, I rushed forward and caught her. She shuddered, and I quickly covered her mouth, signaling her to be quiet. She opened her eyes wide, saw it was me, and instantly her eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks, but she bit her lip tightly, making no sound. It was Zhangya, the big guy's girlfriend. She had lost a lot of weight. Her once round cheeks were now sunken, her lips cracked and bloody, her hair greasy against her face, her jacket so dirty that its original color was unrecognizable, and she appeared so weak that she seemed like she would topple over at the slightest breeze, but her eyes still held a flicker of life. I supported her and hid in the shadow at the base of the wall, nodding at her, then looked up at the balcony again. The second girl quickly slid down the rope. It was Li Xiaoyalin's roommate. Her condition was even worse than Zhang Ya's. When she came down, her legs were weak, and she stumbled when she landed. I hurried to support her. Her face was as pale as paper, her eyes filled with an unshakable fear, and her body shook like a sieve. When she grabbed my arm, her nails nearly dug into my flesh, and she bit her teeth tightly, making no sound. Just as the two girls had hidden in the shadows beside me, the rope from the balcony moved again. This time the descending figure was slow and light, sliding down the rope bit by bit. The night wind lifted the loose strands of hair from her forehead, and in the faint light of the waning moon filtering through the clouds, I clearly saw her face. It was Linshi. It was Linshi. My heart clenched as if seized by an icy hand. My pulse skipped, my breath froze mid-throat. Night wind lifted the sweat-damp strands clinging to her forehead. Pale moonlight spilled across her face, revealing her true condition for the first time. We had parted only 3 days ago, yet the girl who once called my name with a radiant smile, whose eyes shimmered like starlit pools, now seemed drained of half her vitality. Her once plump rosy cheeks had hollowed into sharp contours, her jawline jutted sharply, almost painfully. Her formerly luminous fair skin had turned as pallid as waterlogged paper, devoid of even a whisper of color, save for an unnatural flush blooming high on her cheekbones. Her lips were the first thing I noticed, cracked and flaking, crisscrossed with scabs of varying depth, clear evidence of prolonged dehydration and repeated biting born of terror and tension. Dark circles hung heavily beneath her eyes, her eye sockets slightly sunken. Those once lively eyes were now veiled with profound exhaustion and raw trembling fear, like those of a startled fawn. The white hoodie I knew so well hung absurdly loose on her frame, its cuffs frayed and stained with indelible grime and dried blood specks. Her wrists exposed above the sleeves were terrifyingly thin, delicate as snapped twigs. Her knuckles blanched, her hands crisscrossed with fine lacerations, fingers clenched white-knuckled around the bedsheet rope, refusing to loosen even after her feet touched solid ground. No words were needed to grasp what those 3 days had cost 4 unarmed girls trapped inside a dormitory overrun with zombies clinging to survival by sheer unyielding will. Barricading doors, reinforcing windows, enduring gnawing hunger and searing thirst, listening day and night to the guttural ceaseless shrieks beyond the walls, and watching their roommates fall one by one. Just imagining it pierced my chest like a needle. Only when her toes fully settled onto the floor did I snap back to myself, stepping forward swiftly and steadying her arm with both hands. The moment my fingertips brushed her skin, she flinched violently, and the instant she recognized me, the brittle ice she'd held together for 3 days shattered utterly. Tears spilled unbidden down her ashen cheeks, striking my hand. Icy cold, yet burning fiercely, she clamped a trembling hand over her mouth, swallowing every sob, every choked gasp. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably, her entire weight leaned instinctively into my arm, as if I were the sole beam of light piercing an endless suffocating dark. I'm here. I bent close, whispering the 3 words into her ear, my throat tight, my voice trembling faintly. As I held her arm, my fingers traced the sharp ridge of her protruding bones. A knot of anguish and remorse tightening in my chest. I had arrived too late. She lifted her tear-blurred gaze to mine. Her cracked lips moved weakly, and she breathed out 3 words, "Thank you." Her voice was hoarse, nearly inaudible, feathery and fragile, brushing softly across my heart. I guided her gently to the shadowed base of the wall, where Zhang Ya and Li Xiaoyao waited. Her icy fingers lightly gripped the hem of my shirt, shaking violently, yet holding on with desperate strength. Just then a faint vibration trembled through the overhead pipe. I looked up instantly. Lao Mo and De Gus slid down the pipe in quick succession, landing with bent knees to absorb the impact, silent as falling ash. No sooner had De Gus touched ground than Zhang Ya lunged forward, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, burying her face in his chest, her shoulders shuddering uncontrollably. Awkwardly he patted her back, cradling her close. The fearless giant who faced down danger without flinching now gazed down at her with eyes impossibly tender, murmuring in hushed tones, "It's over. I'm here." Lao Mo swept his gaze across all of us, pausing briefly on the 3 girls' frail states. He pressed his walkie-talkie, whispered a terse update to Hao Zi, then switched it off and signaled toward the east side of Dormitory 13's ground floor, the prearranged fried chicken shop, less than 50 meters from our position. He raised his shield before him and issued quiet orders. "I'll let De Gu cover the rear. Lin Chun, you guard the 3 girls in the center. Silence at all times. Light steps. Move swiftly and quietly into the shop. Understood?" We nodded in unison, breathing so softly it was barely audible. I kept Lin Shi close at my side, my left hand hovering lightly near her arm, my right gripping the mop handle tightly. I could feel her body trembling, but she matched my pace with quiet determination, her fingers never loosening their hold on my shirt. Li Xiaoyao followed just behind us, gripping Zhang Ya's arm tightly. The 3 girls leaned on each other, supporting one another. Even as their legs trembled with exhaustion, not a single sound escaped them. At Lao Mo's signal, we surged forward, crouched low, shields and weapons ready, racing silently toward the fried chicken shop. 50 meters, less than a minute away. But just 10 meters from the shop's glass door, disaster struck. Two straggling zombies burst from the barbershop, drawn by the girls' faintest movements moments before they lurched forward with guttural wet growls, mouths dripping saliva, lunging straight for the three weakened women at the center of our formation. "Watch out!" Dagu roared, swinging the mop handle hard into the lead zombie's path, halting its charge and locking it in brutal frantic combat. Lao Mo whirled around, raising his shield to block the second zombie's lunge, yet the creature swerved deftly past their defense, eyes blazing red as it charged straight for Lin Shi, the nearest, the weakest. It moved with shocking speed, its rotting hand already thrust forward, blackened nails less than half a meter from Lin Shi's face. Lin Shi froze, her face bleaching white as parchment. She stumbled backward, her spine slamming hard against the wall. Eyes squeezed shut, she bit down hard on her lips, swallowing even her scream. Her grip on my shirt tightened into a vice. In that instant my mind went utterly blank. All the nausea, trembling, and psychological collapse I'd suffered during my first kill vanished without a trace. Only one thought burned with absolute clarity. I would not let her be harmed. Not ever. Instinct propelled me forward in one decisive step. I planted myself squarely before her, shielding her completely, body and soul. Both hands locked around the mop handle. I recalled, hundreds of times practiced in the dorm, the precise, relentless, thrusting motion. Every repetition fused into a single fluid current. Driving forward with full momentum, I channeled every ounce of strength into a brutal, unwavering stab, aimed directly at the zombie's clouded, bulging eye socket. The wooden tip pierced deep into its eye socket with surgical precision, followed by a sickening crunch of fractured skull, as the handle sank halfway into its skull. Its lunge halted midair. Its guttural shriek died instantly. Its body slumped limply down, the handle collapsing heavily onto the ground, lifeless, motionless. The entire sequence lasted barely 2 seconds, clean, ruthless, final. I stood rooted, breath ragged, staring numbly at the dark, viscous blood slowly dripping from the tip of the handle. Then from behind me came Lin Shi's voice, soft, trembling, thick with tears. "Lin Shun." I stood frozen in place, gripping the mop handle, staring blankly as dark brown blood dripped slowly from its tip. The sharp, brittle sound of a skull shattering still echoed relentlessly in my ears, until Lin Shi's trembling, tear-choked whisper pierced through. "Lin Shun. Lin Shun." And I whirled around instantly, instinctively raising the mop handle across my chest to shield her behind me, only relaxing my stance once I confirmed no more zombies lurked nearby. Lin Shi remained slumped against the cold brick wall, her face deathly pale. Tears streamed silently down her cheeks, yet she bit her lip so fiercely not a single sob escaped. Her fingers clutched my sleeve with desperate, unyielding force. Meanwhile, Lao Mo and Dagu had already dispatched the remaining zombie. Seizing the opening while Lao Mo deflected with his makeshift shield, Dagu let out a guttural roar and swung the mop handle sideways, its solid hardwood striking the zombie's skull with a sickening, muffled crunch. Instantly, all sound ceased. He pivoted, holding the mop handle defensively before Zhang Ye's other arm locked tightly around her shuddering frame. And Lao Mo swept his gaze across the surroundings, then flashed us a sharp, silent gesture, fingers pressed to lips, and hissed in a breathless whisper, "Don't stand there. Get into the fried chicken shop, now." In double was snapped into action. The commotion and shrieks we'd just unleashed could draw wandering hordes at any moment. The longer we lingered outside, the greater the peril. Dagu steadied the trembling Zhang Ye. I shielded Lin Shi and Li Xiaoya. Lao Mo led the way, shield raised high. Our small group hurried toward the glass doors of the fried chicken shop. It was one of those ubiquitous campus chain outlets, its entire street-facing facade composed of floor-to-ceiling glass. The double-swing doors still bore the faded promotional posters from before the campus lockdown, now veiled beneath a thick, dusty haze that obscured all view of the interior. A U-shaped lock dangled loosely from the door handle, its cylinder already pried open, held only by a thread of rust. A gentle tug sent it clattering to the ground. Lao Mo raised a hand to halt us, lifted his shield, and eased the door open just a crack. He listened intently for several seconds, no guttural moans, then signaled safety with a quiet nod and stepped inside first. I guided Lin Shi closely behind him. Dagu brought up the rear. We slipped swiftly into the shop and slammed the glass doors shut behind us. Darkness swallowed the space whole, thick with the faint, rancid tang of spoiled cooking oil, and beneath it the coppery trace of old blood. Lao Mo switched on his flashlight, dimming it to its lowest setting. The narrow beam crept slowly across the storefront. Scattered tables and the cashier counter lay, overturned, spilled drink cups, scattered flyers, and dried, blackened bloodstains littered the floor. No zombies in sight. Dagu, hold the front door. Watch over the 3 girls. Lin Shin, you're with me. We're checking the kitchen. And Lao Mo lowered his voice, tightened his grip on the fruit knife, and strode purposefully toward the kitchen door. I fell into step immediately, knuckles white around the mop handle, each footfall deliberate and grounded, dreading what might lunge from the suffocating dark. The kitchen door stood ajar, and from within came a faint, rhythmic clanging. Clank, clank, jarringly loud in the tomb-like silence. We froze in unison, exchanged a taut glance, and with a silent count of 3, he kicked the door wide open. I lunged and mop raised, only to stop dead in my tracks. No shambling horrors roamed the kitchen. Only one trapped inside an upright freezer, its head pounding relentlessly against the glass door, producing that hollow metallic clang. It must have been a staff member who'd hidden here during lockdown, transformed then sealed inside the freezer. Its strength long spent, its frantic battering grew slower, weaker. Deep gouges and dark brown smears streaked the glass. Lao Mo approached, pressed the blade against the glass directly over one eye socket, and drove it in with brutal. The already fissured pane exploded inward. The blade sank deep, and just like that the thrashing ceased. The corpse slumped lifelessly to the floor. We combed the kitchen thoroughly, storeroom, freezer, prep area, leaving no corner unchecked. No other zombies. No hidden survivors. Only then did our shoulders finally drop. Clear. And Lao Mo called out, toward the front. Instantly the three girls sagged with relief, lowering themselves slowly onto nearby tables. Their frayed nerves, stretched taut for 3 days, finally granted a fleeting reprieve. But then, suddenly, the air filled with overlapping zombie shrieks drawing nearer faster. A heavy muffled thud shook the glass doors as a zombie hurled itself against them. The entire pane shuddered. Then another. And another. More and more, drawn by our earlier clash, piled up outside, their murky guttural howls seeping through the glass, prickling the scalp. Bad. Zombies are surrounding us. NDA Gus snatched up the mop handle and braced himself before the glass door's back pressed hard against them. Outside, a dozen zombies pounded relentlessly. Fine cracks webbed across the glass, each impact threatening to shatter it entirely. I yanked the walkie-talkie from my belt, keyed the mic, and barked, "How Z? Can you hear me? The fried chicken shop entrance is swarmed." "Copy, copy. Don't panic, Brother Chun. I'm on it." In-How Z's reply crackled urgently over the static. "Throwing something now?" Less than 5 seconds later, 2 sharp consecutive explosions tore through the pre-dawn stillness from the direction of Dormitory 12. A plastic bottle full of gravel striking corrugated iron, followed by the violent metallic pop of a crushed soda can. Each louder, sharper, more jarring than the last. The horde outside the shop froze mid-charge, turned their heads in eerie unison toward Dormitory 12, and answered with a chorus of ragged shrieks, before surging away like a tide, shambling, staggering, vanishing into the gloom. Within seconds, the dozen zombies had vanished, leaving behind only silence, thick and absolute. We all exhaled at once, our shirts soaked through with cold sweat. I keyed the walkie-talkie again. "Thanks, brother." In-How Z gasped on the other end. "No problem. Just glad you're safe. Got half a bag of stones left. Shout if you need anything. Reinforce the door, fast. If they circle back, this glass won't hold." Lao Mo snapped back into command, pointing at the glass doors and issuing rapid orders to go. "You're strong. Drag every table and the cash register over to brace the door. Lin Shun, head to the kitchen hall, stainless steel shelving, flour sacks, oil drums. Stuff them into every gap. Girls, find cling film, cardboard takeout bags from the kitchen. Cover every inch of glass. No light, no movement visible from outside." Exhausted to the bone, we moved without hesitation. In the deep night, inside the fried chicken shop of Chunan Wenli College, a giant nearly 1.9 meters tall with astonishing strength grasped the legs of a stainless steel table, with both hands flipping the entire table over with a single effort, its surface firmly pressed against the glass door, the legs facing inside, as he pushed the heavy cash register over to stack behind the table, fitting it perfectly. I rushed into the kitchen and moved the stacked stainless steel shelves, 20-kilogram bags of flour and barrels of cooking oil, to the front door, one trip after another, stuffing them into the gaps between the table and the cash register, and placed a solid wooden cutting board at the bottom of the door to prevent it from being pushed open from the outside. Lin Shizhanya and Li Xiaoya were not idle either. They dug out the rolls of cling film from the kitchen and the hard paper boxes used for fried chicken, tearing them one by one and securely taping them to the floor-to-ceiling glass and the front door, completely covering the glass so that no light from inside could be seen outside, nor could we see the situation outside, leaving only a narrow gap to observe the movements outside. In less than 20 minutes, the originally fragile glass door was reinforced to be as solid as a copper wall and iron bastion. Even if zombies came crashing against the door, they could never easily break through. It was only when the last bag of flour was stuffed into the door gap that we finally relaxed, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. The shop fell completely silent, with only our heavy breathing echoing and the occasional distant roar of zombies filtering in from outside. Old Mo checked the entire shop's power supply and gas main valve, confirming there were no leaks or risks of short circuits before returning to the front hall and spreading his hands to us, his tone finally carrying a hint of relief, just like the situation we explored before. "The supplies here are enough for the 9 of us to last half a month. The cold storage is filled with a large quantity of frozen fried chicken, semi-finished products, vacuum-packed marinated dishes, and instant food. The storage room has boxes of mineral water, carbonated drinks, as well as rice flour and oil, several bundles of candles, and there are 2 gas tanks in the kitchen. As long as we can cook, we are temporarily safe." Upon hearing these words, the three girls could no longer hold back tears streaming down their faces, yet they still covered their mouths, tightly afraid to cry out loud. Only soft sobs echoed in the shop. After nearly 3 days without water or food, trapped in a dormitory, filled with zombies, listening to the incessant roars outside, helplessly watching their roommates leave right before their eyes, they had held on until now, exhausting all their strength. The giant squatted in front of Zhang, yet clumsily lifting his hand to wipe away the tears on her face, tucking the loose strands of hair behind her ear. This usually boisterous and fearless man was now moving as delicately, as if afraid to break a precious. He pulled out a bottle of unopened mineral water from the storage room, twisted off the cap, and held it to Zhang Ya's lips, his voice soft. Sip, slowly, don't drink too quickly, it's been too long since you've eaten. Gulping down water will make you uncomfortable. Zhang Ya nodded through her tears, taking small sips of water, but soon she could no longer hold back, throwing herself into the giant's embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist, her shoulders trembling violently, as she cried in a whisper, I thought I would never see you again. For the past 3 days I've been afraid something would happen to you, afraid I wouldn't wait for you to rescue me. The giant's body stiffened for a moment, then he tightly wrapped his arms around her, gently patting her back, resting his chin on the top of her head, his voice hoarse, yet unwavering. Don't be afraid, I promised you that I would definitely come to rescue you, and I will keep that promise. As long as I'm here, you will never have to stay in that kind of place alone again, never. He said, then took off his coat and wrapped it around Zhang Ya, protecting her snugly. The two of them huddled closely together, becoming each other's only support in the boundless darkness of the apocalypse. I watched them, my heart softening, and turned to look at Lin, she who was sitting on a nearby chair. She was lowering her head, sipping the water I had handed her, her chapped lips touching the liquid, finally showing a bit of vitality, but her hands were still trembling, slightly unable to steady the bottle cap. I walked over, squatting down beside her, pulling iodine and clean gauze from the first aid kit, raising my hand towards her, and whispered, let me see your hand, the cuts on your hand need to be disinfected or they will get infected. Lin, she froze for a moment, then raised her hand, gently placing her hand filled with fine cuts in my palm. Her hand was cold and so thin that the bones were protruding. Although the cuts on the back of her hand weren't deep, they were covered in dust, and some areas were slightly red and swollen. I held my breath, using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to gently clean the dust from her wounds, moving very carefully, afraid of hurting her. But when the cotton swab touched the wound, she couldn't help but gently flinch, inhaling sharply in pain, yet she didn't pull her hand back, just raised her head, quietly looking at me. The light in the shop was dim, with only the weak beam of a flashlight illuminating her face. Her eyelashes were long, glistening with unshed tears gently fluttering like butterfly wings. Her originally dull eyes now sparkled, as if holding stars, unwaveringly fixed on my face. My heart skipped a beat, my hand paused slightly, then I pretended to be calm, while continuing to treat her wounds, gently wrapping gauze around the back of her hand, clumsily tying a neat knot. All done. I released her hand, my throat tightening a bit, not daring to look into her eyes, standing up to pull out a vacuum-packed marinated egg and a small packet of soda crackers, handing them to her. Eat a little bit first to fill your stomach. You can't eat too much after being hungry for so long. Tomorrow, once you recover, I will make you something hot. Lin, she took the items, her fingertips lightly brushing against mine. Both of us jumped slightly, as if she lowered her head, her ears turning slightly red, and whispered in a soft voice, thank you, Lin Shun, her voice tenderly brushing against my wildly beating heart. No need to thank me. I looked at her, pulling out my nearly depleted OP phone, and said earnestly, since I said I would have you wait for me, I will definitely come. The phone screen displayed our chat record from a few days ago, with the last message highlighted by a glaring red exclamation mark, followed by 2 words, wait for me. She raised her head, tears welling up in her eyes again, but she smiled at me. That was the first time we had seen her smile since reuniting, and even though her face was still pale and her lips chapped, that smile dispelled the darkness and chill of the entire world, making me feel that no matter how many dangers I faced or how much suffering I endured before, it was all worth it. I also followed the giant's example, taking off my coat and draping it over her. Just then a crackling sound came from the walkie-talkie, followed by Haozi's cautious voice. The intercom on the counter suddenly crackled with a faint electrical sound, shattering the silence that had just settled in the store, followed by Haozi's cautious and tentative inquiry, Old Mo. Chenggu, are you guys alright? I was almost scared to death over here. I just saw a lot of zombies running past from the bottom of the building. Old Mo reached for the intercom, leaning against the counter, pressed the talk button, his tone steady as a rock. We're fine here, the door has been reinforced, and there's still plenty of food left on this side. You 3 have one task tonight, guard room 401, unlock the balcony door and the dormitory door, and conserve. He paused for a moment, and continued. Tomorrow at 3 in the morning, when the zombie activity is at its lowest, I'll go back with the big guy to pick you up. Lin Shun will stay at the fried chicken shop to guard the 3 girls. You 3 will take turns keeping watch tonight, don't sleep too deeply. If anything happens, use the intercom to call us. Haozi's voice instantly relaxed, filled with evident relief. Don't worry, we will definitely stay safe, and wait for you to come pick us up. Then Su Xiao's voice came through the intercom. Old Mo Lin, please be careful, the girls have just been rescued and are weak. Remember to let them hydrate slowly and avoid eating too much greasy food right away to prevent gastrointestinal discomfort. Communication ended. Old Mo turned the intercom volume to the lowest setting, then scanned us with a sweep, starting to arrange the watch shifts. We will split into 3 shifts tonight, taking turns to watch, and must not leave anyone unattended. I'll take the first shift from now until 5 in the morning, and during the latter part of the night, the big guy will take the second shift from 5 to 8 in the morning when the day begins to break and people are easily lulled into complacency. Lin will take the third shift from 8 until noon. The girls can rest well tonight and don't need to keep watch, conserve their energy, and recover their strength. We'll have more to do later. He paused and added a key point of caution. During the watch, keep the flashlight off completely and observe the outside through the crack of the door using moonlight. Report anything immediately without hesitation. None of us objected. In this life-and-death situation, Old Mo's arrangements were always the most prudent. Time slipped by, the night growing deeper, and the store fell completely silent, leaving only the soft breathing of us few along with the occasional drawn-out howls from outside, and the faint creaks of the rolling shutter door as the night wind blew by. The chill of the night seeped through the cracks in the glass. Even with the store door closed, it still carried a bone-chilling cold. Old Mo leaned against the reinforced door, almost entirely hidden in the shadows, holding the bone-cutting knife he had found from the kitchen, its blade polished to a gleam, his eyes fixated on the narrow observation slit in the glass, extremely focused. The big guy and Zhanya leaned against a corner booth, with Zhanya resting her head on the big guy's shoulder, already asleep. The big guy had one arm protectively around her, while his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings, unwilling to relax completely even before his watch shift began. Lin Shi and I sat in a booth by the window. She draped my jacket over her shoulders, leaning against the window, yet she was not asleep, quietly watching me, her eyes shining like stars in the faint moonlight. In these 3 days, the 4 of us piled everything movable in the dormitory against the door, blocking it tightly. She suddenly spoke, her voice very soft, only we two could hear. On the second day, without water, Lele couldn't hold on anymore. She had a high fever and kept talking nonsense. In the end, when she left, her eyes didn't even close. The 3 of us left huddled in the corner of the dormitory, listening to the zombie howls outside, and I always felt that in the next second the door would be smashed open and we would all die there. Her voice trembled slightly, and when she mentioned Lele, tears slipped down her cheeks, landing on the back of our intertwined hands. A sharp pain shot through my heart as images from before the lockdown surfaced. I had seen Lele too. That day, Lin Shi and I went to the milk tea shop at the school gate, and Lele bounced over eagerly, helping Lin Shi pay, laughing as she said she wanted to have her taro balls, her eyes shining like a little sun. Who would have thought that in just a few days that vibrant girl would forever remain in that dormitory building full of zombies? Her voice trembled slightly, and I instinctively reached out, gently placing my hand over hers. Her hand was still cool, but she did not pull away. Instead, she gently turned it over, her fingertips curling around my fingers. I've always been watching Dormitory 12 across the way. Oh, I just feel that you would come to save me. She looked up, gazing into my eyes, her eyes shimmering. Lin Shen, thank you, really thank you for coming. I'm sorry I'm late. I tightened my grip on her hand, looking at her reddened eyes, and spoke each word clearly. From the moment I received your message, I never thought of abandoning you. As long as I'm alive, I won't let anything happen to you again. She looked at me and suddenly smiled, tears still clinging to her cheeks, yet her smile was exceptionally radiant. She leaned closer to me, almost pressing her whole self against my arm, hesitating for a few seconds before gently resting her head on my shoulder. I instantly stiffened, even my breath instinctively lightened, fearing to disturb her, then quietly shifted my body towards her, allowing her to lean more securely. The faint scent of laundry detergent lingering on her hoodie surrounded my nose, a fragrance I often smelled on her before the lockdown, mixed with a hint of dust and a faint smell of disinfectant, without a trace of the nauseating rot that permeated the outside world. In this apocalyptic landscape filled with blood and decay, this almost fading fragrance became the only sweetness I could grasp after falling into darkness for so many days. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to lighten with a hint of dawn, a pale blue light seeping through the unsealed gaps in the glass, gradually dispelling the thick darkness in the store, landing on Lin's eyes, head casting a delicate glow on her tousled hair. Leaning against each other in this temporarily reinforced fried chicken shop, in this cannibalistic apocalypse, we stole a moment of peace. I knew this was merely a temporary safety. Outside there were still wandering zombies, and Housie and the others were still waiting for us to pick them up at Dormitory 12. The road ahead was still filled with the unknown and danger. But I looked down at Lin Shi, who was asleep against my shoulder, then glanced over at the big guy and Zhanya, who were cuddled together not far away, and at old Mo, who was guarding us at the door, and Li Xiaoya curled up on the long bench, tightly gripping the mop handle. I was no longer that ordinary student who could only hide behind others and tremble at the sight of danger. I had someone I wanted to protect with all my might, and companions to walk alongside me. In this survival of the apocalypse we had just begun. I was awakened by the light from outside the window. In the moment of regaining consciousness, I tensed my back muscles, instinctively reaching for the mop handle leaning against the table. It was not until the faint scent of laundry detergent lingered at my nose, and I felt the heavy weight on my shoulder that I gradually relaxed. She was still leaning on my shoulders, soundly asleep. She must have fallen asleep in the latter half of the night, when she could no longer hold on. Her breathing was light, and even her long eyelashes cast a small shadow on her pale cheek, and her brow finally relaxed, no longer bearing the tension it had earlier. My coat was still tightly wrapped around her, and one of her hands clutched my sleeve, as if holding onto a treasure refusing to let go even in sleep. I glanced at the digital clock on the cash register. The green digits flashed 8:30, far past the time we had agreed to switch shifts. I held my breath, moving as lightly and slowly as possible. First, I carefully pulled out the sleeve she was holding, then gently supported her back with my arm, gradually adjusting her to lean against the soft cushion of the booth, and pulled the coat up to cover her exposed arm. Throughout the process, she did not wake up, merely shifting slightly against the cushion, letting out a soft kitten-like whimper, and turning over, still sleeping soundly. Watching her in deep slumber, my heart melted, completely unable to resist, gently touching the strands of hair on her head, quickly retracting my hand for fear of disturbing her rare dream. Straightening up, I gripped the mop handle tightly, and stealthily walked toward the store's entrance next to the observation gap in the glass door. The big guy sat in the shadow behind the door, leaning against a reinforced table, gripping the sharpened mop handle, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the observation gap. Even as I approached, he merely turned his head to glance at me before returning his attention, showing no sign of relaxation. "Why didn't you call me? It's already past shift change." I lowered my voice as I sat down beside him. The big guy scratched his head, speaking in a low tone. "I saw you and Lynn. She's sleeping so soundly, didn't want to disturb you. Zhanya is also asleep inside." There was hardly any noise in the latter half of the night, just a few zombies wandering past the door. I followed his gaze towards the observation gap. This was the first time since the outbreak that I could clearly see the campus in daylight. Unlike the eerie silence of the early morning, the daytime campus was blindingly bright, yet still a shocking wasteland. Shared bicycles lay scattered haphazardly on the main road. Trash bins were overturned, litter-torn books and scattered clothes covered the ground with pools of dark blood etched into the concrete, like scars that could never be washed away. The sun was blazing, making the concrete hot to the touch. Zombies seemed to fear the strong light, mostly hiding in the shadows of the dormitory corridors. Only a few lone zombies wandered aimlessly on the main road, their movements slow, emitting intermittent murky growls. I looked up at the 12th dormitory across the way. The balcony on the 4th floor was right across from me. The balcony door was tightly shut, and I could see no movement inside, only the sheets we had used to climb hanging from the railing swaying gently in the wind. Haozi, Su Xiao, and Zhou Ming were just behind that door, waiting for us to pick them up in the early morning. Looking further, the direction of the 5th cafeteria was eerily quiet. The shutter of the cake shop, where we had thrown plastic bottles, remained tightly closed, and a small group of zombies, about a dozen, loitered aimlessly around the shutter. "There's a small group gathered at the cake shop. We need to be cautious during the early morning operation. Most zombies hide in the dormitories or shadows during the day. There aren't many on the main road, and they should be more scattered in the latter half of the night. I'm just afraid they'll hear noise and gather back." I lowered my voice to the big guy. The big guy nodded, just about to speak when we heard soft footsteps behind us. We both tensed up, instantly gripping the mop handle tightly. Turning around, we saw it was Zhang Yi waking up, tiptoeing over. When she saw the big guy was fine, she let out a sigh of relief and quickly walked to his side, grabbing his arm. The big guy's expression softened instantly as he stood up to support her, quietly asking if she hadn't slept more. Was she hungry? Zhang Yi shook her head, her eyes red softly, saying she woke up and couldn't find him. I watched them, and understanding took over the big guy's position, gesturing to him. "Go take a break. I'll keep an eye here." The big guy nodded to me, leading Zhang Yi towards the booth, stepping lightly to avoid waking Lin Shi and Li Xiaoya, who were still asleep. Around 10 o'clock, the fried chicken shop gradually regained some life as the girls began to wake up one by one. Once Li Xiaoya woke up, she helped Zhang Yi rearrange the scattered tables and chairs in the shop, cleaning off the dust from the tabletops. As Lin Shi woke up, the first thing she did was look towards the store entrance, and upon seeing me sitting there, she sighed in relief and quickly walked over. "You're awake. Why didn't you sleep a bit more?" I looked up at her. Her hair was a bit messy from sleep, a few strands sticking to her cheek, her eyes slightly puffy from just waking up, but she looked much more spirited than before. "I'm not sleeping anymore. You've been watching for so long, aren't you tired?" She crouched down beside me, her voice soft. Perhaps because I had been staring at her, Lin's ears turned slightly red as she quietly said, "I'll go check the kitchen to see if I can help with anything." I smiled and nodded, watching her get up and walk towards the kitchen, her steps much lighter, now no longer that weak, precarious state from before. The kitchen quickly became lively. It was Lao Mo. Before long, he walked out holding a piece of paper and a pen, addressing us. I just counted the supplies in the kitchen. The frozen chicken products and burger buns in the freezer should last another 3 to 4 days. The vacuum-packaged instant food is enough for 8 of us to eat sparingly for half a month. There are 8 boxes of bottled water left, and 2 cases of carbonated drinks like cola and Sprite. For the first meal today, let's set a standard 1 burger per person, 2 pieces of fried chicken, and 1 can of cola. No more than that. We must use it wisely and not be wasteful. No one objected. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, having a warm meal of fried chicken and burgers was already an unimaginable luxury. The big guy voluntarily went to the kitchen to help start the fire. The kitchen had 2 full gas tanks connected to the fryer, and once the fire was lit, it wasn't long before the familiar aroma of fried chicken wafted through the kitchen. That rich, greasy smell mingled with the scent of breadcrumbs filled the entire front hall, a stark contrast to the stench and disinfectant smell we had grown accustomed to over the past 10 days, like a gentle hand brushing across each of our tense nerves. The 3 girls helped heat the burger buns, layering lettuce and squeezing on mayonnaise, their movements fluid yet imbued with a long-lost warmth. A few minutes later, the food was served on the clean dining table. Golden and crispy fried chicken was arranged in paper trays, still steaming with oil droplets sizzling softly. The round burger buns were slightly yellowed from grilling, stuffed with tender chicken fillets and fresh lettuce. Cans of cola were placed in front of everyone, making a soft, pissed sound as the pull tabs were opened with fine bubbles rushing up, carrying a sweet orange aroma. The 5 of us sat around the table feeling overwhelmed. 10 days. Since the outbreak of the virus, the lockdown of the campus, and the zombie horde sweeping through the school, it had been a full 10 days since we had eaten a hot normal meal. Surviving on half a pack of biscuits and a sip of mineral water each day, falling asleep to the howls of zombies, and waking up to life and death tests, not knowing if we would survive the next second, let alone eat a warm meal of fried chicken and burgers. The first to eat was Zhangya. She picked up a piece of fried chicken, took a small bite, and just as she chewed a couple of times, tears unexpectedly fell splashing onto the tray. She quickly put down the fried chicken, covering her mouth, afraid of crying out loud, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. The big guy hurriedly handed her a tissue, awkwardly wiping the tears from her face, his voice soft. "What's wrong? Is it spoiled? If it is, don't eat it. I'll find you something else." Zhangya shook her head, grabbing his hand, choking back tears as she said, "It's delicious. I just thought I would never taste this flavor again. I thought I would die in that dormitory, never see you again, never be able to eat these things again." The big guy's eyes also turned red as he pulled her into his embrace, patting her back silently, yet he took all the boneless tender meat from his tray and tore it into small pieces, placing it in her tray. I picked up a piece of fried chicken and handed it to Lynn, she smiling at her. "Eat, it's warm. It won't taste good when it cools down." She took the fried chicken, her fingertips brushing against mine, looking up at me with bright, sparkling eyes. She took a small bite and the corners of her mouth curved upwards. She ate slowly, taking small bites, and tore the chicken fillet from her burger, placing it on my tray, softly saying, "You've been watching for the whole morning. Eat more. I can't finish this much." I wanted to push it back, but she pressed my hand down, shaking her head, her gaze steadfast and insistent. I had no choice but to accept it, warmth spreading in my heart, as if a small sun had risen within. Lao Mo ate quickly, alternating between bites of burger and fried chicken, finishing a can of cola without waste. Throughout the meal, his eyes frequently darted towards the store entrance, his ears perked up, maintaining vigilance, even while eating, showing not a hint of relaxation. Li Xiaoya sat beside Lin, she taking small bites, tears silently streaming down her cheeks, as she repeatedly said, "Thank you all. Thank you for saving me." In the entire shop, the only sounds were our gentle chewing, the soft clinking of cans, and the occasional growls of zombies from outside. Yet this seemingly ordinary routine stood in stark contrast to the bloody, decaying, cannibalistic apocalypse. This warm bite of fried chicken and this sweet sip of cola were the most concrete traces of human warmth we had grasped in the boundless darkness. After the meal, the young women cleared the table, carefully sealed the remaining ingredients, and returned them to the freezer, even sweeping every breadcrumb from the cracks clean. The shop fell quiet again, broken only by the occasional long, rasping howl of zombies outside, and the faint staccato whisper of wind against the railing. I stayed by the observation slit beside the door, clutching the mop handle, my gaze drifting now and then toward Dorm 12 across the way. The sunlight slanted westward, and just as I thought the day would pass in peace, a paper airplane spun through the air from the opposite dormitory, struck our floor-to-ceiling glass with a soft pat, then slid down onto the steps outside the door. I snapped taut, tightened my grip on the mop handle, and leaned closer to the two-finger-wide observation slit. Then a second, a third. More paper planes and balled-up homework pages sailed from the floors of Dorm 12 and Dorm 13. Some hit the glass and fell, others littered the steps, and the yard a dense scatter like snowflakes on concrete. "What's going on?" Dagu heard the noise and immediately came over, with Zhang Yu gripping a mop handle, as well peering warily through the slit. Lao Mo hurried up, tugged me aside, and leaned to the gap. By the light from outside, he scanned the paper bundles on the steps, and his expression darkened at once. He peeled open a corner of the slit to get a better look at the nearest paper plane. We crowded together and finally made out the crooked pencil scrawl. "We are in 12 room 502. There are 3 of us left. No water for 2 days. Please help us. Just some food and water will do. Please." I turned my eyes to another unfolded sheet. The handwriting was even messier, as if written through sobs. 13 She Room 401. The two of us are girls sophomores at the dance academy. We've been hungry for 3 days. We saw you rescue people and enter this shop at dawn. Please come rescue us. We'll do anything. One pleading note after another, all pinned by the surviving students in the nearby dormitories. They had seen us on the balconies at dawn rescuing people and entering the fried chicken shop. During the day, they had caught whiffs of frying oil. They had long since located us and turned us into their last fragile hope. Li Xiaoya stared at the bundles outside, her eyes instantly reddening. Her fingers gripped the hem of her sleeve, her shoulders trembling as she whispered, They're like us trapped classmates. Can't we? No. Without waiting for her to finish, Lao Mo cut her off with absolute finality, switched off his flashlight, and stepped back half a pace, his voice cold as ice. Our supplies will only last the 8 of us, rationed for half a month. One more person, and there will be one less mouth among us to feed. Besides, if we open the door or respawn survivors from the whole building, even the neighboring one, will flood over. We cannot hold them back. And if a commotion draws the hordes, we will all die here. Li Xiaoya's lips moved as if to speak again, but Zhang Ye gently tugged her arm and shook her head hard toward her. Having endured 3 days in this crucible, Zhang Ye knew the rules of the end times too well. Soft-heartedness was tantamount to handing over your life. Dagu spoke in a low voice. Lao Mo is right. We haven't even gone to get Haozi and the other 2 back, yet we can hardly guarantee our own safety, let alone take on others. Once we open that gap, it won't stop. I stared at the scattered wads on the other side of the glass. My chest felt clogged by a suffocating unease. The handwriting on those papers belonged to students like me. Just days ago, sitting in classrooms jostling for steaming dumplings in the canteen, now trapped in dormitories cut off from water and food, casting this faint, desperate hope into the air. I looked down at Lin, she standing beside me. Her face was pale, fingers digging into my sleeve, fear in her eyes, yet she did not utter a single unnecessary word. I was instantly clear-headed. I could not open the door, and I could not respond. I had barely pulled Lin Shi back from death's door, barely held this shelter that protected us from wind and rain. Haozi, Su Xiao, and Zhou Meng were still waiting in dorm 12 to be retrieved. I would not for the sake of a passing emotion drag everyone into hell. Lao Mo is right, no response, and absolutely no opening the door. I inhaled deeply and my voice was hoarse, but unwavering. Our position has already been thoroughly exposed, any further pretense is nothing but self-deception. What matters most now is keeping a tight watch on the outside. Whether zombies or other survivors, we must be the first to grasp the situation, otherwise if something happens we will have no time to react. Lao Mo nodded, evidently in agreement with that judgment. We dug out the remaining cardboard and wide tape. Instead of sealing the observation slit, we taped over every other light-leaking crack in the glass, leaving only that two-finger-wide opening in the corner. Behind it we propped an overturned table as a makeshift blind, so that no light escaped, yet through the slit, we could see the entire main road and the movements at dorm 12, with crystal clarity, even the details of the 4th-floor balcony. From now on everyone takes turns watching this slit, changing shifts every 2 hours. Lao Mo leaned against the door, his fingertips tapping the reinforced glass, his tone solemn. No matter how people outside shout or beg, no one is to make a sound, no one is to approach the glass, and no one is to reveal our numbers or our supplies. Our primary task is to retrieve Haozi and the other 2 at 3 in the morning. Everything else is to be ignored. No one voiced an objection. Even though we remained silent, intermittent cries still threaded through the glass slit. Is anyone there? Please open the door. We saw you go in. Please give us some water. Classmates, save us. The cries outside the fried chicken shop continued from day until dusk, gradually growing weaker until they finally vanished into the deepening night. The sky had completely darkened, and inside the shop a small candle flickered in the far corner of the cash register, completely blocked by the shelves, casting no light outside. Old Mo repeatedly confirmed the 3 pickup plan with us 3 times, ensuring every detail was correct, and synchronized with Haozi through the walkie-talkie, instructing them to prepare the bed sheets and ropes in advance, standing by on the balcony at 2:50 am. Keeping a close watch on the observation slit, we had left ready to report any situation immediately. In the latter half of tonight, it is highly likely that other survivors will attempt to escape down the water pipe. Old Mo looked at us, his tone extremely serious. Remember, no matter what happens outside, no matter how they shout or plead for help, you must not open the door, must not respond, and must not expose our location. Keep a close watch on the observation slit and monitor the movements of the corpses on the main road. Do you understand? Understood. We nodded in unison. The night grew deeper, and we neared 3 am. The atmosphere in the shop becoming increasingly tense. Old Mo leaned against the door, guarding the observation slit, while the big guy rested his eyes on the table, still gripping the mop handle. The girls leaned against the booth, unable to sleep, only the candle's flame danced gently in the darkness. Around 1 am. Suddenly, a faint metallic scraping sound came from outside. Someone was climbing the rainwater pipe. We all instantly held our breath. I leaned closer to the observation slit, and looked outside, seeing two boys steadily climbing down the rainwater pipe of dormitory 12, making almost no noise. Within seconds they reached the ground, crouching low as they ran toward the school gate, not attracting any zombies, and not glancing in the direction of the fried chicken shop. This was the first wave. The successful escapes yesterday and today seemed to sound the drums of victory, boosting the confidence of all the surviving students. In less than 10 minutes, the second wave arrived. This time it was 3 students, 1 boy, and 2 girls, also climbing down the rainwater pipe of dormitory 12. However, as they reached the second floor, one of the girls slipped and screamed in fright, the sound piercing through the silence of the early morning. Instantly, the zombies in the nearby hallway erupted like a disturbed hornet's nest, surging out with a muddled roar, rushing toward the direction of the rainwater pipe. The 3 students scrambled down the pipe, landing and rolling away as they ran in the opposite direction, the zombies roaring in pursuit, gradually fading from sight. However, 4 or 5 solitary zombies remained on the main road between dormitory 13 and 12, aimlessly wandering, perfectly blocking our intended route of action. Damn it, the big guy cursed under his breath, gripping the mop handle tightly. We've got trouble now if the route is blocked. Old Mo's expression darkened as he immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and spoke in a hushed tone. Howsy, did you hear that? Just now some students climbing the pipe attracted zombies. There are now corpses on the main road. Do not act recklessly, stay in the dormitory, and we will monitor the situation. We'll talk again once the zombies disperse. Heard you. Haozi's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie, clearly tense. We also heard the scream. The balcony door is locked tight. We won't go out, you all be careful. Just as the communication ended, outside came the sound of climbing the third wave. This time it was just one boy, perhaps too anxious. He lost his grip while climbing the pipe and fell directly from the third floor with a loud thud echoing like thunder in the silent campus. He didn't even have the chance to scream before going silent, but that loud noise attracted all the zombies gathered at the entrance of the cake shop. The muffled roars grew closer as more than a dozen zombies surged from the main road, surrounding the downstairs of dormitory 12, beginning to feast. A few zombies that couldn't get in stumbled to the door of the fried chicken shop, banging their bodies against the glass door, making a dull thud. We all held our breath, bodies tense, pressed against the wall, as old Mo blew out the candle, plunging the shop into complete darkness. Lynn, she tightly grasped my hand, her palm slick with cold sweat, her body slightly trembling. I grasped her hand back, holding her close, while my other hand gripped the mop handle tightly, my heart racing as if it would burst from my ribs. The zombies banged against the door for several minutes, but couldn't break through the glass door firmly wedged by the dining tables and shelves. With no sounds from inside, they gradually lost interest and swayed back to the downstairs of dormitory 12, joining the feeding frenzy. With less than 40 minutes until 3 a.m., we had just started to breathe a little easier when the sound of climbing came again, the fourth wave. 2 girls had apparently climbed down the rainwater pipe of dormitory 13, and as they landed they stumbled, just managing to steady themselves before 2 wandering zombies spotted them, roaring as they lunged forward. The 2 girls screamed and turned to run, panicking and inadvertently rushing straight to the glass door of the fried chicken shop. Open the door. Please open the door. We know there are people inside. Save us. The zombies are coming. Please open the door. They frantically pounded on the glass door, their nails scraping against it, making a piercing sound, tears and snot mixing on their faces, filled with despair. Behind them 2 zombies were getting closer, their muffled roars clearly audible. At that moment, Li Xiaoya suddenly stood up, walking towards the glass door, her hand gripping the doorknob, tears streaming down her face as her voice trembled uncontrollably. Open the door. Let's open the door and save them. They are about to be caught. Lele died right in front of me like this. I can't. I immediately reacted, rushing forward and gripping her wrist tightly, pulling her back. Li Xiaoya, calm down. I can't calm down. Li Xiaoya cried out in despair, but kept her voice low, afraid of attracting more zombies. There are 2 lives inside. Students like us. If we just crack the door open, we can pull them in. Just a little. Don't touch the door. Old Mo rushed over, pulling Li Xiaoya away from the door with me. The big guy also quickly stepped in, blocking the glass door with his body, his eyes cold as steel. Think it through. The door is blocked by shelves and bags of flour. If you want to open it, you have to move those things first, which will surely attract a horde of zombies. Even if you open the door, the zombies will follow right in, and we will all die. If those 2 can't survive, we want but Li Xiaoya looked at the girl outside, who had already been grabbed by zombies, screaming heart-wrenchingly, her body shaking like a leaf, tears streaming down her face. Are we just going to watch them die? Just like we watched Lele die? Zhangya also rushed over, tightly hugging the emotionally distraught Li Xiaoya, covering her mouth to stifle any louder cries, tears falling down her face as well. Xiaoya, don't shout. We have no choice. There's really no choice. Once we open the door, everyone is done for. I pressed down hard on Li Xiaoya's shoulders, peering through the glass slit at the scene outside, my heart feeling like it was being tightly squeezed, aching terribly, yet I never loosened my grip on her. I knew that if I let go, it would be the end of everything. Behind me was Lin Shi and the entire team. I couldn't allow everyone to risk their lives for 2 strangers. The screams outside grew more anguished, followed by the sound of flesh being torn apart, and then a sudden silence. The shop fell into a deathly stillness save for Li Xiaoya buried in Zhang Ya's arms, her suppressed, fragmented sobs. The two zombies feasted at the door for several minutes before stumbling away. On the steps outside the shop, a pool of fresh warm blood was left behind, glinting painfully in the moonlight. Failure and blood could not extinguish the desire to survive. The fifth wave of climbing sounds came, and a boy, seizing the moment, while the zombies were occupied, climbed down the water pipe and ran madly toward the school's exit, disappearing into the night. At that moment, the electronic clock on the cash register showed the green numbers jumping to 0300. The designated pickup time had arrived. Yet downstairs of dormitory 12 there were still a dozen zombies gathered, and scattered monsters roamed the main road, completely blocking our route of action. Old Mo picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and hoarsely said, "Howsy, the plan is postponed. The horde is still gathered downstairs, we can't move, and more students will likely attempt to follow suit down the pipe. Stay locked in your dormitories, and when dawn comes the zombies will retreat into the shadows. We'll figure out a way then." There was silence on the other end of the walkie-talkie for a few seconds, then Haozi's voice came through, tinged with undeniable disappointment, yet he replied, All right, we understand, you all stay safe too." After the communication ended, Old Mo tossed the walkie-talkie onto the cash register, leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and sighed deeply. Zhang Ye continued to comfort the emotionally shattered Li Xiaoya, and the booth echoed with suppressed sobs. I remained standing at the observation slit, gazing at the glaring bloodstain outside, the haunting cries of the girl, and Li Xiaoya's despairing shouts echoing in my ears. I knew that from this night onward our understanding of this apocalypse had been thoroughly reshaped once again. We thought we were already cold-hearted enough, clear-headed enough, but only now did we realize that the true apocalypse was never about how terrifying the zombies were, but rather having to watch our own kind die in front of us, while feeling utterly powerless. What none of us had expected was that there were still so many surviving students, meaning that tonight's escape and call for help would only be the beginning. The location of the fried chicken shop had long been completely exposed. From now on, what awaited us was far more terrifying than zombies, the coveting and spying from our kind. The electronic clock at the checkout displayed green digits just past 0302. The store was enveloped in a deathly silence, broken only by Li Xiaoya's muffled sobs buried in Zhang Ya's embrace, and the murky sounds of zombies feasting on corpses outside the glass door of Building 12. The night wind seeped through the cracks in the glass, carrying with it a heavy stench of blood and decay, freezing the bones of anyone caught in it. I still stood before the observation gap, gripping the mop handle tightly, until my knuckles turned white, my gaze locked onto the rainwater pipes of the two dormitory buildings across. Just moments ago, 5 waves of people had descended the pipes, even with some falling to their deaths, or being caught by zombies. The survivors' desire to live remained unquenched. Our success in rescuing people in the early hours was like a spark in the darkness, giving hope to those trapped in the dormitories. The first sound to break the dead silence came from 2 cans thrown off the balcony of the 5th floor of Building 12. The loud clattering echoed through the campus in the early morning, the cans filled with gravel crashing onto the cement ground beside the basketball court, making a noise several times louder than the bait we had used before. The zombies surrounding Building 12 were instantly attracted, turning in unison to howl towards the basketball court, then swaying like a tide as they surged forward. In just a few seconds, the once tightly packed area below the building was suddenly half empty. Following that, 4 dark figures swiftly slid down the rainwater pipe, landing without pause, crouching low as they sprinted towards the outside of the campus, vanishing into the night without making a sound. This was the 6th wave, and it was the most successful one. The success of this group was like pouring cold water into a hot pot, instantly igniting the hopes of everyone trapped in the building. In less than 10 minutes, from every floor of buildings 12 and 13, bottles and cans were continuously being thrown down, the loud bangs echoing throughout the campus. Some had skillfully lured the zombies away and successfully escaped down the rainwater pipes. Others made mistakes, inadvertently drawing all the nearby corpses to the base of the dormitory, their screams mingling with the roars of the zombies, completely shattering the silence of the early morning. What's worse, the haphazard bait operations had gathered more and more zombies on the main road. What had started as just 4 or 5 solitary ones had now swelled to nearly 20, swaying between the 2 dormitory buildings, effectively blocking our planned escape route. Damn it, this group has gone mad. The tall one cursed in a low voice, the veins on his forehead bulging tightly. With all the noise they're making, they've attracted zombies from the entire area. How are we supposed to assist Haozi? Old Mo's face turned ashen as he immediately picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and shouted, "Haozi, can you hear me? No matter what happens outside, you must not open the door. The entire building is going crazy, running down. The horde has gathered below. Don't stick your head out." "Heard you loud and clear." Haozi's voice came through the walkie-talkie, clearly panicked. "Brother Chen, Old Mo, we absolutely won't go out. There are noises in many dormitories upstairs, and the zombies in the hallway are a chaotic mess. Stay quiet and conserve your energy." Old Mo's voice was as cold as ice. "Staying alive is the most important thing. We understand. Just as the communication cut off, new developments appeared outside the observation gap. Following the same tactic using sounds to lure the zombies away from the main road, 5 boys climbed down the rainwater pipe of Building 12, and instead of running outside, they crouched low and headed straight for the fried chicken shop. Leading them was a tall boy with dyed yellow hair gripping a steel pipe that had been taken from a bed frame, followed by others also wielding pipes and bricks stopping in front of the glass door. We instantly held our breath, everyone gripping their weapons tightly, bodies tense. Brothers inside, we know you're there. The tall boy with yellow hair lowered his voice, calling through the glass with his tone betraying his probing nature. We are students from the finance department. We've been cut off from food and water for 3 days. Please, we just need something to eat. Even a bottle of water will do. No one responded. Old Mo gestured for us to remain silent. If we didn't respond, they wouldn't know how many of us were inside and wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But it was clear they were not just looking for food. Another boy in a plaid shirt leaned closer to the glass door, squinting into the observation gap. Even though it was pitch black inside and nothing was visible, he still spoke in a mocking tone. Stop pretending, brothers. We saw you enter the store in the early morning and even rescued 3 girls out. This fried chicken shop has food and supplies 100 times safer than the dormitory building. You guys are hoarding this great place, and you only want to share a sip of soup with your brothers. Their pretense of seeking food was false. They truly coveted the fried chicken shop. In the apocalypse, a bite of food could last only half a day, but a safe house that could fend off zombies and had ample supplies was essential for survival. They weren't here to beg. They were here to seize the nest. Get lost. The tall one finally couldn't hold back, yelling lowly at the door with enough intensity to convey his anger. Our supplies are only enough for our own people. There's nothing extra for you. We fought for this store with our lives. If you want to come in, you better weigh whether you have the life for it. Outside, a few people fell silent for a moment. Then the tall boy's tone shifted completely, shedding any pretense of false pleading, replaced by raw greed and malice, as he quietly said, fought for it with your lives. Is this school your family's? In a situation like this, whoever grabs it first owns it. Let me tell you, open the door for us now, and let us in, we can all coexist peacefully. Otherwise, as soon as we have more brothers, this glass door won't withstand a few hits. Try it if you dare. The tall one's eyes turned red in an instant, grabbing the cleaver in his hand and shouting. At that moment, the students who had been hiding in the surrounding corridors and had just escaped began to gather around one. At first there were only 2 or 3, but soon they multiplied, and in the blink of an eye there were more than 10, both male and female, all staring at the glass door of the fried chicken shop, their eyes filled with hesitation and the same desire as those boys. As people gathered, at first no one dared to step forward, but upon seeing someone take the lead, those who had been indecisive and only dared to hide in the shadows suddenly found their courage. They had been trapped in this hell for 10 days, starving and fearing for 10 days. Now faced with a safe haven with food, no one could resist such temptation. Exactly. We're all classmates from the same school. Why should you monopolize such a great place? Open the door. Let us in. We'll guard it together. There's strength in numbers. We just want a place to rest and a bite to eat. The shouting grew louder, and the crowd swelled, voices rising higher and emotions becoming more agitated. The leading boy with yellow hair, seeing the support, raised the steel pipe in his hand and brought it down hard on the glass door. Bang! A loud crash reverberated as the glass door shuddered violently, the fine cracks from the previous zombie collision instantly spreading into a large web. Big guy, don't be impulsive. I firmly held back the big guy who wanted to step forward to defend, turning to Old Mo, speaking rapidly. We can't stay here any longer. The crowd is growing and the zombies will definitely be drawn back. As I finished speaking, another hit came down nearby. People followed suit, picking up bricks from the ground and smashing them against the glass door. The cacophony of shouting and banging mixed together, sounding especially piercing in the dead of night. Crack! With a sharp sound, the already cracked glass door finally couldn't withstand the relentless blows and shattered completely. Countless shards of glass fell to the ground, and the cold wind mixed with the stench of blood rushed in, revealing the faces of those students outside, now appearing particularly menacing in the night. Charge in. Where's the drink? I just want a bottle of cola, mineral water will do. Don't you dare grab. I saw it first. Innocent men suffer for their treasures. The crisp sound of breaking glass erupted behind us, and we did not hesitate for a moment. Long before I shouted retreat, Lao Mo had already packed all the emergency supplies into backpacks. First aid kits, pre-packaged fried chicken and fries, lighters, walkie-talkies, and the boning knife he had brought from the kitchen, all securely stowed, without any delay. The frenzied shouts of students scrambling for supplies, the loud crash of overturned shelves, and the distant murky howls of approaching zombies wove an impenetrable net behind us. Lao Mo kicked open the fire door to the kitchen, leading the charge while I protected the 3 girls, Lin Shizhangya and Li Xiaoya, as we hunched our bodies and dashed into the narrow alley behind the kitchen. A wave of sour, rotten stench from 10 days' worth of food waste hit us, a stark contrast to the delicious aroma of fried chicken from a few hours ago. The narrow alley was filled with green garbage bins taller than half a person, most of them bent and misshapen, with their lids ajar, spilling foul liquid onto the ground, where dark grease formed a sticky layer, making it slippery to walk on. Greenhead flies buzzed around, and even in the silence of the apocalypse, this group of carrion insects showed no signs of retreat. The end of the narrow alley led directly to the school's main road, but just as we burst out of the alley, everyone's steps suddenly halted, as if the blood in our veins had turned icy. To our left stood a tumter-high iron fence of the school, beyond which lay Lyoya Avenue in Changde City. The once bustling main road of the city had now become a paradise for zombies. A dense mass of corpses pressed against the fence, their decaying flesh pressed against the cold metal, deformed from the crowding, with dark brown saliva dripping down the bars, pooling into stinking puddles on the ground. Their rotting hands clawed desperately at the iron bars. The grating sound of nails scraping against metal filled the air, mingling with the ceaseless murky howls that pounded against our eardrums. In their murky eyes swelled a thirst for flesh and blood, as if they were a pack of starving wolves trapped in a cage, eager to break the iron bars and tear us apart. Ahead of us on the school's main road, dozens of zombies, attracted by the commotion of the fried chicken shop, were swaying. They dragged their stiff bodies, low hoarse growls escaping their throats as they advanced step by step. The foul wind blowing down the main road made our stomachs churn. Blocked ahead, pursued from behind. Behind us, the cries from the fried chicken shop grew more chaotic, and we could already hear the roars of zombies breaking into the store and the students' desperate screams. There was no turning back. Into the dormitory. Hurry. Lao Mo made a quick decision. He pointed to the dormitory building 13 diagonally across, speaking quickly and clearly. The ground floor dormitories are all secured with anti-theft nets. We'll take the second floor balcony. No time for nonsense. We immediately rushed toward the base of building 13. Big Guy tucked the cleaver behind his waist, shielding the three girls as they stood against the wall, while Lao Mo and I stood on either side, gripping our weapons tightly, our eyes fixed on the approaching horde of zombies. The windows of the first floor dormitories in building 13 were all sealed with welded stainless steel anti-theft nets, the bars thick and closely spaced, not even allowing a hand to fit through. Lao Mo glanced at the westernmost anti-theft net. Without pausing for a moment, he stepped forward, grasped the gaps between the steel bars with both hands, and with a burst of strength in his forearms, he climbed up the net like a monkey. As the president of the school's outdoor club, climbing was second nature for him. In just a few seconds, he stepped onto the ledge of the second floor balcony and flipped into the vacant space. The balcony door isn't locked. We can get in. Lao Mo pulled the sliding door open and poked his head out, shouting at us one by one. Zhanya first. Zhanya from the physical education department was the bravest and strongest among us. She stepped forward, grasped the steel bars of the anti-theft net, and with a push of her feet, she swiftly climbed up. Big Guy steadied her waist from below, helping her up, while Lao Mo reached down to pull her, and in no time, she flipped into the second floor balcony. Lin Shi, hurry. Lao Mo's voice rang out again. Lin Shi bit her lip, glanced at me, her eyes full of worry, but without a shred of hesitation, she stepped forward to grab the anti-theft net. Lin's eyes, thin arms trembled slightly. 10 days of hunger and continuous fright had drained most of her strength, and after just 2 steps she slipped. Don't be afraid. Step on my shoulders. Big Guy immediately crouched down, firmly supporting her feet with his broad shoulders, helping her up little by little. Lin Shi clung tightly to the steel bars, looking up at Lao Mo's hand reaching down, then couldn't help but look back at me, her eyes suddenly reddening. Lin Shen, be careful. Her voice trembled with tears, her eyes glistening. Don't worry. I'm fine, I shouted back at her, holding the mop handle in front of me, my gaze locked on the horde of zombies that had rushed within 10 meters. Lao Mo grabbed Lin's wrist and pulled her up forcefully, bringing her into the balcony. As Lin Shi steadied herself, she immediately lunged toward the balcony railing, not even pausing to regain her balance, gripping the cold metal tightly, her upper body almost leaning out, her gaze fixed on me, tears suddenly streaming down, splattering against the railing and breaking into tiny droplets. Lastly, it was Li Xiaoya, who was already so scared that she was trembling all over, her legs shaking like a sieve, leaning against the wall, her face as pale as paper. Crying and shaking her head, her voice was fragmented. I can't do it. I can't climb up. I'll fall. Don't cry. Hold on tight. They'll support you. Big Guy shouted, gripping Li Xiaoya's waist and lifting her up. Lao Mo, catch her. Li Xiaoya screamed, eyes shut tight, her hands desperately grasping at the steel bars. Lao Mo leaned forward, but couldn't reach her, so he gripped the edge of the windowsill with his left hand, leaning out from the balcony, crouching slightly, and accurately caught Li Xiaoya's arm, gritting his teeth and pulling her up little by little. But Li Xiaoya was so frightened that her body went rigid, hanging in the air like a stone, unable to muster any strength, her climbing pace as slow as a snail. At that moment, a chaotic noise erupted from the back door of the fried chicken shop as a dozen survivors burst out like madmen. Most of them were ragged, their faces smeared with blood and dirt, their eye sockets sunken, eyes filled with the madness and despair of near death, most empty-handed, with only a few clutching half a bag of stolen fries. Seeing us climbing up the anti-theft net to the second floor, they seemed to find a lifeline and rushed towards the wall, desperately mimicking our actions as they clawed at the anti-theft nets of various dormitories, trying to climb up. But they had been starving for 10 whole days. Most were ordinary weak students, and they barely had the strength even to stand, let alone climb. Some barely climbed less than a meter before slipping and crashing heavily to the ground. Others clung to the steel bars, crying for someone nearby to help push them up, but no one dared to take their eyes off their own climb, focused solely on advancing, leaving them to wail, and some climbed halfway, only to have zombies beneath them grab their ankles, their screams echoing through the entire main road, resonating in the empty campus. These chaotic sounds and desperate wails acted like magnets, scattering the dozens of zombies surging down. The number of zombies surrounding us instantly halved, leaving only 5 that were closest still fixated on me, the living beings standing at the base of the wall, closing in on me step by step. Lin Shun, hurry, they're coming. Lin, she cried urgently from the second-floor balcony, tears falling as she shouted, gripping the railing tightly, her body leaning out, being held back by Zhanya, who feared she would fall. I did not turn back, nor did I take a step back. Behind me was Big Guy, who was lifting Li Xiaoyu up. He couldn't spare a hand. In front of me were 5 clawing zombies, and if I stepped back they would immediately pounce on the defenseless Big Guy and the helpless Li Xiaoyu hanging in midair. No retreat possible. I took a deep breath, the icy air filling my lungs, my hands tightening around the blood-stained mop handle, my gaze firmly locked on the leading zombie. If that's the case, then let's fight. 5 zombies stumbled towards me, their murky eyes devoid of any spark, filled only with an insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. My palms were drenched in cold sweat, my body tense. In my ears I heard the distant wails of students, the growls of zombies, and Lin's eyes sobbing voice from the second-floor balcony. Wake up. Clear your mind. I cannot give them any chance to circle behind me. The first to pounce was a zombie in a basketball jersey, tall and robust, rushing towards me with a foul wind, its decaying hand clawing at my throat. I did not withstand it heat, but suddenly sidestepped, narrowly evading its attack, and using its forward momentum, I gripped the mop handle tightly, aiming the sharpened end at its sunken eye socket and thrusting it in with all my might. Buffed! The dull sound of the wooden tip piercing flesh traveled up the handle to my palm, bringing with it a sticky resistance. Gritting my teeth, I mustered all my strength and thrust forward, driving the entire mop handle through its skull. The zombie's forward motion froze instantly, its low growl cut off abruptly, and its body slowly slid. I immediately propped my right foot against its chest, yanking the mop handle out. Black-brown filth splattered across my face, cold and clammy. Before I could wipe away the blood, the second and third zombies had already flanked me from either side. The zombie on the left was faster, already lunging at my side, its rotting hand reaching for my arm. I quickly stepped back half a pace, sinking my legs down, and with a powerful swing of the mop handle, I slammed it down with all my strength onto its knee. Crack! The sharp sound of wood striking bone was particularly piercing. The zombie's knee was instantly deformed, its leg bending at a grotesque angle, losing balance, and collapsing to the ground before me with a thud. But just then the third zombie lunged at me, the stench hitting me hard. It opened its drooling mouth and went straight for mine. I had no time to swing the mop again. Oh, I could only crouch down low, rolling sideways along the ground, barely escaping. The zombie missed, crashing heavily against the wall of the alley, producing a dull thud. Using the momentum from my roll, I quickly got to my feet. Before it could turn around, I gripped the mop handle with both hands and swung it horizontally, striking its legs hard. The zombie lost its balance again, face down on the ground. I stepped forward, placing a foot on its back, holding the mop handle with both hands, and with all my strength, I thrust it down into the back of its head. The second one dealt with. Without a moment's pause, I pulled out the mop head and, gripping the handle, thrust it down hard into the head of the struggling zombie beside me. The sensation of the wooden tip piercing the skull returned. The third zombie twitched a couple of times before falling completely still. In just a few seconds I had killed 3 zombies, and my arms were already so sore I could barely lift them, gasping heavily. My lungs felt as if they were filled with lead. Sweat mixed with the filth from my face dripped down, blurring my vision. I raised my hand to wipe it away with my sleeve, but before I could catch my breath, I caught a glimpse of 2 shadows charging towards me from the left and right. I barely had time to react. The zombie on the left had already grabbed my right arm tightly, its decaying face inches from my mouth open. It lunged towards my shoulder, the foul stench making my vision darken. I desperately pushed against its chin with my arm, preventing it from biting down, but its strength was astonishing. My arm was being forced down little by little, its teeth almost grazing my clothes. Meanwhile, the other zombie had approached me, heat and roaring as it opened its mouth, revealing blackened yellow teeth, lunging fiercely towards my neck. Lin Shun. Lin's eyes heart-wrenching scream came from the second-floor balcony. I could even hear her voice breaking, and Zhang Yi shouting urgently to hold her back. My mind went blank. I could only watch helplessly as the zombie drew closer, its rotting hand already gripping my collar. My heart racing made my vision go dark. At that critical moment, an ear-splitting roar exploded from beside me. Fuck you. Get away. A large figure charged in like a fierce tiger wielding the bone-cutting knife he had brought from the fried chicken shop, the blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. As he rushed over, gripping the knife handle with both hands, he brought it down fiercely onto the neck of the zombie, lunging it. Puffed. The sharp blade nearly severed the entire neck of the zombie, black-red blood gushing out and splattering all over us. The zombie's head drooped, its movements instantly freezing, its body slumping to the ground. Without pausing, the large figure swung the knife down hard into the eye socket of the zombie that had been holding onto my arm, the blade cutting straight into its skull. The zombie's grip on my arm loosened significantly, its body slumping down. The last two zombies dealt. Exhausted, I leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. My entire right arm felt numb. The place where the zombie had grabbed me was torn by its claws, my skin burning painfully. Chenzi, are you okay? The large figure helped me up, his eyes wide with concern as he examined me. You weren't bitten, were you? I'm fine. I shook my head, my voice raspy, looking up at the second-floor balcony. Lin, she was clinging to the railing, tears streaming down her face. Seeing that I was okay, she collapsed, leaning against Zhang Ye, covering her mouth, and crying incessantly, using all her strength to shout, Lin Shun, come up. Old Mo had already thrown down a rope made from bed sheets from the balcony, roaring at us. Hurry. The zombie, hold on tight. I followed Old Mo's gaze. Several zombies that had been drawn away by the students' wails were now circling back towards us, the murky growls growing closer. The large figure supported me as I grabbed the rope. Old Mo pulled hard from above, and in just a few moments I climbed up to the second-floor balcony. As soon as I climbed onto the balcony, Lin, she rushed over, disregarding the filth on me. Her body was still trembling, but she held onto me tightly, her tears soaking my shirt, unable to say a word, just repeatedly touching my arm to confirm I wasn't hurt. I'm fine, don't be scared. I gently patted her back, panting heavily, but my heart was filled with warmth. Just then a soft snicker came from the neighboring balcony. We immediately turned to look. On the balcony of the neighboring dorm, Huang Mao leaned against the railing with four boys, each holding bulging bags filled with instant food and frozen goods stolen from the fried chicken shop. Their clothes were stained with blood, their eyes glinting maliciously at us. The earlier snicker had come from Huang Mao. Huang Mao looked at us, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and gave us a friendly international gesture before turning around and walking back into the dorm, slamming the balcony door shut with a clang. Old Mo's expression darkened instantly. He walked to the edge of the balcony, looking at the increasingly gathered zombies below, glancing again at the tightly shut door of the neighboring balcony, his voice cold as ice. We're in trouble. I leaned against the wall, watching the densely packed zombies below, glancing again at the neighboring balcony, tightening my grip on the mop handle. I knew that this life-and-death test was far from over. In Dorm 13, we weren't the only ones. There was also the covetous Huang Mao and his gang. And outside the building, countless zombies awaited, along with boundless darkness. The moment we secured the balcony sliding door, the zombie screams from downstairs seemed muffled, as if separated by a thick layer of cotton, finally weakening somewhat. This was a standard four-person female dormitory. The layout of upper beds and lower desks was identical to the 302 boys' dormitory we originally resided in. However, it had long lost the vibrant atmosphere a girls' dormitory should have, leaving only the desolation and silence after the apocalypse. The makeup vanity was overturned, broken powder compacts and shattered skincare bottles littered the floor. Books, dolls, and bedding were torn into pieces, scattered everywhere. Dark, dried stains of blood remained on the ground, and several empty mineral water bottles and instant noodle cups were piled in the corner, indicating that the owner of this dormitory had met with misfortune at the onset of the virus outbreak. In the window-side position there lay a broken ukulele case, the body of the instrument snapped at the neck, with the strings hanging limply, leaning against a wall plastered with star posters which were torn and in disarray, standing in stark contrast to the chaos on the floor. The air was thick with dust, mildew, and a faint scent of blood, but compared to the foul stench from outside, it could be considered a rare cleanliness. A large figure leaned against the door, sliding down to sit on the ground, gasping heavily, tightly gripping a bloodied bone-chopping knife. Zhang Ye helped the trembling Li Xiaoya sit on the only intact chair, handing her a tissue to wipe her tears. Lin, she pulled me to the corner of the dormitory, rummaging through her backpack to find a first aid kit. She took out iodine and gauze, her fingertips trembling slightly as she carefully rolled up the sleeve of my coat, which had been shredded by the zombie's claws. 2 long streaks of blood appeared on my arm, the flesh torn and rolled back, with droplets of blood continuously seeping out. Her action of rolling up the sleeve suddenly froze her entire being, as if nailed to the spot, the iodine cotton swab slipping from her hand with a thud and rolling far away. I looked up at her only to find her face had drained of color, pale as paper, with her eye sockets reddening, visibly large tears falling unexpectedly onto my arm. Did you get bitten? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, unable to complete a full sentence. Her fingertips hovered above my wound, wanting to touch, but hesitating, as if touching would confirm the most terrifying outcome. Linshin, are you sob? In the 10 days since the apocalypse began, we had seen too many people injured by zombies who would develop a fever within hours, losing their sanity and turning into mindless corpses. Being injured equated to a death sentence without exception. It was then I realized she had misunderstood. A wave of warmth, both sour and soft, surged in my heart. I immediately grasped her icy hand, pulling her close to me, pointing to the wound, to show her, speaking softly, explaining word by word. No, Lynn, she don't be afraid, it wasn't a zombie that grabbed me. Look, a zombie's claws are sharp and the wounds they inflict are narrow and deep. These scratches are wide abrasion marks from when I struggled against being held, scraping on the exposed rusty rebar after my back hit the wall. The zombie's claws only tore through my coat and the hoodie underneath, not even touching my skin. If you don't believe me, touch it. The wound is full of rust. There are no corrosive fluids from a zombie on me. Her gaze remained fixed on the wound, looking at it repeatedly, her trembling fingertips gently brushing against the edge of the injury, confirming it was not a zombie's scratch. Only then did she seem to deflate, her legs giving way as she sat beside me, covering her mouth and bursting into tears. You scared me to death, she cried, raising her hand to lightly punch my shoulder. Tears flowed even more fiercely. Why didn't you clarify earlier? I thought. The words she couldn't finish revealed everything. I reached out to embrace her, gently patting her back to comfort her, feeling soft and overwhelmed. I'm sorry, I was too focused on the pain. Don't worry, I'm tough, though I won't easily get into trouble. I still have to protect you. She buried herself in my arms for a while before slowly stopping her tears. Readied, she picked up the cotton swab from the ground, re-dipping it in iodine. This time her movements were lighter and more careful than before, gently blowing on my wound during the process, afraid to hurt me. The gauze was neatly wrapped around my arm, and finally, she lowered her head, pressing gently on my arm through the gauze. You mustn't scare me like that again. She looked up at me, her eyes red, her tone carrying a hint of stubbornness. No matter what injury you sustain, you must tell me clearly at the first moment. All right, I promise, I said, solemnly nodding. Meanwhile, Lao Mo had checked the entire dormitory, confirming that all doors and windows could be secured and that no zombies were hiding inside, before he walked over, leaning against the wall, watching us with a still grave expression. First, we need to count our supplies. Lao Mo's voice carried a hint of fatigue, but remained steady. Dump everything from the bags and see how much we have left. We all placed our backpacks on the ground and emptied their contents. A first aid kit containing iodine, gauze, and fever reducers, 2 lighters, 1 walkie-talkie, with over half the battery remaining, a bone saw, a chopping knife, and the blunt mop handle in my hand, 2 bags of pre-made fried chicken, and a small pack of fries, 3.5 bottles of mineral water, the entirety of our supplies from the fried chicken shop. Looking at the meager items on the floor, silence fell over the dormitory. This meager supply, if used sparingly, would only last us 6 people for 2 or 3 days. Damn it. The large figure cursed under his breath, punching the iron frame of the bed. It's all those bastards' fault. If it weren't for them looting, we wouldn't be in this predicament. It's pointless to say that now. Lao Mo shook his head, his gaze landing on me. Chen Zi, what do you think? I was taken aback for a moment, then quickly realized. In the past, such analyses of the situation were always Lao Mo's domain, but now he actively sought my opinion. I glanced at the gauze lin she had just wrapped around my arm, and then looked towards the dark campus outside the balcony. Taking a deep breath, I began to speak slowly. We believe there are 3 problems right now. I held out 3 fingers, speaking steadily as my mind gradually cleared. First, our supplies are running low. We won't be able to last long on food and water. This dormitory is only a temporary refuge with no supplies. We can't stay here long term. Second, the area downstairs is filled with zombies. The main road is blocked, and we are currently trapped on the 2nd floor of Building 13 in a dilemma. Moreover, we have yet to complete the plan to rescue Haozi Su Xiao and Zhou Ming, who are still trapped in room 401 of Building 12, their lives uncertain. Third, the balcony next door is occupied by Huang Mao's group, 5 people with steel pipes who looted supplies from the fried chicken shop and just provoked us. We can't rule out that they will set us up at any moment. Lao Mo nodded, a glimmer of approval in his eyes, adding, and there's a 4th point. There are not just us and Huang Mao's group in Building 13. The students who crawled up from downstairs earlier numbered at least 7 or 8 scattered across the various dormitories in this building. With so many people, their intentions are hard to gauge. We can't rule out the possibility of a 2nd or 3rd Huang Mao eyeing our knives and remaining supplies. The atmosphere in the dormitory instantly grew heavier. Hearing this, Li Xiaoyao buried her head lower, her shoulders trembling slightly as tears fell again, quietly sobbing. Let's contact Haozi first and see how things are on their side. I picked up the walkie-talkie, pressed the talk button, and switched to our agreed channel. Haozi. Can Haozi hear me? Please respond. A crackling noise came from the walkie-talkie for a few seconds before Haozi's voice, sounding somewhat weak, came through. Brother Chun. Lao Mo, are you guys alright? We heard a lot of noise downstairs, and we're worried sick. We're fine, already safely hidden on the 2nd floor of Building 13. How's it going on your end? Is the dormitory still safe? I immediately asked. Safe, we're fine. Haozi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Brother Chin, don't worry. We can hold out here, we still have a bit of food and drink. We can definitely last another 2 or 3 days without a problem. Take care of yourselves first. We'll talk once it's safe outside, no rush. Lao Mo and I exchanged glances, both of our expressions darkening. Something's not right. Too wrong. When we left room 401 of building 12 for the fried chicken shop, the water and food we left for the three of them were precisely calculated to last for only 1 day. It has been a full 30 hours since we left, and far from lasting 2 or 3 days, they should have already run out of supply. Housie is lying. But we did not expose it on the spot. Suppressing the doubts in my heart, I smiled into the walkie-talkie. All right, make sure to lock the door, tightly stay quiet, conserve your supplies and energy. If anything happens, let us know immediately, don't push yourselves. Got it. Brother Chin, you take care of yourselves too. After the communication was cut off, the dormitory fell into a dead silence once again. He lied. The large figure reacted as well, frowning. The things we left behind wouldn't last a day. How could he still hold out for 3? Lao Mo leaned against the wall, closing his eyes for a moment, his voice as cold as ice. He doesn't want to burden us. Knowing that we are struggling to survive trapped in building 13 with dwindling supplies, he deliberately said he was fine, not wanting us to risk our lives to save him. I tightened my grip on the walkie-talkie. A stone of anxiety lodged heavily in my chest. Housie is my roommate since I entered college. Ooh, I know him too well. He appears timid and fearful, talkative and cowardly, yet deep down, he values friendship more than anyone else. He would rather carry the burden alone than drag us down. But the more he behaves this way, the more uncomfortable I feel. Let's rest for now. Lao Mo patted my shoulder. We'll take turns keeping watch, 2 people per shift, swapping every 4 hours. You and Lin, she will take the second half of the night shift, while the large figure and I will take the first half. Let's rest well, we'll deal with other matters when dawn breaks. We propped up the overturned wardrobe and furniture, barricading the dormitory door tightly, using the bed frame to block the glass of the balcony, leaving only a small slit for observation. As night deepened, the zombies' howls from downstairs gradually weakened, with only occasional muffled voices from the neighboring dormitory belonging to Huang Mao's group. I leaned against the corner. Lin, she's sitting beside me, gently resting her shoulder against mine, silently holding my hand. Her hand was warm, slowly dispelling the pain in my arm and my inner turmoil. I gazed out at the pitch-black night, my mind filled with Haozie's earlier words. We can hold out for another 2 or 3 days without a problem, and sleep evaded me. I knew that once dawn arrived, what awaited us would only be a more difficult situation. It was barely dawn when I finally dozed off, but it wasn't long before I was awakened by the crackling sound of the intercom. I instantly jolted awake, grabbing the intercom and pressing the answer button, fearing something had happened to Housie. But the voice on the other end wasn't Haozie's, it was Su Xiao's. There was a faint rustling sound coming from the intercom, clearly her muffling it under the blanket before daring to speak. Her voice was barely above a whisper, almost as faint as a mosquito's buzz, but through the static I could clearly hear the urgency in her tone. Lin Shun. Are you there? Is Lao Mo there? Him here, Sister Su Xiao, what's wrong? I immediately lowered my voice in response, glancing at the others in the dorm. Lao Mo and the big guy were still guarding the balcony door. Lin Shi and Zhang Yu were also awake, while only Li Xiaoyu was still slumped in her chair, fast asleep with dark circles under her eyes. That's great. Su Xiao sighed in relief, her voice thick with tears. Lin Shin, Housie. He. My heart instantly leapt into my throat as I tightened my grip on the intercom. What happened? What's wrong with Housie? Take your time and explain. His arm wound has become infected. Su Xiao's voice dropped even lower, clearly afraid of waking Housie, who was sleeping in the room. The iodine and anti-inflammatory medicine in the first aid kit you left us ran out quickly. His wound got infected, and since last night, he's been running a high fever, mumbling incoherently, completely delirious. A buzzing sound filled my head. After the outbreak of the virus, the most terrifying thing was never being bitten to death by zombies, but rather the risk of infection from injuries. Without antibiotics or professional disinfectants, even a small scratch once infected could be a death sentence in a world lacking medical supplies. We only have the most basic iodine and gauze in our first aid kit. We don't have any antibiotics for treating infections. Su Xiao's voice quivered as she continued. Only the pharmacy at the medical school has those medicines. And how's he lied to you? We ran out of food yesterday morning, and we only have half a bottle of water left. Zhou Ming gave the last sip of water to Housie, and the two of us have gone nearly a day without drinking. Housie knew you were in a difficult situation too, with the chicken shop gone and you all trapped. He didn't want you to risk your lives to save us, nor did he want you to go to the medical school for medicine for him. So he deliberately told you there were still supplies and that we could last a few more days. He woke up once earlier and told Zhou Ming and me that if he couldn't hold on any longer, we shouldn't tell you and not to cause you any trouble. As she spoke, Su Xiao's voice broke, but she still suppressed it, afraid Housie would hear. The dorm fell into a deadly silence. Everyone had heard Su Xiao's words through the intercom. The big guy suddenly tightened his grip on the bone-slicing knife, the veins on his forehead standing out, and he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. That idiot. Lao Mo's face turned ashen as he walked over to me and quietly asked into the intercom, Su Xiao, how is Housie now? Is he still conscious? How much longer can the door to room 401 hold? He's been delirious from the fever, mostly sleeping. Su Xiao sniffed, her voice steadied a bit. We used 3 metal cabinets to block the dorm door. The zombies can't break through, but more and more zombies are gathering in the hallway, constantly banging on the door. We don't know how much longer we can hold out. I understand. Lao Mo said solemnly. Su Xiao, listen carefully, take good care of Howsy, disinfect his wound with iodine on time, try to physically cool him down, and don't let his fever worsen. We'll find a way for food and water. We'll plan to rescue you today, we will definitely not leave you behind, understand? Understood. Thank you, Lao Mo Linchun. Su Xiao's voice was filled with gratitude. You all must— We know, don't worry. After the call disconnected, I threw the intercom onto the bed, closed my eyes, feeling a mix of sorrow and frustration. That idiot Howsy. Even at this point he was still thinking about not causing us any trouble. We must save him. The big guy was the first to speak, his voice resolute. Howsy is our brother. Even if it means risking everything, we must get him out along with Su Xiao and Zhou Meng. It's just antibiotics, right? The medical school is in the northwest corner of the school, I'll go get them. Even if it's full of zombies, I can carve a path for you. Calm down. Lao Mo restrained the impulsive big guy, frowning as he said, the medical school is over 800 meters from here, and we have to pass through 2 teaching buildings and an artificial lake with zombies all along the way. If you go alone, it's a death wish. Moreover, the medical school was one of the places with the highest concentration of students on the day of the lockdown. We have no idea how many zombies are inside. Then what should we do? Just watch Howsy die. The big guy shouted, his eyes bloodshot. We must save him, and we must get the medicine, but we can't act recklessly. I spoke up, looking at Lao Mo and the big guy, my voice steady. First, Howsy urgently needs medicine. Su Xiao and Zhou Meng are medical students. They know exactly what medicine is needed and the specifics of the pharmacy's location, so we must first get Howsy, Su Xiao, and Zhou Meng out of dormitory 12 and meet up with us. Secondly, before we go to rescue them, we must solve 2 problems. One is the Huang Mao gang next door. We need to leave dormitory 13 to rescue Howsy, and if they stab us in the back, we're done for. The other is the zombies downstairs. We must figure out their movement patterns and find a safe round-trip route. Lao Mo nodded, continuing. Furthermore, after we get them out, there will be 6 of us plus the 3 of them, making a total of 9 people. The supplies will be insufficient. We must find new supplies before rescuing them, at least enough food and water for 9 people for 3 days. Otherwise, even if we get them out, we won't last. What about us? Zhang Yi spoke up, supporting the newly awakened Li Xiaoya, looking at us. You guys go to rescue them and get the medicine while we 3 girls stay here. Or should we go with you? We have no close combat fighting skills. That going with you would not only hinder, but also distract from protecting us. But if we stay here and Huang Mao's gang comes looking for trouble, we won't be able to defend ourselves. As soon as those words were spoken, everyone fell silent. This was a problem we had to face. If the 3 boys went out to act while the 3 girls stayed in dormitory 13, facing the predatory Huang Mao gang, we wouldn't have any means of self-protection. But if we took them with us to rescue Howsy, the way would be full of zombies, and if something went wrong, we wouldn't be able to protect them. At that moment, Li Xiaoya, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Her eyes were red, her voice choked with tears, but also with a hint of stubbornness. It's all my fault. We all turned to look at her. She raised her head, tears streaming down her face, looking at us, her voice trembling. If I hadn't insisted on opening the door to save those 2 girls back, then we wouldn't have attracted so many zombies, they wouldn't have targeted the chicken shop, we wouldn't have lost supplies, and we wouldn't be trapped here, and Howsy wouldn't have ended up like this. It's all my fault. Xiaoya, this isn't your fault. Lin Shi immediately stood up, walked to her side, gently patting her back to comfort her. In the apocalypse, wanting to save someone is not wrong. No one expected it to turn out like this. No, it is my fault. Li Xiaoya suddenly raised her voice forcefully, pushing Lin Zai's hand away, and her emotions exploded. But I still believe that my intention to save people wasn't wrong. Those were 2 lives. Students just like us. Are we supposed to just watch them get bitten to death by zombies? Just because we're afraid of causing trouble, should we close the door and let them die? Now that Howsy is in trouble, and you all want to save him, is that not risky? Why is it that saving your brother is seen as the right thing, but me wanting to save 2 strangers is wrong? She shouted in a fit of hysteria, and by the end collapsed into a chair, covering her face and crying uncontrollably. The dorm fell into a deathly silence. No one spoke. Zhang Yi furrowed her brow, wanting to scold, but stopped herself. The big guy opened his mouth, but ultimately only let out a low grunt, turning his head away. I looked at the distraught Li Xiaoya, feeling a mix of emotions. I understood her grievances and her struggles, but I also knew that in this cannibalistic apocalypse, being soft-hearted and kind had always been a luxury. All we could do was protect our own before thinking of anything else. But Li Xiaoya clearly had not grasped this. Her resolve had become increasingly unstable amid the continuous deaths and dire situations. Shut up. Lao Mo suddenly shouted in a low voice, his tone steady, yet filled with undeniable authority, startling Li Xiaoya into silence, even holding back her sobs. He immediately gestured for us to be quiet, knocked heavily on the direction of the balcony with his fingertips, and silently mouthed 2 words: next door. Just then, from the observation gap of the balcony through the thin wall, the voices of Huang Mao's gang could be heard. There are 3 girls inside, just 3 guys, only 2 knives. What's there to be afraid of? Those 2 knives are good stuff. Their bone-slicing knives way more useful than our steel pipes. We must get our hands on them. Don't rush or wait for them to go out looking for food. Then we'll take this dormitory and leave the girls and the knives behind. The wind carried the roars of the zombies below, swallowing the latter half of the sentence, the voices growing fainter until they were indistinguishable. We exchanged glances, and the expressions on our faces darkened. Outside the building were flesh-eating zombies, and inside were predatory wolves. In this cannibalistic apocalypse, the most terrifying thing was not the mindless undead, but the bottomless darkness of the human heart. Huang Mao's gang had already viewed us as meat on the chopping block. The words of the yellow-haired guy pierced through the tense atmosphere in the dormitory like a sharp sword. Upon hearing that someone was targeting Zhang Yu, the big guy's eyes turned red in an instant, and he grabbed the bone-cutting knife ready to act, only to be swiftly held back by Lao Mo. "What are you doing?" Lao Mo growled. "I'm going to take care of those bastards." The big guy trembled with anger. They dare to set their sights on us, and even on Xiaoya. "I'm going over there to chop them all up." "Calm down." I also stood up to block him. "There are 5 people next door, all armed with steel pipes. If you charge over now and make a commotion, you'll attract all the zombies downstairs, and we'll all die." "What should we do?" "Just watch them plot against us next door." The big guy gritted his teeth. Lao Mo shook his head and walked to the balcony, peering through a crack to take a look outside, then turned back and said, "They are on the next balcony, all 5 of them holding steel pipes, watching our movements closely. Our priority now is to support Housie, not to have an internal conflict with them. If we get into a fight, regardless of the outcome, it will attract zombies, and that will only benefit those monsters." I nodded and continued, "Exactly. The most important thing now is to stabilize them. At least before we bring Housie back, we can't have a conflict with them. Let's reinforce the dormitory door. As long as they dare to force their way in, we will make them pay the price." We immediately sprang into action, dismantling the other 3 iron bunk beds in the dormitory, using the bedboards and steel pipes to barricade the door tightly, and pushing the metal wardrobe against the sliding window to prevent zombies from smashing through. After finishing all this, it was already noon. The sun was high in the sky, shining through the glass of the balcony, casting a narrow beam of light on the floor. During the day, the zombies' vision returned to normal levels, wandering in the main road and below the dormitory. The growling was much less than at night, but it felt even more unsettling. We divided the last half-pack of compressed biscuits, each taking a small piece, and washed it down with a sip of mineral water, counting it as lunch. She broke her piece of biscuit in half and secretly stuffed it into my hand, shaking her head at me to signal that she... Seeing her pale face, I felt a warmth in my heart and stuffed the biscuit back, squeezing her hand to indicate that she should eat it herself. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from the next balcony, dripping with mockery, filtering through the thin wall. "Hey brothers next door, hope you're doing well." We tensed up instantly, and the big guy tightened his grip on the bone-cutting knife, glaring fiercely in the direction of the balcony. Lao Mo waved his hand at us, signaling us to keep quiet, and walked to the balcony, coldly replying through the door, "What do you want?" "Nothing much." The yellow-haired guy chuckled and continued, "Just wanted to say hello to the brothers. We're all stuck in this dormitory 13, all in the same boat. Why not be friends? We have nothing to discuss with you." Lao Mo's voice was devoid of warmth. "Each of us guards our own territory, goes about our own lives, don't cause trouble, and we'll all be fine. Don't be so unfriendly." The tone of the yellow-haired guy shifted, becoming colder. "We're all just trying to survive, right? We've got food and drink, but we lack a few decent weapons. Those 2 knives you have look pretty good, why not lend them to us? Once we're out, we'll definitely return them to you double." Their target was indeed the knives in Lao Mo's and the big guy's. In this apocalypse, a sharp knife is more useful than a lot of food. While steel pipes can only smash, a knife can pierce a zombie's skull directly, a life-saving item. "Want a knife?" The big guy couldn't hold back any longer and shouted at the balcony, "Come over and take it if you have the guts. Let's see if you can handle it." "Oh, you're quite fiery." The yellow-haired guy sneered. "Brother, don't overestimate yourself. There are 5 of us, and only 3 of you can fight, plus 3 deadweights. If it comes to blows, who knows who will win? You dare call us deadweights again?" The big guy exploded in an instant, ready to pull open the balcony door and charge out, but I and Lao Mo held him back tightly. "I advise you not to move recklessly." The yellow-haired guy's voice carried a threat. "This building is crawling with zombies. If we throw a bottle downstairs and shout a few times, all the zombies in the building will swarm over." At that moment, our faces all fell. He was speaking the truth. As long as they dare to make a move, they could attract all the zombies over. Even if we managed to hold the dormitory, we would be trapped here completely, and our plan to support Housie would be utterly ruined. "What do you want?" I spoke up, walking to the balcony edge, my voice steady without a hint of panic. "It's simple. We cooperate. You provide the knives, we provide the manpower, and together we'll scavenge for supplies and food, splitting everything 50-50. Also, we know that there are 3 of your people trapped in dormitory 12, right? We can help you rescue them. Strength in numbers increases our chances of success. What do you say? Cooperate." I scoffed silently inside. I knew exactly what he was planning. He merely wanted to use the guise of cooperation to trick us into opening the door or to stab us in the back while we went to support Housie, robbing us of our knives and supplies. Only a fool would believe such nonsense. Fine, I said, and everyone in the dormitory looked at me in shock. Lauamo frowned and shook his head at me. I waved at him, continuing to speak to the next door. We can cooperate, but we have conditions. First, the rescue operation must take place at 3 o'clock in the morning tonight. Before that, you are not allowed to make any small moves or create noise to attract zombies, otherwise the cooperation is off. Second, during the operation, you will lead the way while we follow behind following our commands. Third, the supplies we find will be split 70-30, no negotiation. Agree to these 3 conditions, and we'll cooperate. There was silence from next door for a few seconds, then the yellow-haired guy's cursing voice came through. Are you messing with us? 70-30. You want us to lead the way. Why don't you just go rob someone? If you don't want to agree, then forget it, I said coldly. Then we'll each go our own way, and don't come to mess with us. But let me remind you, if you dare to create noise to attract zombies, or have any crooked ideas against us, even if we die, we will take you down with us. If you don't believe me, you can try. After saying that, I ignored the curses from next door and turned back. Shinzi, why cooperate with them? Those thugs have no good intentions. I know they have no good intentions. The weasel is paying a New Year's visit to the chicken. I smiled. I'm deliberately proposing conditions they can't agree to just to keep them stable for now. At least before midnight tonight, they won't act rashly or cause noise to attract zombies. We'll have the time to devise a plan for rescuing Housie. Lauamo sighed in relief and nodded at me. Right. First, let's paint a nice picture for them, making them think we have the intention to cooperate, which will at least keep things stable for half a day. By the time we act at midnight, even if they react, it'll be too late. The big guy finally caught on, scratched his head, and chuckled a couple of times. You guys really think quickly. But we all know this is just a delaying tactic. The yellow-haired guys aren't fools, they will catch on eventually. On the other side, Li Xiaoya had been sitting in the corner silent since earlier. She looked at us, her eyes filled with disappointment and confusion, repeatedly murmuring, "It's like this again. Again, watching others die. We could have cooperated. We could have survived together." Zhang Ye frowned and shouted at her, "Li Xiaoya, wake up. That group isn't looking to cooperate. They want to rob us of our things and take our lives." What do you mean by see? Li Xiaoya suddenly raised her head, her eyes full of bloodshot anger. See that we can only take care of ourselves, only watch others die. See that in this apocalypse, everyone except our own should die. When those 2 girls begged for help outside the door, were you saying that too? Now they want to cooperate with us, and you're still saying the same thing. Why is your heart so hard? I'm not hard-hearted, I just want to live. Zhang Ye also got angry, shouting at her. You want to be a good person, want to save people, but look at yourself. Other than crying and adding to our troubles, what have you done? If it weren't for you insisting on opening the door back, then would we have fallen into this situation? I'm adding to the trouble. Li Xiaoya laughed, tears streaming down her face. Fine, I'm the troublemaker. Then don't mind me. After saying that, she got up and walked to the back of the dormitory, turning her back to us, refusing to say another word. The atmosphere in the dormitory dropped to freezing point. Lin, she sighed, wanting to go over and comfort her, but Zhang Ye pulled her back, shaking her head to signal her not to go. I looked at Li Xiaoya's back, feeling a heaviness in my heart. I knew her spirit had been completely shattered. In this apocalypse, the most terrifying thing is not the zombies nor the enemies, but the wavering and uncertainty of those around you. Li Xiaoya had become the greatest hidden danger in our team. The setting sun sank completely into the silhouette of the teaching building as the thick darkness gradually engulfed the entire campus. The sounds of the zombies downstairs grew denser, for at night their vision had almost entirely deteriorated, reducing them to monsters that hunted by sound and ground vibrations. The echoing roars not only expressed a thirst for flesh, but also seemed to call out to their companions. Any slight disturbance would instantly cause scattered roars to merge into a chorus, attracting hordes of zombies. Since the shouting and swearing from the balcony next door in the afternoon, there had been no further sound. The gang of yellow-haired individuals seemed to have vanished into the darkness. It was unclear if they were truly intimidated by our words during the day, or if they were lurking in the shadows, plotting some malicious scheme that could cost us our lives. We dragged an intact table into the center, unfolded the campus map, drawn by Lao Mo, and huddled together under the dim light of a lighter to finalize the rescue plan for Housie and the others. On the map, Lao Mo marked 3 points in red: the second floor of the dormitory. We were currently in room 401 of the dormitory, where Housie and the others were trapped, and the medical school located in the northwest corner of the campus. Let me first explain the basic situation. Now it's 8 in the evening. We have set the action time for 2 in the morning. This is when the zombie activity is at its lowest, and people are the sleepiest. Both the zombies in the building and the yellow-haired gang next door will have their guard down. His fingertip traced from dormitory 13 to the position of dormitory 12 as he continued. There is a main road between dormitory 13 and dormitory 12. We are currently at the back of dormitory 13, and we have no clear view of how many zombies are on the main road. Some zombies have been wandering beneath dormitory 13. And this information gap is our biggest obstacle. My idea is for me, Chinzi, and Dagu to act in 2 steps. Step 1, at exactly 2 in the morning, Dagu will go down first, stick to the wall, and circle around to the front door of dormitory 13. After confirming the distribution of zombies on the main road, he will throw bait bottles towards the basketball court to lure the zombies away, buying us at least an 8 to 10 minute window. Step 2. Upon hearing the commotion from the bait bottles, Chinzi and I will immediately go down from the west side security net, cross the main road to meet up with Dagu, and climb the rainwater pipe to the 4th floor balcony of room 401 to rescue Haozi, Su Xiao, and Zhou Ming. We will then descend the rainwater pipe back to dormitory 13. The entire process must be completed within 10 minutes without any delays. After speaking, Lauamo looked at us. I pondered for a moment and finally nodded. All right, let's proceed with this. What about us? Lin Shi looked up at us and asked softly, should the 3 of us girls stay in the dormitory? Yes, you must stay in the dormitory. I looked at her, my tone firm. It's too dangerous outside, we can't look after you. Stay in the dormitory, lock the door, and block the balcony. No matter what happens outside, do not open the door, or especially watch out for the yellow-haired gang next door. After we leave, they might take the opportunity to cause trouble. Zhang Yan nodded, gripping the steel pipe that Dagu had given her, and said in a deep voice, don't worry, the 3 of us will guard the dormitory. If they dare to come ill, make sure they won't return. I looked towards the corner where Li Xiaoyao was. She was still turned away from us, curled up in the corner, wrapped in a blanket with only a bit of her hair visible, remaining silent. Since her emotional breakdown in the afternoon, she hadn't said a word, shrinking in the corner like a transparent person out of sync with the entire team. I frowned and quietly approached her, softly saying to her back, Li Xiaoya, after we go out tonight, stay with Lin Shi and Zhang Ya. Don't run around or do anything foolish, alright? Her shoulders trembled almost imperceptibly. She didn't turn around or speak, just nodded gently before pulling herself deeper into the blanket, as if wanting to completely isolate herself from the world. My underlying anxiety grew stronger, but I didn't say anything more. The most important thing now was to rescue Haozi. We had no extra time or energy to comfort her fragile emotions. There's one more question. Lin Shi spoke again, looking at us. After you bring Haozi and the others back, the 9 of us will be crammed in this small dormitory. There won't be enough supplies. Haozi also needs medication. What do you plan to do next? Are we really going to the medical school? Yes, we must go. I looked at her, my tone resolute. Haozi's infection can't wait. We need to get the antibiotics as soon as possible. Once we bring Haozi and the others back and take a day to rest, we will head to the medical school the day after tomorrow at dawn. At that time, Su Xiao and Zhou Ming must go with us, as they know where the pharmacy is and what medications are needed. Lao Mo interjected. I've been to the medical school. The pharmacy is located on the west side of the 1st floor with only one main entrance. The back door leads to the laboratory building. We can enter through the back door of the laboratory, go around to the pharmacy, grab the medication, and leave without engaging in any fights, minimizing risks. The plan was gradually finalized and the details were double-checked 3 times to ensure there were no oversights. The flame of the lighter flickered gently, illuminating each of our faces. Su Xiao synchronized Haozi's condition with us over the intercom. His fever hadn't subsided, and he was still in a deep sleep, but the door of room 401 was secure, and there was no sound of zombies banging against the door in the hallway. Everything was proceeding according to plan. Yet my anxiety only deepened. I felt that we were overlooking something. I walked to the edge of the balcony and peered through the observation gap to the neighboring balcony. It was pitch black next door, without a trace of light or sound, eerily quiet. Logically speaking, with 5 people crammed into a single dormitory, it was impossible for there to be no noise at all. What on earth were they doing? Lao Mo, do you think the yellow-haired gang will really behave themselves? I turned to Lao Mo and asked quietly. Lao Mo approached me, peering through the observation gap at the neighbor's side, his expression darkening. Impossible. That gang are reckless individuals who can't be intimidated by just a few words from us. Their silence could only mean 2 things. Either they were waiting to ambush us in our dormitory when we acted at dawn, or they were brewing some other ill intentions, planning to set a trap for us while we were rescuing Haozi. What should we do then? I asked. Lao Mo was silent for a few seconds, and then a glint of ruthlessness passed through his eyes. It's simple. We act early. Originally scheduled for 2 in the morning, we will set off at 1:30 instead. Dagu will throw the bait bottles 20 minutes earlier, catching them off guard. By the time they realize what's happening, we will have already brought everyone back. Additionally, Lao Mo continued, we will place a metal cabinet behind the balcony door, leaving a gap, and fill it with broken glass and empty bottles. If they dare to pry the door open and break in, any movement of the cabinet will make noise, alerting those inside and attracting the zombies downstairs, making them hesitant to act recklessly. I nodded, feeling a weight lift off my chest. This plan was foolproof. After finishing all this, it was already 11. We set the alarm for 1 in the morning and began to take turns resting. Lao Mo stood guard for the first shift, while Dagu and I rested first to recharge and prepare for the early morning action. I leaned against the wall, Lin, she lying beside me, her head resting on my lap. She closed her eyes quietly, but was not asleep. She looked up at me, her fingertips gently tracing the bandage on my arm, and softly said, Lin Shin, you must come. I looked down at her, smiled, and gently patted her head. Don't worry, I will bring Haozi and the others back safely, and I will return to your side safely. She didn't reply, only snuggling closer to me, her arms tightening around my waist, burying her face in my chest, listening to my heartbeat, as if she wanted to remember this moment of peace in her heart. The dormitory was very quiet, only the muffled, fragmented sobs of Li Xiaoya, the distant roars of zombies, and the faint, hushed voices from the neighboring dormitory. I leaned against the wall, eyes closed, replaying the action plan for the early morning in my mind, while tightly gripping the sharpened mop handle. I knew that this midnight operation was destined to be another life-and-death test, and we could only move forward. At 1:30 in the morning, the entire 13 dormitory had descended into utter silence. Only the sporadic howls of zombies downstairs drifted up along the walls, mingling with the lingering stench of decay in the night wind, sending chills down one's spine. I gripped the sharpened mop handle tightly, my palms sweaty enough to soak the anti-slip cloth wrapped around it, while the sound of my own heartbeat pounded in my ears like a drum. Old Mo checked the equipment one last time, stuffing 2 bottles filled with gravel into a large backpack. He pressed his fingertip against the fabric wrapped around the bottle and lowered his voice to repeat the rules for the 3rd time. Take out the 2 zombies at the base of the wall, first silent kills, and absolutely no noise. Assess the number of zombies on the main road. Throw the bottle towards the basketball court. If it doesn't clear them all at once, throw a second bottle. Under no circumstances should we lead any towards the 12 dormitory. Don't worry, I've got this under control. The large man secured the bone-cutting knife behind his waist and patted his chest, his tall frame shrinking into the shadow of the balcony. I guarantee to lure everything on the main road to the basketball court. Not a single one will be left behind. I turned to Lin Shizhanya and Li Xiaoya, pausing my fingertips on the lock of the balcony door, my tone serious. After we leave, immediately block the balcony door with the iron cabinet. No matter what noises you hear outside, no matter who calls for the door, do not open it, unless they provide the passphrase. Especially that group of yellow-haired guys next door, do you understand? Lin, she nodded, vigorously gripping my sleeve with a reddened gaze. You must come back safely, we'll be waiting for you here. Zhanya picked up the steel pipe, leaning against the door, shielding Lin Shi and Li Xiaoya behind her, her jaw clenched tightly. Don't worry, Chen Zi, as long as I'm here, no one is getting through this door. Only Li Xiaoya huddled in the corner, her gaze blankly fixed on the ground. Since her emotional breakdown last night, she hadn't spoken much, merely nodding numbly, her fingers repeatedly fiddling with the hem of her clothes, occasionally casting furtive glances towards the neighboring balcony, like a frightened rabbit. An unsettling feeling rose again within me, but there was no time to think. This was the window period of lowest zombie activity. If we missed this chance, Housie would truly not hold on any longer. Old Mo made a hand signal to the large man to start. The large man immediately opened the balcony door a crack, confirming that only 2 wandering zombies were at the base of the wall below, with nothing else unusual. He gripped the edge of the balcony with both hands and silently slid down along the steel bars of the anti-theft net. Old Mo and I pressed against the edge of the balcony, intently observing the movements below collectively. As the large man landed, he crouched low against the wall. The 2 zombies completely failed to notice him, still swaying with their backs, turned, emitting low guttural sounds from their throats. With the dim light of the crescent moon filtering through the clouds, I saw clearly. One of them was wearing a uniform emblazoned with the logo of a fried chicken restaurant, half of its face chewed away. The other wore a floral shirt and was one of the thugs who had broken in with the yellow-haired gang that day. Without a moment's hesitation, the large man sprang forward from his position in the shadows, his left arm clamping down on the zombie's head like a vice, forcefully twisting its neck to the right. His nearly 200-pound weight pressed down, pinning the zombie's upper body firmly against the rough wall, leaving no room for any struggle or movement. His right hand tightened around the heavy, bone-cutting knife he had taken from the fried chicken restaurant's kitchen, the broad blade with its crude edge. Taking full advantage of the moment, he secured the zombie. He unleashed all his strength, aiming the blade precisely at the weak spot, where the zombie's skull met its neck, and struck down with ferocity. The blade sliced through the skull with tremendous force, instantly destroying the brainstem. The zombie didn't even have time to spasm before it slumped lifelessly. With his right hand gripping the bone-cutting knife taken from the fried chicken restaurant, the sharp edge was aimed directly at the hollow eye socket of the zombie, crashing down into it, the blade piercing straight into the skull. The sound of the blade cracking through the skull was enveloped by the night wind, leaving not even a hint of noise behind. The zombie instantly went limp. The other zombie, hearing the slight noise, was just about to turn around when the large man had already released the now lifeless body from his grip, stepping forward with a quick stride, swinging the bone-cutting knife horizontally with a whoosh against its knee pit. The broad blade severed the leg bone, directly causing the zombie to lose balance and drop to the ground without having time to make a sound. The large man took advantage of the situation to step forward, placing a foot on the back of its neck, forcefully pressing its face into the ground, and aimed the bone-cutting knife at the back of its head, delivering a swift, clean strike. The entire process took less than 10 seconds, efficient and precise. He dragged the 2 corpses behind the trash bin for cover, then pressed against the wall, crouching as he moved towards the corner of the front door of the 13 dormitory, peeking out to scan the main road before quickly retracting his head. A few seconds later, a light rap on the intercom signaled through. This was our agreed signal indicating there were 15 to 20 zombies with no anomalies. Old Mo and I exchanged glances, both letting out a sigh of relief. Immediately after, the first plastic bottle sliced through the night sky, crashing forcefully against the concrete backboard of the basketball court. A loud bang erupted in the dead silence of the early morning, the gravel inside the bottle clattering together like a thunderclap. The zombies on the main road were instantly drawn to the sound, turning their heads in unison, their hoarse howls rising sharply as they surged towards the basketball court. In just a few seconds, more than half were cleared away, leaving only 3 sluggish old zombies still rooted in place. The large man did not hesitate, immediately throwing the second bottle towards the deeper part of the basketball court, the second loud bang following. The remaining 3 zombies were also attracted, dragging their stiff legs over. 3 soft taps echoed from the intercom. "Safe, we can proceed. Go." Old Mo called out in a low voice, leading the way to slide down the anti-theft net. I turned back for one last look at Lin, she who was peering over the balcony edge at me, her eyes filled with worry. I gave her a reassuring hand gesture and quickly grabbed onto the steel bars, sliding down the pipe rapidly. As my feet hit the ground, Old Mo and I immediately crouched low against the wall and sprinted towards the west side of the 12 dormitory, meeting up with the large man who was already waiting at the corner. In just 3 seconds, we dashed across the 15-meter main road, pressing tightly against the wall of the 12 dormitory, ready to rescue. At 1:47 in the morning, by the wall on the west side of dormitory 12. We dashed past the 15-meter death line in 3 seconds, our backs pressed firmly against the cold brick wall, barely managing to breathe lightly. On the other side of the wall was the unit door of dormitory 12, the muted moans of zombies coming through the brick wall, sending chills down our spines. Old Mo raised a hand to signal silence, his fingertips resting on the protruding clamp of the rainwater pipe, whispering the last part of the rules. "I will go up to first, check the balcony for hazards. If it's safe, he'll tap the flashlight 3 times. You guys stay downstairs and guard both sides. Remember not to make a sound while waiting for me to bring someone down." Both the big guy and I nodded in unison, gripping our weapons tightly, guarding the corners on either side of the rainwater pipe, our eyes scanning the entire main road and the shadows on both sides like radar. Any lone zombie that dared to approach had to be dealt with before it made a sound. Old Mo moved as silently as a night owl, gripping the pipe, his feet expertly stepping on the clamp, alternating as he climbed upwards, making not a single unnecessary sound. In less than a minute, he vanished into the shadows of the 4th floor balcony. My heart raced to my throat, my grip on the mop handle tightening. The only sounds were the faint whisper of the wind and the distant echoes of zombies howling from the direction of the basketball court. After a full half-minute of deadly silence, 3 short flashes of the flashlight came from the 4th floor balcony. Long flash, short flash, long flash. Exactly the safety signal we had agreed upon. The big guy and I both let out a half sigh of relief, and Old Mo's voice came through the walkie-talkie, low, "Intense, the dormitory is safe. Howsy is really sick, burning up badly, half conscious. We need to bring him down first." The big guy was ready to catch him below, while Chinzi stayed vigilant of the surroundings. Not long after the words were spoken, a thick rope made from bed sheets dangled down from the 4th floor balcony, the end of the knot securely binding a makeshift pouch made of 2 thick coats, with Howsy hanging inside. With the dim light filtering through the clouds, I finally saw his face. In just 2 short days, the usually chatty and lively boy, round like a hamster, had completely lost his shape. His face was burning red, even his neck showing an abnormal flush. His lips were cracked, covered in thick blood scabs, his eye sockets deeply sunken, and dark shadows under his eyes indicated he had lost weight. His left arm was exposed, the wound from a fruit knife cut had festered and turned black, bluish veins crawling up his forearm, like worms nearly reaching his elbow. He was slumped in the pouch, burning with fever, muttering something repeatedly, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest proving he was still alive. My heart felt as though it had been struck by a heavy stone, a dull ache spreading. The big guy stood right below the knot, arms wide open, ready to catch him, gritting his teeth and whispering fiercely, "Lower him slowly. Don't let him get hurt." The pouch slid down steadily without making a sound until Haozi's feet touched the ground. The big guy stepped forward, immediately catching him securely, carefully freeing him from the pouch and placing him against the wall. Su Xiao's head appeared from behind the balcony railing, giving us an okay hand signal, and soon the knot was pulled back. The next to come down was Zhou Meng, who was timid and kept her eyes tightly shut, gripping the rope fiercely. When she landed, her legs went weak, nearly falling to the ground, but I quickly stepped forward to support her. Her face was as pale as paper, trembling all over. Upon seeing me, tears welled up in her eyes, but she covered her mouth tightly, not making a sound, just nodding at me repeatedly and softly saying thank you all. The last to descend was Su Xiao. Her movements were steady, even as she slid down the rope, her back remained straight. When she landed, her knees bent slightly to absorb the impact, showing no sign of staggering. She was still wearing that white sweatshirt, the front pocket bulging, clearly filled with the last remaining first aid supplies. Upon seeing me standing at the wall's base, her previously tense shoulders relaxed, her eyes brightening, as if a light had suddenly appeared. The corners of her tightly pressed lips curved up slightly, and she quickly walked to me whispering, "Lin, Chin, I'm so glad you're okay." I thought. She abruptly stopped mid-sentence, quickly glancing at the slumped Haozi against the wall. Her expression darkened instantly, and she knelt down, reaching to touch Haozi's forehead, then lifting his eyelids, her fingertips quickly and steadily examining the wounds on his arm. "His fever is nearly 40 degrees, and the infection has deepened. We must get antibiotics to clean the wounds quickly, otherwise he won't last a few days." She looked up at me, and old Imo, her voice lowered. Old Imo had already slid down the rainwater pipe, and upon landing he immediately gestured for us to retreat. "Don't linger here. Return to dormitory 13, immediately, stick to the wall, hurry." Without a word, the big guy carefully lifted Haozi, securing him tightly to himself with cloth strips to ensure we formed a triangular formation, old Imo and I guarding both sides, while Su Xiao and Zhou Ming walked in the middle, closely following the big guy's footsteps, crouching low as we retreated towards dormitory 13. On the 15-meter main road, we moved slower and more cautiously than before, making not a single unnecessary sound, successfully reaching the corner on the west side of dormitory 13. But just as I was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a glance out of the corner of my eye caught a sight beneath the second-floor balcony, sending a chill through my blood. Directly beneath the balcony of the dormitory we originally lived in, there were actually 5 or 6 zombies gathered. They were looking up, emitting low growls towards the second-floor balcony, their murky eyeballs fixated on the balcony door, occasionally slamming their bodies against the wall, their rotting hands clawing desperately at the cold brick, as if drawn by some noise gathering here. Not good. Old Mo's face instantly turned pale, gritting his teeth as he spat out 2 words, "trouble at the dormitory." The big guy carrying Haozi felt his eyes redden instantly, the veins on his forehead bulging, letting out a low growl. "Xiaoya." With that, he was about to charge forward. "Don't be impulsive." I firmly held onto his arm, lowering my voice to shout, "If we go now, the commotion will attract all the zombies on the main road. Let's clear these few first, then we'll go up." It was just then that a girl's piercing scream suddenly rang out from the direction of the second-floor balcony, followed by the loud crash of a steel pipe against metal, and the mocking curses of Huang Mo Zhang Xiao Xiao floated down clearly with the night wind. We 3 exchanged glances, and from each other's eyes we saw an overwhelming fury. Despite all the careful planning, we had still overlooked this group of miscreants. The shrill scream pierced through us like a poisoned dagger, stabbing deeply into the heart of each one of us. The big guy could no longer contain himself. He violently shook off our hands that were holding him, carefully leaning the unconscious Haozi against the wall, and lowly growled at Zhou Ming, "Watch him." Before his words fell, he had already drawn the bone-chopping knife from behind his waist, charging, like an enraged tiger, towards the zombies below the balcony. The 5 or 6 zombies, alerted by the commotion, turned their heads in unison, their murky howls instantly rising in intensity as they lunged towards the big guy. "Big guy." I exchanged glances with Lao Mo and immediately grabbed our weapons to follow suit. The big guy didn't pause for a moment, his adrenaline surged, unleashing his full potential. Facing the foremost female zombie, he sidestepped its claws, locking his left arm around its head, while his right hand wielded the bone-chopping knife with immense force, aiming a vicious strike at the side of its ear. With a crisp crack, the blade sliced through the skull, and the zombie instantly slumped. Without a moment's rest, he withdrew the bone-chopping knife and swept it horizontally, the broad edge severing the second zombie's leg bone, causing it to collapse to the ground. The big guy swiftly stepped forward, pinning its back down with his foot, delivering another swift chop to finish it off. Lao Mo and I were also not idle. We took down the 2 zombies rushing from either side in less than 20 seconds, clearing the 5 zombies below the balcony completely. The black blood pooled on the ground as the big guy charged to the security window, gripping the steel bars, and with a powerful push, he climbed up the security net like a monkey, moving astonishingly fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was on the outer edge of the second-floor balcony. Lao Mo and I followed closely behind, quickly scaling the security net. As we flipped onto the balcony, the scene before us made my blood rush to my head. The balcony door had been violently broken open, the iron cabinet that was originally blocking the door had been overturned, and the lock had been pried into a mangled shape by a steel pipe. Inside the dormitory, Huang Mao was with 4 lackeys wielding a steel pipe, cornering Lin Shizhangya and Li Xiaoyu against the wall. Zhang Ya's steel pipe had been knocked away to a corner several meters away, as she was kicked violently to the ground, half of her face scraped against the rough cement floor, drawing blood, and one arm was pinned under a fat man's foot, the bone crushed painfully. Yet she desperately tried to push herself up, her crimson eyes fixed on the person in front of her, emitting a low growl, like a cornered beast, but she was utterly suppressed, unable to muster the strength to rise. Li Xiaoyu was pinned against the bed's edge by another lackey with green hair. His hands, like filthy maggots, groped her chest through the thin hoodie, while the other hand covered her mouth, tightly stifling all her screams. She trembled like a leaf in a storm, tears fell like beads from a broken string, desperately pushing against the man's arm, but he kept her firmly restrained, leaving her to emit muffled, despairing sounds. Meanwhile, Lin, she was being held tightly by two burly lackeys, one on each side, pressing her against the cold wall. She struggled with all her might, driving her knee forcefully into one of the men's groin, but he sensed it and slapped her hard across the face, a clear imprint instantly appearing. Her hair was disheveled, strands stuck to her forehead by cold sweat, her hoodie torn, exposing a rip in the neckline that revealed her white underwear. But even being held down so firmly, she showed no sign of surrender, her lips bitten until they bled, her icy gaze fixed fiercely on Huang Mao in the center, every struggle exhausting all her strength. Huang Mao stood in the middle of the dormitory, toying with a bent steel pipe in his hand, his gaze glued to Lin, she, a lewd and triumphant smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he nodded towards the lackey holding Lin, she speaking in a flippant yet sinister tone. Don't hurt her, such a beautiful girl, would be a pity to damage. When I'm done having my fun, there will definitely be a share for you all. As he spoke, he turned his head to look at Li Xiaoya, who was pinned against the bed, sneering. And this one crying and moaning is no fun. When I'm done, just toss her out. She's just a useless waste anyway. In that moment, a deafening roar came from the balcony as the big guy wielding the bone-chopping knife burst in like a completely uncontrolled beast, smashing through half a glass door. I'll F your mother. The big guy's roar exploded like thunder in the dormitory. He gripped the bone-chopping knife like a mad beast and charged in. Huang Mao's group instantly panicked, clearly not expecting us to return so quickly. Without a moment's hesitation, the big guy swung the bone-chopping knife and charged towards the nearest lackey. The boy was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He raised the steel pipe to block, but the big guy's strength was astonishing. The bone-chopping knife crashed down on the steel pipe, causing the boy's palm to split open and the pipe to fly out of his hands. The big guy then kicked him hard in the chest, sending him crashing against the wall. Before he could react, the bone-chopping knife struck down on his arm. As the blade penetrated his body, the boy stared in shock at the blood gushing from his arm, then let out a heart-wrenching scream, crumpling to the ground, unable to stop the flow of wails. Super brother, save me. Huang Mao looked at the lackey collapsed on the ground, then glanced at the bloodied bone-chopping knife in the big guy's hand. His face instantly paled, yet he still forced himself to maintain composure, suddenly retreating a step, yanking Lin Shi over, and pulling out a spring knife from his pocket, snapping it open, with a click, pressing the blade tightly against Lin Zai's neck. Don't move. Huang Mao's voice trembled, yet he shouted fiercely, if you take another step forward, I'll slice her throat. We three stood frozen, not daring to move an inch further. With the blade pressed against her throat, a red mark had already formed on Lin Zai's fair skin, but she still didn't cry. She just looked up at me, tears finally spilling down, yet she gently shook her head at me, signaling us not to worry about her. My heart felt as if it was clutched tightly by a hand, aching to the point of bursting. I gripped the mop handle tighter, my knuckles turning white, yet I could only remain rooted in place, too afraid to make a move. What do you want? Lao Mo spoke first, his voice cold as ice, the carving knife in his hand lowering slightly, making a gesture of concession. What do I want? Huang Mao sneered, his gaze sweeping over the knives in our hands, greed flashing in his eyes. It's simple, throw over your carving knife and the bone-chopping knife. He has tossed them at my feet. Otherwise, this little beauty's life won't be saved. The big guy's eyes instantly turned red as he was about to charge forward, but Lao Mo pulled him back. Don't act rashly. Lao Mo whispered, firmly holding his arm down. Lin, she is still in his hands. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Su Xiao climbed over the security net onto the balcony, her gaze colliding with Huang Mao's in the dormitory. Huang Mao's eyes instantly lit up like a starving wolf spotting its prey. The knife pressed against Lin Zai's neck slackened slightly, and he leaned forward a half step, his tone dripping with undisguised excitement and lewdness. Oh, isn't this Su Xiao, my junior? Truly a stroke of luck to run into you here. Su Xiao's expression instantly darkened, her eyes filled with intense disgust and shock, instinctively taking half a step back, gritting her teeth, and saying, Zhang Xiaoqiao. Why is it you? The moment those words left her mouth, we were all momentarily stunned, turning our heads in unison towards Su Xiao. You know him? I immediately asked. A senior from the School of Finance, Zhang Xiaoqiao. He pursued me for nearly a year, blocking me several times. Many people in school know about it. Only then did we realize that this Huang Mao who led the robbery and violence was actually named Zhang Xiaoqiao. Seeing his identity exposed, Zhang Xiaoqiao showed no signs of restraint. Instead, he became even more reckless. He sneered, pressing the knife tip back against Lin Zai's neck, while reaching out his other hand towards Su Xiao, his tone unabashedly greedy. That's right, I'm Zhang Xiaoqiao. You didn't appreciate my kindness before, but the world has changed. In this apocalypse, the strong rule. I have people and weapons in hand. I can keep you alive. His gaze roamed over Su Xiao, lust and possessiveness practically oozing from his eyes. Now I'll give you two choices. Either you throw over all your knives and you obediently come with me, and I'll not only let this little beauty go, but I'll also protect you all in the entire dormitory building. Or I'll cut her throat right now, and none of us will have a good time. Lao Mo, however, remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly, his gaze shifting between Lin, she who was being held at knife point, the unconscious Haozi, and Huang Mao's group, who were eyeing us menacingly, his fingers unconsciously stroking the carving knife in his hand, falling into hesitation. He was weighing his options, calculating, thinking rationally. Before I and the big guy could react, Lao Mo took a step forward, first lowering the carving knife slowly towards the ground, his voice flat. All right, I agree to your terms. We'll give you the knives and ourselves, you let her go first. No way. Absolutely not. The big guy and I almost shouted in unison. I gripped the mop handle tightly, unable to believe Lao Mo would make such a concession. The air in the dormitory felt as if it had solidified the tense atmosphere, suffocating everyone. The yellow-haired boy looked at our hesitant expressions with growing pride, pressing the spring knife tighter against Lin Zai's neck, the blade already breaking the skin, with beads of blood sliding down her fair neck, stinging the eyes. What? Haven't made up your minds yet? The yellow-haired boy sneered, his tone laced with threats. I don't have the patience to waste time with you. You have 10 seconds left. Either throw down the knife and switch, or get ready to collect this little bow-tie's corpse. If you dare touch her, I'll chop you into meat paste to feed the zombies. My eyes were bloodshot, muscles taut, ready to rush forward at any moment. 10, 9, 8. The yellow-haired boy began to count down. With each number, my heart sank further. Just as he reached 3, a sudden change occurred. The follower with a severed arm, who was slumped on the ground, suddenly let out a scream that was not human. All of our gazes were instantly drawn to him as he writhed on the ground, his body convulsing violently, his face flushed red, then pale, his eyes bulging wide, with pupils dilating nearly to fill his irises, blood frothing from his mouth. In the next moment, he suddenly lifted his head and aimed at the nearest. Li Xiaoya spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. The blood splattered all over Li Xiaoya, leaving her face smeared with the stench of blood. Li Xiaoya initially froze in place, looking down at the blood on her body, and 2 seconds later, she let out a heart-wrenching scream, the sound sharp enough to shatter in the empty dormitory, echoing through the corridor. Oh, blood. So much blood. She screamed like a mad woman, retreating with hands and feet curling up in the corner, clutching her head and shaking it wildly, repeatedly muttering, "Don't come near. Everyone die," completely descending into madness. That scream was like a key fully opening the gates of hell. In an instant, the corridor was filled with a cacophony of heavy, dragging footsteps, accompanied by the rising howls of zombies. From the first floor to the 6th, it was as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed. All the zombies were alerted by that scream, surging towards the 2nd floor. Not good. Lao Mo's face turned ashen. He shouted, "Quick, block the door." But it was already too late. Just as we were about to move, the bleeding follower suddenly lunged forward like a beast, viciously biting the nearest. The boy had no time to react, letting out a wail as a chunk of flesh was bitten from his arm, blood gushing out instantly. "Are you out of your mind?" The boy rolled on the ground in pain, desperately trying to shake him off, but he clung on like a madman, biting fiercely, without letting go his throat, emitting a muddy growl, just like the zombies outside. The dormitory instantly descended into chaos. The yellow-haired boy was also flustered, his spring knife trembling in his hand, instinctively loosening his grip on Lin, she turning to look at the 2 followers grappling together. In that moment of vulnerability, I suddenly charged forward, yanked Lin, she behind me, protecting her tightly, swinging the mop handle down hard onto the yellow-haired boy's wrist. Clang! The spring knife fell to the ground. The big guy also quickly reacted, swinging the bone-cutting knife and charging forward, kicking the yellow-haired boy hard against the wall, the tip of the knife pressed firmly against his throat. Yet this fleeting victory seemed insignificant in the face of the increasingly near roars of zombies. Bang, bang, bang. The frantic banging sounds came from outside the dormitory door. The door, originally reinforced with metal cabinets and bedboards, shook violently under the relentless impact of zombies, with jagged cracks forming at the junction of the door frame and wall, dust and debris falling. Next came the sharp sound of shattering glass. Zombies in the corridor broke through the hallway windows, decayed hands reaching in from outside, clawing frantically, the muddy growls from the other side of the wall, clearly audible. "The door can't hold. Retreat quickly," Lao Mo shouted, grabbing the first aid kit from the ground and handing it to Su Xiao. "Quick, go through the balcony." Just then the dormitory door finally couldn't withstand the furious assault. With a loud crash, it was completely smashed. A swarm of zombies poured in like a tide. All were female zombies dressed in various pajamas and skirts, their flesh-rotting eyes clouded, low growls emanating from their throats as they lunged at us madly. All the zombies from the entire 13th dormitory were almost drawn here, a dense mass stretching endlessly. "Damn it!" The big guy cursed, swinging the bone-cutting knife to fell the 2 zombies that lunged at the front, roaring at us. "You all go first. He'll hold them off." The yellow-haired boy, seeing the approaching horde, was terrified out of his wits, no longer concerned about hostages or knives. He glanced at the follower who had just been bitten and was wailing, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes, and suddenly grabbed him by the collar, shoving him right into the crowd of zombies. "Good brother'll stab you in the back." The boy was instantly swallowed by the horde crammed at the dormitory entrance. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the yellow-haired boy yanked the still crouched, screaming Li Xiaoya, placing her in front of him, and dashed towards the balcony like a maniac. "Get out of the way. Everyone move aside." We were completely entangled by the zombies lunging at us, unable to spare a hand to stop him, only able to watch helplessly as Li Xiaoya let out a scream that pierced the night sky, her body flying off the second-floor balcony, crashing down heavily onto the hard concrete ground below. The height of the second floor was not fatal, but the rough, hard concrete provided no cushioning. When she landed, she stumbled as she tried to absorb the impact, but still fell heavily to the ground, her palms and forearms ground to a bloody pulp, and her right ankle twisted painfully upon landing, swelling up immediately. The pain shot through her body like electricity, and she curled up on the ground, unable to stop convulsing, letting out heart-wrenching cries, trying to push herself up several times, but unable to rise. The scattered zombies we had just cleared from below were instantly drawn by the sharp sound and the scent of a living person converging towards Li Xiaoya. The yellow-haired boy seized this fleeting chance, lunging to the railing, gripping the steel bars of the anti-theft net tightly, sliding down the pipe, madly stumbling upon landing, and scrambling away without looking back into the night. The remaining two followers, realizing the situation was dire, quickly followed suit. In the chaos, we exerted all our efforts to protect ourselves, let alone divert attention to rescue someone. By the time we finally retreated to the railing with Lin Shi and Zhang Yu, all that remained on the concrete ground was a pool of fresh blood and a few chaotic dragging marks, and Li Xiaoya had long vanished. Forget about them. Retreat quickly. Lao Mo shouted, dispatching a zombie that lunged at him with the bone-cutting knife, shouting at us, "Big guy. Don't linger. Get down and carry Housie." The big guy at the forefront, upon hearing this, stopped lingering and retreated towards the balcony. Zombies continued to pour in from outside the door. The dormitory had already been packed to the brim, the foul, rancid smell choking us nearly to suffocation. We retreated to the edge of the balcony, the big guy leading the way, protecting Zhang Yu as they slid down the anti-theft net. I protected Lin Shi and Su Xiao closely behind, with Lao Mo covering the rear. Only when our feet finally touched solid ground did we dare to breathe deeply, but before we could relax, a series of heavy thuds reverberated from above. I looked up, suddenly my body going cold. Like scenes from a movie, zombies were jumping down from the third, fourth, fifth. Some broke their legs, dragging themselves forward on the ground, while others shattered upon impact the pile of corpses below, gradually building up, forming a human cushion. The zombies behind landed without a scratch, staggering around and lunging towards us. They split into two waves, one chasing after the yellow-haired boy, and the others fleeing, while the other wave, a massive horde, converged towards us. "Run towards the experimental building. Quickly," Lao Mo shouted, pointing towards the northwest corner of the school. "They're under construction, fewer people there. It's also close to the medical college. Hurry." Without a moment's hesitation, we turned and sprinted towards the direction of the experimental building. In the campus at dawn, the night wind carried the howls of zombies chasing us from behind as hundreds of them surged out from the direction of dormitory 13, a dense as a black tide, their dragging footsteps and murky roars merging into a terrifying cacophony. The big guy carried Housie on his back and ran at the front. Even with a person weighing over 100 pounds strapped to him, his steps remained astonishingly steady, though his breathing grew heavier, sweat trickling down his jawline as his shirt soaked through with cold sweat. Zhang Yu followed closely beside him, occasionally turning back to swing a steel pipe, knocking away a few zombies that lunged at her from the side, urging constantly, "Faster. Hurry up. They are catching up." I protected Lin Shi as we ran in the middle. Her stamina was already depleted, gasping for breath, yet she gritted her teeth, not uttering a single word of complaint, just tightly gripping my hand and following my pace forward. Su Xiao and Zhou Ming were desperately running behind us, Su Xiao clutching the first aid kit tightly. Even as her lungs felt like they were filled with lead and her legs trembled, she didn't loosen her grip, frequently glancing back with urgency, almost spilling from her eyes. Old Mo clenched his teeth at the rear, each swing of his bone knife cutting through the air with a sharp sound, precisely piercing the eye socket of the nearest zombie, carving out a line of survival for us. But there were just too many zombies. They surged forth like an ant swarm, scenting blood, continuously emerging from the teaching building, cafeteria, and neighboring dormitories, merging into the chasing horde, their murky roars closing in on us, the distance between us and the horde shrinking rapidly. To make matters worse, Housie on the big guy's back suddenly began to cough violently, dazed and feverish, a broken and painful groan spilling from his throat. That faint sound in the ears of the zombies was like the most precise signal flare. The few zombies that had lagged behind instantly surged forward like they were on steroids, howling as they charged towards us. "At this rate, no one will escape." Old Mo yelled as he drove his knife into the skull of a lunging zombie, shouting at us, "There are too many of them. They will keep chasing us. We won't make it to the experimental building like this." The big guy gritted his teeth, jostling Housie on his back, growling, "What should we do? We can't just throw Housie away. Even if I die, I have to carry him to the experimental building. I never said to throw him away." Old Mo's voice held a hint of barely perceptible urgency. "Someone must distract the horde. Otherwise we will all perish here." The moment those words left his mouth, we all fell silent. We all understood what diverting the horde entailed. Alone facing hundreds or thousands of zombies, one would be facing a near-certain death. The air became instantly quiet, only filled with the increasingly close howls of zombies and our heavy gasps. Old Emo took a deep breath, gripping his bone knife tightly. I clearly saw his running pace slow for a moment, his body instinctively wanting to turn back. He intended to stay behind to use his life to draw the horde away. The moment that thought crashed into my mind, my heart felt like it was gripped tightly by a cold hand, causing even my breathing to ache. The wind howled past my ears. Behind me were the howls of hundreds of zombies, the ground beneath our feet thumping with every step we took. We couldn't afford a second to stop, no time to argue, to pull apart, not even a moment to utter another word. I looked at him, then turned to glance at Lin, she beside me, her face pale and tightly holding my hand. I looked at Su Xiao and Zhou Ming stumbling and supporting each other, then back at the big guy, who was already exhausted from carrying Haozi, and finally at the densely packed horde chasing from behind. Images flashed through my mind like a movie, recounting all the moments from the past 10 days since the outbreak. The first time I killed a zombie crouched on the ground, gagging, with Old Emo silently handing me a half bottle of water, being cornered by a blonde guy in the fried chicken shop, the big guy standing protectively in front of me, not backing down, even with so many people around. Trapped in a dire situation, Lin, she gripping my hand tightly, saying, "I believe in you," Haozi smiling as he handed me the last half of his bread, saying, "Brother Chin, you eat, am not hungry." From the outbreak until now, I had transformed from an ordinary student who could only hide in the dormitory to survive, who would gag even at the thought of killing a zombie, to someone who could now face the horde with a mop handle, fighting through the line of life and death with my companions. They had always stood in front of me, bearing the brunt of the apocalypse's tribulations. I had always said I would protect Lin, she safeguard those around me, but every time we faced death, it was always them who stepped forward first. This time it was my turn. It wasn't a moment of impulse or a rush of blood, it was in the whirlwind of our sprinting that I finally understood the meaning of my existence. Only I suddenly grabbed Old Mo's arm, which was about to turn back, using all my strength to push him forward. In his astonished gaze, I released the hand that had been tightly grasping mine since we ran out of the dormitory. Her palm was slick with cold sweat, her fingertips icy. The moment I let go, she instinctively reached to grab me back, her eyes welling up with tears. I leaned into the wind, coming close to her ear, shouting out that promise with all my might, and my voice trembled in the wind, yet every word was resolute. "Follow Old Emo to the experimental building, wait for me to return. I promise he'll come back safely." Without waiting for her to grab me back, nor for Old Emo and the big guy to react, I abruptly turned and dashed towards a small alley by the roadside, seizing the iron barrel that had fallen from a construction vehicle and smashing it with the mop handle. Clang! The deafening sound exploded in the dawn wind, instantly drowning out all the howls of zombies. The tide of zombies that had originally been chasing after my companions suddenly halted, all their murky eyes locking onto me. Clang! 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 3 consecutive clangs rang out like the croaks of toads, echoing in the dead silence of the campus. I raised the mop handle, striking the iron barrel again and again, charging into the narrow alley that was completely opposite to the experimental building. Hundreds and thousands of zombies were instantly drawn to the sound in my hands, howling as they turned direction, chasing after my steps, flooding into the narrow alley. The wind rushed into my throat, carrying a metallic taste of blood, and the howls from behind were so close they felt like they were right next to my ear, but I couldn't dare to stop, nor could I. With each step I took, I was giving them a chance to survive. "Linshi, wait for me." The waning moon was completely swallowed by thick, dark clouds. The moment I rushed into the narrow path, the dense darkness enveloped me tightly, like a soaking wet black cloth. I could not see my hand in front of my face. My vision had completely failed, and my remaining senses were magnified infinitely. The howls of hundreds of zombies behind me throbbed painfully against my eardrums, the shrill screech of rotting claws scraping against the cement ground, and the sticky sounds of bloated, decaying bodies pressing against each other, all mixed with an overwhelming stench that surged into my nose and ears like the rising tide of the sea. The mop handle in my hand struck down hard against the metal bucket. The resounding clang echoed repeatedly down the narrow path, firmly drawing the horde of corpses behind me. This was the life I had fought for with my own life. Oh, I had to lead them far enough away from the laboratory building, far enough for Lin Shidige and the others to safely reach the safe zone. The zombies were much faster than I had anticipated. They felt no pain, no fear. Even when tripped and half crushed by their kind behind them, they still dragged their bodies, oozing black blood, forward, their murky eyes rendered useless in the darkness, relying solely on the vibrations of the ground, my footsteps, and the loud clang of the metal bucket crazily pursuing me. In just a matter of seconds, the first few zombies were less than 3 meters away from me. The putrid wind, blowing with the autumn breeze, made the hairs on my back stand on end. Just as I raised the mop handle again, preparing to smash it against the metal bucket, the leading zombie lunged forward, its rotting hand reaching straight for the back of my neck. My heart tightened, and I instinctively sidestepped to evade the metal bucket I held, collided with it, and slipped from my hand, rolling away a long distance and crashing into the bushes by the roadside, creating a final clattering sound that drew away a small group of zombies fulfilling its honorable mission. However, the zombie that missed its target fell heavily to the ground, but immediately sprang back up, lunging towards me again. With the tide of corpses closing in behind me, I had no room to retreat. I could only grit my teeth, gripping the sharpened mop handle tightly, and with the momentum of turning, I thrust it fiercely into the zombie's eye socket. The wooden mop handle had accompanied me through death-defying situations for over 10 days, its end polished to a shine from being repeatedly rubbed against the cement, having pierced the skulls of who knows how many zombies. The shaft was already swollen from being soaked in blood, hiding countless hidden injuries. This time I exerted all my strength, the tip of the handle accurately piercing into the sunken eye socket of the zombie, but instead of the expected crack of the skull, a dull snapping sound replaced it. With a sharp crack, the mop handle snapped in half. The front half remained lodged in the zombie's skull, while I was left with less than half a meter of wooden shaft, the edge still splintered and sharp. The zombie didn't even pause. Even with the handle embedded in its brain, it instinctively lunged forward, its rotting mouth wide open, producing a low hissing growl from its throat. I instantly reacted, thrusting the half handle into its open mouth, using the forward momentum to shove the entire wooden shaft deep into its throat. However, this brief kill could not stop the horde of zombies pouring in behind. They had completely locked onto the sound of my footsteps, my gasps, and the vibrations caused by my running. The densely packed zombies blocked the narrow path, surging towards me like an endless wave of darkness. On both sides were low bushes, ahead lay an impenetrable darkness, and behind me was a horde of flesh-eating corpses. I had been utterly forced into a dead end. Cold sweat instantly soaked through my back as I gripped the remaining half of the wooden shaft, desperately running forward. My lungs felt as if they were filled with molten lead. Every breath came with a fiery pain. My legs felt as heavy as if filled with cement, yet I dared not stop. Even a moment's delay would have me torn to shreds by the horde behind. Just as I was about to be swallowed by despair, I caught a glimpse of a glimmer of hope in the moonlight. It was the fire escape on the outer wall at the back of the library. The cold metallic touch struck like a lightning bolt, instantly cutting through the chaos in my mind. I didn't even have time to think, scrambling up using both hands and feet, my fingertips clinging tightly to the rungs of the steel ladder, pouring all my strength into climbing up. Just as I reached the first platform, the leading zombie had already lunged at the base of the ladder, its rotting hand gripping my shoe heel tightly. The icy, slimy sensation transmitted through my canvas shoes sent chills down my spine. I kicked frantically at its face, my heel grinding over its rotting eye socket, yet it still clung on tightly, and more zombies were closing in behind, all reaching for the ladder, causing the entire structure to shake violently under their pull, producing a creaking sound of unbearable strain. I gritted my teeth, scrambling upward with all my might, finally climbing over to the second-floor corridor of the library. The moment I landed, I didn't pause for a second, turning to stomp down hard on the connecting bolts at the top of the ladder, using all my strength to kick down. This steel ladder had probably been outside for years. The bolts had long since rusted from the rain, and with my successive powerful kicks, it produced a piercing sound of metal snapping. The entire lower half of the ladder crashed down with a thunderous noise against the cement ground. The dozen or so zombies on top of the ladder fell heavily with it, instantly submerged by the horde surging. The zombies at the base of the wall completely lost their foothold for climbing, spinning, and howling madly in place. They could not hear my voice, feel the vibrations on the ground, and had completely lost their sight in the darkness, only able to crash and claw around at the base of the wall, like headless flies, unable to find my location. I collapsed on the cold cement floor of the corridor, covering my mouth tightly. My heart raced wildly in my chest, as if it would burst my ribcage. My entire body trembled uncontrollably. Those brief minutes of life and death sprinting had nearly drained all my strength. I lay still in that position for over an hour until the faintest hint of dawn appeared on the horizon. The inky black night gradually faded, and the zombies at the base of the wall finally quieted down, dragging their stiff bodies into the shadows of the library corridor. Only then did I dare to release my hand from my mouth, gasping for fresh air. The intake of air burned my throat, causing me to cough uncontrollably, but I quickly covered my mouth again, fearing to attract the zombies once more. It was only at this moment that I had the chance to observe my situation. I was left with only half a broken mop handle in my hand. My pocket contained only a half piece of dry bread, and a small bottle of mineral water I had brought from the dormitory. My left arm had a long cut from a branch by the path, and the blood had long since dried on my clothes. Pulling at it caused sharp pain. The heel of my canvas shoe had deep scratches from the zombies' claws, and during my climb I had developed several blisters on my palms from the steel ladder. Each touch sent a piercing pain. What's worse, when I looked up into the distance, the laboratory was located in the northeast corner of the campus, while I was now in the library, which should be in the southwest. The two were separated by more than half the campus, with the densest area of zombies in between, including the teaching buildings and the 7th cafeteria. In my hurried escape, I had completely deviated from the planned route, isolating myself from Lin, Shilao, Mo, and Dagu at opposite ends of the campus. Without teammates, without sufficient supplies, without reliable weapons, I didn't even know which way to go next. For the past several days I had always hidden behind my teammates with Gu blocking in front to slash at the zombies, and Lao mapping out every step of the route. But now in this vast school, I was completely alone. I leaned against the railing of the corridor, slowly standing up, looking toward the blurry direction of the laboratory in the morning mist, gripping the half-mop handle tightly. I cannot die here. I promised Lin Shi that I would return safely. With no way back, no reliance, my true solo survival in the apocalypse begins at this moment. When the daylight broke, the dark clouds finally dispersed. The morning mist, wrapped in the chill of early autumn, swept across the campus as I leaned against the railing of the corridor, taking in the full view of the entire library building. This old building has been part of the school since its establishment, consisting of 6 stories with walls covered in climbing ivy. The corridor at the back leads directly to the second-floor literature lending area, while the main entrance faces the campus chain supermarket on the first floor, which is also the place with the highest concentration of zombies nearby. During the day, the zombies regained normal vision, mostly hiding in the enclosed shadows, with only a few wandering in the first floor hall, their murky eyeballs fixed on the entrance, emitting intermittent rasping sounds from their throats. I dared not linger in the corridor. Gripping a broken mop handle, I sidled up to push open the glass door leading to the lending area. The door hinge let out a faint creak that echoed painfully in the dead silence of the building. I instantly tensed up, ducking behind an overturned bookshelf, holding my breath for half a minute. When I didn't hear the roar of a zombie, I cautiously peeked out to survey the second-floor lending area before me. The floor was littered with scattered books, yellowed pages soaked with dark blood sticking to the cold cement ground. Rows of steel bookshelves were toppled and crooked, some knocked down completely, others bent in half, revealing jagged edges. Dried black blood splattered across the walls and spines of books, while the air was filled with the musty scent of paper, an overwhelming stench of decay, and a faint hint of disinfectant. The entire floor was terrifyingly silent. Apart from the sound of wind outside, there was only the faint, intermittent music coming from the first floor and the chaotic roars of zombies drawn to the sound. There's actually electricity here. I crouched down, stepping over the scattered papers on the floor, moving forward with each step in the shadows of the bookshelves, my eyes scanning every possible hiding spot. The broken mop handle in my hand felt hot as I gripped it tightly. After what happened last night, I knew better than ever that in this apocalypse, the living hidden in the shadows are far more terrifying than the zombies. Just as I reached the middle of the lending area near the stairs leading to the first floor, 2 dark figures suddenly lunged out from behind the bookshelves on either side. The steel pipes whistled through the air, striking at my back and waist. Instead of dodging, I charged forward, ducking low to narrowly avoid the steel pipe aimed at my head. I swung the broken mop handle upward, producing a sharp clang, successfully deflecting the second steel pipe aimed at my waist. The tremendous force from the impact traveled down the wooden handle, tearing open the blood blisters on my palm from last night's ordeal, sending a piercing pain up my arm, yet I didn't even furrow my brow. Using the recoil from the block, I twisted around the sharp end of the mop handle, pressing firmly against the throat of the boy on my right. He froze instantly, his hand holding the steel pipe suspended in midair, not daring to breathe heavily. Seeing his companion subdued, the boy on my left screamed in anger and swung his steel pipe again. I swiftly hooked my foot to trip his supporting leg. He lost his balance and crashed hard onto the scattered papers, sending the steel pipe flying far away. The entire process took no more than 2 seconds. Don't move. If you do, this sharp end will pierce his throat directly. My voice was low and chilling, wrapped in the coldness born from a night of struggle, as I pressed the mop handle forward slightly. The boy whose throat I was pressing against turned pale instantly, his body tensed like a stone, not daring to move an inch. The boy on the ground was just regaining his composure, roaring, "Who the hell are you? Are you secretly here to loot supplies? If you have the guts, face me unknown. Let me go. If our brothers guarding the stairs hear the commotion, they'll all come over, and you won't be able to escape." The boy pressed against the throat also gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice trembling with panic. 2 familiar voices exploded in my ears, causing my muscles to tense up instantly. I was too familiar with these voices. Slowly I lowered the mop handle, and with the morning light filtering in through the window, I finally saw their faces clearly, both covered in blood and mud, with sunken eyes and expressions hardened by the apocalypse. Yet I recognized them at a glance. They were my classmates Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi, who had been in the same major as me for 2 years. They also recognized my face, and their hands holding the steel pipes froze in midair, the fierce look in their eyes replaced by overwhelming shock, standing there for a long time without reacting. "Lin Shin, no way. How is it you?" Zhang Long scrambled to his feet, rubbing his sore shoulder, looking at me with disbelief. "How come you're here? What are you 2 doing here?" I didn't answer but asked cautiously. The 2 exchanged glances and hesitated for a moment. "We're responsible for guarding this safe passage. There are still many students from our college here, and Brother Zhou and Lu Kai are leading us upstairs." "Brother Zhou?" I asked in confusion. "Ojo Bapi, we all call him Brother Zhou now." Li Mingzhi clarified for me. "What are they doing here? It's already this time. They are still in the library during the lockdown." "That's too leisurely. Speaking of teacher Zhou Guoli, he's our Chinese teacher, notoriously strict and old-fashioned, in class a well-known pedant. Logically, during the lockdown, these teachers should be at home, comfortably teaching online classes, not at school. Brother Zhou said his wife went to the U.S. for an exchange meeting some time ago, and since he can't cook, he's been eating at the school cafeteria with his son. I didn't expect the school to enforce a full lockdown. What about that little Lu Meng? Who knows? Maybe he was uncomfortable staying in the single apartment, so he came to the school to see his sister. I can't believe I ran into him here. Damn it, why hasn't a zombie eaten him? Li Mingzhi said fiercely. It's no wonder his tone was filled with undisguised disdain when mentioning their counselor. This male teacher in his 30s had a handsome and delicate face, loved to mingle with students, and you could always see him on the basketball court. He also enjoyed chatting and joking with the female students in our class, including Li Mingzhi's little girlfriend, making him a well-known people-friendly counselor in our college. Just then footsteps were heard from the direction of the third-floor fire escape. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi's expressions changed instantly. They stood up straight and gestured for me to be silent. I tensed up, immediately gripping the broken mop handle tightly, looking towards the source of the footsteps. Two boys walked out from the fire escape holding steel pipes. Seeing us, they frowned and called out, Zhang Long, Li Mingzhi, you two go up. We're here to take over. Huh, who's this kid? Zhang Long stepped forward, blocking me, and smiled to ease the situation. Brother Huang, this is my classmate Lin Shen, who fought his way out from a horde of zombies last night and just found us. We were just about to take him upstairs to meet Lu Dao and teacher Zhou. The two boys examined me from head to toe, their eyes filled with scrutiny. Finally, they curled their lips and stepped aside, saying, all right, let's go up together. Lu Dao just said that anyone new must first meet him. Following the rules and listening to the arrangements is the only way to stay. I followed Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi towards the fire escape. As I climbed the steps, getting closer to the 6th floor, my sense of vigilance grew heavier. This place didn't seem as harmonious as I had imagined. The cement steps rose layer by layer beneath my feet, their edges worn smooth by countless treads. Patches of dark blood spread up from the first floor. Some splattered against the walls, leaving long twisted claw marks, while others congealed in the crevices of the steps, dried and blackened. As I stepped on them, I stirred up fine fragments of cement, the faint sound echoing sharply in the closed cold. The corridor had no windows, and a musty odor mingled with a faint stench of decay, while a chill wind slithered up the stairwell, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi walked at my sides, their voices lowered to a whisper as they briefly recounted the chaotic situation in the library over the past 10 days. They had escaped from the nearby dormitories No. 7 and No. 9 amidst the confusion. On the night the school was locked down, the outbreak occurred, and the dormitory supervisors fled with information they had somehow obtained. With no one to manage them, these two dormitories fell first, hundreds of students scrambling to escape, most aiming for the campus supermarket across from the library. It was there that the trouble began. In the chaos of looting, someone suddenly collapsed and mutated, biting the neck of a nearby person. The moment blood splattered, the supermarket erupted into chaos. People trampled one another, biting one another, while the fleeing survivors rushed into the library, lost in panic. We smashed through the electronic door on the first floor and rushed upstairs in a frenzy. Zhang Long said, his voice laced with chill. During the lockdown, there were hardly any students in the library, just a few duty teachers and staff. We charged straight up to the 6th floor, blocked the iron door of the fire escape, and managed to save half our lives. Yet surviving was more tormenting than death. One after another, those around me developed fevers and mutated, and no one knew if the classmates we interacted with daily would suddenly pounce and bite through our throats. Dread, fear, and suspicion spread like a virus. Fights broke out on the 6th floor every day, with some even pushing classmates down the stairs over a half piece of bread. It was Zhou Guoli who stepped in to stop the chaos. He was a longtime professor in the department, having taught for over 20 years, earning the respect of both students and staff. No one knew how this old scholar, who wouldn't even allow students to touch their phones during class, found such resolve. He personally took all the bitten individuals into the largest special collection room on the 6th floor, set up a chair at the door, and registered those who weren't injured, assigning them rooms and sealing off excess fire escapes, effectively gathering a scattered group. Later I heard it was due to his disfavor towards Lu Kai that he left with his son. What about Lu Kai? I asked. At the mention of that name, Li Mingzhi instantly ground his teeth, striking the steel rod in his hand. He was the one who escaped later, and when he came up, he was accompanied by Jiang Menghan from class 3. Li Mingzhi's voice was filled with disdain. He came up and immediately started to fool everyone with his words, claiming to be a counselor responsible for ensuring everyone's survival, leading a group of naive students in circles. He talked about centralized management of resources and distribution based on labor, taking all the food and drink from everyone's hands. Zhang Long scoffed, adding, and what happened? He himself had bread and mineral water for every meal, while those around him feasted, while we only got half a hard compressed biscuit each day. The most ridiculous part is that he kept shouting about clearing out the zombies and building a safe zone, yet his plans were all misguided, only managing to clear the 5th floor, which directly led to the deaths of 13 students, all of whom he had pushed out as bait. How did you eventually drive all the zombies to the 1st floor? I asked, frowning. As soon as I spoke, Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi spoke in unison, their voices filled with sincere respect. It was Professor Zhou's idea. Zhang Long pointed to the loudspeaker embedded in the ceiling, lowering his voice further. He was the first to realize that these things couldn't see at night, only recognizing sound. He led us to pry open the equipment room on the 6th floor and found the library's UPS emergency backup power supply, connecting only a few speakers on the 1st floor to save power, cycling music for almost a week, and all the zombies in the entire building were anchored on the 1st floor. Li Mingzhi kicked the heavy steel door of the fire escape on the 4th floor, the dull thud echoing, yet it remained unmoved. On the night we lured the zombies down, we sealed off all 4 stairwells from the 2nd to the 5th floors, barricading them securely with bookshelves and tables, leaving only this rear fire escape passage accessible from the 2nd to the 6th floors. Now the 2nd floor is a buffer zone with 2 people guarding each of the 4 entrances, rotating daily, and the 2 of us are guarding the one closest to the corridor. What about the 3rd to 5th floors? Have they been cleared? Li Mingzhi's expression darkened instantly. After a long silence, he nodded, his voice hoarse. Not yet. We only cleared the zombies on the 5th floor. Those of us who didn't turn in supplies can only rely on clearing out solo zombies below or guarding the 2nd floor to exchange for food. The sacrifices have been immense. Our classes, Shunrun's Kong Daer Jianglong. All gone. I fell silent instantly. Shunrun's always saved the last row seat in the early 8 o'clock class for me. Kong Daer helped me pass answers during the exam under Zhou Baopi's watchful eye. Jianglong always shared his family's braised beef with those in our dorm. The vivid faces flashed through my mind as if it were yesterday. In this apocalypse, no one could escape the torrent of despair. Reaching the top of the steps, the iron fire door of the 6th floor loomed before me. 2 middle-aged men in security uniforms leaned against the door, idly twirling rubber batons in their hands. Upon seeing us approach, they exchanged a look, amusement flickering in their eyes. Oh, Xiaozhang, Shally, have you picked up new recruits? Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi's expressions darkened instantly, hatred nearly spilling from their eyes as they gripped their steel rods tighter. It's none of your business. Open the door. We want to see Lu Kai. Kid, don't you realize yet who holds the power here? The guard on the left stepped forward, fixing a sinister gaze on Zhang Long, the rubber baton tapping ominously in his palm. You dare call Lu Dao's name so casually? What does it matter who the boss is? Hurry up and open the door. Zhang Long exploded, taking a half step forward, ready to charge. I placed a hand on his shoulder, scanning the 2 guards. The 2 men wore immaculate uniforms, walkie-talkies clipped to their waists, and their shoes shone brightly, a stark contrast to the weary students we had seen on the 2nd floor. It was clear without asking that these were Lu Kai's dogs stationed at the door to keep the students in check. Zhang Long, held back by my hand, took a deep breath, glaring at the 2 guards refusing to charge forward. It was then that I understood this 6th floor was no sanctuary for survivors. It was merely Lu Kai's makeshift empire built on the backs of others. Yo, even Director Lu has been called. I silently cursed and released my grip on Zhang Long, maintaining a neutral expression as I slightly nodded towards the 2 security guards and replied to them, please don't mind, my classmate has a temper. I am also a student of Director Lu, having just escaped from outside and hoping to plead with him for a chance to live. Please let me in to see Director Lu. This statement instantly softened the expressions of the 2 security guards. What they sought was reverence and obedience. The guard on the left let out a scoff, scanning Lin Shen up and down before opening the fire exit door behind him and tossing out, at least you're smart enough to recognize your situation. Once inside, behave yourself. Don't look where you shouldn't, don't ask what you shouldn't. When Director Lu asks questions, say what sounds good, say what is useful. All right. I nodded in a very servile manner. Zhang Long next to me shot me a disdainful glance, chose not to say anything further, and strode confidently inside. This door led to the stairwell in the northwest corner of the library. Li Mingzhi had told me that this was the only fire escape passage in the entire building that wasn't sealed off. Upon entering the iron door, I finally saw the full picture of this building. It's somewhat absurd that after 2 years at this school, I was stepping foot in the library for the first time. Aside from the freshman orientation at the start of my first year, which I attended with my advisor, I hadn't really looked at this place more than a few times. What serious university student goes to the library? In our dorm, only old Mo, the study king, had started camping in the library daily from freshman year to prepare for the CET-4 and CET-6. Housie had teased him more than once, saying that if the apocalypse came, what good would all that studying do? Little did I know I would end up being chased by zombies entering this place that I should have been familiar with for the first time. This was a standard rectangular 6-story building oriented north-south with a closed fire escape stairwell at each corner corresponding to independent reading rooms, and on both sides of each floor there were public restrooms at the base of the walls. Floors 2 to 6 featured a hollow courtyard in the middle, surrounded by a 1.2 meter high tempered glass railing. Standing on the 6th floor, one could gaze down and see straight through 5 stories down to the grand hall on the 1st floor. However, at this moment, I had no desire to look down, my gaze first scanning the 6th floor environment beside me. Between the reading room and the courtyard railing was an expansive public reading area with tall bookshelves stretching along the edges. The closed reading rooms at the corners, the one in the northwest corner nearest to me was what they referred to as the special collection room for the injured. Between the reading room and the courtyard railing was a spacious public reading area with towering bookshelves lining the edges filled with literature I couldn't name, and scattered throughout were long wooden reading tables and single fabric sofas. Now the tables and chairs were pushed together, the spaces between the bookshelves divided into small areas, the floor strewn with scattered books, discarded cardboard boxes, and dried black blood stuck to the ground with splatters of blood on the glass railings, some already cracked like spider webs. The most eye-catching feature on this entire floor was the all-glass partitioned cafe on the south side by the window directly facing the courtyard. I had heard Old Mo mention it. It was the only place in the library where hot drinks could be bought, a supply station for those burning the midnight oil for exams, and now it was the only spot in this building exuding a sense of life. The entire floor was frighteningly silent, with only the faint sound of wind from the ventilation ducts and the distant muffled roars from below drifting up through the hollow courtyard. My gaze swept across the small areas partitioned off in the reading zone, and my heart sank slightly. It had only been 10 days since the apocalypse. It wasn't yet at the point where everyone was panic-stricken and completely numb. Over 50 students had spontaneously formed 5 or 6 small groups, mostly familiar faces from the same dorms or classes, each occupying a corner between the bookshelves, using tables and shelves to create makeshift barriers, forming small safe zones. The table closest to me had 3 boys who were lowering their heads, sharpening the tips of wooden sticks with gravel, making the ends sharp. When they saw us enter, they merely glanced up, their hands not stopping, their eyes filled with vigilance and the scrutiny of fellow survivors. Confirming we posed no threat, they lowered their heads again and continued their work. In the sofa area diagonally opposite, 4 girls were huddled together whispering something. One of the short-haired girls broke a piece of compressed biscuit in half and handed it to a pale-faced companion beside her, who hesitated a couple of times, but eventually accepted it, nibbling on it in small bites. Their gaze fell on us, tinged with curiosity and a hint of wariness, but it quickly retreated as they continued their hushed discussion. It seemed that while Liu Kai's control over supplies was indeed harsh, it hadn't yet pushed people to the brink of complete despair, nor could it suppress the students who had spent years together instinctively huddling for warmth. The only exception was when those boys with steel pipes walked by, the sounds in the reading area would instantly drop. There were 5 of them in total, Liu Kai's confidants, all dressed in clean jackets, their faces rosy, walkie-talkies clipped to their waists, swaggering back and forth along the courtyard railing. As they passed each small group's area, they casually scanned inside, causing the students within to halt their actions, either lowering their heads or glaring coldly at them, but no one dared to provoke them. One of the boys with a crew cut as he passed the sofa area where the girls were clustered deliberately kicked over an empty cardboard box at his feet, making a loud clatter. The girls immediately tensed up. The short-haired girl in front frowned and looked up, but was pulled back by her companion, ultimately biting her lip, lowering her head without saying a word. The blonde boy scoffed, surveying the area smugly before sauntering away. I quietly surveyed the layout of the entire floor, committing every detail to memory. The stairwells at the 4 corners, aside from the iron door in the northwest corner I had entered through, the other 3 were wide open. The restroom door on the east side was tightly shut, guarded by a boy with a steel pipe. The iron door to the northwest reading room had additional steel locks welded on, slightly vibrating from something inside. And the cafe in the center of the south side had its curtains drawn halfway, with vague silhouettes of people visible inside. Just then the door to the cafe was gently pushed open. A girl in a clean white dress stepped out, her hair neatly styled with soft curls at the ends, her small face well cared for and fair, lacking any roughness or dullness in this world of food and water scarcity, lightly dusted with a hint of peach blush, lending her an air of fragility. Her almond-shaped eyes had slightly upturned corners, and her pupils were dark and bright, like pools of shimmering clear water. Holding a paper cup, she looked out of place amidst the chaos of the reading area. It was Zhang Menghan. Upon seeing us, she first froze for a moment, then her face broke into a gentle smile, as she quickly approached, her tone filled with just the right amount of surprise and concern. "Zhang Long, Li Mingzhi, you're back. Who is this classmate? Looks familiar." Her gaze fell on me, her eyes full of shy curiosity, lacking any trace of arrogance or mockery, presenting herself as a gentle and harmless neighborly girl. Li Mingzhi's expression instantly darkened upon seeing her, his grip on the steel pipe tightened, but Zhang Long elbowed him, forcing the words back down. I nodded slightly and said, "Little Linshan, also a student of the Chinese language major. So you're Linshan, impressive? With so many zombies outside, how did you get in?" Seeing I had no further comments, Zhang Menghan smiled, even more sweetly, stepping aside to make way for us and pointing towards the glass cafe area. "Director Liu is inside. Hurry in. To be honest, if it weren't for Director Liu keeping us safe here, we would have been dead in the mouths of zombies long ago." Her words were light, yet every one of them painted Lu Kai in a golden light, her eyes filled with total dependence and admiration for him. Indeed, she was a clever one who just 10 days into the apocalypse, she had successfully clung to Lu Kai, the only big tree available at the moment, with her stunning harmless face. Jiang Menghan smiled and stepped aside, her white dress swaying gently with her movement, revealing her smooth jade-like calves. I must say this woman indeed possessed a face that could bring calamity to the nation, with every frown and smile drawing people in. I took a step to follow her, with Zhang Long and Li Qingzhe flanking me on either side, their hands gripping the steel pipes tighter, their faces filled with unabashed disgust. Just 2 steps out, I heard a casual swaggering sound of footsteps behind me. Turning around, I saw the buzz-cut guy from earlier, who had been showing off among the girls, accompanied by 3 boys holding steel pipes, probably all loyal to Lu Kai. The group swaggered over. The buzz-cut guy spat out the cigarette, but he had been chewing, glanced at me with a sidelong look, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said nothing, just kept a distance behind us like a few vicious dogs following their master. In just a few steps we arrived in front of the glass door of the cafe. Jiang Menghan pushed the door open, and a rich aroma of food mixed with a faint smell of smoke rushed towards us, creating a stark contrast with the mildew and blood smell from the reading area outside. I stepped inside with Zhang Long and Li Qingzhe closely following. The buzz-cut guy and his few confidants squeezed in behind us and locked the glass door, with a click forming a solid wall of bodies at the entrance, effectively cutting off all our escape routes. The layout of the cafe was exactly as old Mo had described, with a large solid wood round table by the window. Lu Kai was sitting in the main seat with his legs crossed, a half-burned cigarette pinched between his fingers. His white shirt was spotless and his hairstyle was neatly combed to the side, presenting none of the disheveled look of someone struggling for survival in the apocalypse, but rather the image of a pampered young master. Next to him sat 2 young women whom I recognized as students from the same department, currently nervously sitting to the side, holding bread, but not daring to eat it heartily. Seeing us enter, the 2 immediately lowered their heads, hurriedly stood up, and shrank back into the corner. The first thing Jiang Menghan did upon entering was to casually sit down in the empty seat next to Lu Kai, almost leaning into his embrace. Lu Kai's hand naturally rested on her waist, his fingers idly stroking, as the lewdness and lechery in his eyes could not be hidden. Oh, what a people-friendly instructor indeed. Upon seeing me enter, Lu Kai instantly extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, stood up, and put on that familiar warm and enthusiastic smile, striding over to me and giving my shoulder a heavy pat. Lin Chun, it really is you, kid. His tone was filled with surprise and gratitude, performing better than the real thing. I knew you were tough. That night of the lockdown, several dormitories were thrown into chaos. I searched everywhere for you students, but couldn't get in. I was worried every day and never expected you to break through the horde and make it here safely. Come, sit down quickly. I forced a shocked smile, slightly leaning forward, putting on the demeanor of a sincere student meeting a teacher, and continued with his words. Thanks to Instructor Lu organizing the shelter on the 6th floor, we students finally had a place to stay. If it weren't for you leading everyone to hold the 6th floor, even if I had escaped the zombies outside, I would have starved to death out there and wouldn't have the chance to stand here. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai's smile grew even wider, clearly enjoying the flattery. He pulled me towards the round table, while continuously saying politically correct phrases, all essentially stating, as a teacher and student, I will definitely protect you, and we can only survive by sticking together. But while he spoke sweetly, his gaze kept shifting over me, scanning me from head to toe, subtly probing my real case. The moment we sat down, he casually opened his mouth. By the way, Lin Shin, where did you come from? Did you encounter any other survivors on the way here? I coldly laughed inside, but maintained a naive appearance, scratching my head and saying with feigned terror, I ran all the way over from the 13th dormitory. That night of the lockdown, I went to the supermarket to buy food, and when someone got infected, I got separated from my classmates. I was the only one left hiding in the dorm for 10 days, and when I ran out of food, I dared to come out. The road was full of zombies, I didn't dare to look around. Let alone living people, I didn't even see a live stray cat. I said half-truths. Lu Kai nodded, unsure of how much he believed, then smiled, and asked, so you must have run into zombies a lot on your way here. If I didn't have some skills, I wouldn't have made it through most of the campus. What skills? I'm just fast at running. I quickly waved my hand, looking embarrassed. Just lucky hiding at the right time. I only killed a lone zombie in the dorm. If I ran into a horde, I wouldn't be able to do anything but run. Instructor Lu, you also know that I was an ordinary person in school, and I almost failed the physical fitness test. I don't have the guts to fight zombies. Upon saying this, the buzz-cut guy by the door immediately scoffed. He slammed his steel pipe against the ground, making a loud clatter that shattered the false sense of harmony in the cafe. He took a couple of steps forward, speaking sarcastically, kid, don't just talk pretty. If you want to stay on this 6th floor, you need to understand the rules here. Hand over all the supplies you brought, and tell us what use you have. You can't just come here and eat for free while we risk our lives protecting you, can you? I coldly laughed inside, but immediately put on a panicked expression, quickly pulling out the remaining half loaf of bread and a small bottle of mineral water from my pocket, holding them in both hands, and placing them on the table, saying timidly, "Big brother, this is all I have left. I'll hand it all over. I really don't have any great skills. I can run, my eyesight is good, and I can certainly guard the stairs and keep watch. I will never hold everyone back. This little bit of junk, is that what you call supplies, eh?" The buzzcut guy stepped forward and pushed my shoulder, cursing, "You're a waste. How can you expect Instructor Liu to keep you? Get out." Just as his palm touched my shoulder, I slightly turned my body, perfectly dodging his shove, while lightly hooking my foot, accurately tripping his right leg. The buzzcut guy lost his balance in an instant, stumbling forward and crashing to the ground, nearly hitting his face against the corner of the table. The steel pipe in his hand clanged loudly as it rolled far away, echoing sharply in the quiet cafe. The entire space fell silent in an instant. Lu Kai's smile froze, and the several confidants beside him straightened up, gripping their steel pipes tightly, their expressions instantly turning fierce. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi saw that things were not looking good, and immediately stepped forward to stand by my side, their steel pipes raised in front of them, staring fiercely at the group by the door, the atmosphere tense and ready for a fight. I quickly stood up and hurried over to help the buzzcut guy, my face filled with awkward apologies as I kept saying, I'm sorry, big brother. I didn't mean to. I slipped just now, didn't notice your leg. I'm truly sorry." Even a fool could tell that this seeming accident was entirely a display of strength. Not only did I make him lose face publicly, but I also didn't expose my strength in the slightest, making it impossible for him to find fault, effectively countering his provocation. The buzzcut guy got up from the ground, his face flushed with anger and embarrassment, ready to grab the steel pipe and confront me, but Lu Kai stopped him with a shout. "Enough, you uncouth thing." Lu Kai's face darkened as he scolded the buzzcut guy. "Lin Shun is my student. Is he someone you can bully? Get to the side. If you cause more trouble, you'll guard the stairs on the second floor." The buzzcut guy gritted his teeth and glared at me, but dared not go against Lu Kai's words, only sulkingly retreating to the side. Only then did Lu Kai turn his head back, smiling at me again, but this time his smile carried a hint of scrutiny and calculation. It's fine, the young man is quite agile and capable. Perfect. The second floor is short on manpower. You'll follow Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi to guard the stairs on the second floor. I'll give you 2 compressed biscuits a day, and if you perform well, you'll get meat and mineral water. Thank you, Instructor Liu. Thank you, Instructor Liu. I nodded repeatedly, putting on a grateful expression as if I had received a great favor. But I was very clear inside. This was not him giving me a way out. It was clearly throwing me into the most dangerous. The second floor directly faced the horde, on the first floor being the front line of the entire building. It could test my true capabilities using the zombies, and if anything went wrong, he could conveniently use the zombies to eliminate me, the uncertain factor he couldn't figure out. And this suited me perfectly. I could take advantage of guarding the stairs to thoroughly understand every corner of this building and uncover all its secrets. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Lu Kai, I followed Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi out of the cafe. The moment the glass door closed, Zhang Long immediately lowered his voice, looking at me with disdain. "Lin Shin, what were you pretending to be with him just now? That guy is a hypocrite. The more you act timid, the more he'll step all over you." Li Mingzhi nodded in agreement, gritting his teeth. "He sent you to guard the second floor with no good intentions. A few days ago, 3 brothers who were guarding the stairs disappeared, and no one knows how." I smiled, patting their shoulders, my expression turning cold. What's the rush? He wants to test me, and I also want to probe his bottom line. Meanwhile, in the cafe behind us, Lu Kai watched our departing figures, and the smile on his face instantly vanished without a trace. He took a sip of the cola on the table and said to the buzzcut guy beside him, "Xiaolong, keep an eye on this kid for me. I want to see whether he's really just slippery or pretending to be a soft target. If he dares to play tricks on my territory, find a chance to have him clean up the zombies downstairs like those previous troublemakers." Zhang Menghan leaned against him, gently stroking his chest, softly persuading him not to get angry, but a glint of calculation flickered in her eyes. Stepping out of the cafe, Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi exchanged a glance, not hurrying to the second floor. "Chenzi, since there's still half a day before the shift change, let's first take a look around the 6th floor to familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, so we won't get lost later." Zhang Long lowered his voice, spinning a steel pipe in his hand. "This place looks spacious, but every corner is filled with Lu Kai's eyes and ears." I nodded and followed the two as we walked toward the open area. At the entrances of the public restrooms on both sides, there stood a boy, at each gripping wooden sticks. Anyone carrying a bucket to get water had to pass their scrutiny, no matter how much water they intended to take. After all, the municipal tap water for the whole building had long been cut off. The only water available for washing or flushing came from the fire service's stored water, and even that non-potable water was tightly controlled by Lu Kai. Let alone drinkable bottled water, which he locked away in the warehouse, using it as leverage over everyone. As we walked, we reached the edge of the tempered glass railing in the atrium. Zhang Long stopped, not advancing further, and pointed downwards with his chin. "You can see for yourself, this is our situation." I leaned against the cold railing to look down, instantly gasping and shocked, the hairs on my body standing on end. The 2nd to 6th floors were entirely hollow, and standing on the 6th floor, I could see straight down the height of 5 floors right into the grand hall on the 1st floor. That space, which should have been empty, was now densely packed with zombies, thousands of rotting bodies jumbled together resembling a pot of eternally boiling black water, endless to the eye. The gigantic LED screen facing the entrance had long since gone black and collected dust, and every inch of the ground below, it was filled with zombies. They were firmly anchored by the music looping on the 1st floor, the murky howls drifting up through the atrium layer upon layer like a tsunami. Decaying hands clawed frantically at the air, some zombies were knocked down and instantly trampled into mush by their kind of black-red blood, soaking the marble floor of the 1st floor, and even from 5 floors up the nauseating stench of decay still wafted up with the wind. I gripped the railing tightly, goosebumps covering my entire body. I had only known that there were many zombies on the 1st floor, but I hadn't expected them to be packed to this extent. This was no library, it was clearly a cage built atop a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Once the 1st floor broadcast stopped, or the zombies broke through the barriers on the 2nd floor, this 6-story hollow building would instantaneously turn into a slaughterhouse with no escape. Stop looking, the more you look the more anxious you get. Li Mingzhi patted my shoulder, his voice heavy. In the entire building, only the 5th and 6th floors have been cleared of zombies. There are still quite a few solitary zombies on the 2nd to 4th floors. Lu Kai, that bastard, doesn't dare to go himself, but sends us instead, offering only a pitiful reward. Zhang Long added. Previously, to win people's hearts, he personally led a team to clear the 5th floor with 20 people. 13 died, all were pushed out as bait by him, otherwise he would have died long ago. Now he doesn't dare to move on the 4th floor, but forces us to occasionally go down to clear solitary zombies dying for nothing. I nodded, gaining an understanding. Taking this opportunity to walk around, I fully grasped the details and demands of the various small groups on the 6th floor from the 2 of them. More than 30 students on the 6th floor had spontaneously divided into 5 clear factions. The first group was a trio of boys, led by Wang Lei, all athletes wielding sharpened steel pipes, the strongest combat force among all the groups. When clearing the 5th floor before, they volunteered, sending 12 people, with only 3 returning alive. They held a deep grudge against Lu Kai, but feared he would cut off supplies for the entire floor, so they dared not voice their anger. The second group consisted of 4 girls, led by Zhao Tong, all nursing majors knowledgeable in first aid and bandaging, holding the only bit of medical supplies in the whole building. Because of their skills, Lu Kai dared not push them too hard, but allowed his trusted subordinates to harass them daily. One girl, driven to desperation, resisted, and was punished by Lu Kai with 3 days without food, nearly starving to death. The rest were ordinary students lacking combat strength, and any desire to band together, typical fence-sitters following whoever could offer them food and listening to whatever Lu Kai said. Lu Kai's trump card was merely 5 trusted aides and 2 security guards holding the entire building's supply warehouse, keeping everyone under control with the threat of starvation. We had roamed the 6th floor for the entire morning, and just as we were about to head back around noon, we heard a girl's scolding and a man's lewd laughter. Looking up, I saw the buzzcut man surrounded by 2 lackeys cornering Zhao Tong and her friends in the sofa area. He had a scrape on his left arm from yesterday's fall, and now was stretching it out, blocking Zhao Tong, and saying crudely, "Is it just asking you to put some iodine on me? What's the big deal? I'm giving you face, don't take it for granted." Zhao Tong clutched the first aid kit tightly to her chest, her face flushed, gritting her teeth as she retorted, "You have hands and feet, can't you do it yourself? Let go. If you touch me again, I'll scream for help." "Scream? Go ahead and scream." The buzzcut man scoffed, reaching out to snatch the first aid kit. "Director Lu will give me some face. Even if you scream your throat raw, who will dare to intervene? Today, either you properly apply the medicine for me and serve me well, or I'll throw this box of medicine down to the 1st floor to feed the zombies." His 2 lackeys chimed in, reaching for the arms of nearby girls, scaring them into retreating and huddling together, unable to express their anger. The small groups behind the bookshelves peeked out to watch, but no one dared to speak. Everyone knew that Zhao Tong and her friends were the only ones in the building who could perform first aid. Oh, Lu Kai kept them for a reason, and even if things got out of hand, he wouldn't dare to truly harm them. But anyone who dared to step in would be openly opposing Go Shilong, and if supplies were cut off, no one would survive. Wang Lei and his friends stood not far away, their fists clenched tightly, veins bulging on their foreheads, yet they ultimately gritted their teeth and turned their heads away. Just as Go Shilong's hand was about to touch the first aid kit, I spoke up. Maintaining my earnest tone, I stepped forward and smiled to mediate. "Big brother, let it go, it's just applying medicine, how big of a deal is it?" Go Shilong turned to see me and instantly exploded, all the humiliation he suffered yesterday in the cafe flooding back. He shoved my hand away, spitting in my face. "What the hell are you? Yesterday I let you off the hook, and now you think you're someone important. Dare to meddle in my affairs. Get lost." After cursing, he raised his hand to slap my face. The surrounding crowd gasped collectively. I slightly shifted my body, dodging the slap, and quickly grabbed his wrist, applying pressure to the acupoint directly, seizing his wrist's sensitive nerve. "Oh, Go Shilong let out a pig-like scream, his entire arm going limp, pain draining the color from his face, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, and he uncontrollably dropped to his knees. Seeing this, his two lackeys picked up their steel pipes and charged towards me. I glanced at them, my smile instantly vanishing, and the coldness in my gaze emerged without reserve. That was the killing intent honed from days of face-to-face combat with zombies among mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Just a single glance made the two freeze and place their feet, feeling as heavy as lead, and they no longer dared to take a step forward. I increased the pressure in my grip, and Xiao Lei trembled all over, kneeling on the ground with a thud, repeatedly begging for mercy. I was wrong. Bro, I was wrong. Let go. Please let go. My bones are going to break. Put the medicine back for her and apologize, and we'll let this matter drop. My tone was calm, but I didn't ease my grip in the slightest. I'm sorry, Xiao Tong. I messed up. I won't dare again. Go Shilong, no longer daring to be stubborn, repeatedly bowed to Xiao Tong, apologizing with a quivering voice. Only then did I release him. Go Shilong scrambled to his feet, not daring to glance at me again, and fled with his two lackeys in a panic. The surroundings fell silent, all eyes on me. Some were shocked, some curious, some sympathetic, and some wary. Xiao Tong placed the first aid kit on the table, walked up to me, and bowed deeply, her voice choked. Classmate, if it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know what to do today. I waved my hand, helping her up, and simply said, we are all classmates, but it's nothing. That night, during the supply distribution, Go Shilong began to stir trouble. Accompanied by two confidants, Go Shilong held half a bag of dry, hard compressed biscuits, handing them out to each student. When it came to me, Zhang Long, Li Mingzhi, and Zhao Tong, he simply tossed the biscuits to the ground, giving each of us only half a piece, not even mentioning a sip of water. Zhang Long exploded on the spot, grabbing Go Shilong's wrist tightly. What do you mean? Lu Kai set the rule that every person gets one biscuit for a day of guarding the building, and you give half a piece. Rules. Go Shilong scoffed, violently shaking off his hands, spitting in Zhang Long's face. On this 6th floor, Lu Dao is the rule. Who told you guys to stir up trouble and upset Lu Dao? Lu Dao said we are a team, and without rules there can be no order. Do well, and you will be rewarded. If you don't perform well, you will be punished. Don't say half a piece. If you keep causing trouble, there won't be even that. He shot a sideways glance at me, his face full of provocation, his chin held high. You are Lin Shun, right? Got any objections? Take it up with Lu Dao. Don't drag everyone down and let them starve because of you. As soon as he said this, several neutral students around immediately changed their expressions, their gazes filled with resentment as they whispered behind the bookshelves, secretly cursing me for meddling and dragging them into the same plight. Li Mingzhi was so angry that he was about to deform the steel pipe in his hand, the veins on his forehead bulging, ready to charge at Go Shilong, but I firmly held him back. I showed no expression on my face, taking a step forward to stand in front of Li Mingzhi, looking at Go Shilong and calmly saying, just because I stopped you from bothering the female classmates, you are penalizing all the supplies for the whole floor. Is this how Lu Dao taught you to do things? Don't use Lu Dao to pressure me. Go Shilong retorted, his neck stiffening, growing even more arrogant, stepping closer until he was almost in my face. If you have the guts, don't just talk tough here. With so many zombies blocking the 4th floor, Lu Dao has been worried about it for days. If you can clear the 4th floor, not to mention supplies, you can walk across the 6th floor as you please. If you don't have that ability, then don't pretend to be a good person here. His words were intentional. Previously, Lu Kai personally brought dozens of people to clear the 5th floor, resulting in the loss of 13 brothers. No one knew how many zombies were hidden on the 4th floor, and sending us down was akin to sending us to our deaths. The surroundings fell silent. In an instant, all eyes focused on me. Zhang Long hurriedly grabbed my arm, pulling me back, his voice low. Shinzi, don't fall for his tricks. This bastard is just digging a pit for you to fall into. With dozens of zombies on the 4th floor, if we go down, we won't even leave a complete corpse. But instead of backing down, I smiled. I took a step forward, looking at Go Shilong, and asked, clearly my voice soft, but resonating throughout the entire reading area. If I clear all the zombies on the 4th floor, do the supplies there belong to me? Does the entire floor's supplies belong to me to distribute? Go Shilong was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter as if he had heard the greatest joke, laughing so hard that tears nearly streamed down his face. Ha! If you really can clear the 4th floor, not only the supplies, but I'll even give you Lu Dao's position. Of course I won't bully you, I'll only give you 3 people a day's worth of rations. No extra rations for more people. Do you dare to accept? What's there to be afraid of? I nodded, clearly in front of all the students on the floor. Tomorrow morning, I will go to clear the 4th floor. But I want to make it clear, once I clear the 4th floor, whatever is inside, I will distribute as I wish. Even Lu Kai cannot interfere. Boom. The whole place erupted in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. No one expected that I would actually dare to take on this death trap. Whispers swept across the reading area, some cursing me for being crazy, others betting I wouldn't survive until tomorrow morning. More were staring at my back, their eyes filled with an inexplicable anticipation. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi looked shocked, pulling me frantically. Qinggu, are you crazy? Don't fall for his tricks. This bastard just wants to send you to your death. Before I could say anything, a girl's voice rang out from the crowd. Zhao Tong pushed through the crowd with 3 other girls standing beside me, her gaze unwavering and filled with determination. Lin Chen, I'll go with you. I know some first aid and can help. Even if I die, I don't want to stay here anymore and endure Go Shilong's humiliation every day. In another corner of the crowd, Wang Lei was gripping a steel pipe tightly with 2 brothers, the edges of the pipe nearly digging into his palms. He stared at my back, the anger that had been pinned up for over 10 days rising within him, almost burning through his chest. On the day of clearing the zombies on the 5th floor, he had led 12 athletes from the academy, but one of them was inadvertently bitten and mutated on the spot, causing the team to panic and scatter. It was Lu Kai who ran the fastest, locking the fire escape door, without a second thought, disregarding the lives of the students behind him, treating them as bait to attract zombies. 9 brothers were torn apart by zombies right before his eyes, and he barely managed to save the last 2 brothers with great effort. After returning, Lu Kai offered no comfort, merely tossing them a bottle of cola to dismiss them. Wang Lei couldn't understand how the value of 3 bottles of cola could equate to the lives of 9 living men in Lu Kai's eyes. For the past 10 days, he had not once stopped wanting to confront Lu Kai. But he couldn't. Not to mention they were just 3 people now. They simply could not match Lu Kai, who had security. Moreover, once he caused trouble, Lu Kai would certainly cut off all supplies for the floor, and then all the students would hold him accountable, leaving him not only unable to take revenge, but also becoming the scapegoat for the entire floor. What he lacked was never the courage to risk his life, but a leader who could stand up and lead everyone to overthrow Lu Kai. Just now, when I saved Zhao Tong, he realized that I wasn't cowardly, but had real skills. That seemingly simple grab and unload, that intimidating aura that scared off 2 strong men, was not something an ordinary student could possess. Now this person, who had just arrived on the 6th floor for less than a day, actually dared to publicly accept the deadly challenge that even Lu Kai wouldn't dare to touch, daring to confront Go Shilong, who had held everyone in check for days. The tension that had been built up in his heart for over 10 days suddenly snapped. Wang Lei pushed through the crowd, forcefully standing beside me and heavily patting my shoulder, his voice hoarse, yet resolute, silencing the people around us. Lin Chen, we're in for clearing the 4th floor, count us in. I've long wanted to clear out the evil things below to avenge my fallen brothers. If you dare to lead this, we will do it. As soon as he said this, the crowd erupted again. Everyone knew that Wang Lei and his 2 brothers were the strongest fighters on the floor. After that major cleanup on the 5th floor, it was these 3 who went in and out 7 times, clearing all the remaining zombies to avenge their fallen brothers. Their stepping forward added the strongest backing to this life and death gamble. The neutral students, who had just been cursing me for dragging them into the supply cut, now all fell silent. In their eyes, the previous resentment had vanished, replaced by a hint of guilt and an unmistakable hope for. As dawn broke, the fire escape on the 6th floor of the library was packed with people. I clutched a polished steel pipe, tightly standing at the front of the line. Behind me were Zhang Long, Li Mingzhi, and 2 brothers brought by Wang Lei. All 6 of us held sharpened steel pipes, our eyes resolute, radiating a fierce determination to fight to the end. Zhao Tong stood at the end of the line with a bulging backpack, having already pulled out the hemostatic band iodine and stuffed them into her pockets. Though her face was a bit pale, she straightened her back and nodded earnestly at me. Lin Chen, the fire escape door to the 4th floor is over there. Wang Lei pointed to the southeast fire door on the 5th floor. The northwest fire passage goes straight from the 2nd to the 6th floor, but the doors on the 3rd and 4th floors are locked, making it our last escape route. For safety, Sake, we need to enter through the southeast fire passage on the 5th floor. That way, even if we can't defeat the zombies, we can quickly run back to the northwest fire passage on the 5th floor to escape, thus maximizing the protection of the students on the 6th floor. Lowering his voice, he leaned closer to my ear and added, Lu Kai, son of a bitch, sealed most of the doors leading to the 4th floor after clearing the 5th. He left only a narrow opening on the southeast side for a single person to pass through, fearing the zombies on the 4th floor would rush up. I nodded, fully understanding in my heart. Lu Kai valued his life too much to put himself in a position to face the zombies directly. This was also why he dared to let Go Shilong clear the 4th floor as a bet. No matter what happened, the zombies on the 4th floor couldn't break through the iron door on the 5th floor, and he wouldn't get hurt in the slightest. Just as we reached the 5th floor, Lu Kai came leisurely along with Go Shilong and 4 trusted followers. Lu Kai was still wearing a spotless white shirt, his hair neatly combed, and a facade of false gentle warmth plastered on his face. Lin Chen, listen to your brother's advice. It's not too late to back out now. Lu Kai stepped forward, leaning against the railing in the courtyard on the 5th floor, patting my shoulder with a tone full of concern. The zombies on the 4th floor are no fewer than those on the 5th. I can see dozens just by looking down. I didn't dare rush in with a group of dozens before, and with just you few going down is a death sentence. There's no need to gamble your life over a grudge. Just as he finished speaking, soft footsteps came from behind. Zhang Minghan quickly approached, lifting her skirt, still wearing that clean white dress, standing out starkly amidst the blood and chaos of the apocalypse. She first looked up at Lu Kai, revealing a gentle and obedient smile. After receiving his nod of approval, she walked in front of me and stood still. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into beautiful crescents filled with just the right amount of worry, softly reminding me, Linshun, be careful. The reading rooms are the easiest places for zombies to hide. Most of the students who went down before died at their hands. If you really can't hold on, don't force it. Come back and apologize to Brother Go. Staying alive is far more important than anything else. Her words were laced with sarcasm, and Lu Kai and the others sneered even more. But only I could see that when she looked at me there was no mockery but a deep scrutiny and probing, along with a hint of goodwill that she had tried to hide. She was too smart enough to make me uneasy, and I had to reassess this class flower. In the 10 days since the apocalypse, she had clung to Lu Kai like a tree, but wouldn't place all her bets on him alone. She would never wish for my death. If I died, it would merely be a loss of an uncertain variable for her, and she could still live her life in peace. But if I could survive coming out from the 4th floor, it would mean that the skies on the 6th floor would inevitably change. Today, these few light-hearted reminders were her way of leaving herself a retreat ready to attack or defend, showing no signs of weakness. Before I could respond, Go Shirlong couldn't hold back and jumped out, stepping forward to block the iron door to the 4th floor, scanning me with a sidelong glance, his mouth full of mocking taunts. Kid, now you know fear, huh? Too late. Let me tell you, even if you kneel down and apologize to me now, this game can't be called off. Once you enter the 4th floor, don't come crying to us. We won't be coming to save you. If you can boast, you must have the guts to back it up with your life. He spat at me, his steel pipe banging on the ground, arrogant enough to let his tail touch the sky. I had no expression on my face as I looked at Go Shirlong, calmly saying, whether I can live or not is none of your concern. As for you, remember our previous bet. Once I clear the 4th floor, all the supplies from the 4th floor will be under my control, and I will decide the distribution of all the resources in the building. Also, you better return all the supplies that me and my brothers were deprived of without missing a single one. Go Shirlong trembled at my glare, instinctively taking a half step back, but then angrily retorted, you better survive first. Who can't boast? Open the door. I ignored him and turned to Zhang Long, tilting my chin up. Zhang Long nodded, gripping the handle of the fire door, taking a deep breath before forcefully pulling open the iron door that only had a narrow opening left. As the door opened, a nauseatingly thick stench assaulted us, mingling with the cold draft from the 4th floor, filling the air and raising the hairs on our bodies. Almost at the same moment, 3 zombies roared and lunged toward the crack of the door. Their decayed claws stretched out straight, their murky eyes filled with bloodthirsty madness, foul saliva dripping from their split mouths, only half a meter away from the doorway. Be careful, Wang Lei shouted angrily, ready to block with his steel pipe. But I was quicker. I didn't retreat. Instead, I surged through the door crack, dodging the first zombie's attack, using the momentum of my rush to drive the steel pipe hard into the eye socket of the second zombie. Poof! A crisp sound echoed. The steel pipe accurately pierced through the zombie's skull, causing it to freeze in place, its roaring cut short, crashing heavily to the ground of the 4th floor. The entire process took less than a second. The onlooking students on the 5th floor gasped in astonishment, even Lu Kai's fake smile momentarily stiffening as he instinctively leaned forward, fixated on the commotion in the 4th floor. I pulled out the steel pipe without any pause, sidestepping the third zombie's claws, swinging the pipe horizontally and accurately striking its temple. A dull crack resonated, and the zombie instantly collapsed to the ground. Before the first zombie I had just knocked down could get back up, Wang Lei and his brothers sprang into action, simultaneously driving their steel pipes into its eye socket and throat, pinning it to the ground of the 4th floor, swift and decisive, killing it with one blow. Go, let's get in, I commanded in a low voice, stepping forward to fully enter the 4th floor. Zhang Long, Li Mingzhi, and Wang Lei immediately followed, protecting Zhao Tong in the middle of our formation as we filed in. Just as all of us stepped into the 4th floor, the fire door behind us suddenly crashed with a loud bang. The heavy iron door was violently slammed by Go Shirlong from outside, followed by the sound of chains locking it shut. Lin Shun, enjoy yourself in there. Go Shirlong's taunts came through the iron door, brimming with pride. I've locked this door tight. Today, even if you grow wings, you can't escape. Just wait to die. Zhang Long's eyes turned red as he rushed to the door, kicking it fiercely, yelling, Go Shirlong, you rat in a sewer. If you have the guts, open the door and face me unknown. But the door had already been mostly welded shut by Lu Kai, and now it was completely sealed by chains from the outside. No matter how much he kicked it, it remained unmoved, only dust falling from the vibrations. Stop kicking, I called out to him, my voice calm and devoid of any ripples. Since he dares to lock the door, he won't leave us any way out. Just then laughter and taunts came from above. We looked up, and the open courtyard was unobstructed. Lu Kai was leaning with Go Shirlong and a group of followers against the tempered glass railing on the 6th floor, looking down at us as if we were caged beasts. Go Shirlong clung to the railing wildly, waving his hands below, laughing uproariously. Lin Shun, look up at Grandpa. Put on a good show. If you can kill a few more zombies, Grandpa might be in a good mood and give you a complete corpse when you die. The surrounding followers joined in the laughter, foul words drifting down from the courtyard. Lu Kai stood at the front with his arms crossed, his face devoid of the previous false smile replaced by a cold and mocking indifference, as if watching a farcical show with a foregone conclusion. Even Zhang Minghan stood beside him, her eyes lowered as she looked down, her expression unclear, merely standing quietly like a harmless white flower. With unknown hordes of zombies ahead, a welded iron door behind, and enemies and onlooking survivors watching us from above, the reality was that failure meant death. Li Mingzhi swallowed hard, gripping his steel pipe tightly, his voice a bit strained. "Brother Chen, what should we do now? What else can we do?" I smiled and looked up at Lu Kai and his group by the railing on the 5th floor, the coldness in my eyes suddenly exploding. I slammed the steel pipe against the ground with a loud clang. "He wants to treat us like monkeys, so let's break through this floor and show him who the real joke is." I raised my hand, pointing at the bookshelves on both sides, quickly devising a strategy, each word clear. "Wang Lei, you 3 brothers go block the entrance to the hallway in front, push the outermost bookshelf over to block the passage, and try to leave no gaps. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi, you go block the left entrance behind us, likewise using bookshelves to seal it off. While stab through from the gaps between the shelves. Zhao Tong, hide around the corner, keep an eye on the situation, and give us a heads up." "Understood." They all replied in unison, the panic in their eyes fading instantly, leaving only the determination to fight to the end. As soon as I finished speaking, dozens of zombies charged out from the reading rooms on both sides, roaring as they lunged toward us. Their decayed bodies pressed together, dark red blood staining the ground, making the scalp tingle. The laughter from the 5th floor instantly stopped, everyone clinging to the railing, staring intently at the movement below, not daring to even breathe. "Attack!" With my command, several people instantly dispersed according to the strategy, their movements swift as the wind. The zombies' howls were already at our ears. There was no time to seal the passage perfectly. The 3 Wang Lei brothers, with sheer brute strength, gritted their teeth and forcefully pushed a half-done steel bookshelf forward. With a loud crash, it jammed at the entrance of the corridor, blocking most of the passage, leaving a narrow gap of nearly half a meter between it and the wall. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi also simultaneously secured the entrance behind them, with a bookshelf similarly only blocking the main body and leaving a gap wide enough for zombies to squeeze through. The most dangerous place in the square-shaped library was the circular corridor, which was crisscrossed. Zombies poured in endlessly. We had no time to set up a perfect defense and could only rely on the makeshift barriers to withstand this wave of the undead. Fortunately, we had our backs against 2 perpendicular load-bearing walls with 2 simple bookshelves in front, forming an L-shaped defensive position, completely eliminating the possibility of being flanked. For the zombies to reach us, they had to either squeeze through the narrow gap or claw their way over the bookshelves, severely dividing the battlefield. Almost as soon as the bookshelf hit the ground, the first few zombies howled and lunged forward. 2 of them squeezed through the narrow gap, their decayed claws nearly reaching Zhang Long's face. "Wang Lei, he'll guard the front gap, you take the side." Everyone else thrust hard from behind the bookshelf. I shouted, swinging the steel pipe in my hand and charging towards the incoming zombies. These zombies were devoid of rationality, charging forward solely on instinct, crowding at the front of the bookshelf, clawing frantically at the shelves, their decayed claws reaching through the gaps, the howls resonating painfully in our ears. More zombies squeezed through the narrow gap, one after another, offering no chance to catch our breath. I gripped the steel pipe and met the 2 incoming zombies head-on. I sidestepped the lunge of the foremost zombie, using the momentum of my turn to stab the sharpened steel pipe forcefully into the back of its head. With a crisp sound, the steel pipe penetrated the skull directly. The other zombie had already opened its rotting mouth to bite at me. I reversed my grip on the steel pipe and thrust it fiercely into its mouth, the pipe piercing through the upper palate and destroying its cranial cavity. With a sharp twist of my wrist, I yanked the pipe back, and the zombie fell heavily to the ground, twitching twice before going still. Wang Lei was not to be outdone. The steel pipe in his hand danced with vigor, firmly guarding the narrow gap on the side. Whenever a zombie squeezed in, he would stab in and out with fluidity. He was like an impenetrable wall, blocking all zombies attempting to breach the barrier right in front of him. Wang Lei and I, one on the left and one on the right, firmly held the 2 narrow gaps, specifically targeting and eliminating the zombies that broke through the bookshelf barrier, denying them any opportunity to close in on our team. Wang Lei's 2 brothers Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi were spread out on either side of the bookshelf, piercing through at the zombies stuck outside the shelves with frenzied thrusts. These zombies were blocked by the bookshelf, only able to scratch desperately through the gaps, becoming living targets. Zhang Long focused on the upper shelf, while Li Mingzhi watched the lower shelf, their steel pipes accurately stabbing into the zombies' eye sockets and throats, their coordination seamless. Wang Lei's 2 brothers, with sheer brute strength, stabbed down with their steel pipes, directly piercing through the zombies' eye sockets, the howls echoing one after another. The entire 4th floor corridor was filled with the crack of steel pipes breaking bones, the sound of pipes penetrating skulls, the futile howls of zombies, and our excited shouts intertwining, creating an atmosphere thick with intensity. At one point, 3 zombies stacked on top of each other crashed into the bookshelf, pushing it askew and lunging through the gap, just as they were about to grab Zhao Tong, who was hiding behind. I instantly dashed forward, swinging the steel pipe horizontally, first breaking the arm of the foremost zombie, then stabbing the second one in its eye socket, and finally kicking the third one away. The entire set of actions flowed seamlessly, and the 3 zombies collapsed to the ground in less than 3 seconds. Wang Lei followed suit, using his body to brace against the tilted bookshelf, yelling at his 2 brothers, "Push the other, seal it." In an instant the others reacted, quickly pushing over another row of bookshelves to block the gap, leaving only a narrower slit. Throughout, we never gave the zombies any chance to surround us. Wang Lei and I took on the risk of close combat, while the others used the bookshelves as barriers, harvesting the lives of zombies with zero risk, each fulfilling their role and working in perfect harmony. The railings on the 5th and 6th floors were completely silent. The previously laughing confidants and observing students were all dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at us below, watching our blood-soaked battle, forgetting to close their mouths. They had seen too many students go down to clear zombies, either being torn apart by being flanked or returning in disarray, discarding their armor. Never before had anyone faced such an unending tide of zombies like us, remaining completely calm, and instead turning the absolute disadvantage into a unified offensive and defensive killing formation. Especially for me at the forefront facing the lunging zombies, not only did I not retreat an inch, but every move I made was fatal and precise, as if I were not fighting for my life, but merely doing the most ordinary task. This was no desperate struggle, it was clearly an overpowering counterattack. Gu Shilong's smug smile had frozen on his face, disbelief filling his eyes, and he kept muttering, "Impossible, this can't be happening," as his hand gripping the steel pipe began to tremble slightly. He had originally thought that locking us on the 4th floor meant sending us to hell, waiting to see us torn apart by the zombie. But he never expected that not only did I possess extraordinary combat skills, but I also had an uncanny ability to adapt to situations, turning the disadvantage of the square structure into our defensive advantage, transforming a doomed predicament into a slaughterhouse for the zombies. Liu Kai's expression completely darkened, his arms crossed tighter, the mockery in his eyes replaced with dread and a surging intent to kill. He finally realized that his previous judgment was entirely wrong. This student named Lin Shun was far from an ordinary university student, let alone just a hot-headed fool who could only talk. He truly had the ability, both brave and cunning, capable of overturning all the rules he had set up on this 6th floor. In less than 20 minutes, the dozens of zombies that charged at us were cleared away completely. The ground was littered with the corpses of zombies, and the black-red blood flowed across the floor through the gaps in the bookshelves. As for us, apart from me and Wang Lei being splattered with blood, the others had no injuries at all. The ecstasy of having escaped death surged instantly. Zhang Long threw the steel pipe to the ground and burst into laughter, slapping my arm. "Brother Chun. Awesome. So freaking awesome. I thought we were going to die today, but unexpectedly we managed to take down so many zombies with 0 casualties. I am completely impressed. From now on, wherever you point, I will strike." Wang Lei also heavily patted my shoulder, his voice filled with admiration and the exhilaration of having escaped death. "Brother Lin Shun, I have never admired many people in my life, but you are one of them. If it weren't for you just now, those zombies would have charged in. Following you is definitely worth it." Even Zhao Tong, who had been tense all along, finally let out a sigh of relief, putting down the steel pipe she had held tightly, her face full of admiration. "Lin Shun, you are truly amazing." The few of us gathered together, all wearing expressions of joy after surviving a disaster. Meanwhile, the railing on the 6th floor erupted with commotion. The observing students could no longer contain themselves, erupting in waves of astonishment, their gasps floating down to the courtyard. The looks in their eyes as they gazed at us were no longer that of mere spectators, only shock and admiration remained. Zhang Long, hearing the commotion, looked up at the group of people above, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but give Gu Shilong the finger, laughing heartily. "Screw you, Gu Shilong. I'm still alive. Open your eyes and see clearly. With this level of trash, you still want to kill me? Ha ha." Hearing trash, we all burst into laughter. This dragon is truly hilarious. In that moment of universal shock, as we were immersed in the joy of victory, a sudden penetrating hoarse and wrathful roar erupted from the closed reading room in the northwest corner of. In the moment that the furious roar descended, the half-open iron door of the closed reading room in the northwest corner was slowly pushed open. A nauseating stench surged out first, followed by 2 dark figures emerging one after the other from within. They were 2 mutated zombie dogs. The one in front was a male dog, standing almost at the waist of an adult human with pitch-black fur that was ragged and patchy, revealing the coiled and dark muscle underneath. Its limbs were as thick as small steel pillars, and its sharp claws glistened with cold light, leaving shallow white marks on the cement floor. Its mouth was half open, with ivory fangs as long as fingers dripping with thick, black-red saliva. Its pair of murky crimson eyes were fixed on the zombie corpse we had just killed, emitting a deep, oppressive growl from its throat. The female dog following behind was slightly smaller and visibly weaker. The fur on its belly had almost fallen off, and its loose skin hung down. Yet even so, its gaze remained fierce as it pressed closely to the male dog, tearing at the zombie's rotten flesh, each bite producing a crunching sound. Unlike the slow-moving ordinary zombies, the movements of these two zombie dogs were light and swift, making no extra sound as they landed. The explosive power hidden in their muscle lines made one break into a cold sweat, just from watching. Damn, it's a zombie dog. Zhang Long tensed up instantly, instinctively raising a steel pipe in front of him, his back drenched in cold sweat, his voice tight. He had previously seen a classmate taken down by a zombie dog at the dormitory entrance. The speed and biting force of those creatures were beyond what ordinary zombies could match. A one bite could even break bones. At the edge of the railing on the 5th and 6th floors, the originally noisy crowd of onlookers suddenly erupted. Gasps and screams rose and fell, with many girls directly covering their eyes. The few who had been cheering along with Lu Kai suddenly fell silent, their faces as pale as paper, their hands gripping the railing trembling slightly. Gu Shilong paused for 2 seconds, then burst into a wild laugh, hanging onto the railing and shouting down below, "Great. Wonderful. Lin Shen, it's truly time for you to meet your end. Let's see how you survive this time." Lu Kai stood at the front with his arms crossed, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth, his eyes filled with the mockery of victory. In his eyes, facing these two incredibly fast monsters, Lin Shen and his group were already as good as dead. Only Zhang Menghan, clutching her skirt tightly, had lost the composed demeanor she usually displayed, her anxiety now evident as her gaze remained fixed on Lin Shen on the 4th floor, breathing lightly. Meanwhile, we on the 4th floor held our breath, not daring to make a sound. I fixed my gaze on the two zombie dogs, my mind racing. Something was off. Since they had come out of the reading room, they had been tearing at the zombie corpses on the ground, and even though we stood only a few meters away, they merely glanced at us without any intention of attacking. Especially the female dog, which had remained tucked behind the male dog without leaving its side. There was something wrong. It seemed their current target was not us, but the rotten flesh on the ground to replenish their strength. Everyone stay still and slowly back away. I lowered my voice and quickly instructed the few people beside me. These two creatures must have just given birth to pups. They have a strong territorial instinct, but don't see us as a threat, so don't provoke them. We are nearly out of strength. Let's take refuge in the reading room next to us and wait for them to leave. The others understood immediately, lightening their movements and slowly retreating towards the door of the adjacent reading room. Wang Lei clutched the steel pipe tightly, his eyes fixed on the two zombie dogs moving the slowest and bringing up his two brothers De Lu and Er Zhu flanked him on either side, gripping their steel pipes tightly, ready to respond to any sudden changes. Zhao Tong was at the front, already reaching for the doorknob of the reading room. As soon as she pushed the door open, we could temporarily hide inside and avoid these two fierce creatures. Everyone's heart was in their throats, only 3 steps away from the reading room door. At that moment, a sudden sound of something breaking through the air came from the 6th floor. A glass bottle filled with crushed stones came crashing down from the edge of the 6th floor railing, landing directly at the feet of the male zombie dog on the cement floor. Clang! The glass bottle shattered on impact, sharp shards of glass splattering everywhere, with several pieces directly hitting the female dog's face, creating shallow cuts. The female dog let out a shrill and painful whimper, instantly retreating behind the male dog. The male zombie dog, however, immediately bristled. It abruptly raised its head, its crimson eyes fixed on the direction of the 6th floor, letting out a deafening, furious roar, its muscles tensed up like a bow drawn tight. But the railing on the 6th floor obscured its view, and it couldn't see the person who had thrown the bottle, only smelling the closest and strongest human scent. Us. It instantaneously regarded us as enemies, attacking its partner, scraping its claws fiercely against the ground, giving us no time to react, its arched body launching itself at us like a cannonball. The speed was so fast it seemed to leave only a shadow. In the blink of an eye, the distance of more than 10 meters was closed. "Be careful," I shouted, swinging the steel pipe in my hand, but it was already too late. The target of this male zombie dog was not me, who stood at the front, but Wang Lei, who was at the back and still trying to regain his balance. Wang Lei had just given Zhao Tong a push towards the reading room door, his back completely exposed, with no time to dodge, watching helplessly as the zombie dog's fangs drew closer to his throat. "Be careful, Lei Go." A shout erupted as De Lu rushed in from the side, using all his strength to slam into Wang Lei. In the next second, the fangs of the male zombie dog sank deeply into De Lu's throat. With a crunch, the sharp fangs pierced straight through his neck, and hot blood gushed out, staining half the wall. De Lu didn't even have time to scream. His body twitched violently a couple of times, the steel pipe falling from his hands with a clang, his eyes wide open, maintaining the posture of having pushed Wang Lei until the life left him. "De Lu." Wang Lei's eyes widened in rage, screaming madly, his eyes instantly reddening, with tears clutching the steel pipe, ready to charge at the male zombie dog. But before he could move, the female zombie dog, which had been hiding behind, also moved. Even though it was weak, the instinct to protect its pups and partner drove it into a fierce frenzy. It leaped, bypassing our front, heading straight for Zhao Tong, who was unarmed and hiding at the reading room door. "Get lost." Er Zhu, with bloodshot eyes, directly jumped in front of Zhao Tong, thrusting the sharpened steel pipe toward the female zombie dog's head. But the female zombie dog was too fast. As it dodged the steel pipe, it bit fiercely into Erju's arm that held the pipe, violently throwing him to the ground, its sharp claws pressing down hard on his chest. Erju! Wang Lei's eyes turned red, his throat hoarse from the shout. Erju faced the female zombie dog lunging at him, without any sign of retreat. Even with his arms bone crushed, he still exerted the last bit of strength to force the steel pipe into the open mouth of the female zombie dog. Thud! The steel pipe pierced through its upper jaw, thoroughly destroying its skull. The female zombie dog let out a heart-wrenching scream, its body stiffening. But Erju was also bitten in the neck by the female zombie dog, in its dying struggle, blood pouring out everywhere. Until his last moment, he held onto that steel pipe tightly, not letting go. In less than 10 seconds, 2 brothers who had fought alongside us fell one after another. Wang Lei's blood surged to his head, his rationality completely consumed by rage. He grabbed the steel pipe, ready to fight the now furious male zombie dog, but I pulled him back, tightly dragging him behind. Don't be impulsive. My voice was as cold as ice, my gaze fixed firmly on the male zombie dog standing beside the female's corpse, my arm muscles tensed like iron. The death of its partner sent this male zombie dog into a frenzy. Its crimson eyes were bloodshot, staring at us, emitting a low growl, saliva dripping onto the ground, its muscles trembling slightly, ready to launch into another, even more frenzied attack. Brother Chun. Wang Lei's voice trembled uncontrollably, tears mixing with the blood on his face, the steel pipe in his hand nearly twisted from his grip. I want to avenge them. I want to kill this beast. Vengeance will definitely be sought. But not by charging in and sacrificing yourself now. As soon as I finished speaking, the male zombie dog let out a deafening roar. It slowly moved its steps, shifting from side to side, forcing us against the railing at the courtyard edge. Behind us was the 10-meter-high railing, below which lay a dark and surging sea of corpses. Falling down, there would be nothing left but bones. In front of us was the completely furious, mutated male zombie dog, its every movement searching for weaknesses in our defense. With no retreat possible, it was a certain death situation. The edge of the 6th floor railing fell completely. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the floor below, not daring to exhale. Gu Shilong clung to the railing, yelling frantically. Come on, Lin Shen, aren't you tough? If you have the ability, Lu Kai, arms crossed, wore an increasingly smug smile, his eyes glinting with the pleasure of having outsmarted us. The corpse dog arched its body, instantly tensing up like a poisoned cannonball, hurtling toward us with a howling, bloody wind. Its speed was astonishing, covering the distance of over 10 meters in the blink of an eye, its stark white fangs glinting ominously in the dim light, directly targeting me, who stood at the front. Be careful, Chun. Wang Lei shouted, his eyes wide with fear as he rushed forward with a steel pipe, positioning himself protectively in front of me, exerting all his strength to smash the pipe down onto the corpse dog's head. Bang! A deafening thud echoed as the steel pipe struck the forehead of the corpse dog, yet it merely shook its head, not retreating, but instead using the force to whip its head back and crash into Wang Lei's chest. Wang Lei let out a muffled grunt, stumbling back like a kite, with a broken string, blood spraying from his mouth. Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi sprang into action, flanking the creature from both sides, their steel pipes whistling through the air as they aimed at the corpse dog's soft waist. The corpse dog reacted with astonishing speed, leaping to dodge the 2 steel pipes, and as it landed, it spun around, its hind feet slamming against Li Mingzhi's pipe, sending him staggering backward. In just a brief encounter, it displayed its overwhelming power. Its speed, strength, and reflexes were far beyond those of an ordinary zombie. The tactics we had employed against zombies were utterly ineffective against it. The guardrails of the 5th and 6th floors erupted in chaos. Gasps and screams erupted as all the students clung to the railings, staring down at the struggle below, their palms slick with cold sweat. Watch out! Behind you! Get away! Quickly! A girl covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, but she couldn't help but peek through her fingers, her heart racing, as if it might burst from her chest. Gu Shilong clung to the railing, shouting frantically, bite them to death! Tear them apart! Lin Shen, you will sure— Yet there was a trace of barely perceptible panic in his voice. He never expected that in the face of the utterly enraged, mutated corpse dog, Lin Shen and the others could still fight back, instead of being torn to shreds immediately. Lu Kai's smile gradually faded, his arms tightening around himself, his face darkening little by little. He stared intently at Lin Shen, the mockery in his eyes transforming into deepening apprehension. This person must not be allowed to live. Just as the corpse dog leaped again, charging toward the downed Wang Lei, I seized the opportunity when it was airborne and unable to change direction, rushing forward with the steel pipe, gathering all my strength to drive the sharpened end into its hind leg joint. Thud! The steel pipe pierced through its hind leg joint, blackish red blood gushing out instantly. The corpse dog let out an ear-piercing scream, crashing heavily to the ground, its crimson eyes locking onto me with murderous intent that seemed ready to overflow. It had gone completely mad. Ignoring Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi beside it dragged its injured hind leg and lunged at me like a crazed beast, each attack aimed to kill, determined to tear me apart. Chun! Wang Lei clutched his chest, struggling against intense pain as he charged forward, seizing the moment when the corpse dog lunged at me to swing the steel pipe, with all his might slamming it into the side of its head. Crack! A clear sound of bones breaking rang out as the corpse dog's head was violently jolted aside, staggering back 2 steps. Now's our chance. Seizing this rare opportunity, Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi charged forward simultaneously, each stabbing their steel pipes into the sides of the corpse dog's waist, burying them deep. Dark blood poured down the steel pipes, and the corpse dog's body began to convulse violently, emitting a low savage growl, its muscles trembling uncontrollably. Everyone thought it was at the end of its strength. But no one expected this was just the beginning of its desperate counterattack. With a deafening roar it erupted, twisting its body violently, forcibly pulling the 2 steel pipes from its waist, spraying dark blood all over Zhang Long and Li Mingzhi. Then it suddenly turned violently, whipping its head, sending the steel pipe in Wang Lei's hand flying crashing hard against a distant bookshelf. Without a weapon, Wang Lei was caught off guard as the corpse dog's paw slammed down on his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground, utterly incapacitated. Wang Lei! Zhang Long shouted as he rushed over to help, but the corpse dog leaped and collided violently with his chest, sending him flying, colliding with Zhao Tong, who was rushing to aid Wang Lei, and they both fell unable to get back up. In less than 5 seconds, everyone had been knocked to the ground, leaving me alone, standing before the creature. The corpse dog dragged its battered body closer to me, its crimson eyes filled with a crazed determination to perish together. With a low growl in its throat, it left a trail of dark red blood with each step. In the next moment, it leaped up, launching a final desperate attack aimed directly at my throat. I gripped the steel pipe, tightly thrusting it toward its head, but it did not dodge. Instead, it opened its mouth wide and clamped down on the front end of the pipe. Its sharp fangs pierced through the pipe wall, biting down with ferocity, and as it violently shook its head, I was thrown off balance, stumbling 2 steps forward. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability, its front claws struck out fiercely, leaving 3 deep wounds on my left arm that went down to the bone. Blood gushed forth, soaking half of my sleeve, a searing pain radiating throughout my body, causing my movements. The corpse dog seized this only opportunity, releasing the steel pipe from its mouth, leaping once more, its bloody jaws aiming straight for my throat. I backed against the railing with nowhere to retreat. The steel pipe still in my right hand, but I had no time to react. The corridor fell into silence, everyone covering their mouths, unable to utter a scream. Go Shilong's face broke into a maniacal grin. In a moment of crisis, a figure suddenly rushed in from the side. "Shin, get down!" Li Mingzhi shouted, using all his strength to shove me aside. I fell heavily to the ground, narrowly avoiding that lethal lunge. But Li Mingzhi, however, collided solidly into the arms of the corpse dog. Its fangs sank deeply into his shoulder, the sound of splintering bones echoing in the silent corridor, sharp and piercing. "Mingzhi!" I screamed, my vision blurring with rage as I scrambled to my feet. But Li Mingzhi shook his head at me, his eyes red. With the last ounce of strength he could muster, he wrapped his arms tightly around the corpse dog's neck, refusing to let go despite the creature's frenzied tearing at his shoulder. He looked at me, forcing a smile through a mouthful of blood. "Chun, take the brothers. Survive." The moment his words fell, he suddenly turned, embracing the violently struggling corpse dog, and leaped over the railing of the atrium. Amidst the heart-wrenching gasps of everyone, 1 man and 1 dog plummeted like a shooting star straight down into the dark sea of corpses on the first floor. A heavy thud echoed from the atrium, followed immediately by the frenzied roars of the sea of corpses, entirely drowning out all other sounds. The entire library fell into a deathly silence. On the 5th and 6th floors, the guardrails were utterly still. Go Shilong, who had been shouting madly moments ago, stood there dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, his smug expression frozen, replaced by disbelief in his eyes. The girls covered their mouths, tears streaming silently down their faces, not daring to make a sound. The students who had initially watched with a detached attitude were now readied, fists clenched, trembling all over. All expressions had vanished from Lu Kai's face, his complexion turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, his arms tightening around himself, his apprehension transforming into chilling fear. Jiang Menghan's tears silently slid down her cheeks, her grip on the railing so tight that her knuckles turned white. I rushed over, leaning against the railing, staring intently at the surging sea of corpses on the first floor, trembling all over. Blood dripped from the wound on my left arm, falling drop by drop onto the ground. The calmness and composure in my eyes shattered, completely replaced by an overwhelming surge of murderous intent and sorrow, red veins crawling across the whites of my eyes like a beast on the brink of losing control. Wang Lei knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, emitting suppressed, beast-like whimpers. Zhang Long leaned against the railing, gazing down at the empty floor below, tears mingling with the blood on his face, streaming down incessantly. Zhao Tong sat slumped on the ground, covering her mouth, shaking uncontrollably from her sobs. At that moment, from the end of the corridor in the reading room, a sudden, distant barking echoed. In the silent corridor, the faint sound of whimpering was exceptionally clear. Soft and light, mingling with the rustling of paper being chewed, it drifted intermittently towards us, causing the hairs on our bodies to stand on end after just enduring a deadly battle. There are still survivors. Zhang Long instantly tensed up, picking up the steel pipe that had fallen to the ground. The muscles in his arms were taut with exertion, blood from his wound trickling down the steel pipe. He had just witnessed Li Qingzhe fall down the stairs while holding the zombie dog, and now his eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. Wang Lei's reaction was even more intense. The bodies of Lu and Erju lay not far away, their blood still warm. The lives of these two brothers had been taken by the zombie dogs, and now the barking echoed again in his ears, representing the remnants of the enemies that had killed his brothers. They must be eradicated. With his eyes reddened, he snatched the steel pipe from the ground, gritting his teeth as he charged towards the northwest reading room, a beast-like growl rolling in his throat. I will kill that son of a dog. Give my brothers their lives back. Stop. I reached out and firmly grabbed the back of his collar, forcefully pulling it. The wound on his left arm, scratched by the zombie dog, throbbed painfully as blood soaked half of his sleeve in an instant, but I didn't even furrow my brow. My voice was as cold as ice. Charging in now is no different from seeking death. Wang Lei abruptly turned back, his eyes bloodshot, and tears mixing with the dirt on his face. Brother Chun. Both my brothers died at their hands. Mingzhi is gone too. 3 lives. Even if there's still one inside, even if it costs me my life, I have to kill it. I know you want revenge. I tightened my grip on his arm enough to crush bones, forcing him to calm down, but revenge does not mean throwing away. You saw how fierce that male dog was just now. If there is another adult zombie dog inside, charging in now would just mean digging new graves for Lu and Erju. Can you face them knowing they protected you with their lives? These words hit him like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the madness in Wang Lei's eyes. His hand, clenching the steel pipe, trembled uncontrollably, his shoulders heaving as suppressed sobs rolled out from his throat. I let go of my grip, quickly scanning the surrounding environment, and rapidly formulating a strategy. Zhang Long, guard the passages on both sides of the corridor, keep an eye on the reading rooms to prevent any straggling zombies from sneaking up behind us. Zhao Tong, stand by the railing to assist, have the first aid kit ready for any emergencies. Wang Lei, come with me, we'll go check the situation in the reading room. Understood. The others replied in unison. At this moment, the railing on the 5th and 6th floors had fallen completely silent. Most of the people had heard that bark and knew just how terrifying the 2 zombie dogs were. They were drenched in cold sweat, their hearts racing. Go Shilong froze for 2 seconds, then erupted into wild laughter, leaning over the railing and shouting down, great. Wonderful. Lin Shen, fate is against you. You just killed a big one, and there's a little one waiting inside. Let's see how you survive. Lu Kai stood at the front, arms crossed, his face lacking expression, yet a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He couldn't wait for there to be another adult zombie dog inside, hoping it would tear apart Lin Shen and his remaining troops, eliminating the threat once and for all. In his eyes, Lin Shen, who was exhausted and injured, had no chance against a 3rd zombie dog. Wang Lei and I moved cautiously, steel pipes raised, our steps light, as we gradually approached the northwest reading. The closer we got to the door, the clearer the faint whimpering became. It was indeed the sound only newborn pups could make, lacking the ferocity and deep growl of adult zombie dogs, only soft whimpers mixed with the rustling of paper being chewed. I gestured to Wang Lei, signaling him to guard by the door. Taking a deep breath, I lifted my foot and kicked hard against the iron door of the reading room. Bang! The iron door was kicked open, and I instantly rushed in with the steel pipe raised, ready for an attack. But the anticipated biting and roaring did not occur at all. The reading room was in disarray, with scattered books and scraps of paper everywhere. In the corner lay a torn cardboard box, inside which were a few old coats, and curled up was a tiny puppy the size of my palm. It was a recently born Chinese rural dog, covered in soft black fur, its eyes not fully open, only a thin slit visible as it huddled in the cardboard box, emitting faint whimpers. Its belly was severely sunken, its small body trembling incessantly. The rustling sound just now came from its desperate chewing on the scraps of the cardboard. Next to the cardboard box, there were traces of blood and membranes from the mother dog's delivery, and even a few dead pups that hadn't survived. No wonder the mother dog was so weak. No wonder her instinct to protect her pups was so intense. No wonder Lu Kai could drive her completely mad with just a glass bottle. Having just given birth, she would do anything to protect her pups, which would drive her to launch a relentless attack. Wang Lei stood frozen, looking at the tiny puppy in the cardboard box, the steel pipe in his hand raised in midair, unable to put it down or lift it higher. But the next second, the dazed look in his eyes was replaced by fury. Lu Erju and Li Mingzhi, 3 brothers, had lost their lives to this pair of zombie dogs. The blood feud was right in front of him. Even if it was just a newborn pup, it was still the offspring of the enemy. He gritted his teeth and raised the steel pipe again, ready to smash it down on the cardboard box. Even if it's just a pup, it's still that mad dog's offspring. Today I must kill it to avenge my brothers. I'll join you. Zhang Long rushed in, as well, eyes red, and steel pipe raised, ready to advance. Brother Qin, don't stop us. This thing will grow into a disaster. It must be killed now. Everyone stop. I stepped in front of the cardboard box, firmly holding back the steel pipes coming down from the 2. My Brother Chun. Wang Lei's eyes reddened. Why are you stopping us? This is the offspring of the one that killed our 3 brothers. Why keep it alive? First, it's not the enemy. I looked at the two of them speaking slowly, my voice not loud, but each word clear. The ones who killed Lu Erju and Mingzhi were Lu Kai, who intentionally threw a glass bottle to provoke, and the enraged adult zombie dogs, not this little pup that hasn't even opened its eyes or learned to walk. It hasn't done anything wrong and hasn't harmed any of us. Second, look closely. I shifted slightly to the side, pointing at the puppy in the cardboard box. It has intact, fur, normal body temperature, no rot, and no bloodthirsty aggression. It is completely different from its infected parents. It is a perfectly normal dog, not a zombie. Third, and most importantly, I glanced at the two, my tone carrying undeniable certainty. This is the apocalypse with zombies everywhere. Our eyes and ears can only detect limited dangers. The dog's sense of smell and hearing is dozens of times better than humans. It can warn us of zombies several kilometers away and find resources and water sources that we cannot locate. In the future, it will be our ace for survival, not an enemy. After I finished speaking, Wang Lei and Zhang Long stood frozen, their hands holding the steel pipes, slowly dropping down. They were not unreasonable people. They were just blinded by the pain of their brother's tragic deaths. Now calming down, they realized that every single word Lin Shen said was right. The real enemy was Lu Kai, not this defenseless puppy. At that moment, the little black dog in the cardboard box was awakened by our argument. It slowly opened its wet eyelids, revealing a pair of shiny black eyes. This was its first time opening its eyes to see the world after birth, and the first living creature it laid eyes on was me, bent over and looking at it. The little black dog stared into my eyes for a few seconds, then let out a soft whimper, using its short legs to clamber over the edge of the cardboard box, inching closer to me. It extended its tiny pink tongue and gently licked my blood-stained fingertips. The warm touch felt entirely. After licking, it snuggled closer into my palm, treating me as its sole support, emitting a soothing hum. At that moment, the smell of blood and decay in the corridor, the pain of losing brothers, and the despair of the apocalypse seemed to be diluted by this small warm touch. Wang Lei watched this scene, sighed deeply through the steel pipe down to the ground, turned his head to wipe his face, and stopped speaking. I carefully picked up the little black dog. It was no bigger than my palm, as light as a ball of cotton curling into a small ball in my hand. From now on, you shall be called Heighten. I gently stroked its head and whispered, from this day forward, this little black dog born in the apocalypse would be my new bond in this cannibalistic world. The silence in the corridor on the 4th floor lingered for a full 10 minutes. By the railing on the 5th floor, a crowd of onlookers was packed tightly. From the initial breath-holding anticipation to the later whispered conversations, everyone stretched their necks, fixating on the door of the reading room in the northwest corner, eager to press their eyes against the glass and glean any movement within. The heart-wrenching scream from the fall still echoed in their ears, quickly followed by a deathly silence, causing everyone to feel a pounding in their hearts. What's going on? Go Shilong scratched his shiny head and leaned closer to Lu Kai, lowering his voice to ask, hasn't there been any movement for a while? Were they taken out by the mad dog inside? Lu Kai did not respond. His gaze was fixed on the iron door of the reading room, his brow furrowed tightly. He had observed the combat prowess of that male corpse dog the entire time. Its speed, strength, and bite force were all far beyond that of ordinary zombies. Even if Lin Shun had 9 lives, it wouldn't be enough for that creature to tear him apart. Yet he felt that something was off. The 2 zombie dogs, 1 male and 1 female, had the female's belly visibly sunken, showing clear signs of having given birth. Moreover, the male dog was extremely aggressive, while the female dog remained cowering behind it. This was a typical nesting behavior. Those 2 mad dogs just had puppies. Lu Kai murmured, his eyes suddenly brightened. Go Shilong looked confused. What? You fool. Lu Kai scolded in a low voice. The female just gave birth, so the male is going wild. There must be puppies in that reading room. Go Shilong scratched his head. So what if there are puppies? We can't eat them. Lu Kai ignored him. His mind raced. The puppies born from the 2 zombie dogs must carry the virus, but he had seen clearly from above that the female dog was desperately trying to protect the direction of the reading room. What did this indicate? It indicated that the puppies were still alive. A dog born in the apocalypse with both parents being zombie dogs, yet it had not been infected. This was nothing short of a miracle. More importantly, if he could get his hands on it and raise it, it would become a zombie dog that would only obey him. In this building, who would dare to say no to him? It must be obtained. Lu Kai's voice dropped to a whisper, as if speaking to himself. Before Go Shilong could react, Lu Kai had already turned to look at Jiang Menghan beside him. Jiang Menghan had been quietly leaning against the railing, her face showing little expression. Since the bloodbath on the 4th floor began, she had not said a single word, only watching. She had witnessed Lin Shin struggle against dozens of zombies, with 6 people watched as Wang Lei's brother had his throat bitten out by the male dog, and seen Li Qingzhe tumble down with the mad dog. She had seen it all without blinking. Menghan. Lu Kai placed his hand on her shoulder. Jiang Menghan's body stiffened slightly, then she looked up, revealing a gentle and obedient smile. Kai, what's wrong? Help me with something. Lu Kai leaned closer to her ear, whispering a few words. Jiang Menghan's smile did not, but her fingers tightened around the cuff. Kai, are you saying the puppies from those 2 mad dogs? Yes. Lin Shin must have brought the puppies out. Lu Kai's gaze locked onto the door of the reading room again. If those things' parents grew so large you saw their combat power too. If we get it and raise it will be our trump card on the 6th floor. By then not just Lin Shin, the entire building will have to listen to us. He turned to Jiang Minghan, staring into her eyes. You and Lin Shin are both from the literature department. You're practically classmates. If you go to ask, it will be more effective than if I do. Jiang Minghan lowered her eyelashes, silent for 2 seconds. Then she raised her head, her apricot eyes filled with just the right amount of grievance. Kai, I'm not that familiar with him. What if he refuses? Refuses, eh? Lu Kai scoffed. Just speak up. If he refuses, it means he is bullying you, a woman, in front of the whole building. Then without me lifting a finger, the spittle from these folks on the 6th floor will drown him. Jiang Minghan looked into his eyes and suddenly smiled. It was light and faint like a ripple on the lake's surface disturbed by the wind. All right, Kai, I will go. As soon as she finished speaking, the iron door of the reading room creaked and slowly opened. All eyes instantly turned towards it. I stumbled out covered in blood with deep claw marks on my left arm, visibly bleeding, half of my body stained red. What is Lin Shin holding in his arms? I can't see clearly. It's a dark lump, looks like a dog. My God, is it still alive? The crowd on the 5th floor erupted into chaos, gasps of astonishment rising one in everyone's eyes. Watching me, apart from shock, there was more uncontainable admiration. 6 people, 2 sacrificed on the spot, and the last one embracing the zombie dog to their mutual demise, exchanging their lives for everyone else's escape. If it were them, they wouldn't even be able to withstand the first wave of zombie dogs, let alone clear the 4th floor. Lu Kai's gaze was fixed on the little black dog in my arms. His guess was correct. Those 2 zombie dogs had indeed given birth. His throat moved slightly, and he gently pushed Jiang Minghan at the waist. Go. Jiang Minghan stepped forward. She held onto the railing with both hands, leaning half her body out to look down at me, bloodied on the 4th floor. The wind lifted her bangs, revealing her apricot eyes. There was no coquetry, no grievance, only a pool of water that obscured its depth. Lin Shin. Her voice was soft, but clear. The little dog in your arms, it was born from those 2 zombie dogs, right? The corridor fell silent instantly. All eyes turned to the little black dog in my arms. Born from a zombie dog. Could it be that this little creature also carried the virus? I did not speak. Jiang Minghan did not need me to answer. She turned her gaze away and looked at Lu Kai, her voice soft, as if discussing something trivial. Kai, you see, I told you so. Those 2 mad dogs were desperately trying to protect the reading room. Surely they were guarding their puppies. Lu Kai nodded in satisfaction. He leaned over the railing, calling down to me, with a tone feigning concern. Lin Shin. Lin Shin. The little dog in your arms. He paused, carefully choosing his words. You have seen its parents. Their mutation level far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. This puppy must carry the virus. Keeping it by your side is too dangerous. For everyone's safety, you should hand it over to me, and he'll take care of it. Take care of it. Before I could speak, Wang, lay still nursing his injuries, suddenly rushed to the railing's edge. He pointed a finger at Lu Kai's nose, his body shaking with anger. Lu Kai, you've got no shame left. If it weren't for you throwing that glass bottle down from upstairs to Lu and Zhu wouldn't have died. Mingzhi wouldn't have jumped down with the mad dog. How can you still have the face to ask for the dog now? His roar echoed up through the courtyard, each word dripping with blood. The students on the 5th floor fell silent, their gazes toward Lu Kai, filled with an odd glimmer. Everyone had witnessed who threw that glass bottle. Lu Kai's face flushed crimson, but unlike usual, he did not erupt in anger. Classmate Wang Lei, your statement is incorrect. His voice instead became calm, carrying a tone of earnestness. I threw that bottle just now to save you all. Those 2 rabid dogs had already pushed you to the edge of the railing. If I hadn't thrown the bottle to distract them, could you still be standing here talking to me? Wang Lei trembled with rage, about to curse, but I silenced him with a glance. Arguing with such a person was I looked up at the 5th floor, my gaze passing Lu Kai, landing on Jiang Minghan. She stood by the railing, her white dress and long hair blowing in the wind, quietly watching me, her face devoid of any superfluous expression. Jiang Minghan. I spoke, my voice soft yet clear. These words were prompted by Lu Kai, weren't they? Jiang Minghan's eyelashes fluttered slightly. Yet she neither denied nor confirmed it. She merely tilted her head, slightly glanced at Lu Kai beside her, then returned her gaze to me. Lin Shin, it doesn't matter who prompted me to speak. Her voice was light like a breeze. What matters is that the dog in your arms is indeed born of a zombie dog. It may be small now and appear harmless, but you don't know what blood flows within its body. What if it grows up, and what if it bites someone? Can you bear the responsibility? Her words were flawless. It was not about, I want this, but rather for everyone's safety. It was not a plea, it was a moral high ground forcing me to take a stand. I looked at her, suddenly feeling a bit of admiration for this woman. In the 15 days of the apocalypse, she had spent all her time by Lu Kai's side. With a smile, every day obedient and gentle, she lived like a vase. Yet no one understood better than her what words should be spoken in this building, what should not be said, and which words could push the other party to a point of no return. So, I asked. So you hand over the dog. Lu Kai interjected, his tone carrying an undeniable sense of command. Hand it over to the professionals for handling. I have experience in raising dogs. If you give this puppy to me, I will assess whether it poses a danger. If it doesn't, it will be our 6th floor's warning dog benefiting everyone. If it does," he paused, his voice turning cold. "If it does, then it cannot be kept." His words sounded grandiose, but translated it meant, "Give me the dog. If it is useful, I will keep it. If not, I will kill it." "It's yours anyway, Lu Kai." I couldn't help but laugh. "Teacher Lu, if you want this dog, feel free to take it." Lu Kai, "Come down and get it yourself." The 5th floor fell silent in an instant. Lu Kai's smile froze on his face. "Come down." From the 5th floor to the 4th. The 4th floor had just been cleared halfway, littered with zombie corpses and bloodstains, and who knows how many solitary zombies lurked in the corridors. Lu Kai treasured his life. He hadn't even approached the stairwell to the 6th floor in the past 15 days, and now he was asked to descend to the 4th. His face changed repeatedly, finally squeezing out a statement through gritted teeth. "Lin, Shin, don't be ungrateful. You wanted the dog, but it's not like I'm delivering it to you." I leaned against the railing, pulling the little black pup closer to my chest. "If you want to, come get it yourself. If you don't dare stop talking nonsense." The little black pup let out a soft whimper in my arms, extending its pink tongue to lick my fingers. The warm sensation from my fingertips was incongruous with the blood, decay, and death that filled the building. Lu Kai's face darkened ominously. He suddenly turned his head, glaring at Go Shilong beside him. "You go down." Go Shilong's face turned pale instantly. "Brother Kai, I. What do you mean you? You're usually quite capable, aren't you? Go down and bring me that dog. Hurry up." Go Shilong's legs felt as heavy as lead glued to the spot, and after stuttering for a long time, he managed to utter, "Brother Kai, the 4th floor. It's not cleared yet. What if there are still zombies?" "Useless." Lu Kai kicked him in the leg, then turned to the few loyal subordinates beside him. Every person who met his gaze lowered their heads, none daring to make eye contact. The students on the 5th floor quietly observed this scene. Watching Lu Kai frantically scold, seeing his subordinates shrink back one by one, witnessing the director Lu, who usually towered above everyone, and saw all as pawns, unable to even seize a dog. I don't know who laughed first. It was light, as if they couldn't help it. Then came a second, a third. The laughter was not loud, but in the deathly silence of the 5th floor, it was particularly jarring. Lu Kai's face completely lost composure. He slammed the railing and shouted angrily down at me, "Lin Shun, you wait for me. You won't keep that dog. You won't keep the supplies on the 4th floor either. They're all mine." I completely ignored him. Turning around, I took the little black pup and walked into the reading room. Behind me came Lu Kai's frantic curses along with Go Shilong's timid agreement. The voices grew more distant, more blurred, like they were separated by a thick layer of water. In the reading room, Zhao Tong was tending to Wang Lei's chest wound. Upon seeing me enter, she immediately stood up, her gaze falling on the wound on my left arm, which was still oozing blood. Her expression changed at once. "Brother Chun, you're wound." "I'm fine." Just as I finished speaking, a strong wave of dizziness crashed over me. I staggered, using one hand to support myself against the nearby bookshelf to avoid collapsing. The wound on my left arm felt like it was being burned by fire, and the weakness from blood loss surged like a tide, my vision darkening intermittently. Zhao Tong rushed over to support me, pressing me down onto the sofa. Her hands trembled as she opened the first aid kit, iodine gauze and tourniquets spread out across the table. "Brother Chin, hold on, I'll treat your wound right away." Her voice carried a hint of tears. I leaned on the sofa, my consciousness gradually fading. The final image was Zhao Tong's reddened eyes, Wang Lei's silent silhouette leaning against the wall, Zhang Long crouched at the door counting supplies, and the little black pup in my arms, its eyes not yet fully opened. Looking up, it nudged my fingers with its damp, warm nose, emitting soft, warm whimpers. As if to say, "Don't sleep." I did not sleep. I was just too tired. When I awoke again, the sun outside was already tilting towards the west. The warm evening light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the reading room, casting long shadows on the ground, warm and cozy, yet failing to dispel the bone-deep chill within. I shifted my body slightly and realized that my left shoulder and entire arm were wrapped in thick bandages, with faint bloodstains seeping through the gauze. With every movement, a piercing, tearing pain shot from the wound, causing half of my body to feel numb and stiff. Just after waking, I was still somewhat dazed, as if the blood-soaked words of Li Mingzhi before his fall echoed in my ears. Looking up, I saw Zhao Tong sitting nearby, cradling a newly born black puppy in her arms, carefully feeding it milk with a syringe. The little creature was full and curled up in her arms, emitting soft whimpers as it slept peacefully. In this world filled with blood and death, this small, vibrant life felt especially precious. Zhang Long squatted at the entrance of the reading room, meticulously sorting and organizing the supplies he had scavenged from various storage rooms, borrowing rooms, water dispensers, and snack machines on the 4th floor. Canned food, mineral water, potato chips, medicine lighters, and even several unopened packs of cigarettes were all categorized and neatly arranged. His eyes were still red, his forehead drenched in sweat, and his hands trembled slightly as he sorted the supplies. Each item he picked up elicited a low mutter, recalling the things Li Mingzhi had longed to eat before his sacrifice. Yet Wang Lei was nowhere to be found. "Where's Lei?" I braced myself against the edge of the sofa, gritting my teeth to sit up shakily, my voice hoarse from excessive blood loss. Chengge, you're awake. Zhao Tong quickly placed the puppy gently on the sofa and hurried over, supporting my arm, fearing I would strain my injury. Wang Lei woke up over half an hour ago. He sat for just a couple of minutes before saying he wanted to go out and have a look. He just left a little while ago. As she spoke, she pointed to the sleeping puppy on the sofa, a faint smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. The name Black Charcoal is truly fitting. You look at its dark fur, it suits it perfectly. I nodded, my mind preoccupied with Wang Lei's condition, supporting myself against the armrest of the sofa, determined to stand. I need to go out and check. But as soon as I stood, I stumbled, completely drained of strength, and my vision blackened momentarily. Seeing this, Zhang Long rushed over to steady me, his voice anxious, and raised. Chengge, you've just lost a lot of blood. Zhao Tong said you must rest, you can't move around. If there's anything, I can handle it. I waved my hand, indicating I was fine, gritting my teeth as I forced myself to walk out of the reading room supported by him. The golden light of the setting sun spilled across the long corridor, warm and inviting, yet the lingering scent of blood and decay in the air refused to dissipate. The bloodstains on the ground had already begun to darken and dry, scattered with broken steel pipes, shattered glass shards, and the uncleaned remnants of zombie limbs, bearing witness to the brutal struggle that had just taken place. At the end of the corridor, I spotted Wang Lei's silhouette. He was crouched down alone, meticulously wiping away the congealed blood from Delu and Erju's faces with a clean white cloth he had torn from the curtains. His movements were incredibly gentle, as if afraid of hurting his already sleeping brothers. Tears streamed down his face, splattering the white cloth and blooming into dark stains. His entire face twisted from the extreme sadness, yet he bit down hard on his teeth, not letting out a single cry, only a suppressed whimper that resembled a wounded beast. The wound on his arm split open due to his frantic movements, blood seeping through the bandage, yet he seemed completely oblivious. Zhang Long and I stood frozen, watching this scene, our noses growing hot, unable to hold back our tears. I stepped forward, wanting to lend a hand, but Wang Lei gently waved me off, his voice hoarse and heavy with emotion. Chengge, there's no need. Of the 13 brothers who escaped from the dormitory together, I'm the only one left now. Most of them died because of me. Let me see them off for the last time. My outstretched hand froze midair. My heart felt like it was being repeatedly sliced by a dull knife, the pain rendering me breathless. Zhang Long and I could no longer hold it together, leaning against the nearby bookshelf as silent tears streamed down our faces. Images of Li Mingzhi surfaced in my mind, the freshman who needed Zhang Long to cover his eyes even for a vaccine, the boy who, despite his legs trembling in fear of zombies, still closed his eyes and bravely wielded a steel pipe, the one who at the critical moment jumped into the sea of corpses with a mad dog in his arms, leaving no bones behind. This damned apocalypse. Not long after, Zhao Tong approached, also holding neatly folded white cloth, and handed 2 large pieces of clean cloth to Wang Lei. Her eyes red as she softly said, Wang Lei, my condolences. Wang Lei nodded, thanking her hoarsely. Together we gently covered Delu and Erju with the smooth white cloth, hiding their young faces forever frozen in this autumn. Under the setting sun, the 4 of us who remained bowed deeply to the 2 fallen brothers. I stood at the front, gazing at the 2 covered corpses, my voice low, yet filled with weight, echoing throughout the entire building. Delu, Erju, and Mingzhi, rest assured as you go. I Linshan will avenge you. Lu Kai and Go Shilong, I will make them pay 100-fold. I promise you, as long as I am alive, I will lead the remaining brothers to clear this building and ensure everyone lives. By the railing on the 5th floor, people had gathered without notice. There was no noise, no uproar. Everyone stood quietly witnessing this simple funeral downstairs. Many girls secretly wiped away tears, and even the boys who typically feared nothing showed reddened eyes. They had witnessed too many separations and deaths in this apocalypse, seen too much filth from those who schemed against each other for survival, yet rarely had they seen someone willing to sacrifice their own life for a brother, and even less so someone capable of making such a heavy promise in dire straits. Lu Kai stood at the front, watching the scene below with a face as dark as the bottom of a pot, his hands gripping the railing. He had originally thought Lin Chun was merely a somewhat skilled, headstrong college student who could easily be dealt with and eliminated on the 4th floor. But he never expected that Lin Chun not only emerged alive, but also through a life-and-death struggle and a simple funeral completely won over the hearts of the students in the building. He clearly understood that from this moment on, something within this library had irrevocably changed. The rules he painstakingly built on the 6th floor were being overturned bit by bit. As the sun vanished completely beyond the horizon, we finished inventorying and organizing all supplies on the corridor on the 4th floor, shaped like the Chinese character Hui, had been fully cleared into a secure zone. The west side reading room, equipped with a lock, had been converted into our temporary stronghold, its corners neatly stacked with the fruits of our afternoon's labor. Zhang Long held a notebook salvaged from a student locker, meticulously recording each item in careful script, his voice brimming with excitement. Brother Chen, this haul is absolutely extraordinary. Both self-service vending machines at the corridor entrance had been pried open. The snack machine yielded chips, chocolate bars, beef jerky, and sandwich noodles, enough to fill 2 large crates. From the beverage machine, we retrieved 14 cases of bottled mineral water and functional drinks. He paused, flipped a page rapidly, and continued his report. We also opened the small logistics storage room beside the vending machines. It contained spare stock for the machines. We found over 30 vacuum-sealed Snickers bars, more than a dozen unopened cases of mineral water, and another dozen cases of electrolyte drinks. We systematically forced open every student locker along both sides of the corridor, uncovering private stashes of snacks, self-heating rice meals, 2 unopened packages of medical masks, a small bottle of iodine tincture, and several power banks. We searched all fire cabinets on the north and south sides, 20 self-rescue breathing apparatuses, 4 high-lumen flashlights, 4 safety ropes, 2 compact first aid kits, and 4 spare fire extinguishers, solid indispensable gear. I paused in thought, and asked what about the fire axes? Neither cabinet held one. Zhang Long shook his head. All those novels lied through their teeth. I combed every inch. No axe handle, not even a trace. Wang Lei sat by the door of the reading room, gripping a steel pipe, his gaze locked unwaveringly on the fire exit leading to the 5th floor, silent, unmoving. Since burying De Lu and Erju, he had remained like this. Eyes bloodshot, body taut as a drawn bow. Even while eating bread, he never let go of that pipe. I knew the deaths of our brothers had planted an unyielding thorn deep within him. A wound no time could heal, unless Lu Kai and Go Shilong paid for it with their lives. Zhao Tong sat on the sofa, cradling Haitan, the palm-sized black kitten, in her arms. With a sterilized syringe, she carefully fed him warmed milk. Her expression tenderly exasperated. This little rascal truly has an endless appetite. He's already had 4 feedings today. Barely 10 minutes after setting him down, he's already wriggling and nudging around, demanding more. His belly's round as a drum, and still his mouth won't stop moving. I stepped closer and glanced down. Haitan clutched the syringe tip between his tiny jaws, suckling contentedly. Amidst the pervasive bloodshed and death of this apocalyptic world, this fragile spark of life felt profoundly precious. An appetite is a blessing. Merely surviving in this hellish place is no small feat. Gently I brushed my fingers against Haitan's soft velvety head, lowering my voice. From now on, he's one of us. As long as we have food, he'll never go hungry. Zhao Tong smiled and nodded, then gently placed the drowsy kitten into a cardboard box lined with soft curtain fabric. He curled into a tight, warm ball, and soon a delicate purring filled the quiet air. Night had fallen utterly. The library was without power. Only the one ghastly moonlight filtering through the windows faintly traced the corridor's contours. A suffocating silence blanketed the entire building, broken only by the low, guttural moans rising intermittently from the sea of corpses on the 1st floor, echoing hollowly up the open atrium and reverberating through the vast, empty corridors, sending chills down the spine. I gathered the 3 of them close. By the dimmest glow of an emergency light, I laid out the night's watch schedule. My voice hushed yet razor-sharp. Will rotate in 2 shifts tonight. Zhang Long and I will take the first half, of Wang Lei and Zhao Tong the second. Wang Lei, you'll guard the east side fire exit, the very door we entered through. It's the sole passage downward from upper floors. You must hold it without fail. At the slightest anomaly, signal immediately. Zhang Long, you'll station yourself at the western end of the corridor, monitoring all the reading room doors to prevent intruders from entering through the windows. Zhao Tong, you'll remain inside the stronghold, guarding Haitan and our supplies. Keep the door locked. If you hear anything suspicious, blow the prearranged whistle. Under no circumstances open the door. I paused, my gaze sweeping across their faces. Then hard and cold, and unrelenting, Lu Kai was publicly exposed upstairs today. His pride lies in ruins. Given his petty, vindictive nature, he will not let this pass. Moreover, all of us bear wounds. Tonight presents his perfect opportunity for ambush. Stay sharp, fully alert. No lapses. Understood. Understood. They answered in unison, not a flicker of fear in their eyes. Wang Lei tightened his grip on the steel pipe and spoke, voice low and ironclad. Brother Chen, rest assured. If that scoundrel Go Shilong dares descend tonight, he'll leave here in pieces. I'll avenge De Lu and the others. I clapped his shoulder heavily. No further words needed. A brother's vengeance was never mere rhetoric. It demanded blood, Lu Kai's and Go Shilong's, to sanctify 3 unjust deaths. After finalizing the arrangements, Zhang Long sidled up and handed me a Snickers bar salvage from the vending machine, admiration plain on his face. Brother Chen, I'm utterly awestruck. Last night you'd already mapped every route, every escape, even predicted Lu Kai would lock the door to trap us. Then today's choke point tactic against the zombie hounds, and tonight's defensive layout. How does your mind work? It's incredible. I accepted the chocolate, my fingertips tracing the cool foil wrapping. Suddenly my thoughts drifted back several days. These skills were all taught to me by Lao Mo. I wondered how Lao Mo and Hao Zi were faring, and Lin Shi. I had to survive. I had to seize and hold control. Only then could I hope to find them. Snapping back to the present, I offered Zhang Long a faint, weary smile. Just picked up some survival tricks from a dorm mate. Stuff that keeps you alive when the world ends. Zhang Long didn't press further. He sensed I wished to leave the past undisturbed, and simply clapped my shoulder hard, his voice resolute. Brother Chen, no matter what comes next, I'm with you, for life. Where you point, I strike. Time gradually passed, and soon it was 2 o'clock in the early morning. This was the quietest moment in the entire library. Even the sea of corpses on the first floor had quieted down considerably, with only the night wind outside, causing the old windows to rattle. Wang Lei stood in the shadow of the east fire escape door, his eyes fixed on the iron door, without blinking, breathing so lightly that it was almost imperceptible. He simply could not sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the bloody scenes of Delu and Erju lying in a pool of blood, as well as the bloody admonition from Li Qingxia just before his fall. At that moment, a very faint click suddenly came from the iron door. In the dead of night, this light sound was particular. Wang Lei instantly tensed up, facing the direction of the stronghold, and blew a short whistle. This was our prearranged signal indicating there was a situation. I, hiding in the shadows on either side of the bookshelf with Zhang Long, was instantly awakened. We gripped our steel pipes tightly and held our breath. The iron door was cautiously pushed open from the outside, creating a gap through which 5 dark figures entered in single file, their footsteps extremely light, each holding sharpened steel pipes and machetes. The one leading the way with shifty eyes was indeed Go Shilong. His face was filled with malice. He turned back to the 4 behind him, gestured for silence, and lowered his voice to command, "Be quiet." Lu Kai said that tonight we must take care of Lynch and do it cleanly, and just say he was bitten to death by a zombie. After it's done, each person gets 5 portions of self-heating rice, plus a cigarette. Greed flashed in the eyes of the 4, and they nodded, tightening their grips on their weapons, as they followed Go Shilong, tiptoeing step by step towards our stronghold. Just as they reached the entrance of the stronghold, Go Shilong raised his foot to kick the door, and I suddenly sprang out from the shadows of the bookshelf, swinging my steel pipe, with a whoosh striking the back of the knee of the last person in the line. Crack! A crisp sound of bone breaking echoed. The man didn't even have time to scream before he fell heavily to the ground, curling up in pain. Attack! I shouted loudly, and Zhang Long and Wang Lei instantly charged out from both sides, forming a triangular encirclement, trapping Go Shilong and the remaining 4 firmly in the middle. Go Shilong was startled by this sudden change. Upon realizing it was me, his face turned pale, and he angrily "How dare you be prepared? Lu Kai wants us dead. Oh, do you think I wouldn't guard against you rats in the gutter?" I sneered, pointing my steel pipe directly at Go Shilong's face, the coldness in my eyes almost spilling over. "What did Lu Kai offer you to make you work so hard, coming down here at midnight like a grim reaper? Stop wasting time." Go Shilong's face showed a fierce determination as he yelled at the 4 beside him, "Get them. Kill them. I promise kill Lin Chun and reward you with 10 portions of self-heating rice. In the future, we will have first pick of the supplies on the 6th floor." With such a heavy reward, the 4 loyalists' eyes flashed with madness as they charged at us with their steel pipes and Wang Lei was already readied and was the first to charge in his steel pipe, swinging with a fierce wind. One blow shattered the arm of the person at the front, causing the machete in his hand to clatter to the ground with a piercing sound. Zhang Long was not to be outdone, dodging a steel pipe swung at him, then thrusting back, driving his sharpened steel pipe into the opponent's thigh. The man screamed and fell heavily to the ground. In less than a minute, 3 of the 4 loyalists had collapsed, leaving only Go Shilong and the last tall thin one cornered against the railing in the middle courtyard with nowhere to retreat. The tall thin one looked at his fallen, moaning comrades, fear filling his eyes. His steel pipe trembled like a sieve as he suddenly turned to run towards the fire escape door. How could I give him the chance? I charged forward, swinging my steel pipe horizontally, intending to break his leg, but he suddenly turned around, drawing a spring knife from who knows where, and fiercely lunged it towards my abdomen. The speed was astonishing. I didn't have time to fully evade. In a critical moment, I could only sidestep to avoid a fatal blow. Using the momentum of my charge, I put all my strength into swinging the steel pipe directly at his temple. Bang! A dull thud rang out as the steel pipe struck solidly against his skull. Brain matter splattered. The man's body instantly froze, his eyes bulging wide as he fell straight to the ground, twitching twice before completely losing his breath. Warm blood splattered on my face and hands. I froze in place as if the blood in my entire body had solidified in an instant. This was the first time I had killed someone since the apocalypse had struck over 10 days ago. No matter how many zombies I had killed before, I felt no psychological burden as I regarded them all as man-eating monsters. But now the one lying at my feet was a living person who had been shouting just a second ago, demanding my life, and now, in the next moment, he was completely lifeless, his body temperature gradually cooling. My stomach churned violently, a wave of intense nausea surged up. I leaned against the nearby bookshelf, bending down and retching violently. My hands trembled, and I was losing my grip on the steel pipe. My ears buzzed with the echo of the sound of the skull shattering just moments ago. "Chingu, are you okay?" Zhang Long rushed over, supporting me, looking at my pale face, anxious beyond measure. I waved my hand, lifted my head, and looked at Go Shilong, who was cornered by the railing, pale as a ghost. He looked at the four companions lying on the ground, trembling all over, almost unable to hold the steel pipe in his hand, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at me. He never expected that he had brought down 5 of Lu Kai's most capable loyalists, and in less than 2 minutes they had all been wiped out. At that moment, Go Shilong suddenly threw down the steel pipe in his hand, knelt down with a thump, and began to count out to me, crying out frantically, "Chingo. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Lu Kai forced me. He made me come down to kill you. He said if I didn't kill you he would throw me to the first floor to feed the zombies. I was also forced. Please spare me. I will serve you like a horse in the future." Looking at his disgraceful state, I retaliated with poison, and the turmoil in my stomach gradually subsided, replaced by a chilling coldness. I recalled the moments when De Lu and Erju stood in front of Wang Lei before their deaths, remembered the bloody admonition from Li Qingxia just before he fell with the zombie dog, and remembered the arrogant face of Go Shilong when he locked the fire escape door, as well as Lu Kai's hypocritical smile that made one feel nauseous. In the apocalypse, mercy towards enemies is cruelty to oneself. If I spare him today, tomorrow he will come back with more people to take my life, to take the lives of everyone around me. I slowly stood upright, wiped the blood from my face with my sleeve, tightened my grip on the steel pipe once more, and walked step by step towards Go Shilong. The physiological discomfort I felt earlier had completely vanished, leaving only an immense determination. My hands were already stained with blood, and they could never be washed clean. For the brothers who are alive, for the brothers who sacrificed, for Lin Shi who is still waiting for me, and for Lao Mo and the others whose fates are uncertain, I must continue down this path. Go Shilong, seeing the killing intent in my eyes, was terrified and crawled backward in panic. But Wang Lei was already by his side, and he swung his steel pipe heavily against Go Shilong's knee. Ah! Go Shilong let out a shrill scream, crashing heavily to the ground, completely losing the strength. I stood before him, looking down at him, my voice as cold as ice. Go Shilong, what you owe us must be repaid. Go Shilong curled on the ground, clutching his leg that Wang Lei had shattered, howling like a slaughtered pig. I did not rush to take action, squatting down to stare at his face twisted in fear. Weren't you just so arrogant? You wanted to exchange my life for 10 servings of self-heating rice. Is my life worth that much? Brother Chun, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Go Shilong's face was smeared with mucus and tears, desperately scooting backward, dragging his broken leg on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. Shut the hell up. I grabbed his collar and lifted his upper body, pointing at the end of the corridor where De Lu and Erju's bodies were covered with white cloth. Do you see that? Those are my brothers. They were with us on the 4th floor this afternoon, and now they're lying there. It was Lu Kai. Lu Kai threw the glass bottle. It has nothing to do with me, Brother Chun. Go Shilong cried, trembling all over. Wang Lei walked over, gripping a polished steel pipe, his eyes reddened, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. Brother Chun, let me. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. Wang Lei stared at Go Shilong on the ground, saying word by word, De Lu is my brother, and Erju is also my brother. They risked their lives to protect me, and I will return that life to them. I released Go Shilong's collar, stood up, and took a step back. All right, it's up to you. Go Shilong instantly went mad, crawling desperately toward the railing, screaming hysterically, no, don't kill me. Lu Kai, save me. Wang Lei had already swung the steel pipe. This one is for De Lu. Crack. The pipe struck Go Shilong's left shoulder, the sound of bones shattering echoed. Before Go Shilong's scream could escape, Wang Lei struck again. This one is for Erju. The right shoulder blade shattered. Go Shilong collapsed on the ground, unable to scream, only gasping hoarsely. Wang Lei crouched down, grabbing his hair and forcing him to look into his eyes. The last one is for Brother Ming. The steel pipe was raised high, the moonlight reflecting coldly on the bloodstained surface. When my brother jumped off the building with a mad dog, you were up there laughing, you bastard. Bang! The dull sound of a skull shattering. Go Shilong's body convulsed twice, and then went completely. Wang Lei released his grip, stood up, his muscles still trembling slightly, tears washing away the blood on his face, leaving 2 white streaks. He said nothing, carrying the bloodied steel pipe, walked to the bodies of De Lu and Erju and gently placed the pipe. Brothers, I avenged you. His voice was soft, as if afraid of waking them. Zhang Long stood beside me, his eyes red, turning his head away to wipe his face. I walked over and patted Wang Lei on the shoulder. There's one more. Wang Lei looked up. Lu Kai. Go Shilong is just the knife, Lu Kai is the one wielding the knife. We will settle this score with him slowly. Wang Lei gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Zhao Tong peeked out from the stronghold, still holding the whistle, her face pale, clearly having heard the commotion. Brother Chun. Will the noise outside be heard upstairs? So what if it is, eh? I wiped the bloodied steel pipe on my pants, my voice turning cold. I want Lu Kai to know that I have killed all his people. No matter how many he sends down, I will kill them all. After speaking, I turned to look towards the courtyard railing in the direction of the 6th floor. The moonlight could not penetrate that dense darkness, but I could feel a pair of eyes watching me from above. Lu Kai. We dragged the 4 corpses to the closed reading room in the northwest corner, temporarily covering them with curtains. Go Shilong's body was thrown aside alone. He did not deserve to be placed with anyone. Zhao Tong brought clean water, and Wang Lei, Zhang Long, and I washed the blood from our faces and hands. As the cold, damp cloth wiped across my cheeks, I realized that my hands had stopped trembling. 15 minutes ago, I had killed for the first time the world spinning in chaos. Now, having personally executed Go Shurlong, I felt nothing at all. It wasn't numbness, it was clarity. In the apocalypse, some people no longer deserve to be called human. If you don't kill him, he will kill you, kill the people around you, kill everyone you care about. There are no choices. Brother Chun. Zhang Long leaned over, lowering his voice. What about the one upstairs? When do we deal with him? No hurry. I tossed the wet cloth I had used to wipe my hands into the bucket. The blood spread in the water like a dark red flower. Tonight he has lost 5 of his most capable confidants. With just 2 security guards and himself left, there are only 3 who can fight. Among those students on the 6th floor, there are few who would truly be willing to risk their lives for him. I paused and looked at Wang Lei. You said before that during the cleanup of the 5th floor, Lu Kai caused the deaths of over a dozen brothers. Wang Lei nodded, the hatred in his eyes flaring up again. He had us charge ahead as bait while he retreated with his confidants. When the zombies surrounded us, he locked the fire escape door, and more than a dozen brothers were trapped inside. Good. I stood up, my voice not loud, but clear. Then let everyone on the 6th floor know about this matter. At 4:30 in the morning, before dawn, the library was at its quietest moment. I led Wang Lei and Zhang Long up the fire escape to the 5th floor. We did not continue upward. The fire escape door between the 5th and 6th floors had long been locked from the inside by Lu Kai, and forcing our way in would create too much noise, which was unnecessary. We stopped in front of the fire escape door on the 5th floor and began to stick the prepared papers on the door wall and the pillars of the corridor one by one. These were the notice to the survivors on the 6th floor, written by Zhao Tong in one afternoon. It had only 3 lines. Lu Kai personally locked the fire escape door during the cleanup of the 5th floor, causing 13 students to be torn to death by zombies. Wang Lei, one of the survivors, can testify. Go Shurlong has been executed tonight. Lu Kai, you are next. Survivor of the 4th floor. After sticking the last one, I looked up at the tightly closed iron door of the 6th floor. When dawn breaks, everyone on the 6th floor will see these words. Lu Kai's apocalypse will officially begin at the moment the sun rises tomorrow. When I returned to the 4th floor stronghold, Zhao Tong was sitting on the sofa, holding Hei Tan, lost in thought. When she saw us return, she quickly stood up, waking the little Hei Tan in her arms, who let out a faint whimper. Brother Chin, are you all right? We're fine. I walked over to the cardboard box and glanced down at Hei Tan. The little guy was trying hard to open his not fully developed eyes, his shiny pupils staring at me, sticking out his pink little tongue to lick my outstretched finger. The warm touch finally relaxed the tense nerves that had been taut all night. Is he hungry again? Zhao Tong smiled helplessly. I just fed him, he just wants someone to hold him to sleep. Then hold him. I looked at her, my tone serious. In the apocalypse, having a little creature that you can't bear to lose is a good thing. Zhao Tong was taken aback for a moment, then nodded vigorously, pulling Hei Tan closer into her embrace. Outside the window, the horizon finally showed a hint of pale dawn. The long night has finally passed. Outside the 6th floor iron door, the white papers with black words pasted on the walls were quietly waiting for the first person to wake up. Lu Kai, dawn has arrived, your judgment begins. The first person to discover the notice was Sun Xingzhou, a male student on the 6th floor. He had risen early to use the restroom, and passing the fire exit caught sight of a sheet of white paper with black characters slipped beneath the door, illuminated faintly by the corridor's emergency lighting. Rumor has it he stood frozen before that door for a full 3 minutes, then whirled around and sprinted back to the communal reading area, rousing everyone from sleep. At precisely 6 o'clock, the 6th floor erupted into chaos. Over 30 students crowded before the fire exit. Some read aloud the words on the paper, others peered through the crack beneath the door. One girl broke into tears. Her boyfriend was among those who had vanished during the cleanup of the 5th floor. Lu Kai had told her boyfriend died after being bitten by a zombie. Now she knew the truth. Not bitten, but murdered by Lu Kai himself. Move aside. All of you, get out of my way. Lu Kai's voice exploded from behind the crowd. 2 security guards forced a path ahead of him, shoving students roughly aside. He lunged to the fire exit, ripped the notice from beneath the door, scanned it, and his face turned ashen in an instant. Who put this here? Who put this here? No one answered. But every pair of eyes fixed upon him had changed, not with fear or obedience as before, but with suspicion, fury, and hatred long suppressed over 14 days. Teacher Lu. Sun Xingzhou stepped forward from the crowd, locking eyes with Lu Kai, and asked word by deliberate word, is what's written here true? Nonsense. Lu Kai crumpled the notice into a tight ball and hurled it violently to the floor, spittle spraying Sun Xingzhou's face. This is a scheme, a slanderous ploy by those on the 4th floor. You actually believe it? Lin Shin wants nothing more than to sow discord, to throw the 6th floor into disarray. When have I ever failed you? Without me, you'd all be dead of starvation. Then open the door. A voice cut through the crowd from behind. It belonged to Su Yang, a survivor, who had joined Wang Lei in clearing the 5th floor. He pushed his way to the front, his eye sockets raw with grief. You claim the 4th floor is scheming. Then open the fire exit. Let us descend and confront them face to face. Wang Lei is my brother. If he lies, I trust his word. Yes. Open the door. We'll go down. We demand answers, in person. The crowd's emotions ignited instantly. Over 30 people surged forward, driving Lu Kai and the two guards backward step by desperate step. Lu Kai panicked. He had never imagined that Lin Chun, armed with nothing but a few sheets of paper, could shatter the fragile self-proclaimed empire he had painstakingly erected on the 6th floor. Fall back, now. He yanked a fruit knife from his waistband, its blade trembling as he thrust it toward the students, screaming hysterically, "One more step, and I'll stab you." The crowd froze, not from fear, but from disbelief. A fruit knife leveled against 30 people. Su Yang stared at the blade, his eyes bloodshot. When we cleared the 5th floor, you didn't even dare draw that knife. You locked the door, and let them die. His voice swelled until it tore from his throat in a raw, guttural roar. My brother died for you. 13 lives, all sacrificed for you. Lu Kai's hand trembled violently around the knife, his facial muscles twitched uncontrollably. Shut up. Shut your mouth, right now. He whirled toward the two guards behind him and bellowed, Old Zhang. Oldly, what are you waiting for? Restrain this boy, immediately. The two guards exchanged a glance, and did not move. Are you deaf? Lu Kai's voice cracked with strain. Old Zhang, a middle-aged man in his 40s, slowly withdrew his rubber baton from his belt. Lu Kai exhaled in relief. Yes, give me. His words died mid-sentence. Old Zhang's baton slammed hard into Lu Kai's wrist, the one gripping the knife. Crack! The fruit knife flew from his grasp, skittering far across the floor. Lu Kai cried out in agony, clutching his wrist as he staggered backward several steps. You're insane, eh? Old Zhang looked at him, not with anger, but with exhaustion. The deep, bone-aching weariness accumulated over 14 days, buried deepest of all. Teacher Lu, Old Zhang spoke at last, his voice hoarse thick with regional accent. Old Li and I, you told us the apocalypse had come. That with you there would be food and a way to survive. So we followed. For these past 14 days we did whatever you commanded. Guarding the doors, patrolling, overseeing supplies. You ordered us to intimidate students, and we did. You ordered us to withhold rations, and we complied. He paused. His eyes glistened with unshed tears. But you never told us that the dozen youths on the 5th floor, locked behind that door, died by your hand. I have children too, just like them. Away at university, their fates unknown. How can I follow you any longer? Lu Kai clutched his wrist, disbelief twisting his features. He whirled toward the other guard. Oldly, you. Oldly said nothing. He simply drew his baton and stepped shoulder to shoulder with Old Zhang. Two men, two batons, facing Lu Kai, his face drained of all color. He stumbled back 2 steps, then seized Jiang Menghan, who had stood silent beside him. With his left hand he choked her throat. With his right, he drew a switchblade from his pocket and pressed its tip to her neck. Don't come closer. 1 step, and I'll kill her. Jiang Menghan's face darkened with cyanosis. A strangled guttural rasp escaped her constricted throat. Su Yang's eyes blazed crimson. Lu Kai, let her go. Back off. All of you, back off now. Lu Kai dragged Jiang Menghan backward toward the cafe, the blade carving a thin crimson line along her throat. Old Zhang tightened his grip on the baton. Old Li advanced a single step, but neither dared act. That blade hovered perilously close to Jiang Menghan's carotid artery. Just as tension reached its breaking point, Jiang Menghan smiled. Faint, soft, like a sigh, her face purpling, her throat crushed, yet she smiled. Director Lu, do you remember the first night? His hand trembled. That night you summoned me to your room, offering extra food and water if only I obeyed. Her voice remained eerily calm, as if recounting another story, so I obeyed. For 14 days I obeyed without fail. When you asked me to smile, I smiled. When you asked me to sit beside you, I sat. I nodded at everything you said. I resisted nothing you did. A tear traced her cheek. I believed this was how I would survive. Lu Kai's breath came in ragged gasps. You shut up. But you killed them. Jiang Menghan's voice rose suddenly, sharp, piercing, charged with a fury held in check for 14 days. Xiaowan and Yin Yin. They refused to obey, so you cut off their rations. They tried to flee, so you sent Go Shilong to drag them. You locked them inside the cafe's special collections room, where they fell ill, mutated, screamed in fevered agony, while you stood outside listening, and never opened the door. Silence descended upon the 6th floor, absolute suffocating. You told me they died bitten by zombies. Jiang Menghan held his gaze, each word a chisel strike. But that night, I was in the next room. I heard everything. They pounded on the door, called your name, begged you to save them. And you sat calmly in the cafe sipping cola as if nothing were amiss. Lu Kai's knife hand shook violently. Jiang Menghan tilted her head, turning her gaze toward Old Zhang and Old Li. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, you no longer need to obey him. He has nothing left. His loyalists perished last night on the 4th floor. You know better than anyone where his supplies are hidden. All he holds now is that knife. Old Zhang clenched his baton. Old Li stepped forward once more. Lu Kai was utterly undone. In front of the fire escape on the 6th floor, over 30 people crowded the corridor, making it impossible to pass. Lu Kai pressed a knife against Jiang Menghan's neck, his hand trembling like a rat cornered against the wall. Don't come any closer. If anyone approaches, he'll stab her. He backed away, dragging Jiang Menghan towards the cafe, the back of his head hitting the wall beside the fire escape, with nowhere else to retreat. Jiang Menghan was being choked by him, her face turning blue, making gasping sounds in her throat. Old Jiang stepped forward, gripping his baton. Lu Kai immediately pressed the knife closer to Jiang Menghan's neck, a droplet of blood seeping from the blade. Back off. Old Jiang, get the hell back. I've taken care of you for over 10 days. Is this how you repay me? Old Jiang stopped in his tracks. The knife was just too close to the carotid artery. Teacher Lu, Old Jiang's voice was hoarse, carrying a heavy local accent. Put down the knife. With over 30 people on the 6th floor, one knife can't kill them all. Put down the knife, and we will spare your life. Spare my life. Lu Kai's face twisted into a grin. You want to hand me over to Lin Chun? What difference does that make? I tell you, even if I die today, I will take someone down with me. His gaze swept over the crowd before landing on Jiang Menghan's face, his voice suddenly softening. Menghan, help me tell them. Over these 10 days I haven't treated you poorly, have I? Did I skimp on food or drink? Just say a word, and let them clear the way. Tears streamed down Jiang Menghan's face, not from being touched, but because the accumulated humiliation over these days finally burned through her facade. She spoke, her voice choked and intermittent. Lu Kai Xiaowen. Lu Kai's hand suddenly froze. Zhou Xiaowen from Class 3. You cut off her supplies for 3 days because she refused to comply with your perverse demands. She came to beg me, asking me to say a word for her. I did say it, and you agreed in front of me, only to turn around and let Go Shilong take her to the cafe. The next day, she had a fever, and you said she was infected, locking her in the special storage room. Jiang Menghan's voice grew hoarser, but steadier. She banged on the door, calling your name all night long. You were outside drinking cola, asking me to massage your shoulders, saying if it felt good you would give me more water tomorrow. On the 6th floor, it was deathly silent. Su Yang clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. And then there's Nian Yan. Zhao Nian Yan from the computer science department. She was just a freshman, 18 years old. You cut off her water supply because she wouldn't wear the skirt you gave her. 3 days, not a drop of water. She couldn't stand the thirst anymore, went to the bathroom to drink unclean water, and ended up with diarrhea, dehydrating, and turning into a zombie. You didn't even lock the door, you just stood outside watching her transform into a monster, then said what a pity. Lu Kai's hand trembled violently as he held the knife. The blade drew a second line of blood on Jiang Menghan's neck, but she seemed completely unaware. I can't sleep at night. I hear them screaming inside the door, scratching at it, banging against the walls. I wonder if I don't obey, will I be next? So I laugh, I nod, whatever you say I nod. I sat beside you, you placed your hand on my thigh, and I didn't flinch. You said to come to your room at night, and I didn't refuse, thinking this way I could survive. Tears hit the back of Lu Kai's hand, gripping her neck. But now I don't want to live anymore. The instant those words fell, Jiang Menghan suddenly raised her hand and tightly gripped Lu Kai's wrist. She wasn't trying to take the knife, she was pressing it against her own neck. Lu Kai was startled by this sudden movement, shaking all over, instinctively pulling the knife back. In that brief moment of looseness, Jiang Menghan used all her strength to crash the back of her head into Lu Kai's nose. Crack. The sound of her nasal bone fracturing was especially clear in the dead silence of the corridor. Lu Kai screamed, tilting his head back, and the left hand that was choking Jiang Menghan loosened. Jiang Menghan fell down, squatting down in the momentum, gripping Lu Kai's right leg tightly. Hit him. Old Jiang's baton reacted faster than his brain. A blow landed on Lu Kai's right shoulder, the sound of a bone cracking accompanying Lu Kai's scream, and the spring knife flew out of his hand, clattering as it hit the wall. Old Li followed closely, swinging his baton across Lu Kai's kneecap, causing him to collapse to the ground. Su Yang dashed out from the crowd, stepped on the fallen spring knife, bent down to pick it up, pointing the blade at Lu Kai's throat. His hands trembled, his eyes red, as if about to bleed. Lu Kai knelt on the ground, clutching his nose, blood gushing down through his fingers, his whole body shaking like a sieve. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I'm your instructor. I'm your teacher. Lu Kai knelt on the ground, blood flowing through his fingers, his voice high-pitched and thin like a rat with its tail stepped on. Su Yang gripped the spring knife, the blade only 3 inches away from Lu Kai's throat. His hands trembled. It wasn't fear, it was hatred. A hatred that reached the marrow. Su Yang. Jiang Menghan pressed down on his wrist, her voice low but forceful. Don't kill him. Jiang Menghan. Su Yang turned sharply, his eyes red. He caused the deaths of 13 people. 13 lives. You want me to let him live? Lu Kai trembled all over, raising his head, blood on his face, as he looked at Jiang Menghan. You're right. Don't kill me. I can be useful. I still know where the supplies are. Exactly, because he caused so many deaths, he cannot be allowed to die easily with a single stab. That would be too Lu Kai lay on the ground, trembling like a sieve. No. You can't do this. You're no kind of teacher. You're nothing but a beast. Su Yang punched him in the face, sending him flying again. Lu Kai lay on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood, but he laughed. It was a light, sinister laugh like it was squeezed out from his throat. Yes, I am a beast. He pushed himself up slowly, rising from the ground, leaning against the wall, surveying the 30 angry faces before him. What do you think? If you kill me, everything will be fine. His gaze swept across each face, finally landing on Jiang Menghan. On the first floor, there are hundreds and thousands of zombies. The supplies are limited. How long can you last? A week. 2 weeks. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his smile growing more deranged. In the end, you'll end up like me, all dead. Early death or late death, what's the difference? The difference is huge. Su Yang gripped the spring knife, stating each word clearly. When we die, the ones standing beside us are people. Lu Kai's smile froze on his face. Su Yang no longer looked at him, turning to old Zhang. And old Li, Uncle Zhang, Uncle Li, tie him up. Then take him down to hand over to Lin Chun and the others for handling. Old Zhang nodded, pulling out a spare nylon rope from his waist, walking towards Lu Kai. Just then Lu Kai suddenly crouched low, darting under old Zhang's arm. Like a mad dog, he bolted out of the gap in the crowd, running wildly down the corridor. Block him. Su Yang was the first to react, sprinting after him. But Lu Kai was too fast. The speed unleashed in a moment of desperation was beyond imagination. Lu Kai dashed down the corridor, the soles of his shoes slapping against the tiles, producing sharp sounds as he emitted beast-like hisses. He was heading towards the northwest corner. Su Yang instantly realized, his face turning pale. Damn. He's going to open the door to the zombie containment. Stop him. All 30 or so people sprang into action. The screams of women, the roars of men, and the sound of footsteps merged together like a sudden downpour. But it was too late. Lu Kai had already reached the door of the northwest reading room. It was a double wooden door with a thick iron chain wrapped around the doorknob and a padlock hanging from the chain. Lu Kai pulled a key out of his pocket. He had always carried it with him. Do you want me dead? He inserted the key into the lock, turned around, and revealed a maddened smile to the crowd rushing towards him. Then let's die together. Click. The padlock sprang open. The chain clattered to the ground. Lu Kai gripped the doorknob with both hands and yanked it open. Inside, the reading room was dark with all the curtains drawn, and only the emergency light outside illuminated the space, revealing several pairs of grayish-white eyes. A putrid stench surged out like a wall from the door. Su Yang, standing at the front, was instantly choked by the smell, his eyes watering. Then he saw them. Dozens of zombies were squeezed between the bookshelves in the reading room. Some were wearing student uniforms, while others donned the attire of library staff. Their skin had turned gray and rotten, their nails had morphed into black claws, and black viscous fluid dripped from their mouths. The closest one was merely 2 steps from the door. The moment the door opened, they all turned their heads sharply towards him. Their pupilless eyes zeroed in on the living person outside. Then they emitted a sound. A sharp, piercing roar erupted from deep in their throats, reminiscent of metal scraping against glass. Immediately after, dozens of zombies lunged forward simultaneously. Like a pack of wolves starved for days, they pounced on the prey outside the door. Run! Su Yang shouted, turning around and grabbing the nearest Jiang Menghan, dragging her back. But the others did not react as quickly. The 3 students at the front, 2 boys and a girl, hadn't even turned around before they were knocked to the ground by the rushing zombies. The girl's scream lasted only half a second. A zombie bit down on her neck, and with a crunch her scream abruptly ceased. Blood splattered onto the ceiling. The scene was completely out of control. Over 30 people scattered in the corridor, some tripped and were trampled by those behind, some rushed into dead ends in panic, while others collapsed in terror, too frightened to move. Old Zhang and Old Li swung their batons as they charged forward, striking a zombie in the head, purple-black blood splattering onto their faces. But there were too many zombies. For every one they killed, 3 more charged at them. Run down. Head to the 4th floor. Old Li shouted, helping a girl who had fallen to the ground. Emergency stairs. Use the emergency stairs. Su Yang pulled Jiang Menghan and sprinted ahead, kicking open the emergency door, pushing Jiang Menghan into the corridor, then turning back to grab others. Hurry! 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 The corridor had turned into a hellish nightmare. Zombies were tearing at the students lying on the ground, blending screams with roars. Someone was bitten on the arm, stumbling as they clutched their bleeding wound. Another was overwhelmed by 3 zombies simultaneously, unable to even scream. Lu Kai stood at the door of the reading room, watching the scene unfold, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Then his smile froze. A zombie turned around and faced him. No. No. I let you out. It was me. Zombies wouldn't listen to explanations. It lunged at him, biting down on Lu Kai's right forearm. Lu Kai's scream echoed throughout the corridor. He struggled desperately, but the zombie's bite force exceeded his expectations. With a crunch, Lu Kai's forearm bone was brutally crushed. Lu Kai's scream was no different from those he had doomed. He fought fiercely, using his elbow to strike the zombie's head, but a second and third zombie soon pounced on him. One zombie bit through his shoulder, another grabbed his head and slammed it against the wall, while yet another gout blood sprayed from his eye socket, and Lu Kai's scream rose an octave, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Help! Help me! He reached out weakly, clawing toward the crowd. But no one looked back. Get down! Don't look back! Old Zhang's baton had broken, and he grabbed a fire extinguisher from the corner, smashing it as he retreated, while Old Li helped an injured student follow behind. By the time they burst into the emergency stairwell, less than half of the people who had initially stood in the corridor remained. Su Yang glanced around. Including Old Zhang, Old Li, and the injured student, only a dozen or so had followed him into the stairwell. Over 30 people. Only a few dozen remained. His eyes turned red instantly, but he bit his lip to prevent the tears from falling. Go. Downstairs. A group desperately ran down the dark stairwell. Footsteps echoed in the narrow space like a drum shattered to pieces. 5th floor. No one stopped. 4th floor. Su Yang kicked open the emergency door. Help. Zombies. The zombies from the 6th floor have come out. On the 4th floor we had already heard the zombies moving in the morning and were prepared for their arrival. Zhang Long and Wang Lei and I teamed up to push the bookshelves from yesterday to the emergency door, forming a shape that left only a passage wide enough for one person. My gaze swept across the panicked crowd in the corridor over the students who had turned gray after being bitten. Zhang Long, grab your weapon and get ready to fight. Kill them all. All the surviving students poured in. Su Yang's tears finally fell. Not because of fear, but because he finally understood that the people on the 4th floor were not his enemies. We were his. The moment the fire door closed before me, I heard the sound of my own heartbeat. Zhang Long, Wang Lei. I tightened my grip on the iron rod and squeezed out 2 words from my throat. Push the bookshelf. The 8-shaped bookshelf slowly closed in front of me. Su Yang brought a dozen people who were squeezed in the corridor behind me. Some were still crying, some were collapsed on the ground gasping for breath, and some were covering their arms which had been bitten, their faces pale. I didn't have time to care about them. The instant the bookshelf closed into a triangle, the first zombie crashed into it. The entire row of bookshelves shook violently, and a book titled University English Level 4 Exam Questions fell from the top, hitting the zombie's decayed face. It got stuck between 2 rows of bookshelves, unable to squeeze through, and could only stretch its neck and roar at me. The distance to the iron rod in my hand was only half a meter. This is the distance. I gripped the end of the iron rod, aimed at its left eye socket, and thrust it in. Squelch. It felt like piercing through a rotten watermelon. Dark purple blood flowed down the iron rod onto my hands, cold, viscous, carrying a stench that had fermented for over 10 days. The zombie's head jerked back violently as I pulled the iron rod out of its eye socket. It fell backward, crashing into the oncoming zombies behind it. Stab. Stab the head. Don't stab the body. My voice exploded in the corridor. Wang Lei stood to my right, gripping an iron rod aimed at another zombie's temple. His throat bobbed, and then he thrust it in fiercely. The rod pierced through the skull, the tip emerging from the other temple. To my left he was shorter and specifically aimed at the zombie's neck. He thrust the rod in and twisted it sideways. The sound of the spine snapping was like breaking a wet piece of wood. The zombie's head tilted to one side, but its body still moved. Damn! Zhang Long thrust again. This time it pierced the eye socket, and the zombie finally fell. 3, 8, 10. Zombies were stuck in the gaps of the bookshelves, unable to advance or retreat. The 3 of us stood in the triangular inner circle, stabbing one by one. The iron rod went in, came out, then went in again, and came out again. Purple-black blood splattered against the wall, splattered on the ceiling, and splattered on the scattered pages on the floor. The iron rod in my hand had become scalding hot. Lin Shun. To the left. 2 on the left. Su Yang's voice rang out from behind. Having settled the people on the 4th floor, he rushed over with a steel pipe he had found. I pulled the iron rod out of a zombie's mouth and turned to look left. 2 zombies had somehow circled through the gap between the bookshelves and were squeezing through between the bookshelf and the wall. The gap was only wide enough for one person, and they were moving slowly, but the distance was already less than a meter. Su Yang. Coming. Su Yang darted out from my left, swinging the steel pipe and smashing it down onto the first zombie's head. With a dull thud, the zombie's head was crushed halfway. His steel pipe was hollow and bent after this hit. Su Yang tossed the pipe aside and picked up a hardcover book from the ground, the compact edition of Tsihai. He used the book like a brick aimed at the zombie's temple, and with all his strength, he slammed it down. Whack! The spine broke and the pages flew. A dent was made in the zombie's temple, but it still opened its mouth and roared. I caught up from behind and thrust the rod into the back of its head. This book. I borrowed it. Su Yang panted, looking at the scattered Tsihai on the ground, and grimaced. I didn't know if he was joking, but at that moment it wasn't important. The second zombie squeezed out from the gap, lunging at Su Yang. Before I could react, a police baton came down hard on the zombie's kneecap from the right. As the zombie knelt, another police baton came crashing down. Bang! Old Zhang. Old Li. 2 security guards covered in blood. I couldn't tell if it was from the zombies or their own. Lin Shun, there's more behind. Old Zhang smashed the head of the kneeling zombie and shouted at me. I turned. In the triangular inner circle of the bookshelf, the last 2 zombies were also dealt with by Zhang Long and Wang Lei. Zhang Long leaned on the iron rod with one hand, the other hand wiping black blood from his face. But his hands were also covered in black blood, getting dirtier as he wiped his entire face, resembling a demon that crawled out of an ink tank. Wang Lei squatted on the ground, stabbing at a still twitching zombie. 1 thrust, 2 thrusts, 3 thrusts, until that zombie's head was completely flattened. Enough. I pressed down on Wang Lei's iron rod. It's over. The corridor fell silent. Only the distant sounds of zombies roaring and the suppressed groans of bitten students could be heard. I glanced at the pile of bodies outside the bookshelf and then at the iron rod in my hand. The iron rod was smeared with black blood and milky white brain matter. The grip had been dried by my palm. Count the people. I turned around, scanning the people in the corridor. Those uninjured stand on the left, those injured stand on the right. The emergency lights in the corridor emitted a ghastly glow. Shadows slowly moved. Suyang brought the people down, and along with our fourth floor group, a total of 16 had come in. Now standing on the left uninjured, I counted once. Zhang Long, Wang Lei, Suyang, Old Zhang, Old Li Zhao Tong, Jiang Menghan, and 3 others whose names I didn't know. On the right side there were 5, 3 men and 2 women. Their faces had turned gray and the blood flowing from their wounds had changed from red to a dark purple. A girl was holding her forearm, blood oozing through her fingers. She looked up at me, tears filling her eyes. I recognized her as Zhao Tong's friend. She should also be part of the nursing department. Lin Chun. I was just scratched. Just once. I want mutate. Right. Her voice was trembling. The scratch on her forearm had already swollen, and the surrounding skin had turned a dark gray, with several black lines creeping up her veins. I had seen this symptom before. 4th floor room, 401, Li Minglei had the same condition. What's your name? Chun. Chunlu. Chunlu. I squatted down, looking into her eyes. You have 2 choices now. First, we tie you up and wait for you. If you can get through 24 hours without a fever, you'll be fine. What if I get a fever? She asked this question as I didn't answer. She asked again, what's the second option? I tightened my grip on the iron rod. The second option is that you walk out now? I won't stop you. Chunlu stared at me for 3 seconds. Then she extended her wrist. Tie me up. Lin Xiaotong rushed over from the left, her eyes red. Chun Lu. She hasn't. Exactly, because she hasn't mutated, we tie her up. Shut up. Chunlu stood up from the ground and pushed Xiaotong hard with her uninjured hand. Xiaotong stumbled back a couple of steps, stunned. Xiaotong, are you stupid? Chunlu wiped her tears and smiled. Lin Shin, tying me up is to prevent me from mutating and biting you. If you keep making a fuss when I mutate, the first to be bitten will be you. Xiaotong's tears streamed down as she began to sob uncontrollably. I stood up. Zhang Long, Wang Lei, take the injured and tie them up. Tie them to the load-bearing column next to the fire escape, 3 meters apart, and stuff towels in their mouths to prevent them from biting each other. Got it. Old Zhang, Old Li, come with us to the 6th floor cafe. Suyang said there are still 2 mutated girls locked in the special storage room. We are going to give them their last ride. Understood. Everyone began to move. Everyone began to act according to my assignments. Zhang Long and Wang Lei dragged the injured student towards the emergency exit. Zhao Tong was still crying, but Chun Lu pushed her forward with her uninjured hand, cursing, "What are you crying about? I'm not dead yet." Jiang Menghan stood still. I glanced at her. 2 deep cuts were still bleeding on her neck, her face as pale as paper, but her gaze was no longer the vacant numbness it once was. You should go with Zhao Tong and the others. I want to go to the cafe with you, she said, her voice so hoarse it was barely audible. I want to see Xiao Wen and Nian Nian leave with my own eyes. I was silent for 2 seconds. Suyang. My. Get her a metal rod. Suyang picked up a bloodstained iron rod from the ground, wiped it on his pants, and handed it to Jiang Menghan. She took it, feeling the warmth of its previous owner. The 3 of us pushed open the glass door of the cafe. The bloodstains on the doorknob had dried, turning into dark brown scabs. The emergency lights shone in, illuminating a row of soda machines behind the bar. A price list was posted on the wall next to the machines: 28 for a medium latte, 32 for a large mocha. Suyang walked around the bar and kicked open a door marked staff only. Then he froze. Lin Chun. His voice sounded a bit off. I quickly walked over and peeked inside. It was a storage room of about 10 square meters. The shelves were neatly stacked with supplies. 24 bottles of mineral water, roughly 30 boxes, self-heating rice meals and flavors like beef and chicken filling an entire wall, bags of cookies, chips, and chocolate bars stuffed the 2 shelves. Coffee powder, milk powder, and sugar were lined up in sealed jars, and a few boxes of energy drinks and carbonated beverages were tucked in a corner. I walked in and picked up a box of self-heating rice, checking the production date. It was from March this year, with a 12-month shelf life. 30 boxes of water, 1 bottle per person, each day, enough for 10 of us for over 3 months. Suyang's voice came from behind. The self-heating rice and cookies. Let's conserve them, 2 months will be fine. He put the self-heating rice back on the shelf and turned to look at me. Lu Kai distributed 1 cookie and half a bottle of water to everyone. I remained silent. Suyang's eyes were red again. He said the supplies were running low, so we should save them. I've eaten 4 cookies in 3 days, feeling faint from hunger, thinking everyone was really about to starve. Suyang. I pressed down on his shoulder. His hand trembled, just like when he had pointed a spring knife at Lu Kai's throat on the 6th floor. Now the supply. Jiang Menghan walked into the storage room behind us. She approached the shelves and touched the mineral water bottles, her hand covered in dust. These waters. Lu Kai would have Guo Shilong take 2 boxes out every time he came in, she said softly. One for himself, one locked in the office. He claimed these were combat supplies and couldn't be touched. Did he drink an entire box by himself? Washing his hair, Jiang Minghan turned to look at me. He used mineral water to wash his hair. Su Yang punched the shelf. The metal shelf clanged loudly, and a bottle of mineral water rolled down from the top, crashing to the floor. Don't smash things, I said, picking up the bottle and placing it back on the shelf. These are all ours now. The special storage room was at the back of the cafe. It was a heavy wooden door, the doorknob wrapped in chains identical to the one in the reading room on the 6th floor. It was very quiet behind the door. There were no growls, no scratching at the door, no sounds at all. Lao Zhang and Lao Li stood at the entrance. Lao Zhang placed his hand on the chain and turned to me. Lin Chun, behind this door is. I know. I tightened my grip on the metal rod. Open the door. The chain clanked as it slid off. Lao Zhang pushed the door open while Lao Li raised his baton at the door. The emergency light illuminated the special storage room. The space inside was small, only about 7 or 8 square meters, with a glass cabinet that originally held coffee cups, now pushed into a corner. 2 zombies stood in the center of the room. No, it was them. Xiaowen was wearing a faded sweatshirt, jeans, and had her hair tied in a ponytail. Nian Nian was in a ripped dress, barefoot. Their skin had turned gray, and their eyes were a murky gray-white. Suddenly, Xiaowen lunged at us. Her speed was faster than any zombie I had seen before, her body propelled forward by the hunger that had accumulated over the past 10 days. But Lao Zhang's baton was quicker. With one swing it struck her temple, sending her crashing into the wall. Lao Li quickly followed up with a second and third strike. Nian Nian lunged as well. Her target was Jiang Minghan. I pushed Jiang Minghan aside, gripping the iron rod with both hands. As Nian Nian opened her mouth to reveal her blackened gums, I thrust the rod inside. The iron rod pierced through her mouth, through her throat, emerging from the back of her neck. Nian Nian's body convulsed, and I pulled out the rod, thrusting it through her temple again. As she fell, her dress flipped up, revealing a small section of her calf. There was a bite mark on her calf, very small, as if a child had bitten it. Lao Zhang and Lao Li had also taken care of Xiaowen. The special storage room fell silent. Jiang Minghan squatted on the ground, hugging her knees, curling up. Her shoulders were trembling. I squatted down, unscrewed the cap of the mineral water bottle I had brought from the storage room, and placed it beside her. Drink some water. She didn't move. You're still bleeding from your neck. She remained still. I placed the water bottle on the ground, stood up, and turned to leave the special storage room. Lao Zhang followed me. Lin Chen, what about the injured students? Let's go check on them. When we reached the 4th floor, next to the emergency exit, 5 people were tied up with nylon ropes. Chen Lu was tied to the outermost column with a towel stuffed in her mouth. Her face had turned a difficult to describe gray-white, resembling a corpse I had seen on television that had drowned for. The scratches on her arms had completely turned black, several black veins extending from the wounds nearly reaching her shoulders. She saw me approaching, her eyes moving slightly. She seemed to want to say something, but the towel blocked her mouth. I didn't remove the towel, squatting down to look into her eyes. Do you have a fever? She nodded. Just then there was a violent struggle from the innermost column. It was a boy. When he was tied up, there was only one scratch on his face, but now his entire face had turned gray. He was desperately pulling at the ropes, his nails digging into the seams of the tiles on the column, causing his nail beds to bleed. Black blood seeped through his fingers. He was making a hissing sound from his throat. He's mutated. Zhang Long raised his iron rod. Wait. I stopped him. He still has awareness. Wait until he completely mutates to act. Before I finished speaking, the boy's struggles suddenly stopped. His head snapped up, his gray-white eyes locked onto us, his mouth opening to an angle no human could achieve. He howled. Act now. Zhang Long thrust his rod through the boy's left eye. Almost simultaneously, the second girl tied up also began to mutate. Then came the third. Wang Lei and Lao Zhang struck at the same time, their iron rods thrusting in. The fourth. The corridor fell silent. Only Chen Lu remained. The fear in her eyes as she watched her companions being killed slowly transformed into a calmness. She made another sound. This time I understood. She was saying, act. I didn't move. Chen Lu let out another her voice louder this time. Zhang Long tightened his grip on the iron rod, looking at me. Brother Chun. Just then Chen Lu convulsed violently. The whites of her eyes began to turn gray. Starting from around her pupils, it spread outwards like ink dripping in water. She looked at the black veins on her arm and emitted a That sound trembled. I walked over and removed the towel from her mouth. Chen Lu. Lin Chun. Her voice barely resembled that of a human anymore, as if her throat was stuffed with sandpaper. You promised me one thing. Go ahead, Xiao Tong. That girl is stubborn. She has offended many people. Her voice grew fainter and more fragmented. Help me. Take care of. She couldn't finish her sentence. Her eyes had completely turned gray-white. She howled. I thrust the iron rod into her. Chen Lu's body convulsed twice before going completely silent. I withdrew the iron rod and turned around. Xiao Tong stood in the middle of the corridor. She must have run up from the 4th floor or heard the commotion in the hallway. Her mouth was open, but no sound came out and tears flowed down her chin. Jiang Minghan came down the stairs, and upon seeing this scene, stood frozen. I said nothing either. Zhang Long placed Chun Lu's body with the others and covered them with the curtains he found in the office. Lao Zhang and Lao Li relaxed, sitting on the steps of the emergency exit, their batons resting on their knees. Su Yang carried a box of mineral water from the storage room, handing one to each person. Now, I took the bottle Su Yang handed me, twisted off the cap, and gulped down half the bottle. Let's count the number of people. Everyone gathered around. Mi Zhang Long Wang, Lei Su Yang, Lao Zhang, Lao Li Xiaotong, and Jiang Minghan. 8 of us. Including those who didn't come down from the 4th floor, too. Zhang Long said, previously hiding behind the bookshelf, a boy and a girl, both third-year students. 10 people. Over 30 people on the 6th floor, and with those from the 4th floor, plus the one Su Yang brought down, there were still 10 left. Su Yang clutched the water bottle in his hand. Out of over 30 people, only 10 of us are left. That's enough, I interrupted. 10 living people are sufficient for us to defend this building. But no buts. I screwed the cap back on the bottle, stood up, and looked at the pile of zombie corpses accumulated at the end of the corridor. The 6th floor is now empty, but the zombie corpses are still scattered in the hallway. We haven't cleared the 5th floor yet, there might be some left behind. I turned to look at everyone. Now split into 3 groups. Zhang Long Wang, Lei Su Yang, and Jiang Minghan follow me to check the 5th and 6th floors. Lao Zhang and Lao Li guard the emergency exit on the 4th floor. Zhao Tongyu and the others go sort out the supplies from the cafe and make a list. Everyone responded. I picked up the iron rod leaning against the wall, the tip still dripping black blood. Su Yang caught up with me and said, Lin Shin, there's something I need to tell you. Speak. Lu Kai, he paused. When we were running, I saw him get tackled by a zombie, but I didn't see his body. Then search well on the 5th and 6th floors. In the evening, the library. The emergency lights and the fire escape have gone out. The 4 of us holding flashlights we found in the cafe made our way to the 5th floor. A rancid smell lingered in the hallway with dark red stains on the walls left by dragging blood. The fire exit door on the 5th floor was slightly ajar. Zhang Long pushed the door open and the beam of the flashlight swept into the corridor on the 5th floor. On the ground, a pool of fresh blood extended from beside the fire door into the depths of darkness. It looked like something had been dragged away. I raised the iron rod, shined the flashlight ahead. For beams of light simultaneously illuminated the direction the blood trail extended. In the restroom at the end of the corridor, a faint sound of collision was heard, like someone had kicked over a bucket beneath the wash basin. The 4 beams of flashlight were fixed on the restroom door at the end of the corridor. The door was ajar, and the darkness leaking from the gap was thicker than that in the corridor. The blood trail dragged from beside the fire door, drawing a crooked dark red mark on the tiled floor. I heard that sound again. It was as if someone had kicked over a bucket beneath the wash basin, the plastic bucket rolling twice on the tiles, followed by the sound of water splashing out. Who? Zhang Long had already raised his iron rod. The restroom fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, help! Help me! The voice was faint and thin, like a mouse trapped by its tail. The speaker seemed to have little strength left, their throat like it was clogged with sandpaper, each word forced out from their throat. But Su Yang recognized that voice. His expression changed 3 times in 3 seconds. First panic, then anger, and finally settling into a cold smile I had never seen on his face. Lu Kai. When he uttered that name, his voice was calmer than the cry for help. I tightened my grip on the iron rod and pushed open the fire door, stepping into the corridor on the 5th floor. The layout of the 5th floor was basically the same as the 6th floor, with reading rooms on both sides of the corridor, and at the end was a public restroom. The emergency lights in the corridor had long been broken, and only the flashlights in our hands provided light. The dragged blood trail began beside the fire door, extending all the way to the restroom. At the starting point of the blood trail, there was a larger pool of blood. That was where Lu Kai was tackled by a zombie. Several pieces of deep brown matter were scattered beside the pool of blood. I crouched down and shone the flashlight on it. Half an ear and a severed finger, the fingernail turned up. He crawled down from the 6th floor, Wang, Lei said beside me. After being bitten, he crawled to the 5th floor through the fire escape. I used the iron rod to poke at the severed finger. A normal person would have died from that much blood loss long ago. He isn't dead. I stood up, directing my flashlight towards the restroom at the end of the corridor. At least he wasn't dead when he crawled into the restroom. We 4 walked along the blood trail. After about 20 meters, the blood trail turned into the restroom. The door of the men's restroom was wide open. As the flashlight swept inside, I saw utter chaos. The mirror above the wash basin was shattered halfway, shards scattered everywhere, and the trash can was overturned, its contents spilled all over the floor. On the second sweep, I saw Lu Kai. He was huddled against the wall in the innermost corner. His 2 legs were stretched out in front, his left foot bare, the shoe nowhere to be found. His right hand, more accurately his right forearm, was dangling at an impossible angle in front of his chest, with only a few tendons remaining attached. The bone had shattered into several pieces. His right eye socket was a black hole with the flesh around it turned outward, exposing the white, ghastly bone beneath. His left eye was still open. That one intact eye was fixed on the doorway with blood vessels crisscrossing the white. He watched us enter, his lips quivering several times, finally squeezing out 2 words. Save me. Su Yang was the first to step inside. He crouched down, directing the flashlight at Lu Kai's face, scanning from head to foot, then back up. You've been bitten. Tears welled up in Lu Kai's left eye. I know I've been bitten. His voice grew fainter and more fragmented, but I don't have a fever. Look, I don't have a fever. I might have antibodies. Yes, antibodies. I can help you research a vaccine. I can. Your wound is already changing color. I stood at the doorway, the flashlight beam landing on his right arm. The edges of the bite wound had turned from their normal color to a dark gray. Several black lines were creeping up his veins, nearly reaching his right shoulder. This symptom was identical to Chen Lu's, but the spread was slower than hers, probably because he had lost too much blood, causing his circulation to slow down. Lu Kai looked down at his wound. Then he laughed. That smile was identical to the one he had when he opened the door to the reading room on the 6th floor, manic to the extreme, yet utterly despairing. It's impossible. Impossible. How could I mutate? How could I become that kind of thing? Impossible. His voice grew sharper and softer. I am your teacher. I am the counselor. I spent 3 years to secure this position. I am a university teacher. How could I die in a place like this at the hands of you students? Jiang Minghan had also arrived, although I didn't know when. She stood at the entrance of the men's restroom, 2 knife marks on her neck, already crusted over, holding the iron rod I had asked Su Yang to give her. The moment Lu Kai saw her, his entire demeanor suddenly changed. It was like a drowning person grasping at a last straw, or a cornered beast making one final desperate struggle. He crawled forward, not standing up to run, but using his remaining left hand to claw at the gaps in the tiles, inch by inch moving forward. His knees left bloody marks on the tiles, and the broken part of his right forearm dragged a dark red blood trail across the floor. He crawled slowly but with great effort, each inch forward seeming to exhaust all his strength. Minghan, help me. Say something to them. Tell them to save me. He crawled to Jiang Minghan's feet, reaching out with his left hand to grab her ankle. Jiang Minghan took a step back. Lu Kai's hand missed, crashing to the ground with a thud. Minghan. He looked up, using his only intact left eye to gaze at her. In these past days I haven't treated you poorly. Have I skimped on food or drink for you? Say something. Help me tell them. Let them save me. Enough with the nonsense. I could no longer listen, striding towards him with the iron rod. Lu Kai's attention shifted from Jiang Minghan to me, looking at the iron rod in my hand, at the still wet black blood on it, and the fear in his left eye finally overwhelmed the last remnants of his mania. No. Please. Don't kill me. He desperately shrank back, his back hitting the corner of the wall, with nowhere left to retreat. I am still useful. I know the situation on the 1st floor. I know the distribution of the zombies. I can lead you out. I can. Black blood splattered onto the ceramic surface of the squat toilet, trickling down the glazed surface. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the black blood, mixed with some grayish-white flocculent matter swirling in the light. Su Yang stepped up behind me, looking down at the shapeless mass in the corner. His lips moved several times, but no words came out. Finally, he spat on the ground, right beside Lu Kai's corpse. After dealing with Lu Kai, we began searching the various rooms on the 6th floor to see if there were any other supplies or items left behind. After searching the 3 reading rooms on the south side, aside from scattered books and dried blood, there was nothing else. The first room on the north side was empty. In the second room, the door was locked. Wang Lei knocked twice, but no one responded. He knocked again, pressing his ear against the door to listen. There's a sound inside. He whispered, a very faint sound, not like a zombie. I tightened my grip on the dagger, and Wang Lei stepped back half a pace, lifted a foot, and kicked hard at the door lock. The old wooden door lock couldn't withstand this force, and popped open with a clang. The flashlight beam illuminated the room. The reading room was not large, with several rows of metal bookshelves against the wall and yellow journals scattered on the floor. A vague smell filled the air, not the stench of decay, but the stuffy odor of long-standing ventilation issues mixed with a faint scent of disinfectant. In the corner, a person was curled up. A middle-aged man wearing a dirty white shirt with sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing thin, protruding wrist bones. His hair was graying and messily stuck to his scalp, his face covered in dust and dried blood. He tightly held a small boy in his arms, the boy's face buried in his chest, making it impossible to see his features, only the small shoulders trembling slightly. The man lifted his head, squinting in the flashlight's light as he looked towards the door. His lips were chapped and cracked, his voice hoarse as if sandpaper had rubbed against wood. Don't hurt how. The flashlight's beam illuminated that face. With graying hair, a square jaw, high brow bones, and deep-set eyes, even with his gaunt appearance covered in dust and blood, I recognized him at once. Zhou Guoli, my Chinese literature teacher. Teacher Zhou. Zhou Guoli paused for a moment, squinting as he struggled to make out the silhouette standing in the doorway against the light. The flashlight's light was too glaring, he could not see the other person's face clearly. It's me, Lin Chen. The Lin Chen from Class 3 of Chinese language. Zhou Guoli's lips quivered slightly. He did not speak, merely tightened his hold on the little boy in his arms. The boy peeked out timidly from his chest, gazing toward the doorway. Lin Chen. Zhou Guoli's voice trembled. How did you end up here? It's a long story. I crouched down, tucked the dagger back into my waistband, and directed the flashlight beam away, no longer shining it directly in Zhou Guoli's eyes. Teacher Zhou, how did you end up in the reading room? The people on the 6th floor said you had already left. I stopped mid-sentence. I had noticed the bruises on Zhou Guoli's wrist, dark purple encircling marks that extended from his wrist bone to his forearm. Those weren't injuries from work. They were marks left from being tied up with a rope. Wang Lei noticed as well. He tightened his grip on the steel pipe, the knuckles cracking audibly. Zhou Guoli noticed the gazes of the two and instinctively pulled down his sleeves to cover the bruises on his wrist. Left. He forced a bitter smile, his voice hoarse as if scraped from his throat. Lu Kai said outside that I had... We nodded. He locked me in here from the beginning. Ew, I can't even remember how many days it has been. Zhou Guoli lowered his head, looking at the boy Hao Hao in his arms. He locked both me and Hao Hao in this reading room. He brought 1 meal a day, half a compressed biscuit, and a small bottle of water. It's because I am the only one in this building who understands the broadcasting system. He can't let me die yet. However, my reputation among the students was relatively high, which aroused his suspicion. And Hao Hao. His voice caught. Hao Hao lifted his head from his father's embrace, using his dirty little hand to wipe away the tears on Zhou Guoli's face. He said that as long as I obey, Hao Hao would have food to eat. If I disobey, Hao Hao... He did not finish his sentence. Wang Lei kicked the nearby bookshelf. The metal bookshelf crashed to the ground, journals scattering everywhere. He gripped the steel pipe, his eyes red enough to bleed, trembling all over. Lu Kai. He spat those 2 words through clenched teeth and turned to rush outside. Wang Lei, I grabbed his arm. Brother Chen, let go of me. I want to deal with that son of a... He is already dead. Wang Lei froze. You just saw him die with your own eyes. My voice was as calm as possible. The grudges of Delu and Air Zhu, teacher Zhou's grudge, Li Mingzhi's grudge, everyone's grudge. Just now it has all been settled. Wang Lei's chest heaved violently, and the hand holding the steel pipe gradually relaxed. He leaned against the wall, eyes closed, gasping for breath. Zhou Guoli raised his head, a glimmer of light flashing in his murky eyes. Lu Kai is dead. Dead. Bitten by a zombie, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Zhou Guoli was silent for a long time. Then he smiled as he laughed. Tears streamed down his dusty face, leaving 2 white trails. Good, he said hoarsely, good. Hao Hao peeked out from his father's arms, his round bright eyes looking at me, then at Wang Lei, asking softly, Daddy, are they good people? Zhou Guoli patted his head, nodding. They are good people. They are Daddy's students. I crouched down. The little boy was very thin, his cheeks sunken, and his eyes appeared especially large. Those bright eyes had not lost their sparkle despite 15 days of imprisonment. Is your name Hao Hao? Your father is right. I extended my hand. We are here to take you out. Hao Hao looked at my hand, hesitated for 2 seconds, then extended his small hand, gently grasping mine. His hand was very small and cold like a leaf in autumn. I pulled him up from Zhou Guoli's embrace. He was frighteningly light. The 12-year-old boy felt like a bundle of cotton. Teacher Zhou, can we leave? Zhou Guoli propped himself against the bookshelf, standing up, his legs trembling violently, yet he steadied himself. Yes. Wang Lei walked over, placing Zhou Guoli's arm over his shoulder. The 4 of them walked out of the reading room. In the corridor, Su Yang was leading people down from the 6th floor, transporting supplies. Boxes of mineral water, self-heating pots, potato chips, chocolate, canned goods, and some medicines found in the cafe's storage. They all paused their work upon seeing me leading a child out. Brother Chen, this is... Su Yang was stunned. This is Teacher Zhou Guoli's child. I said loudly, ensuring everyone could hear clearly. Everyone knows that he is the one who activated the broadcasting system on the 1st floor. The zombies in this building were led to the 1st floor by him. The lives of everyone on the 6th floor were saved by him. The corridor fell silent. Lu Kai locked him and Hao Hao in the reading room for 15 days. 1 meal a day, half a biscuit, and a small bottle of water. The mineral water in Su Yang's hand fell to the ground with a clatter. He bent down to pick it up, his lips moving as if wanting to say something, but found he could not utter a single word. Zhou Guoli looked at the young faces in front of him, observing the shock and anger on their faces. He gently waved his hand. Kids, it's all in the past. Lu Kai is dead, Hao Hao and I are still alive, and that's enough. Zhao Tong squeezed out of the crowd. Without saying a word, crouched down in front of Hao Hao, opening a first aid kit to check his condition. Hao Hao obediently extended his arm for her to check his pulse, but his eyes were fixed on the other end of the corridor. Haiten was toddling over, scampering out from the reading room. It had just woken up and was unaware of what had happened. Upon seeing Hao Hao, it tilted its head, blinked its dark eyes, then wagged its tail, and trotted over, sitting at Hao Hao's feet, looking up at him. Hao Hao's eyes brightened. Little dog. Zhou Guoli looked down at Haiten, then at the first smile that had appeared on Hao Hao's face in 15 days. His eyes reddened once more. Lin Chen set Hao Hao down. The little boy crouched down, cautiously extending his hand. Haiten sniffed his fingers, and then licked them with its pink tongue. Hao Hao laughed softly, as if afraid of startling the little dog away. Zhao Tong stood up, shaking her head at me, lowering her voice. Malnourished, mild dehydration, but fortunately no infection. A few days of rest, and he will be fine. Lin Chen sighed in relief. Zhou Guoli walked to my side, watching Hao Hao playing with heightened his voice hoarse. Linshan, thank you. Teacher Zhou, it was the least I could do. Zhou Guoli shook his head. It's not about thanking you for saving me. It's about thanking you for killing Lu Kai. He gazed at the closed iron door at the end of the corridor, his expression as calm as a still pool. In my lifetime I've taught thousands of students. He was once among them. I never expected that one student would imprison me like a criminal. He turned his head to look at me, and I never expected that another student would avenge me. I said nothing, extending my hand to grasp Zhou Guoli's thin palm. Teacher Zhou, from today on in this building no one will be able to imprison you again. Zhou Guoli tightened his grip on my hand, nodding. Heighten rolled in Hao Hao's arms, exposing its round belly. Hao Hao giggled cautiously, reaching out to touch its belly. Heighten's tail wagged like a little windmill. In the corridor, everyone quietly watched this scene. It had been 15 days, and this was the first time they heard a child's laughter in the library. Wang Lei leaned against the wall watching Hao Hao, and heightened a hint of a smile finally appearing at the corners of his mouth. Su Yang carried a box of mineral water past him, lowering his voice to ask, Brother Lei, will that child and his dad stay with us from now on? Wang Lei looked at Hao Hao, observing Heighten rolling around in his arms, nodding. Yeah, they will be with us. At the end of the corridor, the setting sun's afterglow filtered through the broken window, casting a slender beam of light on the dusty ground. The light fell on Hao Hao and Heighten, stretching their shadows long. Zhou Guoli stood at the edge of the light and shadow, watching his son and the little black dog. His lips moved silently, saying 2 words. I heard him. He said, live. After nightfall, I settled Zhou Guoli and Hao Hao in the cleanest reading room on the 4th floor. After coaxing Hao Hao to sleep, Zhou Guoli walked alone to the door, finding me on night watch. Linshan, there's something I must tell you. His voice was very low, his gaze directed toward the tightly closed iron door at the end of the corridor. That was the door to the equipment room. The backup power for the broadcasting system will last at most 2 more weeks. In 14 days, the thousands of zombies on the 1st floor will begin to wander again. This building. He turned his head, looking into my eyes. Will become a dead zone. The next morning, Zhou Guoli took me through the corridor and pushed open the iron door of the equipment room. A mixture of the scent of machine oil and dust rushed towards me. The room was small, with a row of metal cabinets against the wall, densely packed with instrument panels and indicator lights. Some lights were still on green, like fireflies lurking in the darkness. Scattered on the floor were wrenches, screwdrivers, and several stripped copper wire ends, evidence left behind by him during the days of confinement as he repaired and patched things alone. This place, Lu Kai hasn't set foot in here for a day. Zhou Guoli walked to the control console, his fingers brushing over the dust-covered operation panel. He's afraid of me. Afraid that I left some contingency plan, afraid that if he touched a switch the building's broadcast would stop. So after he locked me up, he locked the door and never came back. When he spoke these words, his tone was very flat, as if he were discussing something unrelated to himself. I stood behind him, my gaze sweeping over the rows of still functioning instrument panels. Numbers were flashing on the screen, green and blinking. One number stood out, 14. Next to it was a smaller line of text, estimated days of remaining power. The backup power can last for at most 14 days. Zhou Guoli tapped the instrument panel. No, it might only be 13 days left now. After 13 days, the broadcast will stop. The thousands of zombies on the 1st floor will start to wander again. He turned to look at me. By then, this building, every floor, every corner will no longer be safe. My heart tightened. 13 days from the outbreak of the virus until now, we had held on for over 10 days, thinking that holding the 6th floor meant securing a way out. Only now did I realize that beneath this library lay a ticking time bomb. Is there any other way? I asked. Zhou Guoli did not answer immediately. He walked to the metal cabinet in the corner, crouched down, and pulled out a dusty roll of blueprints from the bottom. Unfolded, it was the architectural structure of the library, the edges already yellowed, but the annotations for each floor and every pipeline were clear. In the underground 2nd floor of the library, there is an old-fashioned diesel generator set. His finger pointed at a mark at the bottom of the blueprint. It was left as a backup power source when the library was built. It hasn't been started in 2 or 3 decades. But if it can still work once diesel is poured in, the power for the entire building can be restored. By then, not only the broadcast will work, but the elevator will also function. I focused on that mark, my mind racing. The underground 2nd floor. When we entered through the corridor, we walked past the side of the 1st floor hall and never noticed a passage downwards. Even if there is one, the 1st floor hall is now filled with zombies. How could we possibly go down? How do you know about this generator? I asked. Zhou Guoli glanced at me, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, as if he recalled something from long ago. I have been in this building for 20 years, child. He laid the blueprint flat on the control console, his fingers slowly tracing the path to the underground 2nd floor. Before the school was sealed, I spent every day here when I didn't have classes. I played chess with the administrator, Old Sun, and had tea with the electrician, Old Xian. Old Xian watched this building go up. He remembers how every wire was run, which switch controls which light. The diesel generator was something he mentioned casually, saying it cost the school 800,000 when it was built, that it hasn't been used in 30 years, and that they still had to spend money on maintenance every year with the school leaders reprimanding them every time they brought it up. He paused, his voice softening. Old Qian's family lives outside the school. I don't even know if he is still alive now. The equipment room fell silent for a moment. The green light on the instrument panel blinked like a silent countdown. Suddenly I realized something. Lu Kai locked this old man in here thinking he was just an electrician who could fix the broadcast. But he didn't know what he had locked away. The secrets of every wire and every switch of this building were all contained within the mind of this old man with gray hair. Teacher Zhou, I said, Lu Kai's imprisonment of you is the biggest mistake of his life. Zhou Guoli looked up at me. He thought you were just someone who fixed broadcasts. He didn't know you are a living map. Zhou Guoli was taken aback for a moment. It wasn't the kind of bitter smile from before. He was genuinely amused. The laughter was not loud, but it echoed twice in the small equipment room before fading away. But the light in his eyes was much brighter than before. I can't be considered a living map. He waved his hand, rolling up the blueprint again. Just an old man who has been here for a long time. Just then light footsteps approached the door of the equipment room. I turned my head and saw Heitan peeking in through. Its glossy black eyes blinked twice, tilting its head to peek inside. Behind it, Hao Hao was squatting on the floor dragging a shoelace he had found somewhere across the floor, trying to entice Heitan over. But Heitan ignored the shoelace, waddling straight into the equipment room, and sitting down beside Hao Hao looked. Little Heitan, little Heitan. He kept repeating Heitan's name, clearly considering it his best friend. Heitan tilted its head and nudged Hao Hao's fingertip with its wet nose. Hao Hao was stunned for half a second, then cautiously reached out to stroke Heitan's furry head, smiling happily. That was the first time I saw Hao Hao smile. His eyes were crescent-shaped and the corners of his mouth were lifted high like a seed that had been pressed for a long time, finally breaking through the stone to sprout. Zhou Guoli stood by the control console watching this scene, his lips moving slightly. He said nothing, just raised his hand to rub his eyes gently. This child hasn't smiled in a long time. His voice was a bit hoarse, but very calm, as if stating a fact. Heitan rolled over at Hao Hao's feet, exposing its round belly. Hao Hao crouched down, carefully rubbing its belly with both hands, giggling. Heitan's tail wagged like a little windmill, its forepaws kicked in the air, and its tongue lolled out of its mouth. The whole dog looked incredibly silly, but Hao Hao laughed even more joyfully. I leaned against the door frame watching this person and dog frolicking on the floor, suddenly feeling that the air in the equipment room was not so stuffy anymore. The countdown on the instrument panel was still ticking down, 13 days, it decreasing second by second. But at this moment, in this small room filled with dust and the smell of machine oil, a child was laughing and a little dog was wagging its tail. 13 days. Zhou Guoli suddenly spoke, his voice low, audible only to me. Diesel generator, manpower. 3 things, any one of which is indispensable. Where do we get the diesel? Logistics team. He gestured eastward, about 800 meters from the library. The garage must have stored oil. But that road. He did not finish, but I understood. 800 meters would have taken just a few minutes 10 days ago. But now every step could land us in a horde of zombies. Teacher Zhou, I got separated from my brothers before coming to the library, and I plan to go find them first. I said, once we have enough manpower we can think about the diesel. Zhou Guoli nodded. He handed me the rolled-up blueprint. Take this, the annotations on it are the lifelines of this building. I took the blueprint. The paper was rough, the edges frayed, and it was covered with a thin layer of dust. This was the only thing that belonged to him that had not been taken away during the 15 days of his imprisonment. Now he handed it to me. Heitan finally broke free from Hao Hao's grasp, shook its fur, and trotted over to my feet, looking up and barking. It sounded off-key, sharp and thin, like stepping on a chicken's neck. Hao Hao came over, squatting next to Heitan, looking up at me. Brother Lin Shen, it can understand human speech. Really? He said seriously. I told it to sit just now, and it sat down. I looked down at Heitan. This palm-sized little black dog was tilting its head at me, its tail wagging so much that its entire backside was shaking. I bent down and extended a finger. Heitan immediately raised a front paw and placed it on my fingertip, its paw pad soft and warm. Look! Hao Hao jumped up excitedly beside me. It wants to shake hands with you. I chuckled. All right. I patted Heitan's head. After this fight, it'll give you a special treat. Heitan's ears perked up immediately, and its tail wagged even more joyfully. Zhou Guoli stood at the control console watching the 3 of us. His son, a little black dog of unknown origin, and his student standing before him. He didn't say anything like thank you, he just quietly watched, his eyes slightly red with a hint of a smile at the corners. Outside the window the sky was gradually brightening. This was another ordinary morning after the apocalypse, just like yesterday, just like the day before. But in this dusty equipment room a child was teaching a puppy to sit, an old man was studying blueprints, and a young man was standing at the door. 13 days. Enough. At 3 in the afternoon the tables and chairs in the 6th floor public reading area were rearranged. Sunlight streamed through the cracks of the broken windows, casting bright streaks on the dust-covered floor. A dozen people were squeezed against the railing in the courtyard, leaning on the railings, sitting on the tables, or leaning against the bookshelves, all of them looking at me. Lu Kai is dead. The rules must be re-established. I spoke, my voice not loud but clear in the hollow courtyard. From today on, the 6th floor is a living area. Sleeping, cooking, and resting will all take place on this floor. The 4th floor will be converted into a supply warehouse and training area. Food and water will be centrally managed, and combat personnel must train for at least 2 hours each day. Someone murmured, "Train for what?" Suyang, leaning against the wall, answered for him, "Practice how to kill zombies. Liu Kai is dead. Do you think the apocalypse is over?" The person fell silent. The zombies on the 3rd floor and in the northwest reading room on the 6th floor have not been cleared yet. They are temporarily sealed off. The 2nd floor is the warning line guarding the fire escape, keeping a close watch on the 1st floor. Everyone is divided into 3 shifts, each shift lasting 8 hours. The day shift is responsible for inventory and training, while the night shift handles patrols and watches. Zhao Tong is already writing the schedule. After it is posted, find your own name. If you can't find it, come to me, and I will assign you a shift. Zhao Tong raised her hand from the crowd. Behind her stood the only remaining female student from the nursing department, named Lily, holding a first aid kit she had just retrieved from the 6th floor. All supplies will be centralized in the 4th floor warehouse, uniformly registered and distributed. Each person's daily basic rations will be issued according to the standard, doubled for the injured and doubled for children. Those who want to eat more must work for it. Participating in combat, clearing floors, and going out to gather supplies will provide additional rations. For those who hoard supplies, I paused. There's no need for me to act. Su Yang will lead people to search. After the search, there will only be clear water for the next 3 days. Su Yang straightened from the wall, cracking his knuckles as he added expressionlessly, "It's best to turn them in before the search. I can be very thorough." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, then someone laughed. It was not a nervous laugh, but rather one of relief. When Liu Kai was around, the rules were dictated by his mood. Now, although these rules are strict, at least they are posted on the wall for everyone to see. After I finished outlining the remaining matters, I turned and walked to the corner. Zhou Guoli sat in a soft chair that had been moved from the reading area, with Hao Hao still half asleep on his lap. Seeing me approach, he ruffled Hao Hao's hair, gently moved him to the chair, and stood up. "Teacher Zhou, you will be the logistics manager. You will oversee electricity, manage supply registration, and handle all account-related matters. This task is yours." Zhou Guoli was taken aback, looking up at me. "I have taught ancient Chinese and literature all my life. The preaching philosophers, the history of the Han and Wei. In the end, how do I learn to manage a refuge?" "You have guarded the library for 15 days, I replied. "This is more useful than reading any book." He did not say anything further. He pulled out an old notebook from his pocket, opened a new page, and took out a half-used pencil from his chest pocket, neatly writing on the first line. Chunin College Library, Day 1. Survivors 32. Supplies to be counted. After writing, he closed the notebook and stroked the cover with his thumb. The first half of this notebook records Liu Kai's crimes, each entry a black mark. In the second half, he intends to record the survival of everyone with the same pen. Lin Chun, he tucked the notebook into his pocket. "You hand over the accounts for supplies to me. My old life is also entrusted to you." His words were neither light nor heavy. I nodded, not responding. Some things do not require a response. Acknowledging them makes them lighter. At this moment, Hao Hao woke up, rubbing his eyes as he slid down from the chair and walked over to tug at Zhou Guoli's clothes. Heiyu, the little black dog, appeared from somewhere, a half-chewed shoelace in its mouth. The one Hao Hao had brought to tease it yesterday, trotting over and sitting at Hao Hao's feet, looking up at him. "Hao Hao." He turned to look at me. "From today on, you are highest dedicated caregiver. It's eating, drinking, relieving itself, and sleeping will all be your responsibility. Can you do that?" Hao Hao was momentarily stunned, looking down at Heiyu. Heiyu was looking up, its tail sweeping the ground, and when the shoelace fell, it picked it up and shoved it into Hao Hao's hand. Hao Hao crouched down, accepting the shoelace, then looked seriously into Heiyu's eyes and said earnestly, "Heiyu, you have to listen to me from now on." Heiyu tilted its head, then took a small step forward and licked his face with its tongue. Hao Hao did not laugh, but very solemnly extended his pinky promise. Heiyu, of course, did not understand the promise. It sniffed Hao Hao's finger and then extended its tongue again. This time Hao Hao laughed, picking up Heiyu and holding it against his chest. The little dog's tail peeked out from his arm, wagging like a little windmill. Zhou Guoli quietly watched this scene. He stroked the cover of the notebook with his thumb again, turned around, and began counting the boxes of mineral water and various food items in the supply storage area. His movements were not hurried, but after counting each box, he wrote a line in the notebook. Sunlight fell on his graying hair, and the scratching sound of the pencil on paper mingled with Hao Hao and Heiyu's laughter echoing softly in the quiet 6th floor. From afternoon to evening, Zhao Tong led people to move supplies and medical items from the 4th floor to the 6th floor, clearing out a separate reading room to serve as a medical room. When the schedule was posted, a crowd gathered to look. Some discovered they were assigned to the night shift and cursed, others found their names misspelled and corrected them with a pen. The training area was organized by Wang Lei, who pushed the tables and chairs from the 4th floor reading area to the wall, clearing out an empty space and placing several steel pipes in the corner to serve as training equipment. After night fell, the entire building quieted down. The flashlight beams flickered in the hallway, Su-yang was leading the night shift personnel on their first round of patrol. I walked to the equipment room, rummaged through the tool cabinet for a charging cable, and connected the walkie-talkie left by Lao Mo to the backup power supply. The indicator light flickered and lit up. The equipment room was very quiet with only the low hum of the backup power supply. I leaned against the wall watching the red indicator light blink. I thought to myself that if Lao Mo was using the walkie-talkie, the battery of his outdoor society's walkie-talkie would not last this long. It was likely already dead. Perhaps they found a place to recharge, or perhaps they were in some corner of the medical school guarding the walkie-talkie, and maybe. I closed the equipment room door and walked to the 6th floor rooftop. From yesterday until now there had been no news from Lao Mo. This was unlike him. Lao Mo was a person who would report even when going to the restroom. He would never turn off the walkie-talkie during an operation. Unless he was trapped in a corner where he could make no sound, or he could not find a power source before the walkie-talkie ran out of battery. The night breeze poured in through the broken window cracks. In the direction of the medical school at the end of the horizon, there was only darkness. No light, no sound, no signals of life or death. Heiyu had followed me at some point, squatting at my feet and letting out a very soft whimper. It looked up at me, its shiny black eyes sparkling in the moonlight. I squatted down and patted its head, rested its chin on my knee, lying quietly, while occasionally letting out a few faint whimpers, as if asking something. Or perhaps asking for me. "Are you waiting for them too?" I asked. Heiyu's tail gently swept against the ground. I stood up, taking one last look in the direction of the medical school. The walkie-talkie was already connected to the power supply, the red indicator light quietly blinking in the equipment room. Regardless of when this channel would be active, tomorrow, the day after, or perhaps never, I had to go. As the door to the equipment room was pushed open, I was changing the channel on the intercom. Zhou Guoli walked in holding half a cup of water. He placed the cup on the control panel and glanced at the instrument panel where green digits were still flickering. There are still 10 days left. His tone was flat when he said this, but I noticed his hand holding the cup tightened. 10 days. I was taken aback. Didn't we calculate that we could last for 13 days before? The aging of the backup power supply is worse than I anticipated. Zhou Guoli walked up to the control panel and tapped the instrument panel with his fingertip. Half of the battery units have already failed. The rest are operating under overload. 10 days is the limit. It will only decrease, not increase. The equipment room fell silent for a few seconds. The low hum of the backup power supply filled the silence like a countdown in the background. 10 days. I leaned against the control panel and set down the intercom. "Where's the diesel generator?" Zhou Guoli took out a building blueprint from his pocket and spread it out on the control panel. The corners of the blueprint were already frayed. He pointed to a location on the second basement level of the library, marked with a red pen. "The entrance is at the back side of the library. Go around through the fire escape, and there is a fire door that leads down. But the fire door's location requires passing through part of the first floor hall. On the other side of the fence there's a zombie meeting going on." I said, "thousands of them all crammed together." Zhou Guoli flipped to the next page, revealing a hand-drawn map of the campus. The position of the logistics team was circled 800 meters from the library. 800 meters in a straight line. In reality, there are no straight paths, only corners, dead ends, and hordes of zombies hidden away. "How many usable people do we have?" I didn't respond. The intercom had been on since last night. The backup power supply had powered the intercom, and the channel was set correctly, but aside from the static sound there was nothing. Lao Mo Da Golin, Shi Su Xiao Zhou Ming Hao Zi, and Zhang Ya. 7 people, as if they had been swallowed by the darkness of the medical school. "We don't have enough people," I admitted. "If Lao Mo were here, he could lead the team to the second basement level. He is more adept at starting the generator than I am. If Dago were here, he could handle the route to fetch the diesel. But now both ends require manpower and the usable people." I didn't finish my sentence. "How many people can fight in the library now?" I could count them with my eyes closed. Wang Lei Su Yang Zhang Long Sun Xingzhou plus me, 5. With this few people, it would be a struggle to tackle 2 tasks simultaneously, let alone leave people to guard the library. I'm worried about more than just manpower. I shifted my gaze from the blueprint. I haven't heard from Lao Mo and the others for almost 5 days. The intercom has had no signal. If something happened to them in the medical school, and I sat here waiting for 5 days, what good would it do if the diesel generator were started? Zhou Guoli was silent for a few seconds. "You need to go rescue them first." This wasn't a question. "Go to the medical school first, bring people back, then we can address the power issue." Lao Mo is the best commander, Dagu is the strongest fighter, and Su Xiao understands medicine. Without them, this building cannot be held. People are more important than electricity. Zhou Guoli rolled up the blueprint. "Go ahead." I took the blueprint. People are more important than electricity. It's not that electricity isn't important. He understood that for me, the 6 people trapped in the medical school were more important than this building. The door to the equipment room was pushed open from the outside, creating a gap. Hao poked his head and saw Zhou Guoli and widened the door gap to walk in. He was followed by Hei Tan, who stumbled a bit over the threshold with his short legs, shook his head, and continued walking. "Dad, Hei Tan is hungry." Hao picked up Hei Tan, and the little dog twisted in his arms, sticking out its tongue as it tried to lick his face. Zhou Guoli squatted down and rummaged through a supply box to find a small bag of milk powder. This was salvaged by Zhao Tong's nursing team from the 4th floor, and no one knew how long it had been expired. He mixed the milk powder with half a cup of cool water and poured it into a shallow plastic bowl. He Tan leaned over, sniffed for 2 seconds, then buried his entire face in the bowl, making the plastic bowl shake on the ground. How quickly squatted down to hold the bowl, muttering, "Slow down, slow down. He's too small, he's still at the age." Zhou Guoli stood up, watching He Tan lick the bowl clean. I wonder if being born in the apocalypse is a blessing. He Tan's ears haven't fully stood up yet. He still stumbles over thresholds, and even eating requires how to support the bowl. How? I said, tomorrow I need to take someone out. Take care of He Tan. The milk powder is with Sister Zhao Tong, who feed him every 3 hours and don't let him go hungry. How looked up, his 12-year-old face a bit nervous, but more serious. Where to? To the medical school. Bring back Sister Lin, she and the others. He was silent for a moment, then nodded and hugged He Tan a little tighter. He Tan let out a whimper as he was squeezed, twisting his body to poke his head out from Hao's arms. His big dark eyes looked at me, then at Zhou Guoli, and finally he stretched out his tongue to lick Hao's chin. I walked out of the equipment room and along the corridor toward the public rest area. As I passed the medical area, the door was open and Zhao Tong was stuffing hemostatic bandages into a canvas bag. I was going to walk past directly, but she called out to me. Change the dressing. I can do it tomorrow. Sit down. I leaned against the medical room door, hesitating for a second. She didn't rush me, just set the canvas bag aside, took iodine and gauze from the table. I walked in and sat down, resting my left arm on the table and rolling up my sleeve. The old gauze was stained with a layer of pale yellow medicine, and the edges were a bit dried. Zhao Tong used scissors to cut the gauze, peeling it off layer by layer. Her movements were very gentle, but when she reached the last layer, the gauze stuck to the dried blood clots, and she paused, using an iodine swab to moisten the edges little by little. The wound is healing quite well. Zhao Tong lowered her head to take a closer look, gently pressing on the skin around the wound with the swab. There's no blackening and no signs of decay. Strange. Strange about what? She threw the swab into the waste bag and took another one. She dipped the swab in iodine and slowly wiped around the wound, then raised the swab in front of me. Look. Normally there would be some redness and swelling around a wound, but although your cut is long, it's very clean, with no exudation nor any signs of blackening or necrosis common with zombie scratches. She threw away the old swab and took a new one dipped in iodine, continuing to wipe. Previously on the 6th floor, there was a student who was bitten by a zombie, and the flesh around the wound was gray-black with a foul smell. Although your left arm was scratched by a zombie dog, so far there are no signs of infection, and the healing speed is similar to that of a normal external injury. Is there a difference between being scratched by a zombie dog and being bitten by an ordinary zombie? I asked. Zhao Tong tightened the iodine bottle and placed it on the table. She picked up a roll of clean gauze to start wrapping my arm, only speaking after the second round. According to the principle of viral transmission, different transmission routes carry different risks of disease. Her fingers pressed the gauze around, smoothing out the wrinkles. The claws of zombies carry the virus. It's possible that the mutated virus from the canine species doesn't match with the humanoid variety. It could also be that the dosage isn't enough. It's also possible that the amount of virus in the saliva and claws of zombie dogs is lower than that of ordinary zombies. She changed to a clean latex glove on the examination pad. Dogs are merely passive hosts. Do you mean it might not be contagious? Not certain. More samples are needed. It would be even better if we could do a blood test, but there's no equipment here. She pressed down the tape and patted my shoulder. But at least you're still alive and your arm isn't rotting. That's good news. I looked down at my tightly wrapped left arm. The gauze was neat and clean. That male dog killed Li Mingzhi. If that's the case, they're just acting on instinct to protect their nests, not driven by the virus. Biting people to protect their pups, not as an attack after infection. That's a possibility. Zhao Tong put the gauze and iodine back into the first aid kit. Viruses are very complex. My current knowledge is only at a basic level. At the end of the corridor, Hao was coming out of the equipment room, holding He Tan. He Tan licked the last layer of milk from the bottom of the bowl and snuggled in Hao's arms, dozing off. He was still too small, barely able to open his eyes. After eating, he would sleep, and after waking up, he would eat again. I stood up and let my sleeves down. The gauze on my left arm was wrapped just right, and Zhao Tong had already locked the first aid kit with a click. This trip to the medical school is not just to rescue people. There's one more thing. I stood at the medical room door. Bring Su Xiao and the others back. Zhao Tong looked up at me. Your nursing team is short-staffed, and you are the only one with medical knowledge holding it together. If Su Xiao and Zhou Ming come back, the medical care in the library can truly operate. I slung my backpack over my shoulder. Let's go. At the end of the corridor, the soft chair was still placed by the window. Inside the equipment room, He Tan was sleeping soundly, and Hao's arms occasionally wagging his tail, as if dreaming. Outside the window, the night enveloped the entire campus. At 4:30 in the morning, in the common area on the 6th floor, I spread out the hand-drawn route map by Zhou Guoli on the table and pointed with a half-used pencil at the line from the library to the medical school. Wang Leizhong Long Sun Xingzhou. and Liang Hongquan gathered around the table, the flashlight illuminating the map, making the winding paths shimmer. This time it's about saving people, not clearing zombies. I stated directly, the fewer people the less noise. Wang Lei will be the main force leading the front, Zhang Long will watch the left flank, Sun Xingzhou will monitor the right, Liang Hongquan will cover the rear. I will coordinate from the center. The route will take the abandoned delivery path behind the experimental building marked by Teacher Zhou on the map. Abandoned for half a year before the lockdown, overgrown with weeds, inaccessible for vehicles, thus likely having few zombies. It is currently the optimal route. Wang Lei slammed the steel pipe on the table. Understood. Zhang Long moved his bandaged right arm, remaining silent. His arm had healed over the past few days, forming scabs, but still throbbed slightly during large movements. Sun Xingzhou was the first student to discover Lu Kai's report letter, a freshman from the physics department. He usually kept to himself, but Wang Lei had told me that he was the most active during training yesterday and agreed to participate in the rescue operation. Liang Hongquan was a new face. After the duty roster was posted last night, he caught up with me in the hallway. Tall and thin, his glasses reflected the white light of the overhead corridor lamps, but the eyes behind the lenses lacked the usual fear and evasiveness seen in other students. I want to join the operation tomorrow, he said at the time. I did not immediately agree. I tossed the steel pipe to him. Show me your skills with a three-pronged thrust. He caught the steel pipe and gripped it tightly. The first thrust came with a rush of wind, the second was a clean retraction, and the third was a swift change in direction. All executed in a straight line with no unnecessary movements. Have you practiced? I practiced fencing for 3 years in high school. Just like that, he became the 5th member of the rescue. At this moment, Su Yang approached with Lao Zhang and Lao Li from the other end of the corridor, carrying the flashlights used for the night patrol. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the hallway. Su Yang glanced at the route map on the table, and then at our 5 well-prepared gear: backpacks, steel pipes, walkie-talkies, spare batteries, and tourniquets. Before speaking the phrase, he had already repeated 3 times, "Brother Chin, take us with you." I placed the pencil down on the table. I explained this to you yesterday. If the 3 of you leave, who will lead the patrol team? Who will guard this place? Zhao Tong performed well as she can. Zhao Tong. You want her to lead the team? I stood up facing him. Su Yang. Teacher Zhou is old, and there's only one girl from the nursing department with Zhao Tong. The medical room doesn't even have a strong laborer to carry things. If others happen to sneak in, or if there's a problem with the blockade on the 2nd floor, we must leave someone capable and assertive in this building. Su Yang's mouth moved, and his Adam's apple bobbed. I placed my hand on his shoulder, which was sturdy enough to bear weight. It's not that I don't trust you. I trust you to guard this building. The hallway fell silent for a few seconds. Su Yang clipped the flashlight to his waist with a click. All right. This building won't fall before you return. Jiang Minghan appeared at the corner of the hallway. I didn't notice when she arrived. She was wearing a gray jacket she had borrowed from the 5th floor, her hair tied in a low ponytail, looking much more organized than when she was next to Lu Kai. She took a couple of steps forward, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke. Lynch and I want to go with you. I turned to look at her. I can help. I can help you carry things, record the route, and take care of the injured. You stay on the 6th floor. Her expression froze for a moment. Hao needs someone to help take care of him. Teacher Zhou needs to manage the power and supplies. Zhao Tong needs to take care of the medical room. Su Yang needs to handle the patrols. Black charcoal is still too small. It needs to be fed once every 3 hours. You help take care of Hao, keep him from running around. That's your task. I rejected her request with a stream of words. Jiang Minghan's lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she just nodded. As she turned to leave, her footsteps were a bit quick. I put on my backpack and shoved the walkie-talkie into the outer pocket. The channel was already set, and the spare power source was connected to the walkie-talkie with the green indicator light blinking. There was still no response from Lao Mo. I zipped up my bag. At the end of the corridor, the equipment room door was open. Zhou Guoli stood at the entrance with Hao beside him. Black charcoal was sleeping soundly in Hao's arms, occasionally lazily sweeping its tail across Hao's wrist. Zhou Guoli looked at the 5 of us ready to set off, saying nothing like take care, only nodding at me. I nodded back. The tacit understanding between the 2 men needed no extra words. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was still dark. 5 people, 5 steel pipes, 2 backpacks filled with emergency supplies, and 3 days' worth of rations descended from the 4th floor fire escape to the 2nd floor, avoiding the iron railing at the back, and entered deep into the campus along the abandoned delivery path, marked by Zhou Guoli. The campus in the early morning was shrouded in gray, with dew collecting on the tips of the weeds, making the soles of shoes slick beneath. This abandoned delivery path was wedged between the back wall of the laboratory building and an overgrown nursery, with a bumpy surface littered with waterlogged cardboard boxes and rusty, discarded food carts. The back windows of the laboratory building were completely shattered glass, shards mixed in the mud crunching underfoot. Wang Lei walked at the front, his steps light as steel pipe, slung at his waist, scanning every corner ahead with his gaze. Zhang Long and Sun Xingzhou flanked him to the left and right, while Liang Hongquan brought up the rear, turning back every few seconds to ensure nothing was following them. Half an hour later, they had crossed the abandoned delivery path and turned into the edge of the teaching building area. The scenery along the way was entirely different from that near the library. There was no gathering of broadcast music, and the chaos of that night of lockdown was frozen in place. Upturned vending machines, scattered textbooks, flattened shared bicycles, and large patches of dried blood splattered on the walls, with several drag marks extending from the base of the wall to the drainage outlet, the color shifting from dark red to blackish brown. Ahead, the sound of footsteps echoed around the corner, resembling the shuffling of feet dragging across the ground. I raised my hand and signaled, and the 5 of us halted, simultaneously pressing against the wall. 3 zombies staggered into view around the corner. Dressed in cafeteria work uniforms, their white aprons stained with black blood, moving slowly. The daylight made their movements noticeably slower than at night. They hadn't noticed us and wandered aimlessly towards the nursery. "Let's go around," Zhang Long whispered. I shook my head. Going around means backtracking 200 meters. The alley ahead is too narrow. If there are more on that side, it would be more troublesome to get trapped on both ends. I had already drawn the steel pipe from my waist. Wang Lei glanced at me and nodded. I gripped the mop handle tightly, the sharpened end gleaming coldly in the morning light. The wound on my left arm still throbbed faintly, but fortunately the bandage Xiao Tong had wrapped tightly held up. I signaled to Wang Lei. "They'll take the left one, and the right 2 are yours." Wang Lei's mouth twitched slightly as he lowered his body. 3, 2, 1. The 2 of them rushed out from behind the corner simultaneously. I sidestepped to avoid the left one's reaching hand, using the momentum of my turn to thrust the mop handle upward into its jaw, the tip piercing through its mouth straight into the cranial cavity, foul liquid dripping down the handle. As I pulled out the handle, the zombie had already begun to topple. I pressed down on its shoulder with my left hand and gave it a push, sending the body crashing to the ground, the back of its head hitting the cement surface with a dull thud. The force of that push and thrust tugged at the wound on my left arm, warm fluid seeping out from beneath the bandage. To the right, Wang Lei's first strike had shattered the knee of the second zombie. The zombie knelt, and with a backhand swing he struck its temple, the sound of cracking bone exploding in the alley. A third zombie lunged at him, but he used the steel pipe to block its hands, kicking it in the chest to send it flying, then swinging downwards, the tip of the pipe striking squarely on the top of its head. The 3 zombies went from lunging at us to falling down in under 8 seconds. Zhang Long and Sun Xingzhou followed closely behind from the corner, with Sun Xingzhou crouching down to check the bodies to confirm they were dead and dealing the final blows. Zhang Long noticed the blood seeping through the bandage on my left arm and furrowed his brow. "The abrasion has opened up." I pressed down on the bandage tighter. "He'll deal with it once we get to the medical college." Wang Lei wiped the black blood off the steel pipe on the zombie's apron and looked up at the position of the sun. The morning light was slanting through the gaps of the teaching building, and the eastern sky had already begun to lighten. "Let's keep going," I said. The path through the teaching building area was fortunate, as we didn't encounter more groups of zombies. The abandoned delivery path avoided the main road and cafeteria, steering clear of the most densely populated areas. Occasionally we would encounter stragglers, which we simply bypassed without engaging. Less noise meant more safety. Liang Hongxuan followed closely behind, not uttering a word apart from the sound of our footsteps. Sun Xingzhou kept a sharpened iron rod clenched in his hand, checking the bushes on the right, while no one was paying it. The sunlight grew stronger. The closer we got to the eastern side of the campus, the taller the weeds along the roadside became, with some areas reaching up to knee height. This indicated that this area had not been tread upon for a long time. At dusk, the 5 of us crouched in the bushes outside the back door of the laboratory building. The medical college was right in front of us, a 6-story gray-white structure resembling a silent tombstone in the setting sun. A throng of zombies wandered in the open space in front of the main entrance, teachers in white lab coats, students with notebooks, and nurses all packed together as zombies completely blocking the entrance. "We can't enter through the main entrance," Wang Lei whispered. I shifted my gaze to the slightly shorter laboratory building on the side of the medical college. Previously, Zhou Guoli had marked on the blueprint that the medical college and the laboratory building were connected by a corridor on the second floor, but the laboratory building had its own independent side entrance, and it seemed that the corpses in front of the main entrance had not gathered towards that side. "We'll enter through the laboratory building." I folded the blueprint and stuffed it into my backpack. "Find the corridor on the second floor. Passing through it leads directly to the medical college." The sun sank below the horizon, the last rays of orange light illuminating the windows of the laboratory building. Behind that window, where old Mo and the others were, on which floor and in which room still alive or already, I didn't dare to think further. I gripped the mop handle tightly and stood up from the bushes. "Linchi, hold on. We've arrived." The side door of the experimental building stood ajar, its handle stained with dried blood handprints. I reached out to test it. The door hinge was rusted and emitted a sharp metallic screech as I pushed it open, piercing the quiet evening. "Hurry in," I whispered. 5 people filed in, with Liang Hongxuan being the last, casually shutting the door behind. The first floor hall was dimly lit, with only a few rays of sunlight trickling through the broken windows, casting crooked patches of light on the floor. The air was thick with the mingled stench of dust and decaying flesh, tight against the throat. 3 zombies roamed the hall dressed in construction work attire, one still wearing a name badge that swayed as it walked. They turned their heads simultaneously at the sound of the door creaking open. Quick and decisive. Wang Lei had already charged out. The steel pipe swung around and struck the first zombie in the neck. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the zombie's head tilted at a grotesque angle while its body lunged forward. Wang Lei kicked it in the chest, using the momentum to withdraw the steel pipe, then swung it back down onto the second zombie's skull. I was facing the third one. This zombie moved faster than the previous 2, roaring as it lunged at me, its fingers nearly grazing my face. I sidestepped just in time, thrusting the mop handle upward. The rod pierced its jaw, penetrating into the cranial cavity, and when I pulled it out, black blood sprayed against the wall. The 3 zombies fell to the ground in under 15 seconds. Sun Xingzhou typically squatted down to deal the finishing blows, thrusting the iron rod into each zombie's eye socket, poking twice to ensure they were truly dead. The first floor is clear. Zhang Long surveyed the hall. Let's head to the second floor. The stairwell was cluttered with overturned lockers and shattered glass. Large patches of dark blood splattered on the walls. We crept up along the wall, our footsteps barely audible. The second floor corridor was eerily silent. No zombies, no bloodstains, not even traces of a struggle. On either side of the corridor were laboratories, all doors closed with uncleaned equipment like beakers, test tubes, and microscopes still laid out on the tables behind the glass windows. Something feels off. Wang Lei tightened his grip on the steel pipe. It's too clean. I nodded, signaling everyone to remain vigilant. At the end of the corridor, something reflected a faint glimmer in the dim light. I walked over and crouched down to pick it up. It was a hairpin. Light blue with dried blood spots on it. My hand trembled slightly. This was Lin Zai's hairpin. I bought it at a small shop on the back street of the school last year on her birthday, and she had been wearing it ever since. I clenched the hairpin in my palm and took a deep breath. They've been here. I stood up, my voice steady. The blood on the hairpin is already dry. It must have fallen at least 2. Let's search towards the connecting corridor. The corridor was at the other end, where an iron door connected the experimental building to the medical college. The door was slightly ajar with dim light seeping through the crack. Zhang Long pushed the door open and we filed in. The corridor on the second floor of the medical college was much wider than that of the experimental building, but it was in disarray. Overturned carts, scattered medicine packaging, and broken glass from the fire hydrant on the wall. At the end of the corridor was Pharmacy No. 1, its iron roller shutter tightly closed, and there were large drag marks of blood on the floor at the entrance. Through the gap of the roller shutter, I could see a faint light from a flashlight inside the pharmacy. There are still living people. My heart raced just as I was about to step forward. Wang Lei suddenly grabbed me. Listen. There was a sound behind the fire door on the right side of the corridor. It wasn't footsteps, it was the sound of something crawling on the ground, slimy like a wet mop scraping against the floor. The fire door was suddenly slammed open. A zombie crawled out. To be precise, it was crawling on the ground. Its legs bent at impossible angles, its belly pressed against the ground, the fingers of its hands ground down to mere bone, the nails scraping against the floor with a piercing sound. It moved with alarming speed. Scatter! I shouted. The zombie lunged straight for the nearest Sun Xingzhou. Sun Xingzhou reacted quickly enough, blocking with the iron rod held in front of him, but the zombie's strength far exceeded that of ordinary zombies. One claw struck the iron rod and Sun Xingzhou was knocked back 2 steps, his back slamming against the wall. The zombie lunged again, its mouth stained with black blood, open to an impossible angle as it aimed for Sun. I charged forward, thrusting the mop handle into the zombie's mouth, wedging it between its jaws. The zombie let out a muffled roar, its claws swiping at me. I raised my left arm to block, but in that instant the wound tore open completely, the bandage bursting, blood streaming down toward my elbow, and the pain momentarily blackened my vision. Liang Hongchuan. Wang Lei yelled. Liang Hongchuan cut in from the side, his steel pipe not swinging down, but stabbing. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Each stab was horrifically precise. Into the atoms, apple, the heart, the forehead. If the zombie still had a heartbeat, these 3 stabs would have taken its life 3 times over. The zombie's movements finally slowed down. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Lei swung the steel pipe and struck it with all his might on the back of its head. The sound of cracking bones echoed as the zombie convulsed twice before going completely still. Sun Xingzhou slid down the wall, his face drenched in cold sweat. Are you hurt? I pressed down on my left arm, blood seeping through my fingers. No, I wasn't bitten, Sun Xingzhou gasped. I blocked it with the iron rod when it lunged at me, just got my hand numbed from the impact. Zhang Long crouched down to examine the zombie's body, flipping over its lab coat to reveal the name badge. Administrator of the animal laboratory in the experimental building. It's actually mutated. Zhang Long's voice was heavy, completely different from ordinary ones, much stronger in speed and power. Are there live animals in the medical college's experimental building? Wang Lei asked. Yes. White mice, rabbits, and I think there are a few monkeys too. I gritted my teeth, rewrapping the burst bandage tightly. If the virus crosses species, mutation was only a matter of time. Let's find people first. We bypassed the mutated zombie's body and headed toward Pharmacy No. 1. The roller shutter was locked from the inside with a chain, and we couldn't push it open. Something was blocking behind the door like a metal frame or a medicine cabinet, very heavy. Wang Lei pressed his face close to the door crack, lowering his voice. "We are alive, coming from the library." A faint sound of footsteps came from behind the door, cautious and alert. Then a cold voice, almost devoid of warmth, emerged too. Hearing that familiar voice, my heart raced. I recognized this voice. "Old Mo." My voice trembled slightly. "It's me, Lin Shan." The silence lingered for 2 seconds behind the door. Then came the sound of metal scraping, chains being unfastened, the iron frame pushed aside, and the rolling door being lifted from the inside with a clattering noise. Halfway up, the flashlight's beam shone through the door, illuminating my face. I squinted back. In the pharmacy, the flashlight's light revealed the silhouettes of 6 people. Old Mo stood at the forefront, looking much thinner, his cheekbones protruding, and a fresh scar on the corner of his left eye. He held that familiar bone knife, the blade still stained with black blood. Behind him was a big guy, and on the medical stretcher behind him lay a person, Housie. His face was burning red, lips cracked, breathing rapid and shallow. Further back was Su Xiao. Her white coat was splattered with blood, her hair messily tied back, and her glasses had a crack. Zhou Ming sat in the corner, resting her knees on a medical box, her face pale. And there was another person. She squatted beside Housie, using a wet towel to wipe his forehead. With light brown hair and a ponytail, her face had thinned out, her chin pointed, and deep dark circles under her eyes. One sleeve of her school uniform jacket was torn off, and her arm was wrapped in dirty bandages. She looked up. The flashlight's light shone on her face from the side, revealing bloodshot eyes and cracked lips. She saw me. She froze for a second, then too. Tears welled up in her eyes. "Lin Shan, Lin," she rushed over and crashed into my arms, the force causing the wound on my left arm to throb painfully. She clung tightly to my waist, burying her face in my chest, her shoulders shaking violently, her cries muffled in her throat like a little kitten's whimper. My throat felt clogged. I pressed my right hand against the back of her head, my palm resting on her messy hair, and gently rested my chin on top of her head. "I'm here." My voice was so hoarse I could barely recognize it. "I promised I would come back." She cried, even harder, her hands gripping my shirt tightly. Wang Lei and the others stood behind, maintaining vigilance, and no one spoke. Su Xiao stood at the back of the group, watching this scene, with red-rimmed eyes. The flashlight's beam flickered, catching a fleeting expression on her face. Her mouth twitched, as if she wanted to smile, or perhaps something else entirely. But she quickly lowered her head, starting to rummage through the medical box more vigorously than before. Old Mo stepped forward, sheathed the bone knife at his waist, and heavily slapped my right shoulder. "I knew you would come." His voice was still cold, but his eyes were red. The big guy took 2 steps forward, carrying Housie. This 185 centimeters tall man was now trembling, his eyes red. "Shunzi, Housie, don't say anything for now. Let's block the door first and save the person. Wang Lei, stay on guard. Zhang Long, Sun Xingzhou, check if there are any other exits in the pharmacy. Liang Hongchuan, keep an eye on the corridor outside." "Understood." The 4 of them responded in unison. Old Mo glanced at the group behind me, his lips moving slightly. "Your people?" he asked. "My brothers," I replied. "Impressive brothers." The rolling door fell back down, the chains locked, and the iron frame was pushed back. I crouched down to check Haozie's condition. He was burning up, his forehead hot to the touch, and the dressing on his arm had been soaked through with pus and blood, emitting a foul odor. "How long has it been?" I asked Su Xiao, looking up. "It's been 3 days since the wound got infected." Su Xiao's voice was weary but clear. "We found antibiotics in this pharmacy, but they are only basic cephalosporins which can only temporarily suppress the infection. The infection is spreading and requires vancomycin or linezolid. Those strong antibiotics are only available in the specialized pharmacy on the 4th floor. "The 4th floor?" I looked at Old Mo. "What's the situation?" Old Mo shook his head. "We can't access it. The staircase between the 3rd and 4th floors is blocked. There's a horde of corpses. At least 30 of them, all blocking the staircase. We tried twice and almost got stuck inside." My hands clenched tightly on my knees. "First stabilize Haozie's condition." I stood up. "As soon as dawn breaks, we'll find a way to get up there." Lin, she was still leaning beside me, her fingers finally loosening their grip on my clothes, but still pressing closely against me, her shoulder touching my arm, as if afraid I would disappear. I looked down at her. "Are you hurt?" She shook her head, her voice hoarse. "No, Zhang, you protected me." Suddenly she froze mid-sentence. The air around us froze for a moment as well. I sensed the weight of this pause, my heart sinking. "Where is Zhang Ya?" I turned to the big guy. His body stiffened, shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Lin, she lowered her head. Su Xiao stopped rummaging through the medical box, not looking up. Zhou Ming buried her face deep into her knees. Old Mo also turned his head away. The silence stretched on for a long time, as if a century had passed. Then Su Xiao's voice broke the stillness very softly, as if afraid that speaking too loudly would shatter something she was scratched. My heart tightened sharply. The big guy turned his head. This burly man, who had been clenching his teeth since he arrived, finally let 2 tears roll down his cheeks. The flashlight's beam swept across his wrist. There was a hair tie tied around it. Light blue, identical to the one Zhanya wore on her head. The beam of the flashlight cast a flickering shadow on the wall of the pharmacy. I stood still, my left arm wound still oozing blood, but the dull pain was nothing compared to the weight pressing on my chest. Zhanya has been scratched. Scenes from the past flashed through my mind. The first time I saw her was on the first day at the track and field as she swung her ponytail and shouted hurry up. To the classmates at the sidelines, her ponytail swaying in the morning light. The big guy stood beside me, his ears nearly flushed red. How long has it been? Where are you hurt? I asked in a hushed voice. Right calf. Su Xiao put down the bandage she was holding and pushed her broken glasses up. It's a scratch, not a bite. The wound isn't deep. I removed the necrotic tissue around it. But, she paused, infection is only... Yesterday we were scattered by a horde of corpses on our way to the 4th floor. Lao Mo walked over from his position against the wall, swinging a scalpel between his fingers. Zhang Yu was originally in the middle, walking alongside Lin Shi. Suddenly 3 emerged from the flanks. She pushed Lin Shi away, but was caught from behind by a zombie. He hadn't finished his sentence. The big guy cried out. This sports student, towering at nearly 2 meters, his arms capable of running a marathon, now had a pale face, trembling lips, and tears that couldn't be wiped away from his eyes. Shinzi. His voice was hoarse as if filled with sandpaper. Xiaoya told someone not to tell Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei is the big guy's real name. But she can't hide it from me. The big guy lowered his head, looking at the light blue hair tie on his wrist. After she was scratched, she started to run a fever that very night. Su Xiao examined the wound. The veins had already begun to darken. She knew she would mutate. My throat felt constricted. Lin Shi leaned against me, her fingers gripping the hem of my shirt tightly. Her voice was small with a nasal tone from crying. Sister Zhang, you pushed me away and didn't manage to dodge herself. She could have, Lin Shi. Su Xiao interrupted her voice calm, yet firm. Zhang, you made her own choice. She wouldn't want you to say that. I took a deep breath, suppressing the swirling emotions. Where is she? Lao Mo gestured with his chin deeper into the pharmacy, in the small care room. It's isolated. I stepped inside. Lin Shi followed a step behind. I pressed down on her shoulder. Let me go alone. She looked up at me, her eyes red like a rabbit caught in the rain. Then she nodded and released her grip. The small care room was a little space separated at the back of the pharmacy, originally meant for the on-duty pharmacist to rest. The door was slightly ajar, and through the crack I saw an emergency light, casting a dim yellow glow. I pushed the door open. Zhang Yi leaned against the corner of a narrow bed, a worn blanket covering her legs. She had lost a lot of weight. Just a few days apart, her chin was sharper and her cheekbones protruded. Her lips were chapped and deep dark circles were under her eyes. But her eyes were still so bright, just like the morning we set off. When she saw me, she paused for a moment and then smiled. Lin Shun, you've come. You're here. Her tone was very calm, as natural as running into someone in the cafeteria. Zhanya. I squatted down by the bed, my throat tight. You don't. She raised her hand to stop me from speaking further. Lin, she is crying outside, right? They'll scold her later. She could still manage to smile. My fists clenched tightly on my knees. Where is the wound? I forced my voice to remain steady. Zhanya looked down at her right leg. Su Xiao said, although she cut off the necrotic tissue, the infection hasn't stopped spreading, or it could be 1 or 2 days. When the virus infects, the head mutation will begin. She said it very calmly, as if stating a medical fact. My molars nearly crunched down. Don't make that kind of face. Zhanya leaned back against the wall softly, saying, I chose this myself. Lin, she is yours, but she is also my sister. In that situation, anyone would have done the same. I just happened to be standing next to her. Zhao Lei, that fool. Zhang Ya's eyes finally turned red, but she still smiled. He must be blaming himself. Tell him, this has nothing to do with him. It's my own decision. Even the King of Heaven couldn't stop it. She raised her hand and pointed towards the door. Help me give this to him. She took off another hair tie from her wrist, a light blue one, just like the one on the big guy's hand. Only this one was stained with blood, its color darker. I took the hair tie, my fingers closed around it, holding it tightly in my palm. Zhanya. My voice was hoarse. There are 2 days left. We will find Lin Shun. She looked at me, her gaze very calm. Don't make meaningless promises. Your ruthless decisiveness outside is useless here. She paused, looking at the blurred outline of the big guy outside the door, her voice, finally, trembling slightly. Meeting him is the luckiest thing in my life. Whether it's the apocalypse or anything else, I have no regrets. My eyes finally welled up. From the end of the world to now, I had never feared killing zombies, never hesitated to charge into buildings, and I hadn't complained even when my left arm wound burst twice. At this moment my nose felt sore, as if it had been punched hard. Zhanya turned to comfort me. All right, you should go out. With all your injuries, let Su Xiao take care of you quickly. Lin, she will definitely nag. She closed her eyes, a faint smile lingering at the corners of her mouth. I stood up silently and turned to leave the small care room. The door gently closed behind me. Outside, everyone was waiting for me. Outside the nursing room, the big man saw the hair tie in my hand and trembled slightly. I handed the hair tie over. This is for you. He took it, cradling the delicate hair tie in his large hands, as if holding the heaviest treasure in the world. His lips quivered for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. What did she say? She said that meeting you is the luckiest thing in her life. Whether it's the apocalypse or anything else, she has no regrets. The big man squatted down, covering his face with his hands. This robust man who had fought his way out from the horde with Housie trembled violently, stifling a deep sob. Lin, she buried her face in my chest, shaking with tears. Su Xiao stood in place, pushing up her glasses which were fogged. She took a deep breath and walked over to me with the medical kit. Let me see your left arm. I sat down, and she squatted beside me, cutting open the blood-soaked gauze. The wound had completely torn open with 3 stitches bursting, revealing bright red flesh, and the edges were beginning to inflame. Su Xiao frowned slightly, but said nothing, starting to clean the wound and restitch it. Her movements were quick, but her fingers trembled slightly. Does it hurt? She asked, looking down. It's fine. You're lying. She picked up a sewing needle with tweezers. You didn't say a word, even after 3 stitches. Are you made of iron? I didn't respond. After a moment of silence, she lowered her voice only loud enough for me to hear. Lin, she talks about you every day. Every night before she sleeps she repeats it. Lin Shin will come, he will definitely come. Sometimes she wakes up at midnight from the sound of zombies and instinctively calls your name. I looked at Lin, she who was wiping her tears by the medicine cabinet. Now that you're here, she has someone to rely on. Su Xiao covered the stitched wound, with gauze pressing down firmly. You are her anchor. When she said this her tone was flat, yet the bandage in her hands was wrapped a bit too tightly. I looked at her face. Behind the lenses her eyes were focused on the bandage, her lips pressed tightly together. Su Xiao. Thank you for taking care of them. Her hands paused for a moment. Then she continued, wrapping the bandage circle after circle. Him studying medicine. She tucked the end of the bandage properly, stood up, and turned to put away the medical kit. It's part of my duty. I said nothing more. Old Mo walked over and handed me an enamel cup filled with water. I took it and had a sip. It was mineral water with a hint of medicinal taste, but at that moment it was more refreshing than anything else. Tell me about the situation on your side. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed. I briefly recounted my experiences after we separated. Returning to the library, encountering Zhang Long and others, Lu Kai's true nature rescuing, Zhou Guoli stockpiling supplies, and finally deciding to cross the campus to meet at the medical school. Old Mo listened intently, not interrupting. Once I finished, he spoke. Are Zhou Guoli and the others you mentioned For now they are. We can discuss the future later. Old Mo nodded, not pressing further. He always had this approach. Trust those he employed, but not those he doubted. Since I had made the judgment, he didn't say more. The special medicine on the 4th floor. I placed the enamel cup on the table. What's the situation there? Old Mo's expression changed. The stairwell from the 3rd to the 4th floor has a higher density of zombies than the main entrance. He lowered his voice. We made 2 attempts, but neither succeeded. He glanced at Housie in the corner, silently sighing. I counted the number of people in my mind. Old Mo, the big man, Housie, Su Xiao, Zhoumeng, Lin, Shizhang, you plus the 5 of us who came over, a total of 12 people. The wound began to throb again, with dull pain radiating from the stitching on my left arm, as if the stitches were pulling at the flesh. Tomorrow. I lifted my head to look at Old Mo. At dawn we go to the 4th floor. Old Mo looked at my left arm. With your condition. I said we go to the 4th floor tomorrow. I interrupted him, my voice not loud, but each word felt like a nail driven into the ground. Housie can't wait. Zhangya, I couldn't continue. Old Mo saw the determination in my eyes. It was the first time he had witnessed my change since the apocalypse. Once I made up my mind, I would crawl on the ground to get there no matter what. Fine. He twirled the bone saw on his fingertips before tucking it back into his waist. I'll join you in your madness. The night grew deeper. Outside the pharmacy, in the corridors of the medical school, the low growls of zombies and the scraping sounds against the walls could be heard. Yet within this pharmacy, surrounded by metal frames and roller shutters, it was temporarily safe. Wang Lei had arranged the night watch schedule. Old Mo and the others would not be on watch tonight. They had been here for 3 days, their stamina long depleted. Lin, she leaned against my uninjured right shoulder, her breathing gradually becoming even. She fell asleep quickly. It seemed she hadn't been able to rest peacefully for a long time. The flashlight's battery was running low, the light growing weaker. Before she fell into a deep sleep, I heard her mutter something in her dreams, her voice soft, as if afraid of being overheard. I knew you would come. My chin rested against her hair, my right hand gripping the iron rod tightly. The 4th floor. No matter how many monsters were lurking above, tomorrow I would pierce through them all. Lao Mo drew a folded sheet from his chest and smoothed it onto the pharmacy's concrete floor. The flashlight's beam struck the paper, a floor plan of the medical school, apparently torn from some public notice board. All of you come here. His finger tapped the lower right corner of the map. We're here now. 2nd floor, emergency pharmacy now. 1. He moved his finger upward, stopping at the same spot on the next level. The 4th floor specialty pharmacy is directly above us. On the plan, the stairwell on the 3rd floor had been circled in red marker by Lao Mo and X scored inside the circle. 37 in the stairwell between the 3rd and 4th floors. He looked up at me. I counted. 37. I ran the distances through my head. The pharmacy sat roughly 40 meters from the stairwell. The corridor formed a square loop with 2 corners. Full frontal rush. Wang lay crouched and stared at the map. 37 jammed into the stairwell. If we force our way up, we'll lose half. Storming in. Not a chance, Lao Mo said. Lao Mo produced something from his pocket and set it on the paper. A palm-sized recorder, its black plastic case still bearing a laboratory label. A tape recorder. Zhang Long leaned closer. Yes. Lao Mo pressed play. Human voices came through the device. Clear speech, a recorded news broadcast. Found it in the old broadcast room, Lao Mo said as he turned off the recording. Zombies are sensitive to sound, especially human voices. Put it facing the opposite direction and crank the volume, it will draw most of them away. I looked at the recorder, recalling how Zhou Guoli used the first floor loudspeaker to lure a horde in the library. Same principle. And after they're drawn away, I asked. Lao Mo drew a line on the map. When the stairwell horde is lured east, at most 10 will remain. You and Zhao Lei, he glanced at Dage, will attract those from the front. Wang Lei and Zhang Long go in through the side door to scavenge the pharmacy. Liang Hongchuan will guard the side entrance. He'll cover the stairwell. Side door? I studied the plan. Lao Mo tapped the building symbol beside the 4th floor specialty pharmacy. That's the service freight elevator shaft, the pharmacy's delivery corridor. The door's a fire door, but we picked the lock earlier today. Wang Lei whistled. You scouted it thoroughly. We've been holed up here 3 days, we had to know it. Lao Mo reduced his flashlight beam. I wanted to go up myself, but we lacked manpower. Your arrival is perfect timing. Su Xiao approached with a list in hand. Neat handwriting on a crumpled sheet. Things we must take. She placed the list beside the plan. First, vancomycin or linezolid. Haozi's gram-positive infection can only be suppressed by one of these. Second, 3rd-generation cephalosporins, at least 3 boxes. Third, antipyretics, ibuprofen or acetaminophen. Haozi's fever is rapidly dehydrating him. Fourth, surgical sutures, sizes 0 through 3. Fifth, povidone and saline, the more the better. Her voice faltered for a moment. Also, new scalpel blades. I glanced at my left arm. The sutures had split 3 stitches. Su Xiao had restitched it, but if the wound tore again, we would need better tools. Understood. Lao Mo drew a deboning knife from his belt and tapped its tip on the map at the 4th floor side door. Operation time 300 M. Were you chased by zombies when you came? No, Sun Xingzhou said. We used the outer fire escape. The zombies were all inside the building. Zombies have patterns. Lao Mo sheathed the knife and folded his arms. Between 2 and 4 M. They are dullest. Their body temperatures fall, and their reactions are at least 30% slower than daytime. We observed that over the last 3 days. I nodded. ID noticed the same rhythm in the library, though not with Lao Mo's precision. All right. I scanned the group. Let's make assignments clear. Lao Mo, you handle the recorder, placement, and Zhao Lei and I will draw attention from the front. Wang Lei and Zhang Long will loot the pharmacy. Liang Hongchuan holds the side door. Sun Xingzhou stays on the 3rd floor to back us up. What about me? Lin Shi lifted her head suddenly. I looked at her. You, Su Xiao and Zhou Meng, stay in the pharmacy to care for Haozi and Zhanya. I, Lin Shi. My voice dropped. This is not the time to prove yourself. She bit her lip. Her eyes were rimmed with red, but she nodded. Zhou Meng leaned against a corner with the medical box on her knees, voice weak, but steady. It'll help, Su Xiao. I just rechecked Haozi's temperature. It's 40 degrees Celsius minus a hair, 39.5. Zhanya. The vascular infection has reached her chest. She has at most 1 day left. 1 day? Daya's fist clenched around his knee, knuckles widening. I stared at the list and seared the word vancomycin into my mind. Lao Mo, how far will you put the recorder? Lao Mo rose, walked to the window on the other side of the pharmacy, cracked it open, and peered out, then turned back. The biochemical lab on the east side of the 3rd floor, about 60 meters from the stairwell. If the sound comes from there, the horde will move east, leaving us a window of roughly 15 minutes. 15 minutes? Wang Lei cracked his neck with a click. Zhang Long, keep it quick. We'll be in and out in 5 minutes. Don't be careless, I interrupted. The 4th floor specialty pharmacy is organized differently from a regular one. Medication categories are arranged another way. Su Xiao marked the locations for the items on the list. Su Xiao took the floor plan and studied it, then circled several zones within the 4th floor pharmacy. The antibiotic cold storage is at the very back. Take supplies in the listed order. Ibuprofen and povidone are on the middle shelving. Suturing supplies are on the 3rd shelf of the wall cabinet. She turned to Wang Lei and Zhang Long. Once inside, go immediately to the right. Don't go left. That's the traditional medicine extraction area, useless for us. Got it. Wang Lei folded the list and stuffed it into his pocket. Lao Mo opened the recorder and checked the batteries. The old walkies were dead, these are new. 2 radios for you, 1 left in the pharmacy, 1 at the stairwell. When the 15-minute countdown starts, withdraw at the first signal. He produced 2 shabby walkie-talkies from his pouch, their black casings and duct-taped antennas grimy. Found them in the 1st floor security office. He handed me one. Channel 3, effective range 200 meters. I pressed a button and it hissed with static. Dage had not spoken the whole time, his hand clenched around the small ward's doorframe. I noticed 2 pale blue hair ties tied side by side on his right wrist. One was stained a dark red, the other still clean. Zhao Lei, I called his given name. He looked up, his eyes were swollen and red, but the light inside them had not been extinguished. Tomorrow when we go up to the 4th floor, you and I will lead the charge. His throat bobbed, his voice was hoarse. All right. Remember one thing, come back alive. My voice sank low. She's still waiting for you. Daya's lips trembled. He gave a heavy nod. Night deep. In the corridor outside the pharmacy, the zombies' low moans drifted like wind, sometimes near, sometimes far. Wang Lei's night rotation began first shift Liang Hongchuan, and Zhang Long's second shift Sun Xingzhou. Lin Shi fell asleep to my right, breathing shallowly, her lashes twitching now and then. Earlier, while murmuring in her sleep, tears clung to her lashes as she whispered my name. Lao Mo leaned against the opposite wall, the deboning knife across his knees. He had not slept. He stared at the ceiling, tapping the knife's handle in a steady rhythm, counting out tomorrow's steps and contingencies. Dage had not left the small ward. Through the door, I could hear Zhang Ya's occasional cough and his quiet murmurs, like two people speaking of ordinary things, the sort of things from before the end. I closed my eyes and opened them. The wound on my left arm still throbbed. Su Xiao's stitches twitched faintly beneath the skin. At first light, it would be battle. 3 M. 4th floor specialty pharmacy. 37 zombies. 1 recorder. 12 people, 2 wounded, 1. I shook the numbers from my mind, closed my eyes, and forced myself to sleep. 2:40 M. Lao Mo woke everyone. Flashlights in the pharmacy were set to their lowest brightness, barely enough to make out faces. Wang Lei inspected the welded studs on his iron rod. Zhang Long tightened his backpack straps. Liang Hongchuan put medical tape on his shoe soles. He said it would increase traction. Sun Xingzhou stood by the side door with his ear to the crack, listening for movement outside. Su Xiao and Lin Shi changed Haozi's cooling dressings and arranged every weapon they could find around the stretcher. Zhou Ming reorganized the medical box, placing all emergency supplies neatly within reach. I flexed my left arm. The gauze was tight and the sutures a dull ache, but when I gripped the iron rod, the strength was there. Lin Shi came over and slipped something into my pocket. I looked down, a fresh roll of medical tape. Su Xiao gave it. Wrap it around the rod so it won't slip. I looked at her. The dark circles beneath her eyes were deep, but she was much calmer than when I had arrived yesterday afternoon. Wait for me, I said. I know you'll come back. She lifted her head and looked at me. You promised. Lao Mo opened the window and the pre-dawn cold rushed in, bringing that peculiar hospital scent, a mingling of disinfectant and rot. He strapped the recorder to his waist and sheathed the deboning knife at his thigh. Time's up. Let's go. I tightened my grip on the tape-wrapped iron rod. Sun Xingzhou watched the door. If any zombies approach, give the signal. 3 rapid knocks on the door. Sun Xingzhou stood ramrod straight. Understood. Lao Mo slid the iron bolt from the rolling shutter. The scrape of metal in the stillness sounded viciously loud. Outside, the corridor was pitch black. Flashlight beams cut the darkness, revealing stains and cracks on the far wall. At 3 a.m, the medical school was as silent as a vast tomb. Move. 12 people split into 2 teams. The lead path would be a rout of blood. The small ward door stayed shut. When Dage finally emerged, his eyes were rimmed red. He gripped the bone cleaver like a war god. The darkness in the corridor was thick, like a layer of heavy oil, impervious to the beam of the flashlight. Lao Mo walked at the front, his footsteps as light as a hunting cat. He had spent 3 days in the medical school, memorizing the positions of every obstacle in the corridors down to his bones. We moved close to the wall, 6 of us forming a line. The big guy was behind me, a bone-cutting knife wrapped in cloth in the palm of his right hand, breathing heavily and quietly. Wang Lei and Zhang Long followed him, with Liang Hongchuan bringing up the rear. The second-floor corridor was shaped like a square, with the staircase located to the north. Lao Mo stopped at the door of the biochemical laboratory on the east side. He crouched down, unfastened a recorder from his waist, and placed it in the exact position facing the door's crack. He adjusted the volume to the maximum. I saw him take out a small timer from his pocket and secured it to the play button of the recorder with a rubber band. 3 minutes, his voice was barely audible, enough for us to get in position. We continued to move toward the fluorescent light at the corner of the corridor hung from the ceiling, and the green emergency exit sign was still stubbornly lit. This building's backup power surprisingly still had electricity. We arrived. The metal door of the staircase was half open, the doorknob wrapped in rusted chains. Someone had tried to lock it from the inside, but had failed. A cold draft seeped through the door crack, mingling with the stench of decay. Lao Mo raised his hand and extended 3 fingers. 3. In the distance, a crackling electric sound came from the biochemical laboratory. 2. The recorder began to play. A voice, the tone of a news anchor, amplified, elongated, and distorted in the empty corridor. 1. Lao Mo clenched his fist. Boom. The staircase exploded. Countless footsteps echoed simultaneously, the zombies' guttural howls mixing together like boiling mud. The metal door was slammed open with a loud bang, the chains snapping taut, and the door violently crashed against the wall. The first zombie charged out. Lao Mo yanked me back, pulling me into the equipment room door across the staircase. As my back hit the wall, a horde of zombies surged past us. More than 30 of them. With decayed faces and mangled limbs, their grayish-white eyeballs reflected the eerie green light of the emergency lamp. They were lured by the sound like fish drawn to bait, frantically rushing toward the biochemical laboratory. The tiles in the corridor were trampled, producing a dense pattering sound mixed with the gurgling noises from the zombies' throats. I held my breath, tightening my grip on the iron rod. 2030. There were even more. As the horde poured out of the staircase, I counted to 37, my palms drenched in sweat. 37 exactly, what Lao Mo counted, not one more or less. The corridor gradually quieted down, the last zombie dragging a broken leg moving away. The recording in the biochemical laboratory continued to play, the sound waves rebounding in the corridor, completely masking our movements. Now, Lao Mo hissed. We burst out from behind the equipment room and charged straight toward the staircase. The staircase was empty, the ground stained with dark brown blood and bits of flesh, the anti-slip tiles loosened by the trampling. The air was thick with the stench of decay, my combat boots making a squelching sound as I stepped on it. Hurry, hurry, I urged in a low voice. 4 of us rushed to the 4th floor. The plaster on the walls at the staircase corner peeled off in large chunks, revealing the red bricks beneath. The staircase windows were sealed with iron bars blocking the moonlight, with only the flashlight illuminating the walls with a flickering glow. Upon reaching the 4th floor, we turned left at the staircase, and at the end of the corridor was the specialty pharmacy. The moment I rushed out of the staircase, my peripheral vision caught sight of something to the right. 5 of them. No, 7. 7 zombies had not been drawn away by the recording. They were gathered near the nurse's station in the middle of the corridor, less than 20 meters from the pharmacy door. One of them, wearing a white lab coat, stood at the front, a name tag hanging from its chest. The words were unclear, but the white uniform was stained gray-brown with blood and vomit. It saw me. Its murky eyes turned slightly, then it opened its mouth and let out a sharp shriek. Engaged, the iron rod spun in my palm and thrust toward the first zombie charging at me. I bent down, using my toes to push off the ground, and the rod pierced directly into its open mouth. Crack! Its cervical vertebra broke, the zombie's head folding back at an unnatural angle, its entire body pinned against the wall. I pulled out the iron rod, shaking off the black blood from the tip. The second one had already lunged at the big guy. The big guy swung the bone-cutting knife horizontally, the blade slicing into the right side of the zombie's neck, wedged in the bone. He roared, gripping the zombie's hair with his left hand, while his right arm exerted force, cutting through flesh and bone. The zombie's head tilted to one side, its body twitching as it collapsed. To the right, Wang Lei shouted from the side. 3 zombies sprang out from behind the nurse's station, colliding. Zhanglong's iron rod struck the zombie's shoulder bone, shattering, but the zombie did not fall, instead grabbing the rod and pulling forward. Zhanglong nearly got pulled down. Liang Hongchuan stabbed from the side, the steel pipe plunging into the zombie's eye socket. He twisted it, and the zombie released its grip, causing Zhanglong to stagger back 2 steps. Thanks. Less talking. Liang Hongchuan pulled out the steel pipe and stabbed it into another zombie's temple. Lao Mo did not participate in the frontal combat. He moved along the wall on the opposite side of the corridor, slipping into the blind spot of the zombie's line of sight, and arrived at the side door of the pharmacy, before the fire door of the freight elevator passage. He had picked the lock during the day, and now all that was left was to push it open. He turned back and gestured to us. The last 2 zombies stood between the main entrance and the side door of the pharmacy, one grotesquely fat, with swollen skin, as if it might burst, while the other was slender, but alarmingly fast. Xiaolei! I shouted. The big guy and I rushed out almost simultaneously. I charged at the fat one, thrusting my iron rod into its belly, and the zombie's abdomen exploded, its decaying entrails splattering me. The fat zombie fell backward, but I was momentarily weighed down by its bulk, pinned on top of it. The slender one took the opportunity to pounce on the big guy. Its speed was abnormal, and the big guy's cleaver hadn't even been pulled from the previous zombie. Damn! The big guy raised his right arm to block, but the slender one bit down on the outer side of his right forearm. The sound of flesh tearing was loud. The big guy did not scream. Gritting his teeth, his eyes nearly bulging out, he pulled out the cleaver with his left hand and struck it into the back of the slender zombie's neck. The blade lodged in the 3rd vertebra. The slender zombie was not dead yet, its head drooped halfway, and its body continued to convulse forward. The big guy let out a roar like a cornered beast, kicking it in the chest and angling the knife upward, piercing into its cranial cavity. The slender zombie finally slumped down. Seeing this, I hurriedly crawled off the fat zombie and rushed over to hold down the big guy's right arm. The wound was on the outer side of his right forearm, with 2 rows of bite marks, flesh torn and blood streaming down his elbow. But it wasn't deep. At the moment of the bite, the big guy's muscles tensed and the teeth had only grazed the surface and shallow muscle, missing the deeper blood vessels. I'm fine. The big guy gritted his teeth, his face pale, but standing tall. It's shallow, quickly get the medicine. Wang Lei and Zhanglong had already dashed into the side door of the pharmacy. Su Xiao's list was in their pockets, while Lao Mo stood guard at the door, his bone knife plunged into the temple of the last zombie, trying to break in. I glanced back towards the far end of the corridor. The tape recorder was still playing, but the sound began to distort. The tape had been in the humid environment for too long, and the battery was running low. The horde could react at any moment. How long? For minutes. Liang Hongchuan shouted from the stairway. There are 11 minutes left in the window. Wang Lei and Zhanglong were frantically searching the pharmacy. The sounds of shelves being knocked over, metal scraping as drawers were pulled open, and the muffled thuds of medicines being tossed into backpacks mingled together. Vancomycin. In the freezer found it. Zhang Long's voice came from inside. Ibuprofen iodine, on the middle shelf. We need 0 as well. Su Xiao guarding the door shouted into the walkie-talkie. Found it. Lao Mo hacked down another zombie that had wandered in from the far end of the corridor and returned to help the big guy hold down his wound. He glanced at the depth of the wound, pulled out a roll of gauze from his waist pouch, and skillfully wrapped it around the big guy's forearm, pulling it tight, instantly reducing the blood flow. Lin Chun. Wang Lei charged out with 2 fully loaded backpacks, followed closely by Zhang Long, who hadn't even zipped his backpack, shut the medicine boxes clattering inside. Retreat to the second floor. The sound from the tape recorder suddenly cut off. The tape had finished playing, or the batteries had died. In the corridor on the east side, after a brief silence, the sounds of the zombie horde moving again echoed. Their aimless wandering began after losing their target, with scattered footsteps approaching this way. Go, go, go. I and Lao Mo supported the big guy down the stairs. Liang Hongchuan followed closely behind, clearing 2 zombies that had darted out from the corner of the corridor with his iron rod, which we shook off as we rounded the staircase. On the stairs from the 4th to the 2nd floor, we practically jumped down 3 steps at a time. When we burst into the pharmacy on the 3rd floor, Sun Xingzhou was already waiting with the rolling shutter raised. As the door fell, the iron frame was pushed back into place, and the dull thuds of zombies colliding with the iron door sounded outside. 2 had followed us. Huff, huff. Zhang Long leaned against the medicine cabinet, panting like a bellows. Wang Lei handed the backpack to Su Xiao. All set, everything on the list. And there are extras. I grabbed a few boxes of hemostatic medicine. I didn't check the labels, could you confirm? Su Xiao took the backpack, quickly rummaged through it, and pulled out the box of frozen vancomycin. She looked at the label on the medicine box, her hand trembled. It's correct. It's correct. Her voice was a bit hoarse. Howsy is saved. But I had no time to relax. The big guy sat in the corner, the tourniquet on his right arm already soaked with blood. His face had turned from pale to gray, and his lips lost all color. While Su Xiao was treating my left arm wound, Lao Mo squatted in front of the big guy, untying the tourniquet to take a look at the wound. A bite. His voice was heavy. The virus has entered. I know. The big guy sat against the wall, the 2 hair ties on his right wrist stained with blood, indistinguishable in color. Outside the window, the sky was beginning to turn pale. The battle at the 4th floor pharmacy had ended. Another battle was just beginning. The smell in the emergency pharmacy was a mix of formaldehyde and decay. Su Xiao crouched in front of the large man, the emergency light casting a pale glow on the wound. On the outer side of the right forearm, 2 rows of bite marks had turned a dark bluish black. The skin around the wound began to gray, tiny black veins spreading outward like a spider's web toward the wrist and elbow. Su Xiao gently pried open the edges of the wound with tweezers. The muscle tissue inside had changed from bright red to a dark brown. She looked up and exchanged a glance with Old Mo. Old Mo's Adam's apple bobbed his voice. Dry. The infection is spreading faster than expected. The virus concentration from a bite is several times that of a scratch. Su Xiao set down the tweezers, removed her bloodstained gloves, and stood up, lowering her voice. The infection has already begun to spread deeper. The only option we can try is to excise all the infected tissue around the wound, and then cauterize it. What? I asked. Su Xiao shook her head. There are only 2 vials of lidocaine left, not enough for a local anesthetic. Moreover, injecting anesthetic would push the virus deeper, which would be counterproductive. Old Mo drew out a bone-cutting knife, its blade glinting coldly under the emergency light. Use my knife. It's fast enough. The large man leaned against the wall, silent throughout. He looked at the wound on his arm, his left hand still gripping the 3 hair ties. Su Xiao crouched back in front of him, trying to keep her voice steady. Zhao Lei, this process will be very painful. We need to cut away all the tissue 2 centimeters around the wound and cauterize it with a heated knife. Even after that, it may not effectively stop the infection. You have 10 seconds to think about it. No need to think. The large man's voice was hoarse, but steady. Do it now. He grabbed a towel from the side, folded it twice, and bit down on it. Su Xiao put on new gloves. Old Mo sterilized the bone-cutting knife with an alcohol lamp, the flame licking the blade, the metal changing from gray-white to dark red, then to bright white. I held down the large man's left shoulder. Wang Lei pressed down on his legs, and Liang Hongchuan and Zhang Long restrained his arms. Lin Shi stood beside them, holding a medical tray, surgical knife, tweezers, and hemostatic clamps that Su Xiao needed. Her hands trembled violently, and the tray rattled, producing faint metallic clinks. I glanced at her. Lin Shi. She looked up. Steady the tray. My voice was low but firm. Whatever Su Xiao needs. Don't look at the wound, just focus on the tray. She took a deep breath, pressed her lips together, and slowly steadied her hands. Su Xiao received the heated bone-cutting knife from Old Mo. The blade was incandescent, and a charred smell filled the air. It's begun. The blade sliced into the large man's right arm. As the first cut went down, he jolted upward. It took the strength of 4 or 5 people pressing down to hold him down. He bit down on the towel, veins in his forehead, bulging, beads of sweat rolling down from his hairline onto the ground. Su Xiao's hands did not tremble. She used the blade to carefully excise the necrotic tissue along the edges of the wound, cut by cut. Each cut was accompanied by a hissing burn, the flesh seared by the hot blade filling the air with the mixed scent of roasting meat and disinfectant. The large man trembled all over, clenching his fists, nails digging into his palms, blood seeping through his fingers. Yet he made no sound. Zhang Long's eyes reddened. "Big guy, just let it out, you'll feel better if you do." The large man did not respond, his gaze fixed on the corner, his jaw clenched tight. Su Xiao's hands moved with the speed of a precision machine. The dead tissue was excised and discarded, quickly forming a small pile in the medical tray. Then she set down the bone-cutting knife and picked up the hemostatic clamps from the tray, clamping each exposed blood vessel. "Prepare for cauterization and suturing." Her forehead was drenched in sweat, and Zhou Ming jogged over to wipe it away for her. Old Mo took out a small metal box from his waist pouch, opening it to reveal several thin metal plates. He handed the metal plates to Su Xiao. "These are surgical steel plates found in the operating room. They can replace sutures. After cauterization and hemostasis, place them on the wound without tying knots." Su Xiao took one, clamped it with tweezers, heated it over the alcohol lamp, and pressed it against the largest bleeding point on the large man's right arm. Hiss! The veins in the large man's neck bulged, his eyes wide open, his eye sockets seeming ready to burst. He bit down hard on the towel, a deeply suppressed groan escaping his throat. Once the steel plate was secured, Su Xiao received new needle and thread from Zhou Ming. "The muscle layer needs to be sutured in layers. First the deeper layers, then the epidermis." The needle pierced through the muscle, the thread pulled tight. 1 stitch. The large man's body arched like a bow. 2 stitches. His pupils shrank to the size of pinpricks. 3 stitches. The towel he had bitten through fell apart, his teeth biting directly into his lip, blood flowing down. I tightened my grip on his shoulder. His shoulder was as hard as stone, every muscle spasming. Su Xiao sutured a total of 24 stitches. When she cut the last thread and secured the final steel plate, the large man finally released his clenched jaw. The towel he had bitten through slipped from his mouth, stained with blood, clear, bite marks visible along the edges. He leaned against the wall, his chest heaving violently, and hoarsely managed to utter, "Zhanya. Don't tell her." Just then a sound of painful moaning came from the adjacent nurse's room. The sound squeezed through the door crack, sharp and distorted like nails on a blackboard. Su Xiao's actions halted. She lifted her head and met my gaze. I saw her pupils constrict slightly, then she stood up, rushing toward the nurse's room at the fastest speed of her life. The door was flung open. Inside, Zhang Ya's voice came through, interrupted and unclear, her tone rapidly switching between consciousness and chaos. Su Xiao's voice was low, asking something. Moments later she walked out. Her face was as pale as paper, and her eyes behind her glasses were bloodshot. I looked at her expression, my heart sinking. Her pupils have started to dilate. Su Xiao's voice was soft, as if afraid of being overheard. "The virus has crossed the blood-brain barrier. Symptoms are starting to appear." She glanced at her watch. "Based on the speed of the infection, there are about 7 or 8 hours left. Perhaps even less." The large man struggled to stand, dragging his recently sutured right arm. His legs trembled. His whole body shook. But he stood tall. "I will go keep her company." "Zhao Lei." Su Xiao stepped forward to block him. "I will go." The large man's voice was soft, but the weight behind it was heavier than the determination he had when biting down on the towel during the surgery. "Xiaoya is alone in there. She will be scared." Su Xiao's lips moved slightly, but she ultimately stepped aside. The large man pushed open the door to Zhang Ya's room and gently closed it. The door did not shut completely, leaving a gap the width of a finger. Outside the door, everyone was silent. Wang Lei lowered his head, gripping the iron rod tightly. Liang Hongchuan turned his back, his shoulders trembling slightly. Zhou Ming buried her face in her knees this time, not crying out loud, but her shoulders shook continuously, like branches swaying in the autumn wind and rain. I stood in place, watching the slightly ajar door. The large man's body, still hunched from the recent suturing, entered each step firm. Through the gap in the door, under the dim emergency light, I saw the large man crouching by Zhang Ya's bed, gently holding her hand with the right arm that had just undergone surgery, the one still wrapped in a bleeding bandage. Then a suppressed cry seeped through the gap in the door. The sound was intensely stifled, like a beast trapped in a pit, unable to roar, tearing itself apart, only to swallow it back down. I closed my eyes. Damn. The cursed apocalypse. Outside the window, the horizon was already tinged with white light. But in this emergency pharmacy filled with the smells of formaldehyde and blood, the night was still long. At dawn, Zhang Ya's fever had subsided slightly. Su Xiao took her temperature, and it was 38 degrees 2, nearly a degree lower than the 39 degrees of the previous night. The big guy held her hand, not closing his eyes all night. "The fever has gone down, and it's been 7 or 8 hours. Does that mean no?" Su Xiao interrupted him softly, yet cruelly. "This is a typical symptom in the late stages of a viral infection. The immune system has completely given up resisting. The fever's reduction is not a sign of improvement, it means the body is no longer resisting." As for why she could hold on for so long, it cannot be explained by medicine. The big guy's hand stiffened. A few seconds later he nodded, continuing to hold Zhang Ya's hand without speaking. Zhang Ya's frequency of waking up was becoming increasingly rare. From waking up once an hour to once every 3 hours, each time her consciousness returned was shorter than the last. The last time she was awake for a long period was in the evening. The sunset streamed in through the ventilation window high in the storage room, casting orange light on her face, highlighting the sickly flush, as if she wore a light layer of makeup. She opened her eyes, the whites marred with blood vessels and gray patches, but the small black in the center of her pupil was still clear for the time being. Xiaolei. Her voice was very soft, like she was dreaming. I'm here. The big guy pressed her hand to his face. I'm here. Zhang Ya's gaze slowly moved from his face to his wrist. 2 hair ties were quietly tied there. She smiled slightly. So ugly, tying so many of them. Not ugly. The big guy's voice was hoarse, good looking. She raised her other hand, her fingers trembling as she touched the stubble on his chin. Do you remember the first time we met? I remember. The big guy pressed her hand against his face. Physical test. You ran 800 meters, I ran 1,000 meters, the 2 classes tested together. When I crossed the finish line, I couldn't stop and knocked you down. Zhang Ya smiled a little, her smile cracking her dry lips and oozing blood. It hurt for several days. You didn't even say sorry, just stood there foolishly. I was nervous back then. The big guy looked down. You fell on the ground, looked up at me, and the sunlight happened to shine on your face. My brain just crashed. Crashed? Zhang Ya laughed softly. You crashed for an entire week. Later you brought me water every day for a month. Each time you would just stuff the water into my arms and run away without saying a word. I was embarrassed. I know. Zhang Ya closed her eyes, a smile still lingering at the corners of her mouth. So I agreed to have dinner with you, wanting to give you a chance to talk. But during that dinner you didn't say a word, just blushed the whole time serving me food. Tears fell from the big guy onto her hand. One dropped, then another. Why are you crying? Zhang Ya opened her eyes to look at him, her own eyes red. I haven't cried. I didn't cry. The big guy wiped his face with his sleeve. I didn't cry. Zhang Ya turned her gaze towards Su Xiao. Sister Su Xiao. She raised her hand. Thank you. Su Xiao grasped her hand, which was trembling slightly. You've worked hard during this. You've been supporting us, taking care of Haozi, and, she paused, and taking care of me. It's part of my duty. Su Xiao's voice was steady, but her eyes were bloodshot. I study medicine. You say that every time. Zhang Ya smiled and shook her head, turning her gaze toward Lin Shi. Lin Shi stood behind me, her eyes already red. Lin Shi. Zhang Ya waved. Come here. Lin Shi walked over and squatted by her bedside. You were so timid, you used to be afraid of even cockroaches. Zhang Ya patted her head. Don't always hide behind your brother Chun. He can't protect you forever. You need to learn to be brave yourself. Do you understand? Lin Shi nodded vigorously, tears streaming down her face. And also, Zhang Ya's voice became even softer. Keep an eye on Zhao Lei for me. This fool, besides you, he won't listen to anyone else. Don't let him do anything foolish. Lin Zai's voice was drowned out by her cries. I will Xiao Ya. Zhang Ya patted her head, then turned her gaze towards the doorway. Lao Mo leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, his expression as cold as usual. Lao Mo. Zhang Ya smiled. I've known you for so long, but I've never seen you smile. Lao Mo's mouth twitched slightly. There's nothing funny. True. She shook her head with a smile. You are the smartest person in the team. With you around, I can rest assured to leave Zhao Lei to you all. Then her gaze turned to me. Lin Shi has liked you since freshman year. Lin Shi froze. You should know that, right? I didn't say anything. Don't let her down. Zhang Ya looked at me, her eyes already very tired, but her words were serious. It's not easy to meet someone in the apocalypse. To know before dying that she is also cherished by someone else, I can be at ease. She leaned back into the big guy's embrace, her voice growing softer. Finally, she raised her hand and took off the hair tie she had been wearing on her head. It was light blue, stained with a bit of blood. She tied it onto the big guy's wrist side by side with the other 3. Take this with you and live on together. She closed her eyes, her hand drooping. Su Xiao hurried forward, flipped her eyelid, and shone a small light into her pupil. She raised her head, her voice hoarse. Next time I wake up, it won't be me anymore. The big guy held Zhang Ya in his arms, the 4 hair ties tightly pressed together on his right wrist. Light blue, dark red, light blue. The sunset outside sank down. Night fell. The last night. In September, Chongling had no autumn. The plastic track gleamed under the sun, and the air was filled with the scent of grass clippings and freshly turned earth, mixed with the aroma of soy sauce pancakes drifting from the cafeteria. The bus for the physical fitness test was parked beside the playground, its white body emblazoned with red letters reading Chunin City Student Fitness Monitoring Center. The driver squatted beside the wheel, smoking as the ashes were scattered by the wind on the edge of the track. Zhao Lei stood behind the starting line for the 1,000-meter race, wearing a fluorescent green training vest, his knees slightly bent as he stretched his legs. A classmate beside him was reading the group list, but he didn't catch a single word. His gaze kept drifting to the right. To the right was the 800-meter assembly point, where the teacher was calling names from the roll. A girl in the line raised her arm high, her ponytail swinging with the motion before settling back on her shoulder. Zhang Ya from the sports college specialized in sprinting and was in the same year as him. Zhao Lei knew her. How could he not know her? They were from the same college, the same level, and there were only a few girls in the sprinting track and field specialty. Zhang Ya was the best among them. She secured a spot in the Universiade selection competition as a freshman, clocking in at 12 seconds 8 for the 100 meters, which made her a prized asset in the eyes of the college professors. He had seen her during interval training, seen her holding the sports college banner during the college sports meet, seen her laughing with teammates while carrying a tray in the cafeteria. Each time, he would look away. It wasn't that he didn't want to look, he just didn't dare to look too long, afraid of being noticed. Zhao Lei, a classmate, nudged him with an elbow. Why are you staring over there? Is there a beauty in the 800 meters? Hey, stop talking nonsense. Zhao Lei pulled his gaze back, but his ears turned red. That classmate followed his gaze and saw Zhang Ya's ponytail, letting out a meaningful "oh" before Zhao Lei slapped him on the back of the head. As the roll call ended, the first group for the 800 meters took their positions. Zhang Ya stood in lane 3, bending down to tie her shoelaces before standing up to stretch her ankles. Her track shorts were a mix of pink and white, her hair tied into a high ponytail with a light blue hair tie holding back the bangs that fell over her forehead. The sunlight at 10 in the morning filtered through the branches of the camphor trees by the playground, cascading like shards of gold upon her. She said something to a teammate beside her, and then laughed. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, her ponytail swaying gently on her shoulder, that light blue hair tie glistening in the light. Zhao Lei had seen girls before. The sports college was never short of beautiful girls. He himself practiced track and field, and in every group, sprint, long jump, shot put, there were girls being chased by boys from other colleges. But at that moment, as the sunlight fell perfectly on her, the curve of her smile fell right into his eyes and his mind, like a computer blue screen, like a phone crashing, like that moment in high school, when he first touched a barbell and couldn't lift it, feeling utterly powerless. On your marks. The starter raised the starting gun. Zhao Lei didn't hear it. Set. His classmate elbowed him. Zhao Lei, it's time to run. Bang. The starting gun for the 1,000 meters fired. Zhao Lei took a moment to react before dashing forward. With one less person at the starting line, his classmate glanced back and found him still frozen in place, cursing, "Damn it," before running ahead. By the time Zhao Lei started running, the main group had already pulled ahead by several meters. He pushed himself to catch up, his spikes digging into the plastic track, each step jolting his knees. He was fit and among the top in the track team, catching up to the front group after half a lap. Yet his mind was still every lap. As he approached the curve, his gaze would drift toward the 800 meters. In the second lap, he saw Zhang Ya just passing the last bend, her ponytail trailing behind her in a graceful arc, the light blue hair tie shimmering in the sunlight. She ran swiftly and lightly, as if treading on clouds. Zhao Lei thought to himself, she should take first place. Then he crossed the finish line. In his own words, his legs crossed the finish line, but his mind was still at the bend. As he approached the finish line too quickly, he couldn't stop in time and crashed straight into the timing zone for the 800 meters. The iron frame in the timing zone swayed slightly from the impact, nearly causing the timer to fall. The teacher in charge of timing shouted in frustration, stepping aside to avoid him. And Zhang Ya, just having crossed the 800-meter finish line, bent over with her hands on her knees, gasping for breath, had not yet reacted when a fluorescent green figure knocked her to the ground. The plastic track was hard. Her palms scraped against it, the tiny plastic particles embedding themselves into her skin, while her knee scraped off, a large patch of skin, blood seeping from the torn edge and trickling down her calf. Half of her ponytail came undone, the light blue hair tie slipping to the end of her hair, precariously dangling. Zhao Lei knelt on one knee, his entire being frozen. He wanted to reach out to help her, but his hand halfway stretched out, then withdrew. He wanted to say sorry, but his mouth opened and closed again. He wanted to stand up, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. Zhang Ya lifted her head. She looked up at him, the sunlight shining from behind her, her sweat glistening on her face and her bangs sticking to her cheeks. She frowned, her lips pressed into a line, not crying, just looking at him with those eyes shiny from sweat. All the attention on the playground turned to them. Don't you look at the finish line when you run? Her voice was breathy from intense exercise, not exactly fierce, but somewhat resigned. But Zhao Lei's mind switched from a blue screen to a complete blackout. He opened his mouth like a fish out of water, unable to utter a single word. His classmate from the 1,000-meter finish ran over, leaning on his knees to catch his breath. Zhao Lei, you knocked her down, at least say something. Zhang Ya's teammates had also gathered around. Two girls squatted down to check her wounds, one wiping the blood off her knee with a tissue, the other rinsing the plastic particles from her palm with bottled water. Zhang Ya gasped slightly in pain, but didn't cry out, just biting her lip. Zhao Lei remained kneeling there, wearing a fluorescent green vest with a black rubber mark on his knee, fingers gripping the seam of his pants, sweat trickling down from his forehead. Zhang Ya was helped up by her teammates, hopping on one foot towards the school infirmary. After about 10 meters, she suddenly turned back and glanced at him, with a look that seemed to say, what's wrong with this guy? Then she turned back, limping away. That day Zhao Lei returned to his dorm and scolded himself in front of the mirror for the entire evening. He lived in dorm 12, room 302, with the bed against the window. He slept on the bed by the window opposite was me, and in the next room was Lao Mo, while Haozi slept diagonally opposite him. At this moment Zhao Lei was sitting at his desk, cursing himself in front of a small mirror. Why the hell can't you say something? Can't you say I'm sorry 3 words? Are you mute? She scraped her knee and you just stood there like a telephone pole. Are you sick? I was chasing 5Ha on my phone, but couldn't focus because of his yelling. I put my phone down on the bed and poked my head out. Zhao Lei, enough already. You've been cursing for over an hour. Don't mind me. I pulled my head back and exchanged a glance with Lao Mo. Lao Mo was sitting at his desk marking the CET for exam papers without raising his eyelids, casually stating, he knocked someone down during the fitness test today. Who did he knock down? Housie leaned down from the upper bunk, still holding half a bowl of spicy hot pot. Was she injured? Male or female? Female? From the sports college. I lowered my voice. Haosie's eyes lit up. Is she pretty? Lao Mo erased something on the answer sheet, not even looking up. In the state he's in now, you should ask him. Zhao Lei was still at his desk, staring into the mirror, his expression as if he were heading into battle. After the lights went out, Zhao Lei lay in bed, his wrist hanging outside the blanket. Moonlight seeped in through the curtain seams, illuminating his tanned skin. He thought of her looking up at him, remembered the way her ponytail had come undone, and how that light blue hair tie had slipped to the end, almost falling off. He turned over, the iron bed creaking. He turned again, and it creaked once more. Zhao Lei. My voice came from the darkness, muffled and sleepy. Your bed is about to fall apart. I can't sleep. Is it because you knocked someone down that you can't sleep? Or is it because you knocked down a girl that you can't sleep? Zhao Lei didn't respond. I turned over, facing his direction. Who is she? Do I know her? Silence hung for a long time. Then Zhao Lei's voice came from the darkness, soft, as if speaking to himself. Zhanya from the sprinting group. The bed opposite fell silent for 2 seconds. What you just said makes me wide awake. As I sat up, Lao Mo's desk lamp also lit up. It turned out he wasn't sleeping but reading in his blanket with a flashlight now turning on the desk lamp and poking his head out from behind the curtain. Haosie's bed curtain was also pulled aside, revealing half a face still smeared with unclean hot pot grease. Zhanya. Haosie was the first to speak, the sprinter. The one who held the banner at the opening ceremony of the sports meet. The one with particularly long legs. Shut up. Zhao Lei covered his face with the blanket. Damn. Haosie sat up abruptly, the bed creaking under his weight. Brother Lei, you're done for. Completely done for. Lao Mo adjusted his glasses, saying something weighty. If you knock someone down, go apologize tomorrow. Buy her a bottle of water, be straightforward about it. I rested my arms behind my head, laughing. Not easy. Even our big guy has a day like this. You guys done yet? Zhao Lei's muffled voice under the blanket was already changing tone. But Haosie wasn't going to let him off the hook. Hey Zhao Lei, she scraped her knee right. I have a hometown friend in the medical school. Do you need me to get some iodine? No need. Really no need. What about a Band-Aid? I bought some at the supermarket under the 5th cafeteria yesterday, still half a box. Zhao Lei threw his pillow at him. The next morning at 6, he squatted at the entrance of the track field holding 2 bottles of water. Haosie was right. He was finished. Every morning Zhao Lei buys 2 bottles of water and waits for her to finish training at the entrance of the athletics field. The athletics field of the sports college is adjacent to the gymnasium, opening at 6:30 in the morning with the early training team entering at 6:45. Zhao Lei squats at the entrance at 6 o'clock, sometimes nibbling on a meat bun, sometimes not eating anything, just he keeps the water bottles tucked in his coat to keep them cool. Not hot water, but to prevent the sun from warming it up too much. He buys her iced water as September in Chongling is still quite hot. Through the iron fence he can see her warming up on the track, stretching high knees, jogging, her ponytail swaying in the morning light. As soon as the training session ends with the sound of the whistle, he stands up. When Zhanya wipes her sweat and walks out, he quickly approaches, shoving the water into her hand. This is for you. Then he turns and runs away. He runs even faster than during the 1,000-meter test. After running, he has to look back secretly to see if Zhanya threw the water away. She doesn't. Each time she opens the cap and takes a sip, then chats with her teammates beside her, her ponytail lightly swaying on her shoulder. When Zhanya was first handed the water by him, she was taken aback for a moment and didn't have time to say thank you before the fluorescent green figure had already run far away. She looked down at the water bottle in her hand, cold with a layer of condensation on the surface. A teammate leaned over and asked, "Who is it?" "The one who bumped into you." "Yeah." Zhanya opened the cap and took a sip. "Does he come every day? How many days has it been?" "This is the 3rd day." "Oh," her teammate drawled, and Zhanya gave her a playful slap on the arm. "Don't think too much." But the corners of her mouth were turned up. On the 4th time, a pack of tissues appeared next to the water bottle. On the 5th time, a box of Band-Aids was placed beside the tissues. On the 6th time, a large white rabbit milk candy was left next to the Band-Aids. Zhanya unwrapped the candy and popped it into her mouth, the sweetness melting on her tongue. She crumpled the wrapper in her palm and shouted towards the figure still not far down the track, "Hey." Zhao Lei's feet froze in place. She walked a couple of steps towards him and stood in front of him. The morning light shone from the east, casting him in silhouette, his face entirely in shadow except for the bright red around his ears. Sweat trickled down his forehead along his temples, indistinguishable whether it was from heat or nerves. "What's your name? Which class are you in?" "Zhao Lei. Class 1 of physical education." "Which Lei?" "The Lei with 3 stones." Oh, she nodded him. Zhangya. Class 2 of physical education. I know, you know. Zhao Lei's Adam's apple bobbed. You held the placard at the opening ceremony of the I saw you. This time it was Zhang Ya's turn to be stunned for a moment. Then she smiled, her smile radiating from the corners of her eyes to her lips, perfectly illuminated by the sunlight. Then you don't need to hide at the entrance tomorrow, she said. Just wait for me by the track. We're both from the sports college, no need to take a detour. That night back in the dorm, Zhao Lei splashed cold water on his face 3 times at the sink. Haozi poked his head down from the top bunk and asked, did you come back without scolding yourself today? Something happened. I lay on the bed, legs crossed. She asked for your name today. How do you know? Zhao Lei poked his head out from the bathroom, water still dripping from his face. You said it yourself when you came in. She asked me for my name. You said it quite loudly. I put down my phone and looked at him with a smile. And you even said you saw her holding the placard at the sports meet. Zhao Lei, you were already eyeing her back then, right? Lao Mo didn't participate in this conversation. He was at the table doing his homework, but the tip of his pen paused for at least 5 seconds. Then without turning his head, he said lightly, progress is good, keep it up. Zhao Lei buried his face in the towel, unable to suppress the grin that wouldn't fade. About 2 weeks passed. After training Zhang, you didn't rush to leave, standing at the entrance of the athletics field waiting for him. As usual, Zhao Lei handed her the water. Today she didn't run, saying there was no need. You bring me water every day, she said, taking the bottle, opening the cap, and taking a sip. How long do you plan to keep delivering it? Zhao Lei's hand remained outstretched to offer the water, his arm stiff, like a steel pipe. He opened his mouth, but the words he had rehearsed hundreds of times were now stuck in his throat. Not a single word could come out. Last time I bumped into you, I'm sorry. You've already said that last time. I said it the time before that too. Zhangya couldn't hold back her laughter. Her eyes curved into crescent moons, just like the first time he saw her smile at the sports meet opening ceremony. Got it. You say that every time, can't you think of something else? Zhao Lei stood there, the morning light shining from the east, as she stood in silhouette. Suddenly he felt as if all the courage in his life had accumulated in this moment. I can, he said. What? I can think of you. This time it was Zhangya who was taken aback. Then her face flushed visibly. She lowered her head, using the cold water bottle to cool her cheek. After a long while she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Zhao Lei, do you know what your biggest advantage is, eh? What? You keep your word. The first meal they had together was at the barbecue restaurant on the back street of the school. That street was called Luchuan Lane. Turning right out of the school gate and walking 300 meters, the whole street was lined with small restaurants and milk tea shops. The barbecue restaurant was called Old Fat Barbecue, which had been open for over a decade. The owner was from the Northeast, and the barbecue sauce was homemade, leaning towards a sweet flavor. Zhao Lei arrived half an hour early. He checked the entire place inside and out, whether the table legs wobbled, whether there were nails sticking out of the stools, whether there were any oil stains left on the edges of the grill. The waitstaff thought he was a new server. By the time Zhangya arrived, he had already ordered everything on the menu. Beef belly, pork belly, beef tongue, chicken cartilage, squid bacon wrapped, and gnocchi mushrooms. The table was packed. Did you order the whole restaurant? If it's not enough, I'll order more. Zhao Lei closed the menu, placing his hands on his knees, sitting upright, like a primary school student waiting for the homeroom teacher to give a lecture. While grilling, he continuously placed meat onto her plate. The beef belly was grilled to a golden brown on both sides. He used scissors to cut it into small pieces, neatly arranging them at the edge of her plate. The pork belly sizzling with fat, he gave her all the crispiest pieces. The chicken cartilage was placed on her plate as soon as it was done, and the beef tongue was taken as soon as it changed color. Even the corn kernels on the edge of the grill were carefully pushed onto her side one by one. Zhang Ya's plate piled up like a small mountain. She hadn't grilled a single piece of meat herself because Zhao Lei wouldn't let her lift a finger. You eat. You eat first. I can't eat that much. You eat first, while eat the rest. Zhangya picked up a slice of beef belly, put it in her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and her eyes lit up. Delicious. Zhao Lei's mouth curled up. When it was time to pay, he fumbled for his wallet so fast that his elbow knocked over the cup of water on the table. A full cup of barley tea splashed onto the table, running down the edge and soaking his pants. He hurriedly tried to wipe it up, but knocked the chopsticks to the ground. When he bent down to pick them up, he bumped his forehead against the edge of the table. Zhangya grabbed some tissues and helped him wipe the water off the table, shaking her head with a smile. Zhao Lei, you're really... Wow, she called me by name. She said I'm really something. That night, he pushed open the dormitory door. I was sitting on the bed scrolling through my phone as usual. Lao Mo was at the desk organizing his notes, and Hao Zi was at the computer trying to get a deal on milk tea. He stood in the doorway and said, she laughed when we were eating together. What? Zhangya? How did she laugh? Did she agree to you? Lao Mo put down his pen and turned his... I tossed my phone onto the bed and sat up. She didn't agree. Zhao Lei scratched the back of his head. She said, that's a compliment. Zhao Lei, when a girl says you're something, it means. That night was Friday. Hao Zi insisted on ordering 4 cups of milk tea to celebrate, claiming he would treat, but in the end they realized they were $1 short for the discount and dragged Lao Mo to chip in for a pack of chips. Zhao Lei lay on his bed, his wrist hanging outside the blanket. At that moment there was nothing there, only sun-kissed skin and protruding wrist bones. Spring came slowly. The spring in Chongling is sticky with the plum rain season starting in March and lasting. The puddles on the ground dried up and then became wet again, the new leaves of the camphor trees sprouting in the rain, tender and green, shining with the rainwater. This was their second semester of acquaintance. One rare evening, without rain, Zhao Lei invited her to the back mountain of the school. The back mountain isn't really a mountain, it's a small hill on the north side of the school filled with camphor and osmanthus trees. A stone path winds up through it, and at the highest point you can see the entire campus and Egret Lake. Egret Lake isn't really a lake, it's a slightly larger artificial pond, but the school insists on calling it a lake, so it is a lake. A thin layer of moss grew on the stone path, making it a bit slippery. Zhanya walked in front of him, her ponytail gently swaying behind the hood of her sweatshirt. That light blue hair tie caught the last bit of evening light, resembling a piece of the sky. Zhao Lei followed behind, his palms sweaty. He had specially washed up and changed into clean clothes today, blow-dried his hair 3 times and hesitated for 10 minutes in front of the mirror before leaving. Should he wear a hat? In the end he didn't wear one because Hao Zi said, "You look like a delivery man with a hat on," and I said, "Not wearing one looks more spirited," while Lao Mo said, "Don't be late." The words he wanted to say had been rehearsed in his heart for hundreds of times. From the second semester of freshman year to the first semester of sophomore year, from autumn to winter, from winter to spring, from the dormitory to the playground, and from the playground to this back mountain. Now the words were on the tip of his tongue, but they just wouldn't come out. "Why aren't you talking today?" Zhanya turned around, walking backward, tilting her head to look at him. "You usually don't talk much, but today you're especially quiet." The sunset shone from behind her, dyeing her hair golden. In the backlight her outline seemed to be edged softly, her eyes bright, like the surface of Egret Lake ruffled by the evening breeze. Zhao Lei looked at her. The words he had rehearsed hundreds of times were now completely forgotten. "Zhanya. I want." The words stuck in his throat as if something was blocking them. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and a thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. She stopped and looked at him. Not pushing him, just quietly watching. "I want to have lunch with you every day." It wasn't the lengthy, dignified sentence he had rehearsed hundreds of times. The practiced version was longer, more refined, with a build-up and a conclusion. But at this moment, only this one sentence came out of his mouth. The leaves of the camphor trees swayed gently above them. Zhanya tilted her head and looked at him for a long. A smile spread across her face, radiating from her eyes to her lips. 3 years ago, the first time he saw her smile at the sports meet opening ceremony, it was just like this. At that time she had been holding the placard for the sports college, and he had crushed the water bottle in his grip while watching from the stands. "Sounds good." She said those 2 words. Zhao Lei stood there, the sunset filtering through the gaps in the branches and falling on his shoulder. He suddenly felt as if all the luck of his life had accumulated in this moment. That night, he pushed open the door to room 302. Zhao Lei stood at the door and said she agreed. Hao Zi looked up. "What?" She said okay. Then Zhao Lei jumped up. It wasn't an exaggeration, nor was it a metaphor. He really jumped in place, leaping high, and his head hit the door frame with a loud thud, causing the entire door to shake. He bumped it so hard that he slid down along the door frame, crouching on the ground while holding his head. Hao Zi's phone fell onto the pillow. Lao Mo's pen stopped on the paper, the ink smudging into a small dot. "Zhao Lei." I sat up from the opposite bed. "What are you jumping for in the dorm? The dorm is going to collapse." Zhao Lei crouched on the ground, holding his head, gritting his teeth in pain, yet still smiling. A visible bump had formed on his forehead. Hao Zi climbed down from the bed, crouching beside him, examining the size of the bump seriously, saying, "Zhao Lei, this bump is bigger than the one you got last week playing basketball." Lao Mo closed his book, stood up, rummaged through the drawer, and took out half a tube of used ointment, walking over to place it on Zhao Lei's desk, saying, "Put some on. Don't have it swollen by tomorrow so you can't show your face." Then he paused and added, "Good job. Not bad." Zhao Lei crouched on the ground, one hand covering his forehead, and pointed at Hao Zi with the other. "Don't post it on social media." "I won't post it. I'll post it in the dorm group." "You? Just kidding, just kidding." Hao Zi quickly stuffed his phone into his pocket, reached out to pull him up. "Get up, you look like a bear crouching there. More like a big black bear now." Zhao Lei was pulled up by him and sat on the chair, applying the ointment to his forehead, wincing as he did so. Hao Zi leaned over to help him apply it, saying, "Zhao Lei, did Zhanya really agree? Did she really say okay?" The morning after establishing their relationship. At the entrance of the athletic field, the morning light shone from the east as usual. Zhanya arrived before the training began, not in her training outfit, but wearing a white short-sleeve shirt and athletic pants. Zhao Lei stood at the entrance, still in the same spot, waiting for her, holding 2 bottles of water. It felt as if everything was the same as before, yet somehow everything was different. As she approached, Zhao Lei saw her take off something from her wrist. A light blue hair tie. A tiny white flower was embroidered on it with petals stitched using extremely fine thread, almost invisible unless looked at closely. There was a small worn mark on the inner side of the hair tie, an imprint left from wearing it on her wrist for a long time. "Extend your hand," she said. Zhao Lei obediently extended his right hand. She grasped his wrist. His wrist was thicker than that of an average boy with well-defined arm muscles from years of practicing athletics. His tan skin deepened under the sunlight, and the light blue hair tie looked oddly vibrant yet uncoordinated on him, making it hard to look away. Zhao Lei looked down at her fingers. Her fingertips were slightly cool, and when they touched the pulse on the inner side of his wrist, he could feel his heartbeat traveling through the veins to her fingertips. It was beating too fast. She must have felt it. This is a hair tie I've used for a long time. I started wearing it since my freshman year. She pushed the hair tie to the middle of his wrist and gently pressed it with her finger. Now it belongs to you. She looked up at him. The morning light shone from behind her, and Zhao Lei could see her expression, serious with a hint of nervous tension and an underlying joy that couldn't be concealed. Just like when she said, "All right," on the back mountain yesterday. Just like when she first called out to him at the entrance of the athletic field. From now on, once it's tied, you can't take it off. Her tone suddenly became very formal. It was as if she was announcing a regulation that needed to be strictly followed, punctuated with an urgency that almost demanded a printed stamp. This is my way of asserting my ownership. Let everyone know you have a girlfriend, and they won't dare to have designs on you. Zhao Lei looked down at the light blue hair tie. His fingertip gently touched it. The hair tie was thin, and on his sturdy wrist, it looked somewhat comical. But this was her hair tie, the one she had been wearing since her freshman year. The little flower embroidered on it, her silhouette, standing on the athletic field at 6 in the morning, the arc of her ponytail, swinging in the sunlight, and the gaze she cast up at him. All shared the same color. "I won't take it off," he said. His voice was soft, but steady. Unlike the stammering Zhao Lei from yesterday on the back mountain, he sounded like he did when he sprinted down the track, focused and resolute. "Not even while sleeping. You have to wear it while showering too." Zhang Yi stood on her tiptoes, patted his shoulder, and smiled with great satisfaction. The morning light illuminated her face, and Zhao Lei noticed a glimmer in her eyes. "You're really obedient," she said. That day when Zhao Lei returned to the dormitory, Haozi was the first to notice. He was squatting on a chair calculating discounts for lunch and caught a glimpse of Zhao Lei entering with one less bottle of water than usual, because today the water was handed to him, not shoved. Then he noticed the light blue hair tie on Zhao Lei's right wrist. Haozi jumped off the chair. "What the hell? Zhao Lei, what's that on your wrist?" Zhao Lei ignored him and went straight to his desk, resting his arm on the table. The hair tie fit snugly at the bone of his wrist, the light blue contrasting against his tan skin like a small piece of sky cut out. "What is that?" Zhao Lei has a hair tie on. It's powder blue. Haozi leaned forward, bending down for a closer look, nearly pressing his nose against Zhao Lei's wrist. He had the worst eyesight in the dormitory and didn't like wearing glasses, so he had to get very close to see anything like he was studying. "It even has a flower embroidered on it. A white flower. So tiny. Look. "It's light blue," Zhao Lei corrected him, "not powder blue." "What's the difference?" "Powder blue is light blue with gray. This is pure light blue." Lao Mo's voice came from He was sitting at the table organizing his notes, not lifting his head, with his pen still moving. Hue, at 195 degrees saturation, about 40% brightness, 80%. "It's in the same color family as sky blue." Haozi turned to him. "How do you know everything?" "There's a color chart appendix in the CET4 and CET6 vocabulary book." Lao Mo put down his pen and adjusted his glasses. "Did she give it to you?" The word she needed no explanation. Zhao Lei nodded. Lao Mo nodded and picked up his pen again. "That's nice." I rolled over from the upper bunk with my legs dangling over the edge of the bed. I was the only northerner in the dormitory speaking with a Jinyang accent, and every time I opened my mouth it carried a certain weight. I looked at the hair tie on Zhao Lei's wrist and smiled. "Not easy. The goddess of short distance running from the School of Physical Education has tied down our big guy with just a hair tie." "What does this signify?" Haozi slammed his hand on the table, pointing at Zhao Lei's wrist, as if delivering a closing statement. "This means that from today on, Comrade Zhao Lei officially leaves the single camp. The first fierce tiger from dormitory 302 has found a partner." No one paid him any attention. Zhao Lei looked down at the hair tie on his wrist, the flower petals shimmering under the incandescent light. He thought since she won't let him take it off, then he wouldn't take it off for the rest of his life. That afternoon there was training. Zhao Lei changed into his training outfit and walked to the athletic field, just starting to stretch, when his teammates immediately noticed the extra item on his wrist. A sports student who was 6 feet tall with arms thicker than most people's legs, his skin tan like a steel tower, had a light blue hair tie wrapped around his sturdy wrist, embroidered with a little flower. The impact of this scene was too great. His teammates laughed so hard they had to squat down, holding onto the barriers at the edge of the track, their faces turning red. "Zhao Lei, what are you wearing that thing for? You look like a big black bear wearing a little girl's hair tie." The second half of the sentence was left unsaid. Zhao Lei grabbed the back of his neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground like a chick and pressing him onto the nearby high jump mat. The mat was used for practicing the Fosbury flop, 2 or 3 meters long and half a meter thick, and his teammate was pressed into the sponge, his voice muffled. "Say that again." "It's nice. It looks absolutely fantastic on you. Look at the little flower." Zhao Lei added a bit more force with his hand. "I said the little flower is nice. I didn't say you don't match." The teammate's voice came from the sponge mat, already on the verge of laughing too hard. What I mean is Zhao Lei wearing this has such a cute contrast. Do you understand what cute contrast means? Zhang Yu was stretching at the edge of the track and happened to witness this scene. She laughed until she couldn't stand up straight, her ponytail swinging wildly on her shoulder. The morning light illuminated her completely. Her training outfit today was pink and white, the same one she wore the day he first bumped into her. Her ponytail was tied with a new hair tie matching his wrist, the same light blue with a tiny white flower embroidered on it. The wind blew from the end of the playground, rustling her hair and the hair tie on his wrist. He suddenly remembered the first day he saw her at the opening ceremony of the sports meet. She walked past the podium holding a sign for the School of Physical Education, her ponytail sweeping an arc in the sunlight. He stood in the stands squeezing a plastic water bottle until it was deformed, not even knowing her name at that time. Now her hair tie is tied around his wrist. She said once it's tied it can't be taken off. He said he wouldn't take it off. Never would he take it off. The darkest moment before dawn. The emergency lights in the specimen storage room had run out of power, leaving only a flickering candle in the corner. Suddenly, there was a violent commotion from the small nursing room. The sound of the bed slamming against the wall, the metallic clang of the iron frame hitting the ground, and human voices, though they no longer sounded human. I stood at the door shining my flashlight inside. A shadowy figure curled on the floor, convulsing violently, its limbs bending and straightening at unnatural angles. A murky gasp escaped her throat like a drowning person desperately trying to breathe, but every breath inhaled seeped out through the cracks in her trachea. Zhangya. The big guy lunged forward, kneeling beside her. She suddenly opened her eyes wide. In her eye sockets, the once clear black of her eyes had turned grayish-white. Her pupils began to dissipate, but the core of her light, the light that recognized the big guy, that could smile and speak, that could whip her ponytail and shout hurry up in the sunlight, struggled to flicker one last time. Then it extinguished. The grayish-white eyeballs completely filled her eye sockets, resembling two murky glass. Her lips parted, and what came from her throat was no longer breath, but a dry, rasping sound of foul odor bursting forth from between her teeth. She suddenly sat up. No, it was no longer her. Her arms reached straight for the big guy's neck. The distinctive roar of a zombie erupted from Zhang Ya's throat. Zhao Lei. I rushed in. But the big guy did not dodge, he simply knelt there in front of her. In the moment the zombie lunged at him, he extended his left arm, his uninjured left arm, and embraced her. Her mouth bit into his shoulder, teeth crunching against the fabric, threatening to sink into flesh. The big guy raised his left hand, holding a knife. A bone-cutting knife. He had kept this knife tucked in his pocket since he had carved flesh yesterday. The blade glinted coldly in the dim candlelight as he pressed the tip against the back of her neck, the blade resting against her light brown ponytail. When he first saw her, she had been whipping her ponytail and shouting hurry up to classmates by the sidelines, the ponytail swaying in the morning light. That day he stood by the track, his heartbeat racing faster than if he had run 1,000 meters. Zhangya. He called her name. The zombie roared, struggling. The big guy did not flinch. He lowered his head, his lips pressed against the top of her head, whispering softly, I love you. From the first day I saw you to today, to forever. Forever. The zombie's teeth tore through the fabric of his shirt. The blade pierced through flesh and skin, accurately navigating through the gap in the cervical spine. Using 1.5 years of anatomical knowledge with a sports student's understanding of human structure, and with that right hand which had just carved flesh and was still oozing blood, he pierced through the infection center. The zombie's roar ceased. Zhang Ya's body relaxed in his arms, her eyes wide open, grayish-white pupils reflecting the flickering candlelight in the night breeze. Her hand finally rested on his wrist, her fingers resting on the 3 hair ties. The light blue hair tie that originally belonged to her under the candlelight was identical to the 2 she had once tied, and the one stained with blood. The big guy held her kneeling on the ground. Then the cries that had been suppressed for 2 days and nights finally erupted from his chest. Like a beast trapped in a trap, finally unable to escape, it was a whimpered, dull, struggling tearing. The knife in his hand fell to the ground. Old Mo walked in the beam of the flashlight, casting a flickering outline on the ground. He squatted beside the big guy, not saying a word, just placing his hand on the big guy's shoulder. In the morning the fog dispersed. Behind the medical school was a small grove of camphor trees, the leaves glistening green in the morning light. The wind swept through the grove, bringing the scent of soil and grass, rare and clean smells in the apocalypse. We dug a pit beneath the largest camphor tree, using a shovel found from the school sanitation truck, digging to a depth of 1 meter until the roots of the camphor tree emerged from the soil. The big guy personally placed her inside. She changed into clean clothes, a nurse's uniform that Su Xiao had found from the medical school's internship changing room, white complementing her ponytail. The big guy crossed her hands over her chest, then from his right wrist, he untied the hair tie that Zhang Ye had first. His fingers trembled as he tied the hair tie back onto her right wrist. After doing all this, he cut a small piece off the spare strap he had tucked in his waist, and tied it beside Zhang Ye's hair tie. After completing all this, he lowered his head, his lips pressing against her forehead. I will carry you with me. His voice was soft, as if afraid to wake her. We will live on together. Then he stood up, picked up the shovel, and began to cover the soil. The first scoop, the second scoop, the third scoop. Soil fell onto the white nurse's uniform, onto the light blue hair tie, and onto the dark blue string he had tied. A few leaves from the camphor tree were blown down by the wind, falling along with the soil. Finally, he stood a flat stone at the head of the grave. There was no carving knife. Old Mo used the tip of the bone-cutting knife, carving the letters one by one. Zhanya. Physical Education Institute. Forever 21. Zhao Lei's beloved. 2026. 9:28. The sun has risen. The morning light shone on the leaves of the camphor tree, on the newly erected tombstone, and on the remaining piece of hair tie on the big guy's wrist. The big guy stood before the grave, his fists clenched tightly. But this time he did not cry. Lin Shi stood beside me, linking her arm with mine. Su Xiao and Zhou Xiao stood on her other side, adjusting their glasses. Wang Leizhong, Long Liang Hongchuan, and Sun Xingzhou lined up behind him. Old Mo stood at the back, turning the bone-cutting knife in his hand, the tip reflecting a cold light in the morning sun. He glanced at his watch. It was time to go back. Haozi was still waiting for medicine in the pharmacy, and the first dose of vancomycin had already been injected, but infection controls still required continuous medication for 3 days. Zhanya cannot have died in vain. I took one last glance at the words on the tombstone. Zhao Lei's beloved. The big guy turned away from the tombstone, his voice like sandpaper scraping against metal. Let's go. He was the first to step forward. The 2 segments of hair tie on his right wrist were lifted by the morning wind, gently swaying. Light blue, the color of the sky. Like her ponytail. Like that morning when she stood by the playground shouting at him to hurry up, hurry up. As the morning mist dispersed, the team began to pack up their equipment. Su Xiao conducted a final check on Haozi, finding his temperature at 37.5 degrees Celsius, and the red inflammation around his wound had faded significantly. She pushed the 5th vial of vancomycin into the 4-line, and looked up at me, saying, "Your life is secured, but you still need continuous medication for at least 3 days. Then let's go back and use it." I zipped up the backpack containing the medicine and slung it over my shoulder. The library has sofas and hot water, which is better than here. That's right. The big guy used his left hand to help Haozi sit up from the stretcher. Haozi's eyelids fluttered, his lips moved, and he uttered a vague syllable. "It hurts. It's good that it hurts." The big guy's voice was as hoarse as sandpaper. "Pain means you're still alive." Lao Mo had already mentally reviewed the route for our return. He used the tip of the bone-slicing knife to draw a simple map on the ground. The main road is off limits. There are at least 30 to 40 zombies roaming that way. Let's take the small road behind the experimental building. I continued well past through the experimental building, circle around the back door of the cafeteria, and ascend the staircase on the north side of the library. That's the path we came from. Wang Lei hoisted the iron rod onto his shoulder. Not many people use the small road behind the cafeteria, and it offers a clear view, making it less likely for us to be ambushed. Sun Xingzhou and Zhang Long are carrying the stretcher, while Sun Xingzhou leads the way, and Zhou Meng and Lin Shi flank the stretcher. Zhao Tong is holding the first aid kit, and Su Xiao walks in the middle of the group, ready to handle any emergencies with Haozi. Let's go. I pushed open the door of the emergency pharmacy. The sunlight was blinding. The campus was eerily quiet under the sunlight, scattered with abandoned bicycles, overturned bulletin boards blown by the wind, and several patches of dark dried blood. There was a faint burnt smell in the air, the source of which was unknown. The big guy walked at the back of the line. His right arm was bandaged and slung across his chest, while his left hand held the bone-slicing knife. After walking for about 20 minutes, as we passed through the shadowy area of the experimental building, a rustling sound came from ahead. Lao Mo and I raised our hands, almost simultaneously signaling the team to stop. The sound came from a pile of garbage on the side of the experimental building. 7 or 8 zombies staggered out from behind 3 overturned green trash bins. They were dressed in blue uniforms of cleaning staff, badges pinned to their chests with sagging flesh hanging from their face. The one at the front spotted us and let out a hoarse howl from its throat, prompting all the zombies to turn their heads in unison, their grayish-white eyes locking onto the team. Zhang Long Liang Hongchuan put down the stretcher and guard the left and right sides. I drew out the iron rod. Lao Mo handled the 2 on the left. Wang Lei take care of the 2 on the right. The 3 in the middle. A figure walked past me. He held the bone-slicing knife in his left hand, moving slowly but steadily with each step. The bandage on his right arm swayed gently in the morning breeze, and a light blue hair tie on his wrist wobbled slightly. The first zombie lunged at him with outstretched arms. The big guy sidestepped, slashing the blade upward at an angle, the tip piercing the zombie's chin, penetrating through the upper jaw and directly into the cranial cavity. He did not pull out the knife, but instead kicked the zombie in the chest, pushing the body away while smoothly withdrawing the blade, drawing out a pool of black blood. The second zombie had already grasped his left shoulder. The big guy felt the weight on his left shoulder, releasing the grip. The bone-slicing knife spun half a circle in his hand, and he reversed his grip to deliver a horizontal slash. The blade struck into the zombie's temple, the sound of breaking skull echoing like crushing an egg. The crossbow bolts were found on the zombies, but these 2 were killed with a knife. He stood up and looked at us. There should be other survivor teams nearby. The crossbow bolts took care of some while the rest were dealt with up close. I felt a sinking sensation in my heart. It seemed that the survivors in the school had begun to search for usable supplies one after another, and they were equipped with even more advanced weapons. Hurry up, I called back to the team. At noon, the silhouette of the library finally appeared in view. In the window on the east side of the 6th floor stood a figure Zhogwuli. He must have been standing there all along. I raised my hand and gestured toward the 6th floor. The light in the window flickered twice. He saw me. 5 minutes later the team arrived at the 2nd floor below the library. Zhogwuli had already unlocked the window on the 2nd floor and pushed it open from the inside, while Suyong skillfully threw out the fire escape rope, which was already tied. We first secured Haozi to the fire escape rope and slowly lifted him to the 2nd floor, then climbed up one after another. We're back. Zhogwuli's gaze swept over the team, pausing for a second on Haozi, then on the big guy with his right arm wrapped in bandages before counting the number of people. He didn't ask if someone was missing. It's good that you're back. Zhogwuli patted my shoulder and stepped aside to clear the path. I had someone tidy up the staff lounge on the 6th floor, let's get him up there first. Su Xiao nodded and led Liang Hongchuan and Zhang Long, who were carrying the stretcher, towards the 6th floor. The others followed inside. As soon as the big door to the 6th floor opened, a shadow rushed over its 4 paws, making a loud thump on the floor. Titan. This pup had grown a lot since we left. Its fur was shiny black, and its eyes looked like 2 black beans. It circled around my feet 3 times, its tail wagging like a windmill, then stood up on its hind legs, its front paws on my knees, and its tongue hanging out. You've grown so much. I squatted down and rubbed its head. What did Uncle Zhou feed you? Nothing special still. Zhogwuli leaned against the wall. Hao found 2 boxes under the bed in the staff lounge. It should be enough for a while. It's growing too fast. Speaking of Hao, a small head peeked out from behind Zhogwuli. Hao was holding a copy of The Little Prince, the cover already frayed, but he held it tightly. He looked at me, his eyes brightening. Brother Lin, you're back. We're back. Zhogwuli clapped his hands. Everyone, don't just stand there. Food is in the reading room on the west side. Those who are injured should go to the medical room on the 5th floor to find Zhao Tong, and those who aren't injured should first organize their gear. Let's eat first. That's just the kind of person he is. He doesn't ask about the process, just makes arrangements. I placed my gear bag on the ground and followed Zhogwuli to the reading room. In the 6th floor reading room, Zhogwuli handed me a cup of water and lit a cigarette. Don't know where he found that stash, sitting on the windowsill, and said, tell me about it. I took a sip of water and began recounting from the emergency pharmacy at the medical college. I talked about how we encountered the horde of zombies, how we reached the experimental building, how the big guy got bitten, how Su Xiao carved flesh without anesthesia, how Zhang Ya's infection flared up, her last moments of clarity, how the big guy personally saw her off, and the gravestone beneath the camphor tree. Zhogwuli listened without interruption the entire time. After I finished, he extinguished the cigarette, but on the windowsill, and remained silent for a long while. Outside the window, the setting sun cast a red glow across the sky. The orange light flooded and deepening the wrinkles on his face. Then he said, you brought back 6 people, saved 1, and obtained a medicine. This is a victory. But Zhangya, Lin Chun. Zhogwuli interrupted me, his voice not loud, but each word carried a steadiness born from having experienced too many similar situations. In an apocalypse, it's impossible to save everyone. You save the majority, and that is enough. I looked at him. I have a friend, Old Li, who was a soldier in his youth. During the Wenchuan earthquake in 08, he led a team into the epicenter and rescued 23 people over 7 days and nights. But there were still 5 trapped beneath, and they couldn't be dug out. Zhogwuli lit another cigarette. After returning, he drank with me. He got drunk and cried like a dog, saying those 5 people were calling for help before they died, and he listened to their voices fade away, unable to do anything. He flicked the ash from his cigarette onto the windowsill. Many years later, he told me a sentence. Bringing back the living is more important than anything else. I tightened my grip on the cup in my hand. Do not use one person's sacrifice to negate the significance of the entire operation. Zhogwuli stood up. Get some good rest tonight. Tomorrow we'll start planning the next steps. He walked out. I stood by the window for a long time, watching the setting sun slowly sink below the horizon. Late at night, I couldn't sleep, so I got up and went to the rooftop. Pushing open the door to the rooftop, the wind was strong, carrying the chill of early autumn. The moonlight flooded the entire rooftop, illuminating the concrete floor with a pale sheen. At the edge of the rooftop sat a person. The big guy. He had his back to the door, his right arm wrapped in bandages resting on his knee, while his left hand fiddled with the strand of hair tied up on his wrist. As he turned it round and round, his movements were slow, like some kind of ritual. Just as I was about to walk over, another figure emerged from the shadows. Old Mo. He walked over to the big guy and sat down beside him without saying a word. A bone saw lay at his feet, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. The 2 men sat side by side. One looked at the strand of hair on his wrist, while the other gazed into the distant darkness. Neither spoke. The wind swept across the rooftop, blowing the light blue strand of hair on the big guy's wrist and stirring the dust on Old Mo's collar. I withdrew my foot and gently closed the door to the rooftop. Some wounds do not need consolation. They only require someone willing to sit silently with you. At dawn, people lay haphazardly in the reading room. Wang Lei slept on the outermost edge, a iron rod resting beside him. Liang Hongchuan curled up in the corner, using his backpack as a pillow. Zhang Long and Sun Xingzhou sat back to back, both holding knives. Su Xiao leaned against the wall, her glasses pushed up to her forehead, gripping Haozi's medical record in her hand, while Zhou Ming nestled beside her, resting her head on Su Xiao's shoulder. Lin, she slept next to me, one arm draped over my leg. I carefully moved her arm aside and stood up. The sky was tinged with a fish belly white, and the morning mist painted the outlines of the buildings around the library in shades of gray. Hundreds and thousands of zombies roamed below, but at this height, they looked like ants. I pushed open the door to the rooftop, and the morning breeze rushed in, carrying the unique, moist scent of dawn. The big guy and Lao Mo were still sitting on the rooftop. Since last night, a whole night had passed. Lao Mo heard footsteps, turned his head, showing little expression on his face, simply gesturing with his index finger towards the big guy. The big guy leaned on the railing with one hand, watching the eastern sky brighten. Sunrise, he said, his voice completely hoarse. Zhangya liked watching the sunrise the most. I stood beside him. The sun emerged from the horizon, golden rays spreading out, dyeing the clouds a reddish-orange. The big guy looked down at the hair tie on his wrist. She used to call me to get up and run every morning at 6. I didn't want to get up, but she kept calling me. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curved slightly. What happened later? I asked. Later I got used to it. After that, if she didn't call me, I couldn't sleep in the morning. He rubbed the hair tie with his left hand. I got used to it. The sun had fully risen. Light fell on the rooftop of the 6th floor, on the 2 light blue hair ties on the big guy's wrist. The door opened, and Zhou Guoli stepped out holding a bottle of mineral water and several disposable paper cups. You're all up so early. He placed the water on the small wooden table on the rooftop. Then don't sleep, have some water. We gathered around the rooftop. Zhou Guoli poured 3 cups of water and pushed them in front of us. How is Haozi? The fever has gone down from 38 degrees to 37. 4. I took the cup. Su Xiao said that after the last injection of vancomycin, he should be fine today. That's good. Zhou Guoli nodded, looking at the big guy. What about your arm? It's nothing serious. The big guy moved his right shoulder, cleaned out properly, no infection. Zhou Guoli stared at him for a few seconds, not asking more. Let's go have a short meeting on the 6th floor. The location was in the north side hall of the 6th floor, where he pushed tables together and laid out a college map. Haida lay under the table, its tail occasionally sweeping across my feet. Hao Hao sat next to Zhou Guoli, hugging the little prince with a piece of paper spread on his lap, drawing something with a pencil. Let's talk about supplies first. Zhou Guoli tapped the table. The library's reserves. Food and water can last for another month. As for medications, Su Xiao, you take it from here. Su Xiao stood up. We have enough vancomycin for Haozi to recover, and an extra course as backup. Additionally, the antibiotics, anti-inflammatory drugs, and hemostatic agents brought back from the medical school have replenished our nearly depleted stock. The range of injuries we can now treat has doubled compared to before. What about weapons? Lao Mo asked. Everyone has an iron rod. I continued. Lao Mo's bone knife, the big guy's bone cleaver, and my switchblade. Moreover, in the emergency pharmacy of the medical school, Lao Mo found surgical blades and hemostatic forceps, which can be modified into long spears by slitting the front end of the iron rod, embedding the blades, and securing them with iron wire. Close combat would be more effective than just the iron rod. Liang Hongchuan's eyes lit up. This works. The iron rod may crush zombies, but it takes several hits to kill them. The blade can directly cut throats or stab eye sockets, which is much more efficient. Finish the modifications within 3 days. Zhou Guoli noted this in his notebook. Next is personnel assignments. He scanned the people present. Lin Xin will lead the team outside with Lao Mo as deputy. Su Xiao and Zhou Ming will be in charge of medical care, with Xiao Tong assisting. Wang Lei, Liang Hongchuan, Zhang Long, and Sun Xingzhou will take turns training. Su Yang and others will be responsible for patrolling arrangements. I will handle supply management, taking inventory daily. What about me? The big guy's voice came from the corner. Everyone turned to look at him. The big guy sat in the farthest corner, his right arm slung across his chest, his left hand resting the bone cleaver on his knee. His eyes were still red, but his gaze was steady. You should recuperate, Zhou Guoli said. My left hand can still move and my leg isn't broken. Zhou Guoli looked at him, pausing for a few seconds. Then you will be responsible for training Hao Hao. Hao Hao raised his head. The big guy was taken aback. Train him in what? Basic physical fitness, self-defense, moves, map reading, and direction identification. Zhou Guoli extinguished his cigarette. But this child is 12 years old and cannot protect himself in this apocalypse. He can learn, and he must learn. If he ever faces danger alone, he cannot be completely ignorant. Hao Hao put down his pencil, looking at the big guy with a serious expression, as if preparing for an exam. Big brother, I can run very fast. In the past 2 days I've been racing with Haida. The big guy stood up and walked in front of Hao Hao, crouching down. The bone cleaver rested on the ground as he squeezed Hao Hao's arm. Thin, but with some muscle definition. Starting tomorrow, the big guy said, at 6 in the morning on the rooftop. Hao Hao nodded vigorously. After the meeting, I went to the 4th floor to see Haozi. As I pushed the door open, a strong smell of disinfectant rushed towards me. Housie lay on the nursing bed, covered with a blanket, his face turned towards the window. He was awake. Brother Chun, his voice was still weak, but his eyes had regained focus. How do you feel? I dragged a chair to sit by the bedside. I feel like I've been run over by a truck, Housie said, pulling at the corner of his mouth. But it's better than yesterday. Oh, I thought I was going to die. Actually, if I died, it wouldn't hurt anymore. Don't talk nonsense, I replied. Really? He looked at the ceiling. Last night when I was burning with fever, I dreamed about our dormitory. Old Mo was snoring again, and you were lying in bed cursing him. Then Dagu came in holding a basketball reeking of. Then the four of us went to the fried chicken shop at the back gate of the school, ordered 3 servings of Korean fried chicken, 2 bottles of beer, and sat by the roadside eating, while cursing the counselor. He smiled slightly, but his eyes turned red. I dreamt it so clearly. The crispy skin of the chicken leg crackled as I bit into it, and the juices burned my mouth. I even snatched a guest chicken wings, and he chased me from the east gate to the west gate. Brother Chun, when I woke up for a few seconds, I wished it was all real. I didn't know what to say. Housie turned his head and looked out the window. About Zhangya, Dagu told me last night. He came to see you last night. What did he say? He walked and poured me a glass of water, and then said Zhangya is gone, I sent her off. Haosie's voice lowered, just that one sentence. He sat by my bed, adjusted the speed of the 4 drip for me, and then went out to get medicine. His expression was blank. Completely blank. He looked at me, his eyes reddened. Brother Chin, what kind of person was Dagu before? He was the kind of idiot who would flex his muscles across the court for a 3-pointer. Now he is expressionless. He will be fine. I placed my hand on Haosie's shoulder. We will all be fine. The door was pushed open and Hao came in with a bowl of hot water. He walked slowly, holding the bowl with both hands, his eyes fixed on the water's surface, afraid of spilling it. Brother Haosie's sister Su Xiao said you need to drink more water. He placed the bowl on the bedside table and then stood by the bed looking up at Haosie. Haosie tilted his head and looked at him. Who is this kid? Zhou Guoli's son. His name is Hao, 12 years old. Haosie looked at Hao, paused for a few seconds, and suddenly said, you look like my cousin. Hao carefully examined Haosie for a moment, then stretched out his hand and compared it to Haosie's forehead. You look like my uncle. But my uncle has more hair than you. Haosie opened his mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Even though laughing pulled at his wound, causing him pain, he still smiled. Your uncle has more hair than me. I'm only 22. I'm not even balding yet. My dad said you're 37. What 37? Teacher Zhou Yu. Haosie tried to sit up to curse, but Su Xiao pushed him back down. Patients shouldn't move around. Su Xiao's expression was emotionless as she pulled Hao over. Little Hao, don't provoke your brother Haosie. I didn't provoke him. My dad really said he was 37. That was just me making it up to get him to listen. Zhou Guoli poked half his body through the door. Don't expose my flaws. Everyone in the room laughed. This was the first real laughter in the team since Zhangya left. Once Hao finished laughing, he walked to Haosie's bedside and suddenly reached out to hold Haosie's hand. Brother Haosie, he looked up at him. I once had a cousin who looked like you. He taught me how to fold paper airplanes. Haosie's smile slowly faded, but he did not pull his hand away. After a few seconds, he said to Hao, then you can be my cousin. From now on. Hao tilted his head, thought seriously, and nodded. Okay, cousin. Hey, Haosie held that small hand tightly. Cousin. In the afternoon, Su Xiao conducted a basic medical training for everyone in the 4th floor reading room. You need to know proper CPR, but I don't expect you to use it in actual combat. She stood in front of the whiteboard, drawing diagrams with a marker. Emergency treatment for zombie bites, that's the key. She drew a simple sketch of an arm on the whiteboard, marking the location of the wound. After being bitten, the virus enters the bloodstream through the wound, travels back through the veins, and spreads throughout the body via the lymphatic system. The time this process takes depends on the bite's depth, the distance of the wound from the heart, and the density of capillaries. How long is the treatment window? Old Mo asked. Theoretically, the safe window is only 3 to 5. Su Xiao pushed her glasses up, but in practical operation, if you can excise 2 centimeters of tissue around the wound within a minute, the infection blockage rate is over 90%. Dagu is a case in point. He had excised the flesh less than 3 minutes after being bitten, so he showed no signs of infection 2 days after stitching. Wang Lei raised his hand. What if it's bitten on the neck? Pray. Everyone fell silent. Outside the window, the sun gradually slanted to the west. The orange light streamed in through the window, casting a warm hue over the simple drawings on the whiteboard. But the marked arrows and numbers were as cold as a scalpel. In the evening, I went to the rooftop. Dagu was indeed there. He had his back to the door, his left hand supporting the bone-cutting knife as he did one-arm push-ups. His right arm hung across his chest, gently swaying with his Buddhist motion. I lit a cigarette that I had borrowed from Zhou Guoli and leaned against the wall watching him. He did 50, then stopped, kneeling on the ground and gasping for air. Sweat dripped from his hair tips, splattering onto the concrete floor. Take it easy. I flicked the ash off my cigarette. If the wound bursts, we'll have to trouble Su Xiao again. The stitches are sturdy. He stood up, wiped his face with the towel hanging around his neck. About that dream, Haosie mentioned the fried chicken one. When the day comes that the zombies are all gone, Dagu looked at the burning sunset on the horizon. I'll treat you all to fried chicken. A whole chicken each. Deal, I said, but you have to treat us to beer. Of course. He tossed the towel over his shoulder and walked to the edge of the rooftop looking at the desolate campus below. Chunzi. She said to live on with her. Dagu twirled the hair tie on his wrist, so I have to live. Live until the day when I get old and can no longer move sitting in a rocking chair still remembering how she swung her ponytail in the sunlight. I extinguished the cigarette. I will, I said I will. The twilight light fell on the two men on the rooftop. One hung his right arm, clenching his left hand tightly. One leaned against the wall, staring into the distance. The wind blew from the south, carrying the scent of earth and vegetation. In the apocalypse, this was a rare and clean smell. 2 days later, Su Xiao took the thermometer from Haozi's armpit, glanced at the number in the light, and then smiled rarely, 36.8 degrees. It's normal now. Haozi leaned against the head of the bed. The sickly flush on his face had faded, replaced by a healthy color. He tugged at his clothes. So can I get out of bed now? If I lie down any longer, my legs will start to atrophy. You can get out of bed, but no vigorous exercise. Su Xiao removed the stethoscope, her tone returning to the coldness of a medical practitioner. Although the viral infection has cleared, the inflammatory response has caused damage to your internal organs. The liver and kidney function indicators are not within normal ranges, especially the kidneys. 2+ signs for protein in urine. She closed the medical record book and looked at me. In other words, he survived. But his body will be much worse than before. Haozi paused for a moment, then shrugged. It's fine. I wasn't in great. When it came to the physical test of 1,000 meters, I threw up for 10 minutes afterward. That wasn't because you were in poor shape. A tall guy walked in. That was because you ate a whole fried chicken before the test. Bullshit. I only ate half. Who ate the other half? A ghost. You did? You took it away. Su Xiao watched the two bicker, shook her head, and turned to leave the infirmary. I followed her out and called out in the corridor. Haozi's kidney damage, can it recover? She stopped in her tracks, silent for a few seconds. It's difficult. This virus attacks the microvessels, and the kidneys are one of the organs with the highest density of microvessels in the body. The damage is irreversible. What does that mean? It means he may easily feel fatigue, prone to edema, and unable to do heavy physical labor. If conditions allow, he will need a long-term low-salt, low-protein diet. Su Xiao smiled wryly. Of course, discussing this in the apocalypse is a luxurious worry. She pushed her glasses up and looked at me, but at least he's alive. Lin Shun, in the apocalypse, being alive is victory. I nodded. Haozi's voice rang out from the infirmary again. Big guy, what's that thing on your wrist? I glanced over. 2 hair ties. Hey, you're quite trendy. Less nonsense. Take the medicine. This medicine is as bitter as Old Mo's knife. How do you know what Old Mo's knife tastes like? Just a guess. You see, he never washes that knife. It must smell all sorts of ways. Outside the door, Old Mo expressionlessly pushed the bone-cutting knife forward by 2 centimeters, the blade reflecting a white light under the corridor's lighting. Haozi immediately shut up. The noon sunlight was sliced into strips by the curtains falling onto the public reading room in the central hall. When I walked over, Zhou Guoli had already spread the map on the table. Old Mo, the tall guy, Wang, Lei Su, Yang, Liang, Hongchuan, and others stood by the table, while others formed a circle around them. Everyone's here. Zhou Guoli stubbed out his cigarette in an empty can. Let's start the meeting. Haozi on the stretcher struggled to sit up, but was shot down by a glance from Su Xiao. Li Hao, Haozi, just lie there and listen. Zhou Guoli took out a small notebook from his pocket, flipped to a page full of dense numbers. It'll start from the beginning. The day Lin Shun and the others set off for the medical school was 8 days ago at 6 in the morning. At that time, the backup power supply still had enough reserves to last for 10 days. He paused for a moment, his finger pointing at the last line of numbers. Now there are only 2 days left. The room fell silent for a few seconds. Outside the window, the low growls of zombies echoed continuously like background music. In 2 days, the over 1,000 zombies on the first floor will start to wander again. Zhou Guoli closed the notebook. The speakers on the first floor are powered by the backup power supply. After a power outage without a sound source to attract them, those things will surge up here. Where's the diesel generator set? Old Mo asked. In the basement, level 2. Zhou Guoli spread out a building floor plan. The library has an independent power generation system with 3 diesel generators in parallel. The fuel interface is in the oil storage room next to the generator room. The problem is, his finger traced from the basement level 2 up, stopping at the position of the first floor hall. The question now is, who can drive a pickup truck and a forklift? Su Yang asked. A silence lingered for 3 seconds. We are all university students, and having a C1, C2 driver's license is already quite good. We can manage the pickup, but absolutely no one has experience driving a forklift. We can go. The silence was broken by Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li, who had been quietly squatting in the corner. Before we worked as security, we did a stint managing the cafeteria's inventory and deliveries. We'll go drive the forklift for you. Zhou Guoli listened to everyone's words and squinted through the smoke. Then Old Mo took Wang Lei, Liang, Hongchuan, and Sun Xingzhou, 4 people down to the second basement level. Lin Shun took Zhang Long, Su Yang, Uncle Zhang, and Uncle Li, 4 people, to fetch diesel. The big guy with the injured right arm stayed behind to guard the library and watch over the injured. Su Xiao stayed in the infirmary. The others needed to train diligently, just in case. In 2 days it will be a fierce battle. My right hand is no good, but I can still hold a knife with my left. The big guy's voice came from the doorway. He leaned against the door frame, his right arm slung across his chest, the bone-chopping knife tucked behind his waist. If the zombies rush to the second floor, I can chop them down. Zhou Guoli looked at him for 3 seconds. All right, you guard the stairway to the second floor. I folded the route map and stuffed it into my pocket. The operation is set for tomorrow night at 2 a.m. The backup power can last for 48 hours, so we will leave a 24-hour buffer. We will gather at 5 in the morning the day after tomorrow. At 5, Teacher Zhou will cut the power on the 6th floor while you all start the generator in the second basement level. Tomorrow, Zhou Guoli stubbed out his cigarette again. He'll teach you the generator's operation process. He turned to old Mo. The generator set consists of 3 Cummins diesel engines in parallel, and the starting sequence is crucial. They cannot be started simultaneously, they must be started one by one with a 3-minute interval. First start the first unit, wait for the voltage to stabilize at 380 volts, then switch to the second, and finally the third. Old Mo nodded. What if the first unit fails to start? Su Xiao suddenly asked. Zhou Guoli was silent for 2 seconds. Then we will try the second one. If all 3 units fail to start, you have 20 minutes to retreat the same way, climbing back up from the second floor window. What if all 3 fail? Old Mo placed the bone-chopping knife on the table. Then we return to the original plan. Guard the stairway to the second floor, chop down 1, if it comes chop down 1,000, if 1,000 come. His tone was calm, as if he were discussing what to have for lunch. Yet everyone knew he was not joking. After the meeting, I walked to the railing. Below, a horde of zombies densely filled the entire first floor hall. They stood shoulder to shoulder, moving slowly and steadily, like some viscous liquid flowing. After the power outage, these things will surge into the first floor hall, and then crawl up the stairs. Brother Lin Chun. I looked down and Hao Hao was beside me holding Haiten. Haiten's ears were perked up, and it emitted a low rumbling sound from its throat. What's wrong? Haiten has been like this for the past 2 days. Hao Hao patted Haiten's head. He lies next to the window looking down, and then whines. Does it know something is about to happen? I squatted down looking into Haiten's eyes. In those small black bean-sized eyes the horde of zombies below was reflected. Dogs are more sensitive than humans. I rubbed Haiten's ears, it might have sensed something. Hao Hao hugged Haiten tightly. We will be okay, right? We will be okay. I stood up. The morning after tomorrow you stay on the 6th floor with Uncle Zhou. No matter what you hear, do not go downstairs. Hao Hao nodded vigorously. In the evening, I went to the equipment room to find Zhou Guoli. He was standing in front of an open distribution cabinet, holding a multimeter measuring the voltage on the circuit board. Uncle Zhou. He didn't turn around, come and close the door. I walked into the equipment room, was filled with various repair tools and replacement parts. On the shelf against the wall, dozens of labeled parts boxes were neatly stacked. Did you study electrical work before? I asked. No. Zhou Guoli put down the multimeter. I teach traditional Chinese studies, and you know that. I understand some circuit principles. The Hansen practice is something I've learned from books in the library over the past 2 days. In these 8 days I've gone through the entire library's power system. He turned around leaning against the distribution cabinet. Lin Chun, there's something I didn't mention during the meeting. What is it? The last time the 3 diesel generators were started was 20 years ago, when the library was built. Zhou Guoli's voice dropped. They haven't been turned on since. The diesel engines that haven't been maintained for 20 years might have rusted pistons. If old Mo and the others go down, it's possible that not a single one will start. I clenched the spring knife in my pocket. What are the chances? Zhou Guoli didn't answer. He picked up the multimeter again. He'll make sure to do all the preparations I can in the next 2 days. The rest is up to fate. Late at night, I lay on the sofa. Lin, she lay beside me. She didn't say anything, just clutched the corner of my shirt tightly. Are you scared? I asked. Yes. Her voice was muffled, but I know you will come back. How can you? Because you said so. Lin, she lifted her head. The moonlight streamed through the window and illuminated her face. You promised to take us out alive. You, this liar, may not be good at anything else, but you keep your word on this point. I couldn't help but chuckle. What are you laughing at? You using reverse psychology? Does it work? It works. I pulled her closer into my embrace. Let's sleep. She closed her eyes, but her grip on the corner of my shirt did not loosen. I didn't let go either. At 5:30 in the morning, before the dawn had fully broken, the lights in the equipment room were already on. Zhou Guoli stood in front of the workbench with a disassembled circuit board laid out before him alongside a soldering station, a multimeter, and a pile of components. Hao Hao stood next to him, tiptoeing to get a better view. This is a capacitor, Zhou Guoli said, picking up a small blue cylinder with tweezers. What does it do? I taught you yesterday. Hao Hao thought for a moment, opened his small notebook in hand, which was filled with crooked pencil notes. It stores electric charge and stabilizes voltage. He read it aloud, then raised his face, asking, Dad, is it like a human heart? Zhou Guoli was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The heart pumps blood throughout the body. Hao Hao pointed to the capacitor on the circuit board. The capacitor pumps charge to various parts of the circuit. They are both pumps. Zhou Guoli stared at Hao Hao for a full 5 seconds. You little brat, he set the tweezers down. Your reaction is quicker than that of the senior students I taught. Hao Hao grinned widely, revealing a toothless grin. But the heart doesn't store blood. Zhou Guoli picked up the soldering gun again. The heart is a pump, but the spleen stores blood. The capacitor is both a pump and a blood reservoir, more powerful than the heart. What if the capacitor breaks? Replace it. Zhou Guoli pulled out a new capacitor from the parts box. Remember what I taught you 2 days ago? You have to cut off the power before replacing components. Do you remember? I remember. Cut off the power first, then disassemble and solder, replace the new part, check the solder joints, and finally power it on for testing. Hao Hao recited in one breath, then frowned. But Dad, the library is going to cut off the power the day after tomorrow. Will we still have time to replace the capacitor then? Zhou Guoli's hand paused for a moment. The soldering gun left a shiny solder joint on the circuit board. At that point it won't just be about replacing the capacitor. He set the soldering gun back on its stand. We'll need to replace the entire heart of the building. 3 hearts lying underground for 20 years. Hao Hao fell silent for a moment, then flipped to a new page in his notebook and wrote generator, the heart of the building. The handwriting was ugly, yet every stroke was written with great effort. It was 10 in the morning. In the open space on the north side of the 6th floor, Highton was digging into the ground with its 4 claws, its tail swinging like a helicopter rotor. Hao Hao stood opposite it, holding a piece of milk snack in his hand. Highton alert. Highton immediately stopped all movement. Its tail drooped, ears perked up, 4 paws planted firmly on the ground, its gaze becoming focused. It was no longer that playful little puppy. Its ears twitched slightly, capturing the faintest sounds around. The wind outside, the moans of zombies downstairs, and footsteps at the end of the corridor. Then it turned its ears towards Hao Hao, waiting for his next command. Hao Hao nodded in satisfaction and tossed the milk snack. Good dog. Highton jumped up to catch it, swallowed it in a few bites, then perked up its ears to look at Hao Hao. Once more. This time, Hao Hao took out another item from his pocket, a small metal box that made a sound when shaken. I'm going to add a bit of interference for you. He walked in front of Highton and placed the metal box on the ground. Then he returned to his previous position. Alert. Highton perked its ears again. The metal box was half a meter in front of it, swaying slightly in the wind, making a faint clicking sound. But Highton did not look at the metal box. Its ears rotated, capturing all the sounds around, then filtering out the interference from the metal box, locking onto the noise in the distance. There were footsteps in the hallway. Highton's ears turned towards the staircase, letting out a low, warning growl. 3 seconds later, she walked out from the staircase. Hey. She looked at the boy and the dog training. Upon seeing a familiar face, Highton immediately relaxed its alert status and wagged its tail. But Hao Hao had not yet given it a command. Release, Hao Hao said, and only then did Highton run towards Lin Shi. I was watching this scene from the other end of the corridor, a bit surprised. What Hao Hao was training was not just obedience. It was focus. Zombies wouldn't make the clicking sound of the metal box, but they would make footsteps, groans, and the sounds of clothing rubbing against the walls. In a noisy environment, one must distinguish between targets and distractions to provide early warnings. A 12-year-old child actually knows to teach a dog this. No, perhaps it is precisely because he is a child that he can communicate so well with dogs. The training continued, and this time, they changed the activity. Hao Hao took Highton to the reading room piled high with clutter, using the milk snack to lure it to crawl under tables, jump over chairs, and climb over toppled bookshelves. Crawl. Hao Hao pointed under the table. Highton dashed through. Jump. Highton jumped over 3 fallen chairs in succession, its paws landing precisely, without knocking anything over. Leap. Facing the half-meter-high pile of books, Highton took 2 steps back for a running start, and leaped over. Hao Hao took out the milk snack from his backpack, broke it into small pieces, and fed it to Highton one by one. I checked the books, he said as he fed. The books say that military dog training must be done this way. First learn basic commands, then learn to navigate obstacles, and finally learn to attack and bite. Highton is still young and cannot learn to attack and bite, but it must master the first 2 tasks. He finished feeding the last piece of milk snack, squatted down, and hugged Highton's neck. What if the power goes out in the future, and the elevator stops working, and we can only use the stairs? The stairs might be very dark, and there could be zombies. Highton needs to be able to run ahead of us, and help us see the way. I leaned against the door frame and asked, who taught you all this? Books. Hao Hao pointed to the pile of books in the corner, the top book being the military dog training manual. My dad said that in this apocalypse, everyone must have a role. The big brother protects us, Sister Su Xiao treats injuries, and brother Lin Shun leads the team outside. I may not have your skills, but I can train Highton. When Highton grows up, it can protect everyone. He said this with a serious expression, as if making a vow. I suddenly understood why Zhou Guoli wanted the big guy to train Hao Hao. It wasn't because Hao Hao could learn a lot. It was because in this dog-eat-dog world, a 12-year-old child fears not death the most, but being useless. No one wants to be the one who holds others back. In the evening, I passed by the equipment room. Voices of Zhou Guoli and Hao Hao came from inside. What does this switch control? The excitation switch. After the generator starts, you need to close the excitation switch to generate electricity. Why? Because the rotor of the generator needs an excitation current to create a magnetic field. Without a magnetic field, mechanical energy cannot be converted into electrical energy. And this one, the red one, emergency stop button. Press it, and the generator will stop immediately. When do you use it? Zhogwuli was silent for a few seconds, then said, when it is about to explode. The light from the equipment room leaked out through the door crack. It was a warm orange-yellow. Just as I was about to leave, the door opened. How peeked out Brother Lin Shun. He ran out holding his little notebook. Let me show you. I took it and opened it. Each page was densely packed with notes drawn with various crooked sketches in pencil. Capacitors, resistors, switches, excitation, oil circuits, cooling systems. On the last page, there was a drawing of a heart with the words generator, the heart of the building. Then there was another line of small text, the ink still fresh. The heart pumps blood, the generator sends electricity. I wish I could send something too. I closed the notebook, squatted down to look at how you've already sent something. Sent what? Milk snacks. I replied seriously, the milk snacks you gave to Heighton. Those 2 boxes of milk were the ones you found under the bed in the staff lounge, right? How nodded. That's right. I ruffled his hair. The milk you found helped Heighton grow up. When Heighton grows up, it will be able to help us keep watch. You have already contributed. How was taken aback. His lips slowly curled into a smile. Brother Lin Shun. My dad said you guys are going out tonight, it's dangerous. How clutched his little notebook, looking up at me. I will train hard. The big brother will teach me physical fitness, my dad will teach me how to read circuits, and I will train Heighton. I nodded. Good. Go back and rest now. How obediently nodded, hugging his notebook as he ran back to the equipment room. Just before the door closed, he peeked out again. Brother Lin Shun, my dad said, I have to protect everyone in the future. I will work hard. The door closed. Only the orange light from the equipment room remained in the corridor. I leaned against the wall, listening to the sounds coming from inside. Dad, why does this diode conduct in one direction? Because of the PN junction. What is a PN junction? You need to understand Ohm's law before asking this. Night. The moonlight blankets the rooftop in a silvery sheen. I sit at the edge of the rooftop, leaning against the concrete railing, a spring knife resting on my knee, its blade clicking open and closed with a crisp sound. In the distance, the campus outline reveals skeletal lines under the moonlight. In front of the library, a small group of zombies moves like a black tide, slowly surging. Occasionally, a few raise their heads, glancing towards the 6th floor. The sound of a door being pushed open. I do not turn around, but the spring knife springs out. Lin Shun. It's Jiang Minghan. She walks over holding a cup of water. The moonlight shines on her face. The white work uniform she found in the library is a bit oversized, the cuffs rolled twice, exposing a slender pale wrist. You must be tired. She hands me the water. Drink some water. Thanks. I take the cup, but do not drink, setting it down beside me. Jiang Minghan sits down beside me. She says nothing, merely gazes up at the moon. The wind blows in from the south, stirring the strands of hair on her forehead. We will be moving soon. She finally speaks, her voice very soft. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid of not coming back. I close the spring knife. Being afraid is useless. Fear won't change the fact that we have to go. Jiang Minghan turns to look at me. The moonlight casts 2 shadows in her eye sockets, obscuring her expression. Lin Shun, how long have you liked Lin Shi? More than a year. I answer briefly. How did you meet? In an elect. She sat in front of me. Before the exam, she borrowed my notes. I lent her my notes. She scored 88 while I scored 73. Jiang Minghan smiles slightly, but the smile only reaches the corners of her mouth. You two seem to have a good relationship. My attitude is very clearly cold, but she does not seem inclined to leave. Lin Shun. She suddenly says, I know you don't quite believe in me. I do not respond. From the beginning, when you saw me in front of the cafe, and later when I asked you for charcoal. She places her hands on her knees, her knuckles interlaced. I know how you see me. The class flower from the neighboring class, delicate, scheming, unreliable. Each word she utters is calm, as if recounting someone else's story. You said before, I put the spring knife in my pocket. In the apocalypse, everyone has their place. But what is my place? She turns to look at me, the moonlight illuminating her face, taking care of How, helping to register supplies. The big guy teaches him physical training, Uncle Zhou teaches him electrical work, Su Xiao teaches him first aid. At 12 he already knows he must protect everyone. What about me? What can I do besides serving tea and counting supplies? Is that the reason you came to find me? Jiang Minghan does not speak. After a long while she finally says, I want to join you in action. No way. I can learn. No way. I interrupt her. Taking diesel from logistics is no joke. An 800-meter route, hundreds of zombies. Once bitten, there is no second chance. You have no combat experience, going would only hold us back. The muscles on her face twitch slightly, but soon she regains her composure. You're right. She stands up, dusting off the dirt from her work uniform. I indeed have no combat experience. Going would only hold us back. She walks to the rooftop door, suddenly turns around. Lin Shun. You are not like the others in the apocalypse. I look at her back. What do you mean? Everyone else is scrambling, fighting. Food, weapons, chances to survive, grabbing everything they can. You're different. She pauses. You have always been giving. Giving what? Opportunities. When the big guy was bitten, you didn't abandon him. When Haozi fell ill, you risked your life to save him. When Hao Hao had no one to take care of him, you treated him like a brother. Even someone like me, you were willing to share your food. She turns around, the moonlight illuminating her from behind. There shouldn't be such people in the apocalypse. People in the apocalypse should be selfish, should be ruthless. You are not like them. After finishing this sentence, she pushes the door and leaves. The rooftop door closes behind her. I hear the footsteps in the stairs fading away, eventually disappearing in the corridor of the 6th floor. The wind blows again. I pick up the cup of water from the ground and look at it in the moonlight. The water is very clean, untouched. Yet I still pour it out. Not because I fear it is poisonous, but because of her last words. There shouldn't be such people in the apocalypse. She is right. In the apocalypse, the most dangerous thing is not the zombies. Zombies have no brains, they do not scheme, they do not pretend. Humans do. I stand up and walk to the edge of the rooftop looking down. The swarm of zombies in the square is still surging, over 1,000 rotting bodies crammed together, emitting a low rumbling growl. They are the danger in plain sight. But Jiang Minghan's words just now, each one felt like a probe. Testing my management of the team, probing Lin Zai's position in my heart, testing my trust in her. She wanted to join the action, and after I refused, she seemingly accepted, but her last words, "You are not like people in the apocalypse," are more of a speculation than a compliment. Still not asleep. Lao Mo's voice comes from behind. He walks beside me, a bone knife at his waist, its handle gleaming coldly in the moonlight. I just had a few words with Jiang Minghan, I say. Lao Mo does not respond, only gazes at the swarm of zombies below. She said I am not like people in the apocalypse. She is right. Lao Mo lights a cigarette. Also a leftover from Zhou Guoli. You really aren't. What? People in the apocalypse do not stop at the back door of the medical school to dig a grave for Zhangya. Lao Mo exhales a puff of smoke. People in the apocalypse wouldn't even carry Haozi back on a stretcher. Someone who is so weak they're almost fainting. If you let them go, you let them go. He turns to look at me, but you did all this. So what? So the brothers are willing to follow you. Lao Mo flicks the cigarette, but into the night sky, the sparks creating an arc. But not everyone thinks this way. Some will see you as a fool, some will see you as a good person, and some will see you as someone they can scheme against. He does not name names. But I know who he is referring to. What did Jiang Minghan talk to you about tonight? Lao Mo asks. She wants to join tomorrow's action. I refused her. She won't give up. I know. Lao Mo lights another cigarette, this time not speaking. The moonlight stretches the shadows of the two men on the rooftop. The zombies below are still growling. But these sounds have turned into background noise like distant tides. What really keeps one alert are the unseen things behind the rooftop door. Jiang Minghan's back as she left still lingers in my mind. Each step she took was composed. It was a composure of having calculated every step, but not the outcome. Lao Mo stands up, brushing off the dust from his pants. For tonight's action, you will be the leader, I trust you. But remember one thing. You say? Don't think about those twists and turns on the battlefield. His voice is cold. Jiang Minghan's matters, discuss them after the action ends. He pulls out the bone knife, 3 inches, the moonlight reflecting a white light on the blade. If she really poses a problem, the knife is quicker than the mouth. I nod. The rooftop falls silent. The moonlight shines on the two men, one holding a spring knife, the other. Tomorrow the generator needs to start, and the diesel needs to be transported back. Thousands of zombies are approaching from the 1st floor. But before that, tonight's moonlight still has much to illuminate. Illuminating those who can speak and those who cannot. At 3 in the morning on the 6th floor of the library, everyone was ready to set out. Lao Mo stood at the stairway, a bone knife sheathed at his back, holding a short-handled fire axe that he had retrieved from the equipment room. Wang Lei, Liang Hongchuan, and Sun Xingzhou stood behind him, each wearing a dagger at their waist and holding steel pipes or crowbars. Testing the walkie-talkie. I handed the device to Lao Mo. Lao Mo pressed the talk button and Zhou Guoli's voice came through from the equipment room. Clear. The backup power cutoff, countdown 2 hours. Zhou Guoli paused. Lao Mo, 3 units, 1 at a time. Each separated by 3 minutes. Don't rush. Understood. Lao Mo clipped the walkie-talkie to his waist. Let's go. The 4 of them vanished into the darkness of the western stairwell. No farewells were exchanged. Such gestures were not customary in the apocalypse. Saying goodbye often meant never seeing each other again. I turned to look at my team. Zhang Long, Su Yang, Lao Zhang, Lao Li. We're leaving too. The large figure leaned against the railing of the 2nd floor corridor, his right arm hanging across his chest, left hand gripping the bone knife. They'll take the 2nd floor. Lin, she stood among the crowd watching me silent. As I walked past her, she tugged at the corner of my shirt. Just once, at 3:15 in the morning on the 2nd basement level. The beam of the flashlight cut through the narrow maintenance passage. Dust swirled within the beam, resembling a swarm of microorganisms. Lao Mo was at the front. The passage was only 1.2 meters wide with dense pipes and cable trays above. The iron plates beneath our feet were severely rusted, groaning painfully with each step. How much further? Wang Lei asked from behind. 40 meters. Lao Mo glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist, which Zhou Guoli had also provided. Its luminous hands barely visible. We've covered half the distance. Just then a dull thud resonated from above. The four of them halted simultaneously. Thud. Another sound followed, like something crawling on the ceiling. Lao Mo raised his left hand, forming a fist. This was the signal to halt. The flashlight's beam slowly ascended, illuminating the pipes overhead. Rust, dust, spider webs. There was nothing there. Lao Mo said nothing. He switched the fire axe to his right hand, while keeping the flashlight raised in his left. They moved forward another 10 meters. At the end of the passage was an iron door. Red paint sprayed a few words on the door: generator room, unauthorized personnel keep out. The doorknob was broken. To be precise, the door had been bolted from the inside, but something had smashed a basketball-sized hole in the door panel. The metal was bent outward, the edges stained with dark filth. Lao Mo squatted down, shining the flashlight into the hole. The generator room was very dark. The beam swept across, revealing the outlines of 3 diesel generator units like 3 massive beasts lying on the ground, and shards of glass scattered everywhere. There were also splattered dark red stains on the wall. Bloodstains. Lao Mo stood up, at least over a year old. Wang Lei pulled a crowbar from his backpack, wedging it into the door seam. On the count of 3. Wait. Lao Mo pressed down on his hand. Listen first. The four of them held their breath. A faint rustling sound emerged from within the generator room. It sounded like a mouse gnawing on wood or nails scratching a blackboard. But the sound came not from the hole, but from the deepest part of the generator room. There might be zombies. Lao Mo lowered his voice. Once inside, Wang Lei to the left, me to the right. Liang Hongchuan guards the door, and Sun Xingzhou brings up the rear. If you spot a target, don't shout, just flash the flashlight 3 times. Understood. Wang Lei twisted the crowbar sharply. With a crack, the bolt broke. The iron door creaked open, a mix of mildew and engine oil wafting toward them. Lao Mo was the first to slip inside, holding the fire axe horizontally, with the flashlight wedged into the axe handle. The generator room was larger than expected. The 3 diesel generator units were lined up in a row, each over 2 meters tall. The surfaces of the machines were coated with a thick layer of dust, and the dials on the control panels were all dark. Lao Mo approached the first unit, following the procedures that Zhou Guoli had taught him to begin checking. The oil dipstick was pulled out, and the oil level was below the minimum mark. The coolant expansion tank was opened, and it was empty. The battery terminals were severely corroded, but fortunately the battery itself still had power. Both oil and coolant are lacking. Lao Mo lowered his voice. But the machines themselves are not completely rusted. Wang Lei had already found the oil and coolant barrels in the corner. The barrels were heavy, and he wedged the crowbar at his waist and lifted the oil barrel with both hands. At that moment, a low growl echoed from the depths of the generator room. It wasn't the type of growl a zombie would make from its throat. It was the sound of a living creature. Lao Mo swung his flashlight toward the source of the sound. In the deepest corner of the generator room, cluttered with junk and abandoned bookshelves, a figure staggered to its feet. It was dressed in the blue work uniform of the library, with a work badge hanging in front. Half of its face was missing flesh, exposing the underlying cheekbone and jaw. The zombie opened its mouth, letting out a second growl. Then it lunged at Sun Xingzhou, who was closest to it. Its speed was faster than expected. Sun Xingzhou was checking the battery of the second unit when he heard the sound and turned around. The zombie was already less than a meter away from him. Sun Xingzhou. Damn. Sun Xingzhou swung the crowbar horizontally. But the zombie's momentum was too great, smashing through the crowbar, grabbing Sun Xingzhou's shoulders with both hands and biting down. Sun Xingzhou desperately turned his head, the teeth grazing his neck as they passed, sinking into the sleeve of his right arm. Blood spattered out. Wang Lei, Lao Mo shouted. Nearby, Wang Lei rushed over, swinging the steel pipe and smashing it against the zombie's skull. With a dull thud, a chunk of the zombie's skull caved in. But it did not let go. Its teeth remained sunk deep in Sun Xingzhou's forearm, its entire body hanging onto him, making gurgling sounds from its throat. Wang Lei struck again, and again, and again. The zombie's head was thoroughly smashed, and finally its teeth loosened. Sun Xingzhou staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the wall. The sleeve of his right arm was soaked in blood. Let me see. Lao Mo tore his sleeve apart. The bite mark on his right forearm was deep enough to see the bone. The edges of the wound had already begun to darken. This was a sign of viral infection. How long has it been? Less than a minute. Liang Hongchuan gritted his teeth. Lao Mo stared at Sun Xingzhou's face. We can cut it. We must be quick. Sun Xingzhou's lips trembled, but he nodded. Hold him down. Wang Lei and Liang Hongchuan pinned Sun Xingzhou to the ground. Lao Mo drew a spare machete from behind the blade, reflecting a cold light under the flashlight. Bite down on this. Lao Mo shoved a roll of bandages into Sun Xingzhou's mouth. The blade fell. At 3:40 a.m., the logistics convoy. We 5 stealthily emerged along the eastern wall of the library, using a zombie attractor, a vintage tape recorder salvaged from the equipment room, to lure the horde of zombies 200 meters away from the southern square. The tape recorder emitted the piercing sound of a car alarm, recorded by Zhou Guoli. The zombie horde was drawn to the sound, slowly moving southward. The maintenance area of the convoy was located at the southeast corner of the square, surrounded by 7 or 8 wandering zombies. Spread out, I whispered. Zhang Long Suyang, clear the 4 in front of me. Old Zhang and Old Li circled around to directly access the maintenance room with a forklift. The five of us crept forward, weapons in hand. The first zombie had its back to me, hunched over a scrap pickup truck. I lightened my footsteps and approached from behind, raising the iron rod, then thrust it sharply. The rod pierced through the back of the skull and emerged from the forehead. The zombie's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. The second zombie turned its head, mouth opening to let out a roar. Suyang jabbed it from the side, the steel pipe entering through the eye socket and exiting from the back of the skull. The third and fourth zombies were soon dispatched. Old Zhang and Old Li had already reached the entrance of the maintenance room. Old Li climbed into the driver's seat and turned the key. The forklift's dashboard lit up. There's power. The battery still has some charge. At 4:15 a.m. Lin Xinjiang and Old Zhang emerged from the maintenance room, pushing a diesel barrel. The 200-liter fuel barrel was secured tightly on the forklift. The convoy was 800 meters from the library, taking 15 minutes to get here. We needed to return even faster, because the backup power would cut off in less than 2 hours. The forklift slowly progressed on the damaged asphalt road, its speed barely reaching 10 kilometers per hour. We foreshielded the forklift, weapons firmly grasped. As we passed the northern side of the square, I noticed the diverted zombie horde slowly began to regroup. The tape recorder continued to blare, but the zombies seemed to be getting accustomed to the sound. Hurry up. At 4:40 a.m., we were at the library's ground floor. A tall man lowered 6 fire ropes from the second-floor corridor. The ropes were thick and securely tied to bear weight. Zhang, you go up first and help pull the barrels, I shouted. After Zhang climbed up, the forklift lifted the barrel to its highest point, still a meter short of the second-floor corridor railing. The tall man leaned out, grabbing the edge of the barrel with his left hand muscle, straining a bit higher. The forklift emitted a shrill sound of the hydraulic pump as the barrel rose another 20 centimeters. With a powerful tug from his left hand, the tall man and Zhang coordinated to drag the barrel up, while we below assisted in lifting it. The 200-liter diesel barrel was forcibly pulled onto the corridor. Then Old Zhang and Old Li ascended in order. Finally, it was Old Zhang. He stepped onto the forklift, parked it against the wall, and then climbed up the rope. Go! The tall man then struck the iron railing of the stairs with a bone-cutting knife. Bang! 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 The harsh sound echoed throughout the entire floor. The zombie horde on the first floor was attracted by the noise and surged toward the southern side. The four of us pushed the fuel barrel and entered the underground second level through the secret passage. At 4:55 a.m. in the machine room, diesel flowed through the fueling pipe into the tank of Unit 1. Old Mo turned off the excitation switch. He placed his hand on the start button. The backup power hasn't cut off yet, wait for the signal. Zhou Guoli's voice came through the radio. Backup power cut off. Countdown 20 seconds. Everyone stared at Old Mo. Sun Xingzhou leaned against the wall, his bandage soaked with blood on his severed arm, but he was still awake. 10 seconds. Old Mo's finger hovered over the start button. 3, 2, 1. Cut. All the lights in the building went out. The ventilation fans stopped. All sounds vanished. Only the roars of zombies on the first floor faintly echoed from the ventilation ducts. Old Mo pressed the start button. The diesel engine emitted a dull whirring sound. It turned for 5 seconds. Then it stopped. Wang Lei's face turned pale. Restart it. Old Mo's voice was calm. He pressed the button again. It turned. 6 seconds. 7 seconds. And then it stopped. There's air in the fuel line. Zhou Guoli's voice came through the radio. Try Unit 3. Old Mo rushed over and pressed the start button for Unit 3. The sound of the engine was louder than Unit 1. But it stopped again. Unit 2. Old Mo's voice was on the verge of breaking. The start button was pressed. The diesel engine roared to life. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. Everyone held their breath. 15 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. The roar of the machine gradually stabilized and the voltage meter's needle slowly rose. 380 volts. Zhou Guoli's voice sounded in the radio. Success. Unit 2 is running stably. Chinemo, you did it. The lights in the machine room suddenly turned on. The fluorescent lights above flickered a few times before stabilizing to emit white light. The entire underground second level was illuminated. Wang Lei slumped to the ground. Liang Hongquan's fist pounded against the wall, leaving a white mark. Old Mo stood up and walked over to Sun Xingzhou. Did you hear that? Sun Xingzhou forced out a smile on his pale face. I heard it. Damn, it was worth it. The radio crackled to life again. This time it wasn't Zhou Guoli. It was the tall man's voice with the background noise of intense roaring in the corridor. Old Mo Chinzi, you better come up quickly. What's going on? First floor. The zombies are starting to climb up. What we didn't know was that this was just the beginning of a long night. Before De Ji's voice faded from the walkie-talkie, I heard it. The sound rising from the first floor stairwell, a dense grating scrape of nails against concrete walls mingled with guttural low-pitched snarls surging upward like a tide. How many? Lao Mo asked into the walkie-talkie. Can't tell, Dagu replied, voice taut. But the stairwell is packed. They flooded in the moment the power died, and now they're pressing upward. The iron grill at the second floor landing is locked, but it won't hold long. Lao Mo switched off the walkie-talkie and turned to the 7 people inside the generator room. Sun Xingzhou leaned against the wall corner, his bandaged stump soaked through with blood, yet he was awake, his eyes still sharp and alert. Wang Lei's steel pipe dripped fresh zombie blood from its tip. Liang Hongchuan squatted on the floor, gasping heavily. Lao Zhang and Lao Li stood beside the diesel drums, their faces flushed. Let's go. Lao Mo slid the fire axe into his belt. Back through the secret passage, the same way we came. No need to carry the diesel drums, I said. The generator's running. We'll deal with the remaining fuel tomorrow. Save lives first. Lao Mo glanced at me and nodded. All 7 slipped into the hidden passage. It was the same passage as before, 40 meters long, 1.2 meters wide, its ceiling crisscrossed with thick tangled pipes. Yet the path forward was not the path back. The pipes overhead vibrated with the thunderous footfalls of the horde below, and rust rained down in fine metallic dust. Sun Xingzhou walked at the center of the line. He clenched his teeth in silence, but with every step fresh blood seeped from his bandaged stump. Faster, Lao Mo urged from behind. At the end of the 40-meter stretch, the iron door at the exit had been locked from the outside. Locked. Wang Lei kicked hard, yet the door didn't budge. The walkie-talkie crackled urgently. I locked it. Don't come out onto the second floor. The first floor is swarming. Over 20 are already jammed into the stairwell, and the grill is buckling. I pressed the talk button. Then where do we go? A 2-second silence. Third floor. Zhou Guoli's voice replaced De Ji's. The east stairwell has the fewest zombies. The fire door on the third floor is manually operated. You'll ascend there. Lao Mo snatched up the fire axe. East stairwell, move. The 7 plunged into darkness toward the third floor. The stairwell from B2 to the third floor was narrow. Only 2 could walk abreast. Lao Mo led, axe held level before him. I brought up the rear, gripping my iron bar, tightly scanning the pitch-black corridor behind us. The stairwell was utterly dark, lit only by our flashlight beams. Halfway up the first flight, I heard it behind us. Click, click, click. A brittle hollow sound, like bones striking sheet metal. I angled my flashlight downward. At the first floor landing, 3 zombies were squeezing into the stairwell, stepping onto the metal tread, their brittle limbs clacking against the iron with each movement. Zombies on our tail. Lao Mo didn't turn. Run. I pivoted to face them. The 3 staggered unbalanced, but as soon as they caught the beam of my light, they raised their heads and surged upward, snarling. The stairwell was too narrow to swing the iron bar. I drew my spring-loaded knife instead. The first zombie, I timed its upward lurch, drove the blade deep into its eye socket, then shoved sideways. Its corpse slammed into the wall and tumbled down, toppling the second. The third vaulted over its fallen comrade, jaws gaping wide enough to reveal the rotting flesh deep within its throat. I stepped back, shifted the knife to my left hand, gripped the iron railing with my right, and kicked it square in the chest. The blow landed with full force. The zombie flipped backward, crashing down the stairs, yet scrambled upright again in seconds. Don't linger. Lao Mo's voice echoed from above. I spun and sprinted upward. Zombie fluids coated the knife's hilt, slick, viscous, clinging. Second floor landing. Third floor. The fire door stood open. Lao Mo guarded the threshold. As I dashed and last, he swung the axe upward, smashing the fire door's latch mechanism shut. Clang. At the instant the door sealed, we heard fingernails scrabbling frantically against the outer metal. The 7 of us collapsed onto the third floor stairwell floor. The ceiling lights flickered. Power from the generator remained unstable. Everyone's alive. I counted heads. Any missing or extra? No extras. Lao Mo leaned against the wall, pulling out the last cigarette he'd lifted from Zhou Guoli. But someone's gone. Sun Xingzhou's voice came from the shadows. Brother Chun, what does gone mean? No one answered. That was when I realized De Gu and Zhou Guoli hadn't spoken over the walkie-talkie for some time. De Gu. Uncle Zhou. Only static hissed back. Then Lin Shi's voice, low, steady, coming from the brother. The second floor grill is warping. At the second floor landing, De Gu stood behind the iron grill, left hand gripping a cleaver tightly. Zhou Guoli had hastily reinforced the grill with fire hoses and rebar, but it couldn't withstand dozens of zombies hurling themselves against it in relentless waves. Weld points were snapping, the rebar bent inward. Already a zombie's arm had forced halfway through the bars, thrashing blindly in the air. Uncle Zhou, how long can it hold? 3 minutes, Zhou Guoli replied, stepping into view. He carried a bucket. Under the moonlight, its contents gleamed unmistakably engine oil. How followed close behind, cradling He Tan, whose ears stood rigid and whose throat rumbled with a low warning growl. How, go back to the 6th floor. No. How's voice was stubborn. Dad, you said everyone must find their place. Mine is here. Zhou Guoli held How's gaze for 2 silent seconds, then lifted him and placed him atop a stack of supplies along the corridor's inner wall. Then your place is here. No matter what happens, do not come down. The oil drum's lid was pried open. The thick viscous fluid spilled across the floor, creeping into the stairwell. The steps just before the grill glistened with oil. Several zombies jammed against the bars, slipped and staggered as they stepped onto the slick surface. Zhou Guoli struck a match. It was the very same box I'd once lit for him outside the medical school gate. As the oil ignited, flames leapt half a meter high, then raced downward, licking hungrily up the staircase. The fire bathed the entire second floor landing in amber light and illuminated the decaying faces of the zombies beyond the grill. Their snarls warped into something sharper, more frantic. Those at the front lunged harder, jaws snapping at the blaze. Won't burn long, Zhou Guoli muttered, checking his watch. Will last 5 minutes, max. Where are Lin Chun and the others? The walkie-talkie crackled, third floor stairwell. Dagu, the grill won't hold. Don't push it, Lao Mo's voice cut in. Fall back to the fourth floor, re-establish the line. Dagu stared at the failing grill. 3 welds remained. Then 2. Then 1. Go. He swept Hao Hao into his arms. Zhou Guoli followed close behind. 4 people ran up to the third floor, closed the fire door, and propped it shut with a mop handle. Then they saw the beam of a flashlight at the end of the corridor. This way, I shouted. The 2 groups converged in the middle of the fourth floor corridor. Heitan jumped down from Hao Hao's arms, wagging his tail and rushing towards me. I crouched down to pat the dog's head before standing up. The iron railing broke much earlier than expected, I said. There are at least 200 or 300 zombies already crowded on the first floor. It's not a coincidence. Zhou Guoli's voice was heavy. They've become at least 3 times more sensitive to sound than they were 8 days ago. It might be behavioral mutation caused by long-term hunger. Behavioral mutation? Su Yang, still smeared with zombie blood, asked. Can you speak in plain terms? It just means they're hungrier. A dull thud echoed from the fire door at the end of the corridor. Everyone turned their heads. They could hear the sound of nails scratching against the door from 1 to 2, from 2 to a multitude. They're banging on the door. Lao Mo stood up. This fire door won't hold for long. The fire door on the fourth floor is intact. Zhou Guoli lit up another cigarette. Each floor of the library has fire doors, and the structure is the same. But the locking mechanism on this third floor door has rusted 1/3 of the way through. So it'll last at most half an hour. 15 minutes. I looked at the 11 people in the corridor. Sun Xingzhou lay on the stretcher, the bandage on his severed arm, soaked in blood, his face pale. Wang Lei's steel pipe was covered in coagulated blood. Lao Mo had a piece of rotting flesh hanging from his fire axe, caught at some unknown time. Hao Hao held Heitan. The boy's eyes still shone, but his hand holding the dog was trembling. Retreat to the 4th floor, I said. Once the fire door on the 4th floor is closed, we will move to the 5th floor. After the fire door on the 5th floor is closed, we'll buy time to return to the 6th floor. The 13 people began to run down the corridor. The fire door on the 4th floor was indeed intact. Lao Mo was the last to enter. As he closed the door, a dull thud could be heard from the 3rd floor fire door being slammed open. The 5th floor. Supplies warehouse. The refrigerator was running. The green power light was particularly striking in the darkness. The temperature has dropped to 5 degrees. Su Xiao opened the cabinet to check the medicines. It will reach sub-zero by tomorrow. The medications are preserved. 6th floor. Central hall. Everyone collapsed on the ground. The lights were steadily on, and the fluorescent tubes flickered occasionally. It was the first time I found the sound of fluorescent lights so pleasant. Hao Hao was the first to speak. Heitan isn't trembling anymore. Indeed, Heitan lay on Hao Hao's legs, ears drooping, tail wagging slowly on the ground. This little dog also knew they were finally safe. Sun Xingzhou leaned against the wall, his right hand still gripping the steel pipe, but the muscles in his shoulder had relaxed. He looked out the window, mumbling something. What did you say? I asked. I said, damn it, it's worth it. He turned his face towards me. The generator is running, the lights are on. My arm worth it. Zhou Guoli walked to the window. From the 6th floor window, he could see the entire campus. The horde of zombies in the square dispersed, but the low, dense growls from the stairwell could be heard like waves crashing against rocks. How many are crowded on the 1st floor now? Impossible to count. Zhou Guoli extinguished his cigarette. But by dawn we need to reassess our defense strategy. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky began to lighten. The generator had been running steadily for 2 full hours. Everyone was asleep on the carpet in the central hall, even Heitan. Su Xiao was changing the last bandage for Sun Xingzhou. I leaned alone by the 6th floor window. The iron rod lay at my feet, and a spring knife was still tucked at my waist. The tip of the rod was covered in coagulated black blood. Aren't you going to sleep? Lin, she walked over, draped in an old coat she found among the supplies. She sat down next to me, shoulder to shoulder. I can't sleep, I said. What do we need to do tomorrow? First, check all the fire doors from the 1st to the 5th floor. Then clear the zombies below the 3rd floor, starting from the 4th floor, clearing layer by layer downwards. I flipped the fire axe over to inspect the chipped edge, around 1,000 of them. Killing one means killing one. Can we kill them all? Even if we can't kill them all, we have to try. Lin, she didn't speak. She pulled something from her pocket and handed it to me. It was a small piece of chocolate. Sister Su Xiao found it in the medicine warehouse. She said to save it for you. I took it. The wrapper had kindergarten markings and had become a bit soft and sticky. But the chocolate itself was still intact. Aren't you eating? I already had some, Lin, she said. You eat. I bit half of it off and handed the other half back to her. She smiled, her eyes turning into crescent moons. Outside the window, the sun slowly rose from the east. The orange-eared light dyed the tattered outlines of the campus buildings, casting a warm hue over the playground below. The generator was still roaring. Housie lay on the medical room bed staring at the lit fluorescent light above, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. The voice of Zhou came through the intercom. Unit 2 has been running for 6 hours, everything is normal. Today we will service units 1 and 3. Received. I pressed the talk button. Then I turned my face to look at Lin Shi, who had fallen asleep against my shoulder. The sun of the apocalypse hadn't been this bright in a long time. But I knew this was just the beginning. The next morning at 9 o'clock, sunlight poured in through the 6th floor window, illuminating the entire central hall. The generator had been running steadily for 10 hours, and all the lights were off. Not broken, but manually turned off by Zhou. No need to turn on the lights during the day, save some diesel. He stood at the door of the equipment room, holding a cup of hot water, steam rising gracefully in the sunlight. This was the first cup of hot water boiled with an electric kettle since the apocalypse. Lin Shin, come with me, he said. The equipment for the entire building needs to be checked again. Just the two of us. Just the two of us. Lao Mo was sharpening his boning knife beside us. They'll go to the 4th floor to clear the zombies that slipped in through the stairwell. One person. I frowned. Wang Lei and Liang Hanchuan are a team, they are in a group. I'm on my own. Lao Mo inserted his knife into his waistband. If a few come in, he'll chop a few up. His tone was as calm as ever, but everyone knew he wasn't bragging. Su Xiao's blood sample data from the 4th floor had come out. Before the generator started, the behavior patterns of the zombies had indeed changed. In other words, they were indeed hungrier and more sensitive to sound and light. But their speed hadn't increased, nor had their strength grown. Be careful, I said. Lao Mo looked at me, his eyebrows twitching slightly, which counted as an agreement. Zhou and I began our inspection from the 6th floor, checking each level. The lighting circuits on the 6th floor were all normal, and the voltmeter on the distribution cabinet was steadily pointing at 220 volts. Zhou used a multimeter to test every outlet. Everything is normal. The wiring on this floor was reconnected just the day before yesterday. The 5th floor supply warehouse. The compressor of the refrigerator hummed, and the temperature inside had dropped to -3 degrees, preserving the medications. By the way, Zhou pulled out a notebook from his pocket and opened it for me to see. Last night, I recalculated the amount of backup diesel. In the oil storage room, there were 60 liters left in the 200-liter barrel. The barrel brought back from logistics yesterday was completely full at 200 liters. How long can it last? Have you calculated it? I have calculated it. A full load operation of 1 unit consumes about 8 liters of fuel per hour. If we only turn on the lights during the day and use batteries at night, we would need about 40 liters a day. Adding both barrels together gives us 260 liters. Zhou closed the notebook, which is enough for 6 to 7 days. Not enough. Correct. So in a few days we'll need to make another trip to the logistics team. There are at least 3 barrels of diesel left in the maintenance room. He paused, but the next trip won't be so easy. The zombies will remember the paths we took. I paused for a moment. You mean they will remember the route? Zombies have a very short-term memory, but if the same path is stimulated repeatedly, they will form an inertial gathering. Just like water will leave grooves in the places it flows past. Zhou voice was not loud. 8 days ago, when we blocked the stairwell from the 1st to the 2nd floor, it took them 3 days to start gathering. Now it only took them 1 night. 4th floor. The pump room resumed operation, and Zhou turned on the faucet. Clear water gushed out. This was the first time since the apocalypse that tap water was used to flush the toilet, and Su Yang in the corridor couldn't help but cheer after hearing the sound of the flushing. Zhou did not cheer. He turned off the faucet and continued down. 3rd floor. The locking mechanism of the fire door was indeed rusted by 1/3. The door was covered with dents from the zombies' impacts last night. Zhou crouched down and tested the electronic lock interface on the door frame with a multimeter. Can the electronic lock work? I asked. It can work. But this model of electronic lock requires a separate control cabinet for power. Zhou stood up. The control cabinet is on the 1st floor. We didn't go through the stairwell. There were zombies in the stairwell, and although most had been diverted by Lao Mo, there were still a dozen stuck at various corners of the stairs. Zhou led me through a maintenance passage, from the 3rd floor down to the 1st floor's equipment shaft. The shaft was very narrow, only allowing 1 person to pass sideways. Standing on the iron ladder in the shaft, I could hear the low growls of zombies just 1 wall away. Luckily they can't climb ladders. I said. They can. I almost missed a step on the ladder. Just kidding, Zhou's voice came from above. Teacher Zhou joking, in the apocalypse can get people killed. You won't die. His voice surprisingly carried a laugh. When we reached the 1st floor, Zhou pushed open the iron door of the shaft and swept the flashlight around. This was the end of the east corridor, about 20 meters from the hall. The sound of zombies came from the direction of the hall, close enough to hear their bare feet slapping against the marble tiles. The control cabinet is right here. Zhou walked to an iron control box on the wall, brushed off the dust on the cover, revealing a row of buttons and several gauges. He connected the power line and pressed the test button. The rolling shutter door emitted a low rumble, slowly descending. In 30 seconds it was completely shut. The passage between the corridor and the hall was sealed off by a heavy fire shutter door. Zhou Guoli stared at the descending shutter door silent for a long time. What's wrong? Before the power was restored, this door could only be operated manually. There is a hand crank on the wall, but it takes over 3 minutes for one person to close it. His voice carried a sense of belated regret. I had thought of using fire to clear the first floor. Gather all the zombies together and set them on fire. Why didn't you do it? Because the power was out, this door couldn't close. If the first floor caught fire, the thick smoke would rush straight up the stairwell to the 6th floor. Have you ever seen a bonfire? All fire and smoke will rise. The stairwell is a perfect chimney. Once the fire starts, the smoke will pour up the stairwell, and the people on the 6th floor will suffocate within 10 minutes. He pressed the button again, and the shutter door slowly rose. So I gave up on the fire plan. I could only seal people on the 2nd floor and above, wait for the power to be restored, wait until we have enough manpower, and wait for all conditions to be right. He watched the fire shutter door rise slowly. Now that option has returned. Fire attack. Returning to the 6th floor, it was already noon. Zhou Guoli gathered everyone in the main hall and laid out a blueprint of the building on the table. The general plan for the fire attack: using the eastern stairwell as a smoke channel, igniting a fire in the 1st floor lobby, while closing all other fire shutters, forcing the smoke to rise only from the east side, and then opening a smoke vent on the east rooftop on the 6th floor. He drew arrows on the blueprint with a pencil. The fire source will use diesel mixed with shredded paper and old books from the oil storage room. At the moment of ignition, the temperature will exceed 1,000 degrees. All the zombies on the 1st floor will be burned to death. How do we control the smoke? Su Xiao asked. The consequence of excessive smoke inhalation is direct poisoning and death or fainting shock. If the smoke accidentally drifts into the stairwell, it won't enter the corridor. Zhou Guoli's pencil pointed to a spot on the blueprint above the 1st floor lobby is the west corridor. There is a fire shutter partition between the corridor and the eastern stairwell. As long as this shutter is properly closed, the smoke will only be discharged from the east rooftop. But the premise is that all the fire shutters in the lobby must be closed. The eastern one must be open to form a one-way smoke channel. Can the eastern shutter be closed now? The big man asked. Yes. The power has been restored. All the shutters can be operated through the control panel. Old Mo Wang lay. The big guy, you go to the east side of the 1st floor lobby and close all the fire shutters that can be closed, leaving only the smoke vent on the east side. He'll lead a team to the oil storage room to get diesel. He'll go get the oil. Everyone turned to look at Su Yang. Su Yang stood at the edge of the crowd, holding a sharpened pry bar. Brother Chen got the oil last night. I can take Uncle Zhang and Uncle Li to go again. We're familiar with the route of the logistics convoy. Old Mo stared at him for a few seconds. All right. At 2:50 in the afternoon. In the eastern corridor on the 1st floor, Old Mo Wang lay, and the big guy crouched in front of the control panel. Old Mo pressed a button, and the fire shutter slowly descended, isolating the horde of zombies in the lobby. Looking through the small monitoring window on the control panel, the horde of zombies in the lobby was moving aimlessly. Thousands of decaying bodies were squeezed together like a black mudslide. All eastern shutters closed. Smoke vent opened. Old Mo said into the intercom. Received. Zhou Guoli's voice replied. The diesel from the oil storage room is being extracted. Su Yang, how's it going on your side? Su Yang's voice came from the intercom. Diesel secured on the way back. 15 minutes until arrival. At 3:15. The diesel was extracted from the oil storage room, mixed with shredded paper and old books, stirred into a thick fuel slurry. Zhou Guoli poured the fuel slurry into several temporarily modified fire extinguisher cans, using compressed air to atomize and spray the fuel. Can this work? I asked. Atomized fuel burns 3 times more efficiently than liquid diesel. Zhou Guoli tightened the last valve. The classical studies teacher also learned fluid mechanics. Don't trust this old man. I fell silent. At 3:40. 3 modified fuel cans were set up on the 2nd floor railing. Each can had a spray distance of 15 meters, enough to cover most of the 1st floor lobby. Zhou Guoli stood on the corridor of the 4th floor, holding a long pole wrapped in oilcloth. This is for ignition. Everyone evacuate to the 4th floor. In the stairwell from the 6th to the 4th floor, all 15 people did not miss a single one. Hao held the black coal, which started to whimper again. This dog's intuition was always spot on. Ignition countdown. 10, 9, 8. Zhou Guoli's voice came from the 2nd floor. He was wearing 3 layers of masks, standing in front of the eastern shutter, the ignition rod in his hand, already lit. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. The moment the ignition rod fell into the lobby, the fuel cans sprayed simultaneously. Boom! The entire library trembled. The 1st floor lobby turned into a gigantic furnace. The temperature was so high that even the 4th floor could feel the floor beneath them heating up. Flames leaped out from the gaps in the fire shutter like the tongues of a living creature. But all the fire was confined to the 1st floor lobby. The smoke vent on the east side was forming negative pressure, and the flames rolled outward with smoke rushing up the eastern stairwell towards the 6th floor. No one spoke in the 4th floor corridor. Everyone listened to the sounds of burning and the screams of zombies coming from below. The flames continued to burn for nearly 20 minutes. When the last flicker of flame extinguished, only charred bones and glass shards remained in the 1st floor lobby. After the heat wave dissipated, Zhou Guoli stood on the fourth-floor corridor looking down. The acrid smell of burning wafted up the stairwell. Cleanup completed. Zhou Guoli said into the intercom. Lin Shun, start cleaning the first to fourth floors tomorrow with a focus on inspecting the stairwells. Received. Old Mo walked up from the third floor, carrying something in his hand. As he got closer, it became clear it was a charred zombie skull. Found at the first floor stairwell, only half a meter from the fire source. So what? Zombies fear fire. But we can't use it indoors next time. Old Mo lifted the skull and pointed to the blackened smoke vent on the rooftop. The fire was too intense. Next time we use it, it has to be outdoors. I nodded. In the evening, the sky burned red. It wasn't the sunset glow, but from the direction of the logistics convoy. I raised my binoculars, adjusting the magnification to the maximum. The roof of the maintenance area for the logistics convoy was on fire. There was no sound of explosions, only silent flames and rolling black smoke. Who said it? Old Mo took the binoculars and looked. It might be a short circuit or a diesel leak or man-made. The diesel inside burned. Su Yang replied. In the afternoon, we only took 1 barrel. There should be 3 barrels left inside, now burned up. The black smoke rising in the sky grew higher, like a black ruler measuring how long we could still live. The fire in the logistics repair room burned for another hour before it was extinguished. From the rooftop on the 6th floor, the black smoke in the sky gradually faded, finally merging into the leaden gray clouds. Old Mo set down the binoculars. 600 liters of diesel. If all 3 generators are running, the fuel consumption is 24 liters per hour, which means 600 liters can last a full 2.5 days. He turned to me. 2.5 days of electricity. That's it. Not necessarily all running, I said. In the future, we will only run 1 generator. 1 generator means 40 liters a day. 340 liters will last 8 days. Wang Lei calculated with his fingers. We need to find more diesel within these 8 days. Where are we supposed to find it? Su Yang's voice came from behind. When I went to get diesel this afternoon, I checked the surroundings. The nearest logistics support convoy is over 10 kilometers away at the sports center. Riding an electric bike would take over 20 minutes, and it must be without any zombies blocking the way. This doesn't even account for the weight of the diesel barrels. The chance of tipping over is too high. No one responded. The wind on the rooftop was very cold, making everyone's clothing flap noisily. After a while, Zhou Guoli spoke up. Starting tomorrow, we will have power for 4 hours during the day and no power at night. Once the battery is fully charged, it will supply power to the radio equipment and emergency devices. Diesel will only be used to power the refrigerator and surgical lights. During the rest of the time, everyone will use candles for lighting. 340 liters of diesel, if used sparingly, can last 8 to 9 days. What about after 8 days? Su Yang asked. Within 8 days, I will formulate a new energy plan. Zhou Guoli adjusted his reading glasses, his voice not heavy. If we can't last for 8 days, then it proves I am unworthy to be your teacher. No one spoke again. Night fell. 4th floor infirmary. Sun Xingxi's surgery began at 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Xiao took the last 3 bags of intravenous infusion from the refrigerator and found a box of non-expired antibiotics. The operating table was made by combining 2 study desks covered with sterilized sheets. The surgical light was an old shadowless lamp that Zhou Guoli dug out from the basement, connected to a battery, casting a cold light. Su Xiao wore a 3-layer medical mask and goggles. The surgical knife in her hand reflected a white line under the light. Amputation and debridement with vessel ligation will take about 40 minutes. She looked at Sun Xingzhou. Old Mo's cleaver is very sharp. The incision is neat, but the bone edges need to be smoothed out. There is only 1 dose of anesthetic, and it's not much. It's going to hurt. As long as he can survive. Sun Xingzhou bit a roll of bandage in his mouth, his voice muffled. Sister, just do it. Don't hesitate. Su Xiao did not hesitate. When the surgical knife came down, her expression was as cold as usual. Sun Xingxi's body instantly tensed up. His teeth bit down hard on the bandage, as if trying to pierce through it. Wang Lei and Uncle Li held down his legs, the large man pressing down on his shoulder with his left hand. I stood in the corridor. The infirmary door was closed, but the sounds inside could not be blocked out. The sound of the surgical knife scraping the periosteum, the clattering of hemostatic forceps gripping the blood vessels, and the low growl that Sun Xingzhou squeezed out from the depths of his throat. That was not a cry. A cry is a sound made by a person. The sound he made was not a cry. Lin Shi stood beside me, gripping my hand tightly. How old is he this year? She asked. 22. I think I said about the same as us. Senior 4. Lin Shi did not speak again. Another muffled roar came from the infirmary, followed by Su Xiao's voice, which was calm to the point of cruelty. Vessel ligation completed. Bone filing is ready. The surgery lasted for 40 minutes. When Su Xiao came out, her isolation gown was covered in blood spots. She removed her mask, revealing a red mark on her face. He survived. The amputation won't get infected, but he will need at least 3 months to recover, during which he can't engage in any strenuous activity. Can he walk? He can, but he can only use his left hand. Su Xiao took off her goggles, and I saw her fingers trembling slightly. Old Mo's cleaver is a butcher's knife. The blade is wide. A one cut can sever both bone and muscle. If it weren't so sharp, the time to clean the stump would triple, and he might have bled to death on the operating table. She placed the goggles on the table. When you all go out to fight, whatever knife or axe you use and where you strike will determine whether I can save the injured. In the future, try to cut towards the large joints and don't chop them too finely. If they are too fragmented, I won't be able to stitch them back up. Everyone in the corridor silently noted this. I pushed the door and walked into the infirmary. Sun Xingzhou was lying on the bed, the remaining part of his right arm tightly wrapped in gauze. His face was as pale as paper, and the place where his lips were bitten was still oozing blood. But he was awake. Chengge, he saw me and tugged at the corner of his mouth. Sister Su Xiao said he can survive. As long as he can survive. I sat by the bed and held his hand. His hand was very cold, and his palm was drenched in cold sweat. Does it hurt? Not too much, he said, then fell silent for a few seconds. It just feels a bit empty. What do you mean, empty? My right hand. He turned his head to look at his right shoulder, where there was nothing under the gauze. I keep feeling like it's still there. I almost tried to shake your hand with my right hand just now. I didn't know what to say. Isn't Zhao Lei also missing flesh from his right arm? Now his left hand is faster than my right hand with an iron rod. Sun Xingzhou closed his eyes. He can train himself. I can too. Do you believe him? Old Mo's voice came from the doorway. Sun Xingzhou opened his eyes and saw Old Mo leaning against the doorframe, the bone knife tucked behind him. I believe. Sun Xingzhou said, I believe him. Then don't waste your life. Old Mo walked in and placed something on the bedside table. It was Sun Xingzhou's iron rod, the sharpened end still stained with dark blood. Use it again when you heal. If you can't use the rod with your left hand, then use a short knife. He'll teach you. After saying that, he turned and left. Sun Xingzhou looked at Old Mo's back and suddenly smiled. Chengge, has Old Mo ever smiled? It seems not. How has he survived? Because his smile is terrifying. Sun Xingzhou laughed, which pulled at his wound, causing him to wince, but he kept smiling. As I walked out of the infirmary, I leaned against the corridor wall and closed my eyes. My mind was filled with Sun Xingzhou's words. I keep feeling like it's still there. Zhang Yu stayed at the medical school. The large man's right arm was still immobile after surgery. Sun Xingzhou's right arm was left in the generator room. Haozi's kidneys were permanently damaged. And those classmates who died in the dormitory building, those who died in the cafeteria, those who died in the classroom, the dead, the living, and those half alive. I opened my eyes. Lin, she stood in front of me holding a cup of hot water. Drink some. I took it and had a sip. What were you thinking? I was thinking about the cost. I placed the cup on the windowsill. Did I do something wrong? What was wrong? If I hadn't gone to the second basement to start the generator, Sun Xingzhou wouldn't have lost an arm. If I hadn't gone to the fourth floor to get medicine, the large man wouldn't. I stopped. No, if I hadn't taken the large man to the fourth floor, Haozi would have died. If I hadn't gone to the second basement to start the generator, the thousands of zombies on the first floor would still be roaming, and everyone would eventually starve to death. I tightened my grip on the cup. I did everything I could. But the cost is still too high. Lin Shun. Lin, she walked over and pried open my tightly clenched fist. You saved Haozi. You saved Old Mo. You saved everyone. You gave everyone a place to survive. She pried open my fingers one by one and held them in her palm. When Xiaoya left, you helped with the burial. When Zhao Lei was bitten, you didn't abandon him. When Haozi was sick, you risked your life to rescue him from the medical school. When Sun Xingzhou lost his arm, you stood outside the operating room, guarding the entire time, not moving a step. She looked up at me, the moonlight filtering through the window, illuminating her face, her voice tinged with tears. Xiaoqin, you just blame all the misfortunes on yourself. You're just a 21-year-old boy. I really feel for you. I said nothing. I leaned against the wall, holding her hand in my palm, resting my forehead against hers. In this apocalypse for so long, this was the first time I allowed myself to be weak. Just for a moment. At 6 in the morning, just as dawn began to break. When I woke up in the 6th floor common area, Lin, she was still asleep beside me, her head resting on my shoulder, breathing evenly. I gently moved her onto the blanket and stood up to stretch my stiff neck. The iron rod stood against the wall, the black blood on its tip had already dried, forming a hard shell. I dipped the cloth in water and began to wipe it slowly. The rod needed maintenance, as Zhou Guoli had said. Once it rusted through, it would be useless. Everyone is up now. Old Mo came up from the stairwell, the bone knife shining brightly. The fire in the first floor hall has been extinguished. We can head down now. Now, Wang Lei rubbed his eyes as he sat up from the blanket. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Eat after we finish cleaning up. Old Mo glanced at him. If you eat too much, you'll waste it if you throw up. Wang Lei fell silent. 10 minutes later, 15 of us gathered at the third floor stairway. Su Xiao and the others stayed in the medical room on the fourth floor to look after Sun Xingzhou. Hao Hao was assigned by Zhou Guoli to the equipment room on the 6th floor and would soon return there, tasked with recording the electrical data of each floor. Haida squatted by Hao Hao's feet, ears perked up, watching us. Haida wants to go too, Hao Hao said. No way. I squatted down to look at Haida. You stay with Hao Hao today. It's not safe downstairs. Haida emitted a low growl from its throat, its tail drooping. But it didn't move. It had learned to obey orders. Let's go. Old Mo was the first to push open the fire door on the 3rd floor. As the door opened, a waft of burnt odor hit us. The floor of the third-floor corridor was covered with a layer of black ash crunching underfoot, like walking on snow. The paint on the walls had bubbled from the intense heat, forming fist-sized blisters. At the end of the corridor, half of the window glass was shattered with shards mixed in the black ash, crunching loudly when stepped on. Was it burned this badly? Soo-young covered his mouth and nose with his sleeve. It didn't feel this exaggerated when we were on the 4th floor yesterday. The heat rises. Zhou bent down to pick up a bit of black ash, rubbing it between his fingers. The 3rd floor is the area most severely impacted by the heat wave. The fire door on this level wasn't closed tightly, and the flames surged in over 3 meters. He pointed to a clear demarcation line on the corridor wall. The wall below the line was charred black, while the part above was merely stained yellow by smoke. The demarcation line is 1.8 meters from the ground. If a person stands on the 3rd floor, it would be just right to burn their neck, Old Emo measured. Fortunately, we retreated to the 4th floor last night. Zhang Long's voice was a bit tense. Stop standing around. I tightened my grip on the iron rod and took the lead, clear it out. From east to west, room by room. The first room was the reading room. The door was burned down to just the iron frame, and all the bookshelves inside had collapsed, the books turned to heaps of ash. 3 zombies lay at the doorway, their bodies, charred black arms and legs curled into strange angles. That was the result of muscle spasms from the high temperature. Are they dead? Soo-young asked, raising his machete. Turned to charcoal, they die even if a deity came. Wang Lei poked the nearest corpse with a short-handled axe. As the axe tip grazed the charred shell, the corpse instantly crumbled into a pile of ash. The ashes were mixed with book dust, making it indistinguishable which was which. Continue. The second room was the electronic reading room. It was burned even more thoroughly. Computer screens had melted into lumps of black plastic, and all the keyboard keys had popped up, resembling uneven rotten teeth. 2 zombies were stuck in the window. They may have tried to climb out while alive, their bodies lodged in the anti-theft bars, unable to escape when the flames approached. Their upper bodies were charred to charcoal, while their lower limbs still held a climbing posture. Push them down, Old Emo instructed. I pressed one with the iron rod and shoved it out with force. The charcoal crumbled, the lower half of the corpse fell to the ground below, hitting the ruins of the 1st floor with a muffled thud. The 3rd room. The 4th room. Each room contained 3 to 5 zombie corpses. Most were burned to death while a few were still alive. But this kind of alive was worse than being dead. I discovered a zombie under a desk against the wall, its legs burned away, leaving only charred bone below the waist. It supported its upper body with its arms crawling towards me, its mouth opening and closing, producing a dry, hoarse growl. When the iron rod penetrated its eye socket, it was still moving. Damn it. I pulled out the iron rod, took a deep breath, continue. By 10 o'clock, we finished clearing the 3rd floor. 32 zombies, all finished off. By 11 o'clock, we moved to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was burned less severely than the 3rd. The fire door had been closed in time, with flames only licking in a little through the cracks. In the corridor, there were 14 zombie corpses lying in disarray behind the door. They were packed in front of the fire door, their skin all scorched to a grayish-white, resembling the skin of boiled chicken. A big guy struck the door with a bone-cutting knife. Last night they were trying to get in at the door. What happened to them later? They died from the extreme heat. Zhou pointed at the door crack. The fire door wasn't sealed tightly enough, so the heat flow could seep in through the gap. The temperature was so high it could burn them to death. We stepped over the corpses and continued cleaning. At the innermost part of the 2nd floor reading room, a zombie nestled in the corner, surprisingly still alive. Half of its face was burned away, the left eye completely melted, leaving only a black hole in the socket. The right half of its face was relatively intact, with the burned muscle at the corner of its mouth shriveled, revealing 2 rows of teeth, as if it were smiling. It saw us and let out a hoarse roar from its throat, attempting to stand up, only to fall down. Its hamstrings were burned through. Old Emo stepped forward, the bone knife clean and decisive, stabbing it directly in the temple. Laughing at your mother. He pulled out the knife and wiped it clean on the zombie's clothing. At 12 o'clock, we cleared to the lobby on the 1st floor is a disaster zone. Once the fire shutter rises, the entire hall is laid bare. Its floor strewn with charred fragments of bone that crunch underfoot like stepping on burnt potato chips. The marble tiles are cracked in over 10 places, with blackened corpse oil seeping through the fissures. The air is thick with the stench of burning flesh mingled with an indescribable sweet, cloying odor. That is the smell of fat burning, Zhou said. Human fat smells the same as roasted pork. Could you? Su-Yang's face turned pale. We need to acclimatize early. We'll be smelling this scent frequently in the future. The pile of corpses in the center of the hall is the thickest. When the fire ignited, the zombies huddled together. Those on the outside were carbonized while those inside were crushed to death, and the ones at the very bottom were directly burned into a hard black shell. This shell needs to be broken open. There might still be some alive underneath. I picked up a loose tile from the ground. Let's get to work. In an instant, as the charred outer shell cracked open, a dozen blackened arms reached out from within. The zombies trapped deep within the pile had not been burned to death. They were merely pinned down. Once the shell broke, they crawled out like hatching insects, their mouths wide open, their howls merging into a cacophony. A large, bone-cutting knife swung from right to left, slicing into the neck of the nearest zombie, the blade embedding itself in the cervical vertebra. With a twist of the handle, he snapped the vertebra with a crack. Refreshing, he shouted, kicking away another zombie that lunged at him. Lao Mo, keep it up. I see you. Lao Mo's bone knife pierced into the temple of the second zombie from the side. As he withdrew the knife, brain matter splattered out, painting the wall. Wang Lei's short-handled axe struck the top of the skull of the third zombie, the blade getting stuck in the middle of the bone. He simply kicked the prey over, stepping on its back to pull out the axe. Su Yang's cleaver chopped into the shoulder blade of the fourth zombie, the blade getting caught in the bone. He gripped the knife handle with both hands, pulling hard as the zombie's other hand reached for his ankle. My iron rod jabbed into its eye socket, emerging from behind its ear. Thanks. Su Yang pulled out the cleaver. Next time I'll cut the neck instead of the shoulder. Just remember that. 10 minutes later, this batch of newly released zombies was cleared. 13 in total, all killed. On the west side of the hall, Liang Hongchuan knelt on a zombie's back, pulling out his modified spear from the back of its head. The surgical knife welded to the end of the rod was hanging with black brain matter. This thing is pretty sinister, Zhang Long commented from the side. In fencing, this is called a thrust. Liang Hongchuan wiped the blood off the rod's end. I practiced flower sword for 3 years in high school. It wasn't for nothing. Back then I was stabbing protective gear, now I'm stabbing eyeballs. Feels different, right? Different. Liang Hongchuan stood up. Before, stabbing people was for points. Now stabbing zombies is for survival. If we're talking about satisfaction, it's much better now. Just then a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside the main entrance on the first floor. I turned my head. The glass door was already shattered, allowing a clear view of the plaza outside. On the south side of the plaza, the roll-up door of a large supermarket across the street was half open, with a dozen zombies wandering out, headed toward the library. Another batch is coming from the supermarket. Lao Mo drew out his bone knife. How many? Let me count. Zhang Shu leaned out. They just came out from the supermarket. They might have caught the scent of burning flesh. Stop them, I said. We can't let them into the hall. We just cleared the hall. If they come in, we'll have to clear it again, and the whole day will be wasted. How do we block the front door? The glass door is all broken. Close the library's main door. Lao Mo pointed to the 2 3-meter-high steelwood composite doors on either side of the main entrance. That door can be closed. I checked it before the fire attack last night. The door hinges are fine. It just hasn't been used in a long time. 20 zombies had already stepped onto the stairs. The nearest one was less than 15 meters from the door. Who will close this door? Zhou Guoli leaned out from the second-floor corridor. The bolt is stuck in the ground slot. Kick it out, and the 2 doors can be pushed together. When the bolt falls, it can be locked. Lao Mo, big guy, and I will clear the zombies. You all push the door. I grabbed the iron rod and charged out the main door. Lao Mo was on the left, big guy on the right, and I was in the middle. The iron rod swung round, smashing into the head of the first zombie, creating a dent in its skull, causing the corpse to topple sideways. Lao Mo's bone knife stabbed into the second zombie's eye socket. As he pulled out the knife, his arm swung horizontally, the blade slicing open the neck of the third zombie, black blood spraying everywhere. Big guy charged straight in. He used the strap of his right arm to shield his chest, slamming his left shoulder hard into the fourth zombie, knocking it off the stairs, and rolling it 3 times. Then with a reverse swing of the bone-cutting knife, he chopped into the top of the fifth zombie's skull. Door. Zhang Shu, Li Shu, Su Yang, and Wang Lei pushed the 2 large doors toward the center. The door hinges let out a piercing screech, and rust from 20 years of disuse cascaded down. Push. Zhang Shu kicked open the ground bolt. The bolt fell into place. The steelwood doors closed, and the iron bolt locked into the slot with a dull thud. The remaining zombies outside pressed against the door panel, desperately pounding. Pound away, big guy leaned against the door. Even if they break their claws, they can't get in. I surveyed the first-floor hall. Charred corpses, shattered tiles, and black blood splattered across the walls. Once the main door was shut, all light from outside was blocked, with only the light filtering down from the second-floor corridor, casting the first floor into light and shadow. Over 1,000 zombies had been crammed in here for 8 days. Now they had turned into a pile of charred bone fragments. Let's clean up a bit, I said, putting away the iron rod. Jiang Minghan sat on the floor, leaning against a load-bearing pillar, her face pale. She held an iron rod, its tip smeared with a bit of black blood. That was from the first zombie she killed today. While clearing the second floor, a zombie, missing half its body, suddenly crawled out from under a collapsed bookshelf, biting at her heel. She reacted just a moment too late. I helped her stab it dead with the iron rod. Then Jiang Minghan said, "Next time I'll do it myself." When clearing the third floor, she stepped to the front of the line. A zombie with a severed hamstring crawled toward her on its knees. She raised the iron rod, trembling for 3 seconds, but ultimately gritted her teeth and stabbed out. The iron rod punctured the zombie's eye socket, just as its mouth was still closing, its teeth clattering against. After stabbing, she leaned against the wall and vomited. Once finished, she wiped her mouth and continued to follow the group. At this moment, she sat on the floor, clutching the iron rod, staring blankly at the blood on its tip. "Are you all right?" I walked over to her. "I'm fine." Her voice still trembled, but her gaze was much clearer than when she spoke on the rooftop last night. I just miss my mom a bit. Your mom? Yeah. She stood up, brushing off the black ash from her pants. My mom used to kill chickens, and I was too scared to watch. She said I was useless. If I can dream of her tonight, I'll tell her. She took a deep breath. Mom, I can do it now. Dreaming is bad luck. Talking about luck in the apocalypse is even worse. She jabbed the iron rod into the ground and pushed herself up. Let's go continue cleaning. Who was just saying to come from east to west room by room. I looked at her, realizing for the first time that this girl might truly change. The generator set has been running steadily for the third day. Upon waking up in the morning, the first sound I heard was the "Who boiled the water?" I sat up from the blanket. I did, Zhou Guoli replied, sitting by the window with a cup of hot tea in hand and a multimeter in the other. The electrical circuit on the east side of the 6th floor has been repaired, and all the sockets are functioning normally. From now on, we can boil a kettle of hot water every morning. The tea leaves were found in the reading room. It's green tea, expired for 2 years, but still drinkable. He handed me a cup. I took a sip. To be honest, expired green tea tastes like grass leaves steeped in water, but hot is better than cold. Lin, she also woke up, rubbing her eyes as she crawled out from under the blanket. I handed her the cup, and she took a sip. It's supposed to be bitter. It's invigorating. Invigorating for what? There's no mission today. Even without a mission, we still have to train. Old Emo came up from the stairwell drenched in sweat. He had already completed his morning exercises. Wang Lei, Liang Hongchuan, Su Yang, come downstairs. Today I will teach you close combat with a dagger. Breakfast. Wang Lei had just opened his mouth. Eat after the practice. The three of them wailed as they followed Old Emo downstairs. The big guy was doing one-arm pull-ups in the second-floor corridor, the strap on his right arm unhooked, but he still couldn't exert force with that arm. Using only his left hand, he pulled himself up, his shoulder muscles taut like stone. How many have you done? I walked over. 47. He let go and dropped down, shaking his left hand. In the past, I could do 80 with both hands. Now with just one hand, I'll have to make do. Su Xiao said, your right hand needs 2 more weeks to recover. 2 weeks is too long. I can't wait that long. He drew out a bone cutter knife from his waist, gripping it tightly with his left hand, swinging it a few times in the air. Yesterday, when I was chopping zombies, the blade got stuck in the cervical bone and wouldn't come out. I figured out that the angle of the downward strike was wrong. It should go in at an angle and come out horizontally. He demonstrated. His blade slashed diagonally from the upper left to the lower right, and with a flick of his wrist, the edge sliced horizontally. This way it's less effort, and it won't get stuck in the bones. Did you figure this out yourself? Old Emo pointed it out. He said that in slaughterhouses they always cut at an angle, no one chops straight down. The big guy sheathed the knife. That taciturn killing machine is professional in terms of chopping people. I chuckled. At 10 o'clock, Zhou Guoli began to inspect the electrical circuits on each floor. He led the way with a toolbox, followed by me, Old Emo, and Hao Hao, who was holding a small notebook filled with dense electrical symbols. The corridor on the east side of the 4th floor, the fluorescent lights are flickering. Check the cause. Zhou Guoli squatted in front of the distribution cabinet, the probes of the multimeter touching the terminals. The voltage is 218 volts, slightly low, but still within the normal range. The flickering might be due to poor contact. He removed the panel and pointed at a row of terminal blocks inside. Look here, this terminal screw is loosened half a turn. When the screw is loose, the contact area becomes smaller, causing unstable current. Hao Hao tiptoed to take a look, so just tighten it. Just tighten it, Zhou Guoli said, taking out a screwdriver from the toolbox and handing it to Hao Hao. You do it. Hao Hao took it, gripping the screwdriver handle, aimed at the screw, and twisted it 3 times with all his might. Is it tight now, eh? Zhou Guoli measured the voltage again with the multimeter, 220 volts. Tightened. Hao Hao wrote a line in his small notebook, loose screws can cause flickering lights, oh just tighten them. 5th floor. The sound of the refrigerator's compressor is abnormal. Zhou Guoli listened intently for a moment. Refrigerant leak. There's a pinhole in the pipe. Can it be repaired? Yes, but we need a welding torch and refrigerant. He noted something in his notebook. There must be some at the auto repair shop. We can look for it when we go scouting the day after tomorrow. Are we splitting into 2 routes for scouting the day after tomorrow? I asked. 2 routes. One goes to the gas station and the other goes to the auto repair shop. Zhou Guoli closed the notebook. The gas station has fuel and the auto repair shop has refrigerant and spare parts. Both places are no more than 3 kilometers from the library, but the routes are completely different. He paused and lowered his voice. 300 liters of diesel burns less each day. If both places turn out to be empty, they won't both be empty, Old Emo said. When we reached the equipment room on the 6th floor, Zhou Guoli suddenly turned his head. Hao Hao, where's Heighten? Hao Hao stared blankly for a moment, looked around, then ran into the corridor and whistled. Usually when this whistle sounded, Heighten would rush out from some corner, tail wagging like a propeller, leaping onto Hao Hao to lick his face. But today Heighten didn't come. Heighten. Hao Hao whistled again. Still nothing. My heart sank. Split up and search. The 4 of us searched on the 6th floor for more than 10 minutes. The reading room, equipment room, lobby, and rooftop, we turned every corner. In the end, Lin Shi found it in the stairwell on the 4th floor. Over here. Lin Shi's voice was urgent. I rushed down the stairs and saw Heighten in the corner of the fourth-floor stairwell. It had its back to us, lying on the ground, its front paws pressing against something while its mouth was tearing at it. Its tail was upright, but it was swaying differently than usual. It was a slow, focused motion. Heighten, I whispered. Heighten turned its head. Its mouth was smeared with dark blood, and it had a piece of blackened flesh clamped between its teeth. I recognized that piece of flesh. It was zombie meat. It had been singed by fire 2 days ago, half-charred, emitting a burnt stench. In front of me, it chewed a few times and swallowed. How ran over, and upon seeing this scene his face turned pale. Heighten, spit it out. He rushed forward to pry open Heighten's mouth. Heighten didn't resist allowing him to open its mouth. But there was nothing inside anymore. The piece of zombie meat had already been swallowed. How could you eat that? How was so anxious that tears brimmed in his eyes. That's zombie meat. Eating it will. Heighten tilted his head to look at How, his ears twitching. He didn't seem to be sick. His eyes were bright, his nose moist, and his breathing steady. Su Xiao ran out of the infirmary on the 4th floor. What's wrong? Heighten ate zombie meat, I said. Su Xiao paused for a moment, then squatted down to carefully examine Heighten's eyes and gums, shining a flashlight on his pupils. Pupil reflex is normal. Heartbeat. She placed her hand on Heighten's chest. The heartbeat is slightly fast but still within the normal range. Body temperature is also normal. Will he be infected? Dogs and humans have different physiological structures. Although the rabies virus and the zombie virus both attack the nervous system, the theoretical likelihood of cross-species infection is very low. Su Xiao stood up, but I need to take a blood sample. Take him to the infirmary. Heighten was carried to the examination table in the infirmary. Su Xiao drew 3 milliliters of venous blood and divided the sample into 3 portions. 1 portion was spread on a glass slide for microscopy, 1 was added to testing reagents on test paper, and 1 was placed in a constant temperature incubator set to 37 degrees Celsius to simulate the virus-suitable environment. The spread cycle of the zombie virus is very quick. If Heighten gets infected, virus particles can be detected in his blood within half an hour. She stared at the microscope. The blood sample from this child is more active than I expected. The total number of blood cells is normal, but the white blood cell count is elevated and the proportion of neutrophils is normal. This indicates a relatively stable immune system response. What does it mean? It means he is producing an immune response, but it's not pathological. In other words, Su Xiao lifted her head. He is fighting against the virus, and so far it appears he is winning. Half an hour later, the test paper results came out. Negative. An hour later, no signs of viral replication were found in the blood sample under the microscope. 3 hours later, the blood sample in the incubator remained clean, no viral proliferation. Heighten lay on the examination table yawning. He had no idea we were worried about him. After eating that piece of zombie meat, he even licked his lips, looking as if he hadn't eaten enough. This little dog, I couldn't help but chuckle, ate zombie meat, and is completely fine. It's not that he is fine. Su Xiao took off her gloves, but there is something in his body protecting him. It could be antibodies or some immune factors that we cannot detect at the moment. His immune system recognized the zombie virus and cleared it before it could replicate. She opened the refrigerator and took out a sealed sterile glass vial, then carefully drew Heighten's blood sample into the vial, sealed it, and labeled it. The label read Heighten serum, sample, zombie virus, antibody positive suspected. This is the first time since the apocalypse began that we have seen a creature capable of resisting the zombie virus. Su Xiao placed the serum vial in the deepest part of the refrigerator. The value of this blood sample is worth more than all of our lives combined. How heard this and looked down at Heighten. Heighten wagged his tail and licked his hand. You are amazing. How patted Heighten's head. More amazing than I am. Heighten jumped off the examination table and shook his fur. He walked to the corner where there was still half a plate of milk, poured for him by How in the morning. Heighten sniffed it, but didn't drink. Then he came back and squatted by How's feet, ears perked up, watching the door outside. Not drinking milk anymore. How brought the plate to him. Heighten turned his head away. He has grown up. Zhou Guoli leaned against the door frame. The weaning period for dogs should be around 2 months. His current size is already that of an adult dog, and he should be starting to lose his baby teeth. Su Xiao squatted down and opened Heighten's mouth to take a look. The canine teeth have changed, and the molars at the back have also changed. The teething process is complete. He can chew the zombie meat into pieces. So he needs more filling food. It may not just be a matter of needing more filling food. Su Xiao reviewed the testing records. I also noticed some abnormalities in Heighten's behavior of eating zombie meat during the early blood tests. His demand for protein has clearly increased since he was weaned. Although zombie meat looks disgusting, it is rich in animal protein. For dogs, it is simply food. Will there be a risk of infection? Regarding the virus, Lao Mo's voice came from the hallway. He had just returned from morning exercises, his bone knife still smeared with fresh blood. He must have cleaned up a few zombies wandering near the library while training. Not for now, Su Xiao said. The level of antibodies in his body is much higher than we imagined. It can be said to be a miracle of nature. But I need to continue monitoring. If the antibody level drops, we must immediately stop feeding him zombie meat. What if the antibody level never drops? How? I asked. Su Xiao was silent for a few seconds. Then Heighten will become the first completely immune creature in the apocalypse, which also means his blood might be a key. A key that can help us develop antibodies. Evening. I was polishing an iron rod on the rooftop, while Lin Shi sat beside me sewing clothes. The clothes belonged to Lao Mo, and the sleeve was torn during zombie hunting. She was focused on threading the needle, her stitches tight, and as her fingers fluttered, the tear gradually closed. Suddenly, a very faint muffled sound came from afar. Then came a second sound. A third sound. The sounds were coming from the north, far away, but densely packed. I stood up, raised the binoculars, and adjusted the magnification to the maximum. The sky was dim, and I could only see the outline of the mountains on the northern horizon. I recognized those mountains. From the library northward, about several dozen kilometers away, lay the mountains of the city, known as Sun Mountain. The sounds were coming from that direction. It didn't sound like the roar of zombies. Zombies wouldn't make such orderly sounds. What is it? Lin Shi put down her work. It seems something is happening in the north. I handed her the binoculars. You listen. She took the binoculars and stood beside me at the edge of the rooftop. Boom. Lao Mo pushed the door and stepped onto the rooftop. Did you hear it too? I asked. I heard it. He pulled his bone knife out a bit, the blade reflecting a cold light in the moonlight. It sounds like an explosion. Explosion? Bombs. Lao Mo sheathed his knife, or something else. The mountains in the north remained silent in the dusk. The sound stopped. Then they sounded again. Closer. At 1:30 in the morning, on the second-floor corridor of the library, moonlight streamed through the shattered windows, dividing the concrete floor of the corridor into two contrasting halves of light and shadow. I squatted in the shadows, conducting a final check of my gear. An iron rod secured at my back, a spring knife sheathed on the outer side of my right thigh, and a walkie-talkie clipped to the strap of my left shoulder bag. The frequency was already set. Lao Mo had tried it 3 times, and the signal was clear. Is the battery fully charged? Lao Mo's voice came from behind me. He leaned against the wall opposite me, a bone knife resting on his knees, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. He had been silently sitting in the starting position for 10 minutes, motionless like a statue waiting for prey. It's charged. I also brought a spare battery, enough to last 2 days. I patted the side pocket of my bag. Zhou Guoli had modified an old walkie-talkie yesterday, making the battery detachable. A single charge could last 48 hours. All right. Lao Mo stood up, slipping the bone knife back to his waist. He walked to the edge of the corridor and glanced down. Under the moonlight, the horde of zombies outside the main entrance had dispersed significantly, with only a few slow-moving ones lingering on the steps. Towards the north gate, 6 of them, 2 by the eastern wall. Lao Mo withdrew his gaze and paused, fewer than expected. Yesterday's noise while clearing the first floor was too loud. They probably all gathered to the south side. That's just right. Let's move quickly while they're still gone. I pulled out the iron rod and spun it in my hand. Footsteps echoed from the other end of the corridor. A big guy walked in front, his right arm bound to his chest. Su Xiao said his wound was healing well, but he couldn't bear weight or wield a knife. So he stayed behind tonight, but the bone knife remained strapped to his waist. 1 person is enough to guard the second floor. His voice was hoarse, but each word struck the ground like a hammer. I will take turns watching with Sun Xingzhou. Just focus on going. Before you return, this door will hold. I trust you, I said, patting his left shoulder. Wang Lei, Liang Hongchuan, Zhang Long, and Su Yang emerged from the stairwell, one after another, each with a short knife at their waist and holding steel pipes. Wang Lei inserted a short-handled axe into the side pocket of his bag, the blade wrapped in cloth, revealing only the polished edge. Equipment check complete. Wang Lei rotated his neck, cracking it. Walkie-talkie frequency 3, backup frequency 7. Brother Chen leads the way northwest, Lao Mo leads northeast. Check in every 2 hours. In case of emergencies, do not engage. Call the other team for support immediately. Lao Mo's voice was cold. The gas station and auto repair shop are not too close. If something happens, mutual support will take time and carry great risk. So don't be reckless. The 2 teams finalized their assignments in the corridor. Lao Mo, Zhang Long, Su Yang, and Uncle Zhang went to the auto repair shop, hoping to investigate the source of the explosions heard last night. I led Wang Lei, Liang Hongchuan, and Uncle Li to the gas station at the north gate. The 2 teams had different objectives, but the nature of the tasks was the same: finding a new energy source for the library. Chunzi, Lin Zai's voice called out from the stairwell. She hurried to stand before me, clutching a deep gray scarf, probably found in some dormitory, slightly frayed at the edges, but clean, still carrying a hint of laundry detergent's fragrance. She stood on tiptoe, wrapping the scarf around my neck, her fingers twisting it twice before stepping back to size me up. Her eyes were already red, yet the corners of her mouth curved into a smile, forcing her tears into a light-hearted tone. You look good. Ooh, I knew this color would suit you. Her hands trembled. I held her hand and felt the cold sweat in her palm, her fingertips icy. Wait for me. I grasped her fingers, my voice low. She nodded, moonlight cascading over her face, elongating the shadows beneath her eyelashes. You promised. Nearby, Su Xiao stepped out from the stairwell, holding a canvas first aid kit. She approached me, stuffing the first aid kit into my bag's side pocket, then bent down to check the zipper, adjusting her glasses with feigned calmness, saying, It contains iodine, a tourniquet, 2 rolls of bandages, and a tetanus antitoxin. If you get injured, don't push through. The tourniquet should be tied 1/3 down your upper arm, not over the joints. Her voice remained steady, but her eyes behind the lenses were already red. Got it, I replied. She nodded and turned back to the stairwell. As she turned, I noticed her hand brushing away a tear. Everyone stopped with the melodramatic goodbyes. The big guy knocked on the wall with his left knuckles. Chunzi Lao Mo, go on. When you return, I'll make you hot water. Uncle Zhou said there's still half a jar of green tea left, so you can come back alive and enjoy some hot tea. Lao Mo did not respond, merely fastening his flashlight to his waist buckle as an acknowledgement. The big guy watched his back and suddenly said, just don't die where I can't see you. His voice was harsh and hoarse. Lao Mo paused for a moment. He did not turn back, but pulled out the bone knife a few inches, inspecting its blade in the moonlight before sheathing it again. I released Lin Zai's hand and turned to grip the iron rod tightly. Su Yang had already climbed onto the corridor railing, tying a fire rope to the rainwater pipe outside. After reaching the first floor, he raised his flashlight and flicked it upwards twice. Safe. 5 minutes later, both teams reached the bottom of the stairs. The moonlight paved the main path of the campus in a gray-white hue. An overturned vending machine flattened shared bikes, scattered textbooks, and bloodstains. A path we had walked many times before, but this was the first time stepping out of the school gate. The fence outside the library's main entrance had long been knocked down by zombies. We stepped over the broken iron railings to exit the school, the sound of our shoes crunching on the shards of glass. Stepping out of the north gate, the world beyond the school was in even more complete silence. The scene on the main road of Chongling City was far more desolate than I had imagined. Abandoned cars were haphazardly blocking the intersection, all windows shattered, their bodies covered in scratches and dried bloodstains. Half of the roadside billboards had collapsed, the massive LED screen cracked in a spiderweb pattern with a half-burnt banner hanging from it, the words barely discernible, leaving only the 2 characters for National Day. A vague stench permeated the air. Decay, burnt, and sewer gas mixed together, reminiscent of a landfill that had been fermenting for days. I pulled my scarf tighter to cover my mouth and nose. As we approached Wanda Plaza, Su Yang cursed softly. Moonlight filtered through the shattered glass dome of the mall, revealing a hall densely packed with zombies. At least 10,000 shoulder to shoulder gathered, as if summoned by some sound, all facing north, completely still. The density of that silence was more chilling than a scream. Let's go around, I whispered. Just as we were skirting alongside the plaza's outer wall, a faint cry suddenly echoed from a distance. A woman's voice, short and sharp, carried intermittently by the night wind, not from the north gate, but from somewhere further west. Everyone's footsteps faltered. Su Yang turned his head towards the direction of the sound, his Adam's apple moving, but Wang Lei tightened his grip on the steel pipe, but still turned away, continuing to move forward. The cry was quickly swallowed by the wind, leaving only the densely packed zombies in Wanda Plaza standing quietly in the moonlight, as if waiting for something. When I reached the gas station, it had been nearly half an hour since the cry was heard. The Northgate gas station is located 3 kilometers away from the school, and before the apocalypse, it was a large Sinopec gas station with 4 rows of fuel dispensers, a convenience store, and a car wash and repair shop in the back. Zhou Guoli specifically marked this gas station on the map before we set out. Its underground oil storage tank is capable of holding 20,000 liters. Even if only the bottom oil remains, it would be enough for the library to use for several months. But at this moment, the gas station was enveloped in an abnormal silence. A GL8 was parked in front of the gas station, its door wide open. The glass door of the convenience store was shattered halfway, and a broken cash register lay on the ground at the entrance, coins scattered everywhere, glimmering under the moonlight. 2 corpses lay sprawled beside the fuel dispensers, dressed in gas station uniforms, the bloodstains still fresh, trailing long red streaks on the ground. Crying came from the repair shop behind the convenience store. It wasn't the cry we heard earlier at Wanda Plaza. It had stopped. This was closer, clearer, a woman's cry mixed with a man's muffled laughter coming through the broken window. Get down. I lowered my voice, and the 5 of us quickly crouched in the shadows behind the fuel dispenser. Through the shattered window of the convenience store, the moonlight illuminated the scene inside. 5 men were gathered around an overturned workbench. A girl was sprawled on the table, her face obscured, only her hands visible, bound behind her back with duct tape, her legs held down tightly, and a towel stuffed in her mouth, muffled sounds escaping. 4 corpses lay on the ground, dressed in gas station uniforms, the blood, not yet dried, flowing in thin lines along the cracks in the concrete floor. My gaze swept over the faces of those men, and one face made my hand tighten around the iron rod. Huang Mao Zhang Xiaoqiao, the trash who jumped off the building from dormitory 13 to escape. He leaned against the workbench, a cigarette in his left hand and a switchblade in his right, the blade tip slowly gliding over the girl's calf as he laughed. The switchblade reflected a long, cold light under the moonlight. Wang lay like an enraged beast, gripped the steel pipe, and was about to charge out when I held him back. There are 5 of them, all armed with knives. I whispered as low as I could, each word squeezed out from between my teeth. We need to observe first. Wang Lei's arm was as hard as stone under my palm, veins bulging. He stared at the scene through that window, breathing heavily like a broken bellows, but he slowly retracted his foot. Liang Hongchuan leaned closer to me and whispered, "There's only one exit from the convenience store, but the window is broken. We can rush in from both the door and the window at the same time." They are all focused on that girl. "Chenggu," Wang Lei's voice was hoarse like sandpaper on iron. "Let's go." A curse from Zhang Xiaoqiao came through the window. He extinguished the cigarette, but on the workbench, and slapped the girl's face. "Stop crying. Your crying is annoying me. If you keep crying, I'll cut out your tongue." The girl desperately turned her head to the side, the towel in her mouth soaked in saliva, her whimpering growing weaker. At that moment a woman's voice came from deep within the repair shop, soft and weary, as if she had long been numb to everything before her. She wore a sweatshirt that was so dirty its color was unrecognizable, with oversized sleeves covered in mud hiding her entire arm and hand within them. Her face was so thin that her cheekbones jutted out, her eye sockets hollow, her gaze empty like a stagnant pool. I could barely recognize her. It was Li Xiaoya. She was thrown down from the building by Zhang Xiaoqiao, while in dormitory 13, falling into the night. How could she still be alive? "Xiaoge, don't kill her." Li Xiaoya's voice was flat like reading a textbook. "Keeping her alive means she can still trade with Changgu for something." Zhang Xiaoqiao turned his head and spat on the ground. The towel in the girl's mouth, soaked with saliva, grew weaker and suddenly stopped. Did she faint? One of the lackeys leaned in to take a look. "Damn, she can't handle it." Uncle Li grabbed the strap of my backpack and whispered, "Xiao-chun, are we going to save her?" He looked at the girl's tightly closed eyes in the repair shop, her lips pressed tightly, as if he was about to charge in himself at any moment. I did not respond. My mind spun with several thoughts at once. We were here to get Diesel. Exposing our location could lead to mission failure, personnel injury, or even attract zombies. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. When I opened them again, my gaze had turned cold. We will save her, but we cannot charge in recklessly. We will split into two teams. Before I could finish my sentence, a terrified roar from Zhang Xiaoqiao erupted from the repair shop. Damn it. Through the window I saw what had happened. The girl who was bound to the workbench and had been crying just moments ago had somehow managed to free her mouth from the towel and had found a shard of glass. A piece from the broken window, which she had forcibly pried off with her fingers. The shard was stained with her blood, glowing dark red under the moonlight. Then she used that shard to cut the duct tape on her wrist and plunged it into her own throat. Blood gushed from her neck, splattering onto the workbench. The girl's face bore no fear or hesitation, only a sense of relief. Zhang Xiaoqiao jumped back a step, his pants soaked in blood, his voice changed pitch. "Damn it, she's really ruthless. She's really a hard person." I clenched the iron rod in my hand, my nails digging into my palm. The hot blood surged up to my ears. She used her own life to preserve her dignity. Liang Hongchuan turned his head away, his shoulders trembling. Wang Lei's eyes turned red, and through clenched teeth he squeezed out a few words. "Damn it, those bastards." Uncle Li crouched down, gripping the machete tightly, making a creaking sound. The convenience store fell silent. Li Xiaoya watched the blood flowing from the girl's neck, winding its way across the ground, flowing past her shoes, her expression unchanged. She merely took a step back to avoid getting blood on herself, then turned and vanished back into the darkness of the repair shop. We crouched in the grass behind the fuel dispenser, motionless for a full hour and a half. The undergrowth was dense wild grass sprouting from the gas station's landscaping. Mosquitoes bit our faces and necks, but none of us reached out to swat them. Uncle Li knelt on the gravel, his knees numb, shifting his weight slightly without making a sound. Inside the Zhang Xiaoqiao and his 4 lackeys dragged the girl's corpse to a corner of the workshop and casually covered it with a piece of tattered oilcloth. They spread out a deck of cards on the workbench, cursing as they gambled on something. The 4th corpse from the gas station was dragged out and tossed behind the car, watched the action, very casual, a cigarette still clamped in his mouth, as if disposing of garbage. I clearly saw the faces of those corpses. They were all gas station employees dressed in blue work uniforms with name tags pinned on their chests, one of which read Station Master. Li Xiaoya did not appear again. But from deep within the convenience store a faint cough was occasionally heard, a muffled cough. "For our outside one is inside." Wang Lei whispered. "Zhang Xiaoqiang is in the back room smoking. I just saw a spark. Damn, is he out of his mind? Smoking at a gas station." Liang Hongchuan cursed. "Let him smoke, he's just a dead man anyway." We lowered our postures in the grass. The card game in the repair shop gradually dispersed. Zhang Xiaoqiao yawned, kicked one of the guys' chairs. "I'm going to take a nap for a bit, you guys keep an eye on the door. The goods will come to get them soon, don't mess it up." He lit a cigarette with a lighter and walked toward the back room, the flickering light of the cigarette illuminating Li Xiaoya's expressionless face sitting in the corner. Wang Lei whispered, "Is it now?" "Not yet." I glanced at my watch. "Wait a bit longer, wait until he falls asleep at 5 in the morning, when it's almost dawn we act." 20 more minutes. 20 minutes felt excruciatingly long in that environment. The mosquitoes in the grass increased, biting my face until it was covered in bumps. Uncle Li, being older, kept pinching his thigh with his nails to stay awake. Liang Hongchuan leaned against a street tree, eyes closed, adjusting his breathing. Something old Mo taught him: controlling heart rate before action allows for quicker response. Wang Lei suddenly spoke. Chunga, why did that girl commit suicide just now? No one answered him. I waited a few seconds. She might have seen us. What? When we entered the gas station, I glanced inside through the window. She tilted her head, looking directly at me. She saw me. She must have seen us too. But she didn't shout, didn't call for help. After a moment of waiting, she just... Wang Lei's voice got stuck in his throat. Was she afraid that if she shouted for help it would expose us? The grass grew quiet. The wind blew over the gas station's canopy, producing a faint mournful sound. Wang Lei's breathing suddenly grew heavier. He lowered his head and wiped his face with his sleeve, but the tears still flowed uncontrollably, silently dripping onto the grass. I rubbed the knife sheath on the right side of my thigh, a chill washing over me. Remember her. Remember every second we are here waiting for. Wang Lei released his grip on the grass roots, prying his soil-covered knuckles open one by one. When he looked up, his eyes were soaked, yet two flames seemed to ignite within them. Uncle Lee paused for a moment, gripping the iron rod in his left palm, wiping the sweat off his right hand on his pants, then gripping tightly again. It was exactly 5 in the morning. I flicked the blade of the switchblade out, gently rubbing my fingertip along the edge. It had been sharpened by Zhao Lei. The icy touch flowed up my fingertip, and my heart rate and breathing began to steady. Action! At precisely 5 in the morning, a layer of grayish light began to appear on the horizon. I flicked open my switchblade, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight. Split into 3 groups, I lowered my voice to a whisper. Liang Hongchuan, go around to the back window and block the rear door. Wang Lei feign an attack from the front, kick the door, and charge in. Their knives are not to be underestimated. Uncle Lee and I climbed in through the side window. Understood, the 3 of them responded in unison. Liang Hongchuan crouched and vanished into the shadows behind his footsteps, as light as if walking on cotton. Wang Lei switched the steel pipe to his left hand and drew out a short-handled axe that was tucked in the side pocket of his backpack. He swiftly tore off the cloth wrapping from the axe blade, revealing a gleaming edge. Xiao Chun, Uncle Lee leaned closer to my ear. That female student, do you know her? Lin Zai's roommate Li Xiaoya. I paused. She was used as bait by Zhang Xiaoqiao and thrown down, then lost track of. Uncle Lee did not ask further, but tightened his grip on the machete. I peeked out from behind the gas pump. The light in the convenience store had gone out. Zhang Xiaoqiao should be fast asleep. Among the 4 lackeys, 2 were dozing on the table. One leaned against the wall smoking, and the other squatted at the door, playing with a switchblade. Action! Wang Lei was the first to charge out. He was like a furious beast, kicking open the shattered glass door of the convenience store, sending shards of glass flying everywhere. Damn! The lackey at the door fumbled for his knife, but Wang Lei's steel pipe had already struck his wrist. With a crisp crack, the wrist bone shattered, and the switchblade flew out of his hand, clattering against the gas pump. Before the lackey's scream could escape, Wang Lei's axe back had already smashed into his temple. The man rolled his eyes back, collapsing as if he were a boneless sack of meat. Someone! The 2 lackeys who had been sleeping on the table sprang up. One had just reached for the machete on the table when I had already climbed in through the side window. The switchblade thrust out with all my weight. The tip accurately pierced just below his right shoulder blade. A muffled thud echoed as the blade pulled out, bringing a spray of blood. The man fell to the ground, shrieking, his entire right arm drooping like a marionette with severed strings. Uncle Lee came through another window, his sharpened iron rod sweeping across the tip, slicing a long gash from the eyebrow to the chin on the second lackey's face. Blood instantly obscured the man's eyes. He screamed and retreated, tripping over the cash register on the floor, his head striking the concrete with a dull thud, and he lay still. In less than 10 seconds, 3 of the 4 men had been dealt with. The one leaning against the wall tossed aside his cigarette, but drew out a dagger and began to back away, shouting, "Chao Ge! Chao Ge! Someone's ambushing." Wang Lei stepped forward. The man waved the dagger wildly, the blade slicing just 3 inches in front of Wang Lei's face. Wang Lei didn't even blink. He flicked his left-hand axe upward, the back of the axe accurately striking the man's wrist holding the knife. The dagger slipped from his hand. Wang Lei's right-hand steel pipe followed up, striking the side of the man's knee. Crack! The sound of the kneecap shattering was crisp, as if breaking a chopstick. The man knelt on one knee, Wang Lei's steel pipe already resting against his neck. Move again, and your head will burst. From kicking the door to controlling the whole area, it had been a total of 20 seconds. I scanned the convenience store. Aside from the back room, the place was filled with our people. Uncle Lee, guard the door. Wang Lei, keep an eye on these 3. I headed toward the back room with the iron rod in hand. Liang Hongchuan, what's the situation in the back? The back door is locked tight. Liang Hongchuan's voice came from the back window. No one is getting out. The door to the back room was ajar. Just as I reached the doorway, Zhang Xiaoqiao's furious roar came from inside. Damn! Who the hell? The door was kicked open from the inside. Zhang Xiaoqiao stood in the center of the back room, dragging Li Xiaoyao by her hair with his left hand, and his right hand held the switchblade against her throat. As if time had reversed, the same scene unfolded. Li Xiaoyao wore an oversized hoodie that concealed her entire arm. Her face was gaunt, her cheekbones protruding, and her eye sockets sunken into dark hollows. The moment she saw me, something stirred in her hollow gaze. Lin Shun. Zhang Xiaoqiao recognized me. His cruel smile froze for half a second before turning even more sinister. You're not dead yet. Let her go, my voice was calm. You can't escape. Let go. Zhang Xiaoqiao pulled Li Xiaoya's hair higher, pressing the knife further in. She's my bargaining chip for a trade. Chang'e said her blood is valuable. You want to save her? Fine, throw down your weapons and kneel. He didn't finish his sentence. Li Xiaoya's right hand, which had been hanging down, suddenly emerged from the oversized sleeve. Her fingers were as thin as dry twigs, but her joints were an unnatural shade of bluish-purple. Then she gripped Zhang Xiaoqiao's wrist, which held the knife. She wasn't pushing him away. She didn't have the strength. Instead, she wrapped her entire palm around Zhang Xiaoqiao's wrist, her nails digging into his flesh, then lowered her head and bit down. That wild sensation was like that of a zombie. Her jaws clamped shut, her upper and lower teeth penetrating skin, fat, muscle, and reaching bone. Zhang Xiaoqiao's scream reverberated in my ears. He instinctively released his grip on her hair, swinging the knife in an attempt to stab Li Xiaoyao in the belly. But Li Xiaoyao wouldn't let go of his wrist. Her body dropped, using her weight to drag his right hand off course. The blade grazed her own left shoulder, cutting a slit in the hoodie, revealing the yellowed bandage underneath. Blood seeped out from beneath the bandage. Li Xiaoyao did not let go. Before Zhang Xiaoqiao could swing his second blow, I lunged forward. The iron rod flew from my hand, smashing into his right shoulder, the same arm that Li Xiaoyao had bitten. His switchblade flew out, embedding itself into the wall. Li Xiaoyao released the bite, her mouth full of blood. She let go of Zhang Xiaoqiao's wrist and bent down to pick up the switchblade from the ground. The knife handle stained with Zhang Xiaoqiao's blood. She gripped it tightly, then thrust it backhanded into the root of Zhang Xiaoqiao's thigh. The blade sank all the way to the handle. Zhang Xiaoqiao held kneeling on one knee as blood gushed from his thigh. Li Xiaoyao pulled out the knife, ready to stab again. I pressed her hand down. That's enough. She looked up at me. That pair of eyes emerged from the hollow like a drowning person grasping something. Lin Chun. Her voice was so hoarse it was barely audible. You came to save me. Zhang Xiaoqiao lay on the ground, wailing, hands clutching his thigh, but blood oozed out between his fingers, unstoppable. Before I could respond, Uncle Li burst in from outside. Xiao Chun, it's too noisy, we need to hurry. He froze upon seeing Li Xiaoyao covered in blood. Then he saw Zhang Xiaoqiao convulsing on the ground, the gaping hole in his thigh spraying dark red blood, a small pool already forming on the ground. Damn, what the hell? Save him. Li Xiaoyao suddenly grabbed my sleeve, her voice hoarse. Save him. He can't die yet. He knows Chang Qiuxing. Before she could finish, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. I caught her. She was frighteningly light. I could feel the shape of her ribs through the hoodie. Uncle Li, the tourniquet. Uncle Li dug out the first aid kit that Su Xiao had given me from his backpack and pulled out the tourniquet, binding it around Zhang Xiaoqiao's thigh. But too much blood had already flowed. Zhang Xiaoqiao's complexion visibly turned pale, his lips turned purple, and his pupils began to dilate. He moved his lips, slightly squeezing out a word, cold. Uncle Li tightened the tourniquet as much as he could, but the blood from Zhang Xiaoqiao's upper thigh still soaked through the bandage, dripping onto the cement floor. This kid's femoral artery has been punctured, Uncle Li said, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. It won't stop bleeding. I crouched down and turned Zhang Xiaoqiao's chin toward me. His eyes began to roll back, his lips moving as he produced indistinct sounds. Who is Chang Qiuxing? Where is he? I asked. Zhang Xiaoqiao's mouth twitched, managing to squeeze out half a word. Back mountain. He shook his head, a gurgling sound emanating from his throat. His whole body began to convulse unconsciously. His pupils completely dilated. Damn it. Wang Lei stepped forward and felt Zhang Xiaoqiao's neck. Is he dead? He's dead. I released my grip, stood up, and wiped my bloodied hands on my pants. I didn't even get to ask him anything. Li Xiaoyao was curled up in the corner of the back room, hugging her knees with her chin buried in them, her oversized hoodie wrapping her into a filthy bundle. She had just regained consciousness from a coma and was shaking uncontrollably. Shaking from her bones, her teeth chattered, but she bit down hard on her lower lip to keep herself from making any sound. For the first time, I noticed the stains on her hoodie sleeves. They were not mud spots, but dried blood layered upon each other, with old stains oxidized to black and new ones still dark red. Li Xiaoyao. I crouched in front of her, aligning my gaze with hers. You've lost a lot of blood. Let me take a look. She lifted her head, her gaze unfocused for a while before finally locking onto my face. Then she slowly rolled up her left sleeve. I inhaled sharply. The skin on the inner elbow had almost a dense array of needle marks scattered like a sieve, extending from her wrist all the way to her elbow pit. Surrounding the needle marks were purplish drug residue, patches, some already hardened into scabs, while others oozed tissue fluid. What was even more shocking was that her veins were entirely black, as if dark lines were crawling beneath her skin. Wang Lei turned his head and punched the wall. Uncle Li crouched down, rummaging through the first aid kit for iodine swabs, his hands trembling. I need to disinfect the wound or it might hurt. It won't hurt. Li Xiaoyao interrupted him, her voice flat. I've gotten used to it. When Uncle Li wiped the iodine swab across the cut on her neck, she didn't even furrow her brow. Iodine touching the wound would sting, but she showed no reaction. It wasn't that it didn't hurt. It was that she had gone numb to the pain. What happened after you fell from building 13? I asked. Li Xiaoya remained silent for a long time. Outside the convenience store, I could hear Su Yang and Liang Hongchuan cleaning up the scene, dragging the corpse to the back of the car wash, covering it with an oilcloth, then tying up the 3 surviving lackeys to the gas pump post. The wind blew across the gas station canopy, producing a moaning sound mingling with her hoarse voice. That night Zhang Xiaoqiao threw me off the building. Her voice was devoid of any emotion. When I fell, I twisted my right ankle, and when those zombies surrounded me, he ran away. I thought I would die, but the zombies didn't bite me. They didn't bite you. Uncle Li raised his head. They surrounded me in a circle, and the closest one bent down, opened its mouth, but didn't bite down. Li Xiaoya stared at the needle marks on her arm. I don't know why. Maybe there's something wrong with my blood, or maybe it's... My mind raced. Zombies don't attack specific targets unless the target lacks the scent of a living. Later Zhang Xiaoqiao brought people and dragged me to a pharmacy storage room. Li Xiaoya continued. He originally intended to. But then Chang Qiuxing arrived. Chang Qiuxing is the former dean of the medical college at our school, right? Zhang Long asked while bandaging. Yes, he's also the honorary dean of our affiliated hospital. Li Xiaoya's lips twisted into a grimace worse than crying. He took us to the research institute on the back mountain, saying he wanted to check our bodies, drawing a tube of blood from each of us. 2 days later he found me, and said I might be an immune subject. Immune subject. These 3 words silenced everyone present. We had seen a real immune subject, Heighten, which grew much faster than normal dogs, and could eat zombie flesh without being infected. Its blood contained an antibody that could inactivate the zombie virus. Chang Qiuxing said my blood could save many people. Li Xiaoya rolled up her other sleeve. The condition of her right arm was even worse. There was a bruise the size of a fist in the inner elbow, surrounded by a dozen new needle marks, some still oozing blood. He draws blood every 3 days and injects me afterward. She pointed at the bruise. The injection is called catalyst, which is supposed to increase the antibody concentration. But afterward, I would have high fevers, convulsions, and cough up blood, sometimes fainting for an entire day. After each convulsion, he would come again to draw blood. He said the antibody concentration did indeed increase, and it was very effective. Wang Lei and I exchanged. Heighten was present when blood was drawn. Su Xiao said that Heighten's blood came out red-brown, and the serum after centrifugation was a normal light yellow with no abnormalities. Moreover, after Heighten was drawn blood, it was still lively, and even got into a fight with Su Yang. Did Chang Qiuxing ever show you the test results? I asked. No, Li Xiaoya shook her head. He said all of this is confidential, that there are many survivors outside who need me to save them, and told me not to tell anyone. Last week he said the antibody supply was insufficient, and told me to go out for a walk, try to contact more survivors, telling them to go to the research institute on the back mountain to collect more immune experimental samples, saying this would stimulate the immune system to produce more antibodies. My back chilled. And then, Then he and Zhang Xiaoqiao took me out. Zhang Xiaoqiao brought a few lackeys, saying it was to protect me, and went to get diesel for the research institute. They walked all day to get here, encountered gas station staff, who kindly took us in. Li Xiaoya's voice trembled for the first time. Then Zhang Xiaoqiao ordered them to come with us. They said there were plenty of supplies here, and refused to leave, so he killed all 3 of those staff members. Her fingers clenched the sleeve tightly, her eyes cloudy with tears. Then they caught that girl. I don't know her, I don't know where they got her from. You just told Zhang Xiaoqiao not to kill her, because you wanted to save. Yes. Li Xiaoya interrupted me, her voice squeezed out, as if from her throat. But in fact I couldn't save anyone at all. She lowered her head, her nails digging into the scab on her wrist, drawing blood. I thought Chang Qiuxing was really saving me. Wang Lei suddenly stood up, walked out of the convenience store, and squatted down beside the gas pump. Why didn't you let me save you this time? I asked. Li Xiaoya raised her head, and something in her gaze shattered. Because you saved me once when I was in building 13. I was ungrateful. The fried chicken shop incident was all because of me. She paused, every word stuck in her throat. I thought you wouldn't save me again. I reached out to help her up. Let's head back to the library first. Su Xiao is our team doctor. Let her give you a thorough... When Li Xiaoya walked to the gas pump, she glanced at the 3 lackeys tied to the post. One of them was still bleeding, the blood trickling down the post, and pooling into a small puddle on the ground. She stopped in her tracks. I saw deep hatred in her eyes. Zhang Xiaoqiao's body had already grown cold. I had to be cautious. This kid had too much luck, leaving behind a legacy of mischief for 1,000 years. Uncle Li squatted beside the corpse, rummaging through his backpack to find a tattered towel to cover his face, thus granting him a semblance of dignity in death. He got off easy. Wang Lei spat on the ground, saying, it would have been too merciful to stab him to death. Bleeding from the femoral artery, he took nearly 5 minutes to die. Su Yang leaned against the convenience store door frame, his voice flat. It wasn't that satisfying. Outside the convenience store, 3 henchmen were tied to the gas pump. One of them, whose knee had been crushed by Wang Lei with a steel pipe, had already fainted twice from the pain, waking up each time to whimper and plead for mercy, but no one paid him any attention. The other two henchmen were even worse off. Uncle Lee had no habit of cleaning weapons, and the iron rod was still smeared with zombie blood, which meant they had already begun to mutate. I couldn't bear to watch them flail about. Old Liang, kill these two mutants, we need to get to work first. The maintenance well for the underground oil tank was behind the car wash under a metal cover. Zhou Guoli specially trained us briefly before departing, marking the location of the maintenance well and the method for connecting the oil pump. Liang Hongshuan pried open the cover, and a strong smell of diesel mixed with the dampness of the underground water surged up. Damn, this smell is potent. Liang Hongshuan shone his flashlight down. The maintenance well was about 3 meters deep with a steel ladder embedded in the wall, rusted, but still able to bear weight. Here, they'll go down. Uncle Lee took off his backpack, pulled out the prepared oil pump and rubber hose, clamped the flashlight in his mouth, and stepped down the ladder. As he stepped onto the third rung, the ladder emitted a screeching metallic groan. Steady now. I held onto the edge of the maintenance, while the flashlight beam locked onto Uncle Lee's head. It's fine, I can manage. Reaching the bottom of the well, Uncle Lee crouched beside the valve of the oil tank, shining the flashlight around, before looking up and shouting, "The tank is intact. No rust or cracks. What about the oil level? There's no gauge on this side of the valve. Wait a second." He took a tape measure from his backpack, inserted the end into the valve interface, pulled it out, and under the flashlight's beam, he noted, "The marked line is wet to nearly 70%. More than half a tank. More than half a tank." Those 3 words struck my heart like a heavy hammer. Zhou Guoli had said before departing that this gas station had a 20,000-liter underground oil tank, a standard configuration. More than half a tank, conservatively estimated at least 8 to 9,000 liters. Not 2,000 liters. Nearly 10,000 liters. Are you sure? You can see for yourself? Uncle Lee raised the tape measure, showing nearly 70 centimeters of wet oil marks from the bottom upwards. Liang Hongshuan squatted at the edge of the maintenance, while counting on his fingers. What does 10,000 liters mean? Our library's diesel generator burns 3 liters at full load every hour, and at most it can burn 30 liters a day. Even when used sparingly, that would be less than 1,000 liters in a month. Enough for nearly a year. Wang Lei's voice trembled. A year. Everyone fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Wang Lei slammed his fist against the gas pump's casing, creating a dent in the metal, but he laughed like a madman. Damn it. A year. I can survive an entire winter here. Uncle Lee began setting up the oil pump at the bottom of the well. The diameter of the rubber hose interface was half an inch smaller than that of the output valve of the oil tank. He wrapped it with raw rubber tape 7 or 8 times and secured it with iron wire before it finally held tight. It works, but it's not very stable. Uncle Lee patted his hands and climbed back up from the well. Someone needs to watch the interface while pumping oil. If it leaks, it's useless. Liang Hongshuan had already jumped into the gas station storage room, finding 20 spare oil barrels of 20 liters, each stacked in a row. Wang Lei inserted the oil pump suction hose into the first barrel and nodded at Liang Hongshuan. Liang Hongshuan started the oil pump's generator. This diesel oil pump had been modified from a lawnmower engine by Zhou Guoli, and it roared like a tractor, shaking the nearby convenience store's shattered glass down. "Keep it down. This noise could attract zombies from 2 streets away," Wang Lei shouted in a low voice. "Can't make it quieter. This is already silenced." Liang Hongshuan shouted back. Diesel surged through the rubber hose into the first barrel with a splashing sound. The black liquid gleamed with an oily sheen in the morning light, and the scent was more pleasant than any diesel smell I had ever encountered. 1 barrel is full. Wang Lei closed the valve on the first barrel and switched the suction hose to the second barrel. 7 barrels were filled. When the suction hose was switched to the 8th barrel, oil began to seep out at the rubber hose interface. Uncle Lee stuffed a cloth into the gap, his hands stained black with diesel, but he grinned, not caring at all. 12 barrels were filled. The 10 spare barrels were also full. We were lucky the sound of the oil pump only attracted a few scattered zombies, which we dealt with using the terrain. In total, we filled 1,800 liters. Although it wasn't the entirety of the big tank, it would be enough for the library for over 2 months. Once this batch of oil was used up, we could come back for more. That's enough. I patted the iron casing of the oil pump engine. Let's take this batch of oil back first. Save the rest. This gas station will be our energy point in the future. Uncle Lee covered the maintenance well with the metal plate again, scattering a layer of gravel on top for camouflage, and placed a piece of tattered oilcloth over it. "Will anyone discover this?" Su Yang asked. In this situation, not many people would dare to go out. Wang Lei moved the filled oil barrels onto the vehicle. The car keys had been rummaged from Zhang Xiaoqiao's pocket. They should be the vehicle they arrived in. Besides, there are more gas stations than just this one in Chongling City. Others wouldn't bother robbing us. Liang Hongshuan was silent for a moment, lowering his voice. "I'm not afraid of others stealing. I'm afraid of Chang Qiuxing. This gas station is too close to the school. Will he should know we are here," I interrupted. With the commotion caused by the fire at the library a few days ago, Chang Qiuxing couldn't possibly have missed it if he was in the back mountain. Let alone that Zhang Xiaoqiao and the others have already come to this gas station to scavenge for supplies and energy. Liang Hongshuan's throat moved slightly. "So we need to move this oil quickly. I hoisted an oil barrel onto my shoulder, the diesel sloshing inside, producing a dull sound. Chang Qiuxing won't give us much time. We began stacking the oil barrels in the trunk. 22 oil barrels, each 20 liters plus the weight of the barrels themselves, totaled nearly 500 kilograms, filling the trunk and rear seat to the brim. Then we stuffed every bit of food and water we could carry from the convenience store into the vehicle. Just before leaving, Li Xiaoyao paused and asked me, "Linshan, do you think what Chang Qiuxing said is true? Do I have antibodies?" When she asked this question, her throat felt like it was stuffed with shards of glass. She needed an answer. She knew she was ultimately going to die, yet she still asked. Because someone had to face her and tell her that her life wasn't just a false 3-line statistic in a medical record. I looked into her eyes, where a faint glimmer of light, like shattered pieces being reassembled, shone deep within her pupils. He doesn't have the right to make a